Zukong sensed the abnormality that was happening instantly. He could feel that a change had happened within Lin Mu's mind, which he was not clear about. He could sense the mysterious ring responding to Lin Mu in some way. What? Zukong suddenly exclaimed as he felt the environment within the mysterious ring change. Zukong could see that the mysterious ring had become active once again, as a beam of light was being emanated by the ethereal altar. He rushed towards the ethereal altar to observe what exactly was happening with it. While this was happening in the mysterious ring, Lin Mu was clueless about it in the real world. Right now his mind seemed to have entered a strange state where he felt as if he couldn't think straight and a myriad of thoughts were going rushing through it. He didn't notice that the people in the office were staring at him either. Lin Mu, Lu Zio called out but received no response. Then the sound of a door opening could be heard and footsteps approached them. What did that boy say? This is wrong. An approaching voice said. Lu Zio and the vice captain saw the town head entering from another room that was attached to the office. He came in and saw the three people standing in his office. The town head recognized the new vice captain, Han Lei, but did not know who the other two people were. Lin Mu had his head down the entire time as if he was lost in thinking. The town head could not see Lin Mu's clearly, thus he came even closer. Who's this, Han Lei? The town head questioned. The annoyed expression that Han Lei had on his face was still there and showed no signs of dissipating. He looked at the town head and spoke. They are the remaining people from the night vigil. Han Lei spoke in a curt tone, paying no heed to the status of the town head. Lu Zio was shocked upon seeing the manner in which Han Lei had spoken with the town head. All the people from the northern town were usually respectful in talking with the town head, and seldom did they behave like this. Even the captain of the town's guards was very respectful of the town head. The only other person who could speak with the town head on the same level was the supervisor of the Spirit Apple Orchards, Li Peng, and even that was only because he was appointed by the mayor of Wu Lim City. The town head paid no heed to Han Lei's tone and just looked at Lin Mu. What was this boy saying again? The town head asked as if he had not heard the previous words clearly. He said something about this being wrong. Han Lei answered. The town head stroked his beard a couple of times before speaking. And what is this thing that's wrong? Everything. Lin Mu lightly muttered in response. Look at me and speak, boy. Do not disrespect me. The town head spoke in a grim tone. The vice captain too was feeling furious after seeing Lin Mu act like this. He was already annoyed after being ordered to do such a measly task, and now even a kid like Lin Mu was ignoring his presence and was behaving insolently. Thwack. Look up, boy, Han Lei shouted as he slapped Lin Mu's back in anger. Han Lei had expected for Lin Mu to stumble ahead after getting hit, but in a surprise to him, he didn't react at all. Even when he had hit Lin Mu, Han Lei felt as if he had hit a stiff surface. Is he wearing armor beneath his clothes? Han Lei thought. Lin Mu finally looked up and glared at the eyes of the town head. But when the town head looked at his face and his eyes, alarm bells rang through his mind. A furious expression could be seen on Lin Mu's face, and his eyes were bloodshot. I said everything, Lin Mu spat out. Back in the mysterious ring, Zukong was traveling at a great speed towards the glowing ethereal altar in the distance. The altar was currently glowing with a white light, and waves of energy could be felt emanating from it. What is happening this time? Zukong muttered. Is he going to have another bout of enlightenment? Zukong wondered. Soon Zukong reached the altar and saw the changes in it. The altar was no longer ethereal, but had instead turned corporeal now, and even its size seemed to have increased. Large and complex runes could be seen rising from the altar and spreading around it. Zukong looked at the runes and for the first time found himself stumped at them. He could not recognize these runes at all. In all the tens of millions of years that he had lived, Zukong had seen countless runes in even more languages. He could say that he knew most of what there was to know about them. What are these runes? Wait, no, this can't be. Zukong shouted as he suddenly realized something. The runes had now stopped arising from the altar and were now moving around. Soon they had arranged themselves into multiple concentric formation arrays. The formation array was vast, and the complexity of it could be seldom seen, even in the myriad of worlds. A true grand formation array, Zukong uttered in shock. Zukong could not determine the function of this formation array, as he could not read the runes at all. The characters which were used to write the runes were not from the Dao script, and seemed to be completely different. Unable to determine the use of the formation array, Zukong focused his attention on Lin Mu. He forced his own spirit sense to leave the mysterious ring and observed the outside world. In another surprise to Zukong, his spirit sense was easily able to leave the mysterious ring. He had expected a backlash from the world's restrictions, but somehow it did not arrive. Suppressing his surprise for now, Zukong scanned Lin Mu's surroundings and got a grasp of the situation. While Zukong would roughly know what was in Lin Mu's environment, this was because of Lin Mu thinking about it in his mind, and not because of his own spirit sense. Zukong refrained from using his spirit sense as he knew that it would cause a backlash. This was the first time that Zukong was looking around in the world after arriving here. Zukong saw the changes in Lin Mu's expression, but could no longer see what was happening in his mind. It was as if a barrier had been erected around his mind, which shielded his thoughts and prevented him from observing them. In the next moment, Zukong could feel a violent presence arising within Lin Mu. The others around him could not feel it, but since Zukong was the closest he could. Could it be? But it's not possible. He's not even at that stage now. Zukong spoke to himself. Zukong then directed his spirit sense towards Lin Mu's danchan to observe the situation within it. His spirit sense passed through his abdomen and entered the danchan. At first, he felt a little obstruction upon entering, but his superior spirit sense was able to successfully enter it. Zukong looked around the danchan, which had more than 1,000 wisps of spirit qi floating around in it. These wisps of spirit qi seemed to be moving in a haphazard manner, as if they were being scared by something. Then finally, in a corner of the danchan, Zukong saw it. There was a vague figure floating in the expanse. The spirit qi wisps were running away from it. Zukong observed closely and found that the figure was wearing some commoner's clothes and its face was just a mass of shifting darkness. The mass of darkness would sometimes morph into a masculine face and sometimes into a feminine face. The presence of Zukong's spirit sense seemed to have disturbed the figure, and it awakened. Screech. Piercing sound could suddenly be heard coming from the figure's head. The sound was more close to a screech rather than a cry as it resounded in the danchan and affected the spirit qi wisps. The spirit qi wisps that were once running away from the figure were now going towards it with blinding speed. The figure then started absorbing the spirit qi at an immense pace, and the spirit qi in the danchan started reducing at a visible rate. Oh no, it is what I thought it was, Zukong thought. The more the figure absorbed the spirit qi, the more its features became clear. The massive darkness that faintly resembled masculine and feminine features was now changing to get more apparent. Soon the massive darkness turned to become actual faces. One of the faces belonged to a rough and brawny-looking man, while the other belonged to a gentle and motherly-looking woman. Both the faces had certain features that resembled Lin Mu himself. The figure kept on absorbing the spirit qi, and the faces alternated between the man and woman. Are these Lin Mu's parents? Zukong was a little shocked upon seeing the faces of Lin Mu's parents appearing on the dark figure's face. Why did Lin Mu never speak to me about this? Zukong questioned himself. Has he been suppressing this in his mind all along, such that it has now turned into his heart demon? Zukong thought to himself. Indeed, the figure that was alternating between the two faces was none other than a heart demon. A heart demon is the product of the cultivator's emotions, memories, and guilt. They combine together and give birth to an entity that eventually becomes a heart demon. A heart demon can gravely harm a cultivator if they don't deal with it or suppress it. Every cultivator that exists will one day develop a heart demon. The only difference is when. Even the most staunch, just, righteous, and willful of cultivators develop heart demons when they undergo their tribulations, not to say about the other common or unorthodox cultivators. Though the reason why Zukong was so shocked was because Lin Mu was simply not at the cultivation stage where he could develop a heart demon. A heart demon also required a large quantity of spirit qi to be born, thus the earliest a cultivator could develop a heart demon was at the core condensation realm. Lin Mu developing one at the mid-stage of the qi refining realm simply did not make sense. This was apparent since looking at the heart demon, Zukong could tell that it was not fully developed and was thus forcibly absorbing the spirit qi in Lin Mu's danchan. Even if it absorbs the entirety of Lin Mu's spirit qi stores, it still won't be able to live. Nevertheless, I have to do something. Zukong spoke inwardly. Zukong was just about to act when suddenly, his spirit sense was pushed back because of an immense pressure. Wah, what? Zukong spoke after recoiling. He looked around and saw that the true grand formation array had activated. The runes on it started shifting and showed a myriad of changes. It was as if the workings of the heavens were hidden within the formation and gave one a slight glance into it. Zukong could not help but be lost within the mysteries of the true grand formation array. A moment later, he forcibly snapped out of his daze as a chill went down his body. This is truly fearsome. It can even pull someone like me into it. Zukong spoke with a little fear in his voice. Screech. Zukong then heard a loud echoing screech and saw an oval mass appear over the formation array. The oval mass was making shrieking and crying noises, which made one's ears hurt and hair stand on the end. The oval mass dissipated and revealed the heart demon that was hidden within. The heart demon was floating above the formation array and seemed to be greatly distressed. It seemed to have stabilized its form temporarily after absorbing the spirit qi from Lin Mu's danchan, but probably could not maintain it for much longer. Why is the heart demon here? Zukong questioned. The heart demon's movements were being restricted by something invisible, which even Zukong could not determine. Suddenly, the altar that was glowing with white light started to thrum with power. Even more intense waves of energy started being released from it. Zukong was just about to brace for its impact when he discovered that the energy waves never reached him. Zukong gazed at the altar and saw that the waves of energy were only targeting the heart demon. The energy waves would be released by the altar and then surround the heart demon into a certain kind of a shell. The altar is sealing the heart demon. No, this is something else, Zukong uttered. After the heart demon was completely encased within the energy shell, it started floating towards the altar. It came to a halt right above the beam of white light and was veiled within it. And then it happened. The entire environment within the ring changed. The beam of light that was being emanated by the altar was no longer white. Instead, it had turned into a crimson shade of red. The light kept on being intensified until finally it became blood red. This aura, how can it be here? Zukong uttered in between breaths. A violent and oppressive aura spread inside the ring and made Zukong recoil. There's no doubt it is the aura of the demonic path, Zukong stated before he was pushed back a large distance away. Back in the real world, a stream of memories were currently flashing in Lin Mu's mind. A young teenage boy was standing in the doorframe while crying. He was looking at a rough and brawny man that was currently sharpening a blade with a whetstone. "Please don't go, father," the boy requested. "We don't have a choice, my son. I need to go hunt. We don't have any more money left." The man spoke. Evidently, the man and the boy were a pair of father and son, but what if you fall sick like mother as well? The boy spoke. "I just have to take that risk. The town head can't offer anyone aid, and this is the middle of the winter as well. I don't know what else to do. I have to buy medicine for your mother." The man spoke with determination in his eyes. The memories soon changed, and a different scene appeared in Lin Mu's mind. The boy was now standing over 2 graves alone. He fell on his knees and was kowtowing while crying. Why did this happen? If we had waited for a few more days, the medicine would have arrived. The boy yelled. "What am I supposed to do now that you two are gone?" The boy uttered between sobs. The boy stayed in that position for a while before standing up. He then walked out of the courtyard and saw the scenes outside. Many other people could be seen crying and mourning. The boy then understood that he wasn't the only one in this situation, and there were others in the same condition as well. These memories kept on replaying in Lin Mu's mind over and over again. Each time he would think, what if it didn't happen? What if they did something different? Or what if they had chosen to wait? But every time he thought about each what if, the fury within Lin Mu's heart grew. He remembered the conditions in the past and then how the town head had rejected everyone's calls for aid. He would then recall all the luxuries that the town head was enjoying and could not help but wonder what it was all for. Lin Mu was unaware of the events happening within the mysterious ring. He did not even react when the spirit chi within his body started depleting rapidly. The only thing that mattered to him right now was his thoughts. It was then that he heard a voice call out to him. The voice asked him what was so wrong, to which he could barely reply and could only whisper. Lin Mu then heard someone slap his back and yell at him. This did not help his condition much and only helped to infuriate him more. It was now that he looked up to glare at the voice that was calling out to him. He wanted to give a fitting response to the person who was disturbing his thoughts, disturbing his memories. But when Lin Mu looked up, he saw the person who was currently the main target of his hate. It was the person he was pinning his previous sorrow and tragedy upon. He saw the town head standing in front of him, looking at him with eyes that were intending to make him feel lowly. The fury in his heart was at its peak. When Lin Mu finally mustered enough will to yell out his answer, "I said everything." And then, it was as if the fury within his heart could no longer be contained. Lin Mu heard something beckoning him, calling him to come to it. He chose to respond to it and saw everything slow down. The movements of the town head in front of him froze, and even the dust particles that were floating around in the air became still. It was as if the world itself had stopped. Lin Mu then felt it. Something was pulling on his mind. He let go of his inhibitions and let it happen. He found himself in a vast empty expanse. The ground was red, as if stained by blood, and even the sky seemed to be filled with crimson-red clouds. A moment later, Lin Mu could even smell the metallic stench of blood. Then he saw them appear in the sky. Thousands of vague figures started appearing. They kept on increasing in number until finally they became uncountable and the sky was blotted out by them. The figures were but a dark red silhouette, though they all had different shapes and sizes. Some were as big as mountains, while others were as small as bulls. Still, even the smallest silhouette was many times bigger than Lin Mu. Some silhouettes had multiple hands and legs, some had horns, some had tails, while others had wings. There were myriad combinations of such, and these figures were surrounding Lin Mu. Then finally he heard them talk. Thundering chants started echoing in the vast expanse, as the voices of all the figures melded together into an inhuman, demonic voice. "Ignite thy heart as a furnace, let your rage fuel your strength, and unleash rampage upon the worlds, behold the burning heart sutra." While Lin Mu was in this blood-red vast expanse, Zukong was pondering on the scenario that was currently underway. First the Buddhist path, then the sword path, and now the demonic path. There has never been a technique that could combine so many cultivation paths into one, especially for polar opposites. The demonic path opposes the first two paths. How can it exist stably alongside them? Zukong pondered. Zukong was no longer worried about Lin Mu since the heart demon had perished. His concern was that the heart demon would harm Lin Mu, but the mysterious ring had taken care of that and had destroyed it somehow. Although there was an immense demonic aura spread in the mysterious ring, Zukong knew that it was the ring's doing, and it was just helping Lin Mu. Zukong tried to observe the outside world with his spirit sense once again, but found that it was now completely impossible to do so. Before he could still do so even with the world's restrictions, albeit he would have had to bear the backlash. But now the mysterious ring seemed to have locked itself down, preventing the spirit sense from leaving. Lin Mu's mind was also being shielded still, so Zukong didn't have any luck there either. I'll just have to wait and watch, Zukong muttered to himself. The real world still seemed to be frozen, and Lin Mu was standing in the vast expanse in the blood-red lands, listening to the demonic amalgamation of voices talking. At first, he had felt strange upon hearing the voices. Lin Mu had thought that he should have felt scared or fearful upon hearing such voices, but strangely he did not. Instead, the more he listened to them, the more he felt comfortable. The voices were first speaking in a language that he could somehow understand even though he had never heard it, but later it changed into violent chants. The chants were esoteric, and Lin Mu could not comprehend them, yet still somehow at the same time, he understood them. It was as if the chants resonated with his inner heart and made him understand them on a more intrinsic level. The chants were trying to invoke something within Lin Mu. He felt the rage that was at a breaking point, suddenly growing even more. It was as if a full container of water that was about to break suddenly increased in volume. Lin Mu subconsciously started repeating after the chants. The more he chanted, the more his rage grew, but at the same time made him feel comfortable. It was providing him a strange kind of solace. It was telling him that it was his right to be furious, and the target of his rage was wrong, and anyone that opposed him was to be exterminated. Lin Mu kept on repeating the chants and felt them getting carved in his memories. They were getting clearer and clearer, until eventually the chants stopped and Lin Mu disappeared from the blood-red expanse. Lin Mu saw the town head standing in front of him, still frozen with a grim expression, and suddenly felt the time start flowing again. Specks of dust that were suspended in the air started swirling, and the fine breathing movements of the people in the room could be felt again. Even the faint heartbeats could be heard loud and clear in his ears. An enraged smile filled with malice appeared on Lin Mu's face as he now started chanting the Burning Heart Sutra. Veins popped up all over his body as his face turned red with rage. Then, without even hesitating, Lin Mu extended his hand and grasped the face of the town head in front of him. The town head and the vice captain were too shocked to even respond when Lin Mu's fingers dug into the face of the town head. But before he could even scream with pain, Spirit Chi strengthened Lin Mu's hand and he exerted force. Crack squelch. A sickening crack and squelching sound could be heard as the town head's head turned to mush in Lin Mu's hand. The force of the grip was so strong that it splattered blood and brains all over the place. Even on Lin Mu's face, one could see the splatter of blood along with a few pieces of white brain matter on his forehead. Still, even in a condition like this, a malefic smile was blooming on his face. Lu Zio, who was watching the entire incident with dread, had now collapsed on the floor, his pants wet with his urine. He had evidently been frightened enough to pee himself. Han Lei was barely able to take control of his wits as he recoiled in horror. What have you done? Han Lei spoke with difficulty. Even though he himself was a cultivator, Han Lei had never experienced a scene like this before. The raw strength that Lin Mu showed was extremely horrifying to him. Even for a peak stage Qi refining realm cultivator, crushing a person's head in this manner was impossible. They would have to use a martial technique or a weapon to get the same effort. Though what shocked Han Lei even more was how easily the town head was killed. He knew something that few people in this town knew. He knew that the town head was a spirit Qi cultivator as well, that 2-1 at the late stage of the Qi refining realm. He had always hidden his cultivation from everyone in the town, thus barely anyone knew about his strength. The town head's cultivation was also why the captain and vice captain of the town's guards were so respectful of him, but seeing a person being killed like this made him doubt reality. Han Lei was suspicious of Lin Mu from the start, as he had heard that he had broken down doors with ease last night. He had heard this from the other members of the night vigil, but never expected for him to so strong as to instantly kill a cultivator. Suddenly, the gears in his mind started moving at great speed as he connected the string of incidents. You were the one who killed our men and also raided the old warehouse. Han Lei spoke in a stunned tone. Unfortunately for Han Lei, he had made a mistake when he said that. In his shock, he had given away his secrets and confirmed Lin Mu's conjectures. Though Han Lei was not the one to be completely blamed for his mistake, perhaps if it was someone else in his position and witnessed the same set of events, even they would respond in the same way. Though Han Lei having said that only sealed his fate in the hands of Lin Mu. This only makes it easier for me, Lin Mu uttered in a hoarse voice. Han Lei drew his sword from his hilt and pointed it at Lin Mu. Don't move, Han Lei spoke shakily. Lin Mu paid no heed to his words and simply withdrew his own sword from his hilt in response. He swung it towards Han Lei, who blocked it with his own sword, but found it almost impossible to do so. The force of Lin Mu's attack was nearly enough to blow his sword out of his hand. Knowing that he won't be able to handle this on his own, Han Lei started to think of possible solutions. His eyes then wandered towards the collapsed Lu Xiao as an idea popped into his mind. He strengthened his legs with spirit chi and lunged towards Lu Xiao. Lin Mu instantly followed him. He didn't even need to strengthen his legs with spirit chi, as even his own raw strength was currently enough. But even still, he was a tad too late as Han Lei reached Lu Xiao and held him up in front of him as a shield. "Don't you dare move, or I'll kill your friend here." Han Lei spoke as he placed his sword at Lu Xiao's neck. "Wah," was all Lu Xiao could utter before he zipped up his lips in fear. The chattering of his teeth could be heard as he shivered with utter terror. One could tell that this day would continue haunting him for years to come and would become his worst nightmare. That is, if he were to survive today. The smile on Lin Mu's face dulled a little upon seeing this as he spoke, futile effort. Then, in the next instant, Lin Mu's body turned blurry for a moment as he disappeared from in front of Han Lei. Han Lei's eyes turned wide open upon seeing this phenomenon and then became forever stuck that way. A sword was now pierced through his head. It entered from the base of his neck and popped out through the top of his head. The tip of the blade was just a few millimeters away from Lu Xiao's own head, but he was unaware as he could not see behind him. The now dead body of Han Lei slumped down on the ground, freeing Lu Xiao. A minute ago, Zukong had finally felt the barrier surrounding the mysterious ring disappear. He had been trying to contact Lin Mu's mind, but was unsuccessful as the shield surrounding it was still present. But now that his spirit sense could leave the ring, he could at least observe what was happening outside. As soon as Zukong's spirit sense left the ring, he saw the town head's skull getting crushed in Lin Mu's hand. He was surprised by this sudden development. But not because Lin Mu had killed someone, instead because of how quickly and effortlessly he had done it. Zukong then saw the expression on Lin Mu's face and the condition of his body. The malevolent smile on his face, accompanied by the bloodshot eyes and the strained veins, only made him think of one thing: demonic might. He's actually able to replicate the innate ability of the demon race. Zukong exclaimed. Is this the new ability that he received from the ring? Is that why there was the aura of the demonic path in the ring? Zukong wondered. There were many more questions that were popping up in his mind, questions to which he could not find the answers to right now. But that was the least of his concerns. Zukong knew about the ability, demonic might, and knew the side effects that came with it. Will he be able to bear them? No, he doesn't have enough spirit chi to even reach that point. He should be exhausted any time now, Zukong thought. Zukong next saw Han Lei revealing his secret and taking Lu Xiao hostage. He then saw Lin Mu blink and appear behind him, swiftly killing him. This is a little strange. His senses should have become dull after using the ability, but they seem to be normal still. Is this ability not demonic might? Zukong wondered. Lin Mu was standing over the dead body of Han Lei and the now unconscious Lu Xiao. Evidently, the entire ordeal had been extremely intense for Lu Xiao, and he had fainted due to the shock. Lin Mu pulled out the short sword that was still stuck in Han Lei's skull and splattered more blood on the floor. Even though he had killed both the people in the room, he still did not feel satisfied. He wanted more. Comfort that he felt while killing them was only temporary and lasted for a few minutes before fading away. The rage within him was still seething and demanded more. Lin Mu looked over to the unconscious Lu Xiao. It'll be a bother to explain this to him, and there are more people outside the building. Better just kill him and be done with this. Lin Mu spoke to himself. Zukong heard Lin Mu's muttering and tried to warn Lin Mu, but was unsuccessful as the shield in his mind was still there. It's the ability, it's clouding his mind and preventing me from talking to him. Zukong understood. Lin Mu was just about to stab his blade through Lu Xiao's heart when he suddenly stumbled back. His head felt like it was spinning, and a wave of intense exhaustion washed over him. Lin Mu held onto the wall nearby and collapsed onto the floor. Wah, what's happening? Lin Mu uttered before fainting. So his spirit chi finally ran out. Just in time, or he would have just complicated the situation more and increased his own work. Zukong said with a relieved tone. Let's see how long it takes for him to recover. I'll need to keep a lookout, though I don't know for how long I would be able to do that. The world's restrictions should be returning soon, Zukong concluded. Zukong had realized that the reason why the world's restrictions were not affecting his spirit sense, it was because of the mysterious ring. His conjecture proved to be right when the environment within the mysterious ring started to revert to normal. The altar returned to an ethereal state, and the beam of light that was being emanated from it was also stopped. Even the true grand formation array faded away as if it never existed. Zukong then felt the world's restrictions acting, as his spirit sense was forced to retreat back into the ring. We'll just have to leave it up to luck now. If someone discovers him, he'll just have to deal with it, Zukong thought. Fortunately for Lin Mu, it seemed like people seldom came to the town head's office, as even after an hour, no one came to check up on them. Not even a clerk or staffer came to pay a visit. From this, one could tell that the mayor was either very reserved or was overbearing enough that the people avoided him. Lin Mu eventually woke up feeling fatigued. His body was aching and felt sore as if he had overexerted himself in training. He looked around and saw the aftermath of his fight. It was then that the memories came to him. All that he had previously done hit him like a tsunami. How did I do this? And why would I even think of killing Lu Xiao? Lin Mu spoke to himself with dread. Finally, you're awake. All that has happened is due to the new ability that you obtained. Zhukang answered. A new ability, the Burning Heart Sutra, Lin Mu recalled. So it's called the Burning Heart Sutra. A fitting name for its effects, I must say. Zhukang replied. Do you know about it, senior? Lin Mu asked with a desperate tone. Lin Mu had been feeling a little sick due to what he had done, and his mind was not in the right condition right now either. He was desperate for answers because although he could remember the chants for the Burning Heart Sutra, its effects were much more dangerous than he thought. When he had received the Calming Heart Sutra and the Severing Heart Sutra, nothing of such sort had occurred. The effects of Burning Heart Sutra were the most impactful, or rather one could even say overbearing. Zhukang knew what was going through Lin Mu's mind and knew that he would have to counsel him for a little bit soon. But for now, he needed to deal with this situation first. He may have forgotten that if someone discovered them here, they would be caught red-handed. I do know some things about it, but now's not the time. First, you need to deal with the scenario here. Anyone could come here and discover you. Zhukang spoke. Lin Mu then realized the severity of the situation and became even more stressed. Sigh. First, you need to replenish your spirit chi. Eat the spirit apples that you have stored in the ring. Zhukang suggested after sighing. Lin Mu heeded Senior Zhukang's advice and withdrew 3 spirit apples from the ring and started eating them. In a couple of minutes, the spirit apples had disappeared down his stomach. He then started chanting the Severing Heart Sutra and assimilated the spirit chi that was being released into his stomach. 2 minutes later, he had replenished a part of his spirit chi store and had obtained around 100 wisps. Another big thing he noticed was that after using the Severing Heart Sutra, a portion of his stress had disappeared. Lin Mu then informed Senior Zhukang about this effect and asked for more advice. It was expected. The Buddhist path and the sword path are the opposites of the demonic path, of course. Zhukang said. What are these paths you're talking about? Lin Mu asked. I'll explain them to you later. Just know that the Calming Heart Sutra and Severing Heart Sutra can most likely help you recover from the aftereffects of the Burning Heart Sutra. Zhukang urged. Lin Mu nodded in understanding and tried chanting the Calming Heart Sutra. In another surprise to him, the effect of the Calming Heart Sutra was even better than the Severing Heart Sutra, as he instantly felt better. His normal state of mind returned, and his thoughts became sharp again. Lin Mu now started to think of possible solutions to his current situation. He had killed the town head and the Han Lei, and there was no chance that this wouldn't become huge news for the town. Even if he hid their bodies and cleaned up the scene, there would still be people who would have seen him enter the town center. The staffers and the mercenaries had all seen them enter the building, so it would be incredibly suspicious if he left in front of them. There was another problem in front of him, though, Lu Xiao. He was innocent and had witnessed him kill the 2 people, thus if he reported to others it would become difficult for him. Is that why the previous me wanted to kill Lu Xiao, just so that I wouldn't have to deal with the extra load? Well, it may work, but I don't want to kill him just because of this, Lin Mu thought. You do have something that can help you not only deal with this situation, but also potentially turn it around in your favor, Zhukang spoke. A glint of joy appeared in Lin Mu's eyes upon hearing Senior Zhukang's words. What is it, Senior Zhukang? Lin Mu asked with a bated breath. You remember how the mercenaries disappeared? Zhukang replied. Lin Mu suddenly realized what Senior Zhukang was meaning and hurriedly replied. Of course, the memory confounding powder. Lin Mu exclaimed. Indeed, if you use it correctly, you will not only be able to erase people's memories, but also alter their perception by changing the scene, Zhukang explained. Yes, Senior, this way I can also spare Lu Xiao by erasing his memories. But will this be effective, though, as an hour has already passed? Lin Mu said with concern. It should be no problem in using it on Lu Xiao, as he's been unconscious the entire time. His memories will still be at that point. But in the case of the mercenaries and the staffers, the main function of the memory confounding powder would be to confuse them, Zhukang explained. So the crucial point would be to somehow change their perspectives. This will be a little difficult if I want to plot a good scheme, Lin Mu muttered. Guess, for now, I'll just use it on Lu Xiao first, Lin Mu thought. Lin Mu then thought about how to use the memory confounding poison and realized that he didn't know the specifics of it. Thus he turned to Senior Zhukang again. How should I use the memory confounding powder then, Senior? I mean, wouldn't it affect me as well? Lin Mu questioned. You just need to cover your mouth and nose to prevent it from being inhaled. As for how to use it, you just sprinkle a very minute amount as it is very potent. The amount you have in that vial is enough for more than 500 people, Zhukang answered. Now then, to use it on Lu Xiao, you just need to partially open the cap of the vial and bring it close to his nose for a second. After that, just open his eyelids and see if his pupils are dilated or not. If they are, then it means that it is working, Zukong instructed. Lin Mu thus listened to Senior Zukong's instructions and withdrew the vial of the memory confounding powder. He cleaned his face of the blood and then used a piece of cloth to cover his mouth and nose. An idea then struck him and he withdrew the featureless mask he had received from Hai Shi. He then put it on his face as an extra precaution. That's good. If push comes to shove, you will at least be able to hide your identity. Also, I would suggest you change your clothes as well, Zukong advised. Lin Mu understood the value of the advice and chose to follow it. He then opened the vial of the memory confounding powder and used it on Lu Xiao for a second. He then quickly closed the cap and opened Lu Xiao's eyelids to check upon him. Sure enough, his pupils became dilated, and the effect had taken place. Lin Mu then decided to clean up the office. He first put the bodies of the town head and Han Lei in the ring. He now had a daunting task ahead of him. He had to clean the blood splatter and small pieces of flesh that had spread around. Lin Mu had already cleaned the blood from his face when he changed his clothes, thus he had one less thing to do. He then took out some cloths from the ring and started cleaning the office. But to his misfortune, the blood had already stained the wooden floor and the walls, thus making it impossible for him to clean it. This won't work. I need help, Lin Mu muttered. You can try asking that Hai Shi girl. She's supposed to be tailing you, isn't she? Zukong spoke. Oh yeah, that's true, but the problem would be to leave this place. Lin Mu replied. You can try spreading the memory confounding powder from the window. It will affect more people, but it should be fine and would only add to the chaos, Zukong suggested. Lin Mu thought it over and decided to do it. He went to the large window that faced the street in front and opened it. He slightly peeked into it to make sure that no one saw him. He found out that there was an awning below the window that hid it from the people below, thus he could easily spread the memory confounding powder from there. Lin Mu thus checked the flow of wind first, and then started to lightly sprinkle the memory confounding powder from the window. He couldn't tell if it was effective or not, but the sounds of the people below had reduced at least. He then spread some powder in the hallway outside the office as well. That way, if someone went to the office, they would be affected too. Now to find Hai Shi. I don't know where she is, so it would be a little difficult, said Lin Mu. Lin Mu then walked over to the balcony that was located over to the side and slid the door open. He looked around and made sure that no one was watching. The balcony was diagonal to the entrance of the building and was near the roof of another building near it. Lin Mu extended his spirit sense and then braced himself. Taking a deep breath, he jumped off the balcony and blinked over to the other roof. By teleporting himself, he avoided making any noise and safely reached it. Lin Mu laid low and looked around for Hai Shi. Finding her was turning out to be a hassle. She had told him to hold up 3 fingers in case of an emergency, but that would only work if she could see him. It was currently useless in this situation. Don't tell me do I need to go to the safe house to request assistance, Lin Mu thought. It was now that he observed a carriage approaching the town center from the other end of the street. He found the carriage familiar and then saw the man that was driving it. It was the same man he had greeted in the shop above the safe house. It was the same man who was dressed in the clothes of the high official. I think I can do something now, Lin Mu said to himself. Lin Mu waited for the carriage to pass by the building and then blinked on to its roof. The roof of the carriage had raised ends, thus people could not see him. He crawled to the front and called out in a low voice to the driver. The driver did not seem to listen to him when he spoke a couple of times, thus he then used his spirit sense to alert him. Lin Mu had already known that the driver was a cultivator too. As soon as his spirit sense touched the driver, he shivered and looked above him. There Lin Mu was showing his hand from above the carriage. It's me, Lin Mu. We met in the morning, Lin Mu said. The driver narrowed his eyes in response. Come down once I turn into an alley, the carriage driver said. The driver then turned the carriage into the nearest alley and Lin Mu jumped down to his side. The driver turned to look at Lin Mu and spoke. What are you doing out here? We were just about to come to get you. Lin Mu tilted his head in confusion upon hearing this. What do you mean come to get me? Lin Mu questioned. Hai Shi did not see you come out of the town center for 30 minutes, thus she came to report to us. The leader then told us to initiate a rescue mission. The driver answered. Just as the driver completed his sentence, the door of the carriage opened, and out walked Haiwan along with 2 more people. Seems like we were worried for nothing. Haiwan spoke. How did you come out? Hai Shi's been watching the entrance all this while, said Hai Bao, who was also in high-quality clothes right now without his mask. The last person to walk out of the carriage was another person who was wearing a mask. They did not speak anything and just stood to the side. Lin Mu determined him to be the same man who had come to interrupt their meeting in the morning. No, there's actually an even greater problem. Lin Mu spoke. What kind of problem? Hai Bao questioned. It would be better if I show you in the carriage. Lin Mu spoke upon seeing a few commoners entering the alley. All of them nodded and then entered the carriage, except for the driver who instead pretended to check the horses instead. After everyone entered the carriage and they closed the door. The windows of the carriage were already covered, thus there was no fear of anyone seeing in. So can you show us now? Haiwan asked. Lin Mu nodded and withdrew the bodies of the town head and Han Lei, much to the shock of everyone. The people in the carriage could not believe their eyes currently. All this time they had been worried that something had happened to Lin Mu. They were thinking that his identity had been found out and that he had been caught or something. When Haishi reported to Haiwan and Haibao, they had been prepared for the worst. But now that Lin Mu was right in front of them and had even shown them such a shocking thing, they could not help but gasp. If this the vice captain Hanlei, they who is the other person? Haiwan questioned. The town head's skull was completely crushed and was as good as gone, thus it was no wonder that they were currently unable to recognize him. There was also the fact that he was differently dressed right now, as usually when he appeared in public he would be dressed in the commoner's clothes and not in high-quality clothes like the ones he was in right now. This is the town head, Lin Mu answered with a straight face. This is the town head. Wah, what happened to him? Haibao spoke, stuttering. I lost control over myself and killed them, Lin Mu answered. Lin Mu could not exactly explain why he did it, thus this was the closest manner in which he could explain it in. Though even after Lin Mu's explanation, their shock did not reduce even a little bit. Instead, it increased even more. What kind of kid is he? Even if he's at the peak of the chi refining realm, this isn't something that's easily accomplished. Haiwan thought while looking at the nearly headless town head. Lost control, but how? Haibao was just about to ask further when suddenly Haiwan tapped his arm. Haibao reeled his words back in and sealed his lips upon understanding Haiwan's gesture. Haiwan was even gesturing to Haibao with her eyes while thinking something. Lin Mu was still thinking of how to explain this further, thus did not notice their little interaction. So, what exactly is the situation right now? Haiwan spoke after measuring her every word. Let me explain then. Lin Mu said and then started to explain everything that happened while omitting certain parts and altering some. Lin Mu told them about how he found out about their involvement and confirmed that they are part of the culprits. He also then told them a little about how he lost his self-control. He told them how he saw all the luxuries in the town head's office and how he had denied any aid to the people last year when they were suffering from the plague. Both Haiwan and Haibao patiently listened to his explanation and did not interrupt him even once. Lin Mu was expecting them to ask him more questions or to clarify his claims, but surprisingly they did not and just accepted everything straight away. Okay, so we just need a plan to help turn this situation around. Haiwan spoke after Lin Mu finished speaking. Yes, Lin Mu responded. Silence descended in the carriage once again as everyone started to think of possible solutions and approaches to this scenario now. They thought for 5 minutes and then the first person to respond was the masked man who was silent all this while until now. The memory confounding powder is already in effect, right? Then we only need to plant some kind of incriminating evidence in the town head's office. The others will just think that it was the work of the same people that were behind the mercenaries' disappearance. The masked man spoke. That is indeed a valid method we could use, but we still need to figure out more. If they investigate it deeply, they will easily end up finding out that this was false. Hanwei spoke. We need to make them think that it was the same people who are the actual culprits. This way not only will we expose them to the public, but the actual culprits will also be confused and may even start to suspect their own people if we're lucky. Haibao suggested. Yes, I can do that. I still have the clothes that the culprits wore. I can just show myself to the public disguised as the culprits and then appear to the others as myself. I'll also be able to plant Lu Zio in there and make it seem as if he was attacked by the culprits while escaping, Lin Mu explained. Haiwan's eyes lit up upon hearing this and the gears in her mind started working. This could work, Haiwan said while nodding. They then spent 5 more minutes discussing the more finer points of the plan before separating. After the addition of a few more suggestions from Haiwan and Haibao, the plan was now completely formulated. According to the plan, Lin Mu was supposed to go first, thus he left the carriage and went away. The door of the carriage closed behind him and a serious expression appeared on Haiwan and Haibao's face. Haiwan suddenly slumped on the seat as if relieved by something. Hanbao saw this but did not ask about it. Instead, he spoke. Do you really think this plan will be successful? Haibao questioned. It has to. We don't really have a choice after what he did. Haiwan replied. Haibao went silent for a moment before speaking again. Why did you interrupt me before? Haibao asked. At first, when I met him in the morning, I was expecting him to be like the other talented cultivators from the sects and the Nobel families. But talking with him made me think that he was humble and reserved. But now, seeing this, I can't say the same. You saw the town head's corpse. That is not something that can be done by just any cultivator. Just the raw strength required would be massive. He even said that he only did this because he lost self-control. This only means that he's hiding much more than we thought, Haiwan explained. But he lost control due to a righteous cause. Haibao spoke. Do you really think that? Were you not able to feel the change in his aura when he was explaining to us? It was subtle, but I could still feel the killing intent that was hidden within it. That killing intent was strong, very strong. So strong that I've only felt something like that once before, Haiwan replied. So that's why she felt relieved upon Lin Mu's departure. Haibao thought to himself, You mean when old man Jing came to the Lord's mansion? Hai Bao asked. Yes, his killing intent, while not exactly the same intensity as old man Jing, was still very oppressive. It felt as if a poisoned dagger hidden in the dark, Hai Wan answered. Hai Bao fell silent after hearing Hai Wan's answer and thought about it. Lin Mu was on his way back to the town head's office and was unaware of the conversation that had just happened between Hai Wan and Hai Bao. Lin Mu was currently standing on the roof of a building and was waiting for the right moment to jump. The plan they had decided upon was that Hai Wan was going to act as a high official from the Wu Lim city who had come to pay a visit. They would walk up to the office and discover Lu Zio lying in the corridor. Then Lin Mu would show himself in the culprit's clothes and influence the mercenaries who, due to the influence of the memory confounding powder, would not be able to clearly remember it. And when the time would come for it to be revealed, the High Corps would manipulate the perception of the people and make it seem as if it was the actual culprits who had done this. Lin Mu would also be placing the corpses of the town head and Han lay back in the office. Lin Mu waited on the roof until he saw the carriage approach the town center. He then jumped from the roof and blinked to the balcony of the office. Once inside the office, he changed into the clothes of the previous culprits and placed down the bodies as they were before. Lin Mu then placed the unconscious Lu Zio outside the office in the corridor, making it seem as if he was running away. He even inflicted some slight cuts on his body, just to make it seem more convincing. While this would hurt Lu Zio a little bit right now, it wouldn't matter in the long run. After this was done, Lin Mu just waited in the corridor. A minute later, the sound of footsteps appeared, as a staffer guided Hai Wan and Hai Bao upstairs. They saw Lin Mu standing over Lu Zio with a sword in his hand just about to kill him. "Who are you?" shouted the staffer. "Stay behind, he's dangerous," Hai Bao ordered as he pretended to come forward. The staffer then saw the sword that was drenched with blood and the injured Lu Zio. He realized the severity of the situation as fear appeared on his face. "I'll go call the guards," the staffer said as he turned back to run downstairs without even being prompted to. A few seconds later, the staffer was gone as he shouted out for help. "Well, that was easy. On to the next part then," Lin Mu spoke. The others nodded, and Lin Mu turned around to go out through another balcony that opened to the front of the town center. This balcony opened above the mercenaries that were standing outside the town center. This was also the very balcony that the mayor used for giving his announcements and orders to the common people. Lin Mu made sure that he made enough noise to attract attention. To do this, he slammed open the door of the balcony and walked onto it. The noise of the doors slamming attracted the attention of the people as they looked up at the balcony. "Is the mayor going to do an announcement today?" a commoner said. Has he finally decided to see us?" A mercenary spoke with dull eyes. Evidently, he was under the effect of the memory confounding powder. "No, who is that?" a few people shouted after seeing Lin Mu appear on the balcony disguised in the black clothes of the culprits. People pointed at Lin Mu, and he noticed this. "At least they see me," Lin Mu thought. Lin Mu then looked to the side and jumped onto the lower roof that was to the side. Then from there he ran forward and leaped onto the building that was next to him. Lin Mu would have taken this route before instead of leaving from the office, as this was much easier, but the people would have seen him. But now that very fact was helping him. Lin Mu ensured that he made flamboyant moves so that the people remembered him here. It was now that Hai Bao appeared from on the balcony and looked at Lin Mu. "Catch him. He murdered the town head and the vice captain," Hai Bao shouted. The people who were not paying attention to Hai Bao were now definitely paying attention to him. Some of them had seen him enter the town center along with Hai Wan and knew that he was important, seeing the respectful treatment they got from the staffers. Shocked expressions appeared on everyone's faces, which eventually changed to horror. It was only now that Hai Bao's words clicked into their minds. What did he say?" someone shouted. "The town head and the vice captain has been murdered," someone shouted while running away, intending to alarm the rest of the people. Hai Bao then followed Lin Mu the same way he had gone by jumping down onto the lower roof and tailing after him. They passed over the roof of the buildings and houses, making people not able to track them. Unknown to the people, Lin Mu and Hai Bao had stopped after a few buildings, and Lin Mu had changed into different clothes. He would change into his normal clothes after he was inside the town center. "You need to get back to the town center now. Make sure no one sees you," Hai Bao spoke. "Yes," said Lin Mu, while nodding his head. Lin Mu then got onto the ground in a separate alley and returned to the area where the town center was. He climbed back to the roof, using the previous building where he had climbed onto the carriage from, and then blinked onto the balcony of the town head's office. The crowd of people were still alarmed and were no longer paying attention to the balcony, thus it was easy for him to enter back again. After entering the office, he quickly changed back into his normal clothes and peeked outside the room into the hallway. Lin Mu saw that some guards and Hai Wan were standing outside and had not checked the office yet. Lin Mu had spread the memory confounding powder outside the hallway, thus anyone approaching would be affected. He had already informed Hai Wan about this, thus he was not worried. Now he just had to pretend to hide in the other room that was attached to the office. Lin Mu opened the door and walked in, only to see that the room he had walked into was a bedroom. It was also luxuriously decorated similar to the office, with paintings and precious vases. There was a large bed at the other end of the room. It was covered with veils on all four sides and had silk sheets and pillows placed on it. There were elegantly carved wardrobes and cupboards placed along the walls. Lin Mu knew that Haiwan was delaying for time as much as she could so that Lin Mu could return and check the office. The return of Hai Bao was the signal that they had set for the guards to enter the office. Lin Mu still had a few minutes until they would come in. During this time, he decided to look around the bedroom and get a better gauge of it. He wanted to see if there were any more pieces of evidence or clues kept in the room that would help them identify the culprits. But the problem was that Lin Mu could not mess up the room too much, or the guards may end up suspecting him. Though they still had another plan to deal with it if it came to it. They were intending to pin everything on the culprits. Lin Mu started by checking the cupboards. There were some miscellaneous items kept in there, such as trinkets, paper scrolls, and brushes. He then checked the wardrobes and only found clothes kept in them. The clothes were luxurious, and one could easily tell that they would be worth a small fortune alone. What opulence, that greedy swine! Lin Mu cursed with anger. Lin Mu did not notice that when he did this, a faint wave of demonic aura emanated from him and spread around the room and then quickly faded. Unknown to him, one of the ink paintings that were hanging on the wall had an additional character appear on it when the demonic aura touched it. While looking around the room, Lin Mu went past this painting and even gazed at it. But still, he could not tell any difference in it and just thought of it as the same as other ones. He had looked around the entire room but still could not find anything useful. "Are you forgetting again? Use your spirit sense," Zukong chided. "Ah, yes, senior." Lin Mu hastily replied. In all that had happened, Lin Mu's mind was too occupied to think of using his spirit sense. He thus extended his spirit sense and started to scan the entire room again. But this time it was much faster. Eventually, he ended up finding something. There was a faint spirit chi coming from behind the bed. Lin Mu went to it and pushed it aside. Although the bed was big and rather heavy, it was still nothing compared to Lin Mu's strength. After pushing the bed aside, Lin Mu saw a safe that was hidden behind it. The safe seemed to be made of some kind of metal and had a small slot at its front, most likely for a key. It was this safe from which the spirit chi was coming from. Where could the key be? Lin Mu wondered. Lin Mu could have destroyed the safe, but doing so could prove problematic, thus he wanted to look for the key first. If he could not find it, then perhaps he could choose this method of opening it. Lin Mu had already checked the body of the town head, thus knew that he did not have it on his body. The only things he had on himself were a money pouch and a wooden seal. Lin Mu withdrew both of them and checked them. The pouch had around some gold and silver coins, but nothing else, while the seal was a wooden one that the town head used to stamp documents and used as identity proof. Lin Mu held the seal and felt that it was much heavier than it should be. Lin Mu then probed it with his spirit sense and discovered that there was something hidden inside it. He pulled on the seal and it separated into two parts, revealing the item hidden within. This item was nothing else but the very key that he was looking for. It was a metal key that had a unique pattern engraved at the end of it. Lin Mu inserted the key into the key slot and turned it. A clicking sound was heard as the door of the safe unlocked. He pulled on it and moved it aside. Unlike a normal door, instead of swiveling to a side, the entire door detached from the safe. "That's a strange design," Lin Mu muttered. But when Lin Mu looked inside the safe, his eyes went wide with surprise. Lin Mu felt the dense spirit chi wafting out of the safe as soon as he removed the door. He looked inside and saw that the safe had two compartments. The upper compartment was the source of the spirit chi. He extended his hand and pulled out a small box that seemed to be leaking the spirit chi. Lin Mu opened the box and found 3 spirit stones kept inside it. These spirit stones seemed different from the ones that he already had. These spirit stones seemed to be filled with much more dense spirit chi than the other spirit stones. "Are these mid-quality spirit stones?" Lin Mu muttered. "Yes, they are indeed mid-quality spirit stones, but they don't seem to be stable." Zukong replied. "They're not stable?" Lin Mu questioned. "You see how there is the spirit chi that is being released out of the spirit stones. That should not happen. Proper mid-quality spirit stone should not release any spirit chi and should keep it completely contained within it. These ones are damaged," Zukong answered. "What do I do with them then, senior? I mean, won't they lose all of the spirit chi and become useless?" Lin Mu asked. "You don't have to worry about that. Just put them in the ring. They won't leak any spirit chi in there," Zukong replied. Lin Mu followed Senior Zukong's advice and stored them in the ring. Then it came the turn for the next item, which had pulled his eyes the moment he had opened. This thing was shining and was very prominent to one's eyes. They were solid gold bars. The gold bars occupied most of the upper compartment, and only a small part was taken up by the box that had the mid-quality spirit stones. Lin Mu counted them and found there to be 40 of these gold bars. Each of these gold bars was the thickness of a finger and was the size of a palm. There was a special pattern engraved on each of the gold bars. The engraving read Shuangqian, but after reading them, Lin Mu once again felt anger rising within him. Where did the town head get all this gold? And these engravings, they are of the name of this kingdom. Was he hiding all this wealth from everyone? Lin Mu spoke with a grim tone. Seems like it is indeed as you thought, but now is not the time for this. You can think about it later. For now, focus on your task, Zhu Kong advised. Lin Mu chanted the calming heart sutra and dissipated his anger. You are right, senior, Lin Mu replied. Lin Mu then checked the bottom compartment of the safe and found that it was filled with documents, scrolls, letters, and some long books. Lin Mu decided to just store all of them into the ring for now and check them later, as he did not think he had much time left. Wanting to see if they were coming close, Lin Mu went back to the door and observed the hallway with his spirit sense. Confirming that there was no one outside, he took another peek. In a surprise to him, there was no one outside in the hallway. Even the unconscious Lu Xiao seemed to have been taken somewhere. Where did they go? Are they not going to come to check? Lin Mu wondered. Seems like you have more time. You should also check the office as well. Zhu Kong spoke. Lin Mu nodded and decided to check the office thoroughly. He extended his spirit sense and scanned every inch of the office closely. There were many documents and items in the office, thus it was hard for him to determine which ones were useful. There were no traces of spirit qi in the office at least, though. Lin Mu did not find any hidden compartments or such either, thus he just decided to check the more obvious places. The first place he checked was the town head's desk. There was a pyramidal pile of scrolls kept in a small stand on the desk, along with several ledgers and books. The scrolls were all already opened, thus Lin Mu took a quick glance at them. He found out that all of them were letters. Most of them were just normal report letters between the guards, the merchants, and the other important people of the town, though there was one letter that caught his eye. This letter was addressed to a certain Li Peng. Li Peng, isn't that the supervisor of the Spirit Apple Orchards? Lin Mu muttered to himself. Storing all of the scrolls and documents into the ring, he decided to take a deeper look later. Perhaps the high core would be useful in this matter. Lin Mu thought. There were other ledgers which seemed to be used for keeping accounts, but Lin Mu was unable to understand these, as he had zero experience with things such as these. He just decided to keep them for now and let the high core take a look. Lin Mu ransacked the entire office and found a few peculiar things. The first one was a long key which he did not know the use for. The second was a decorative javelin that was placed on the wall behind the desk. The third and the final item was a pot of wine that seemed to be extremely fragrant. Lin Mu decided to keep these items in the ring as well. It was now that the sound of something falling came from behind him. He quickly turned around and saw a small stone lying on the floor. He picked it up and saw that it was actually wrapped with a cloth. Lin Mu opened the cloth and found that there was something written on it. This is Hai Shi. In a couple of minutes, an entire guard squadron will be entering the town center. There will be more guards than we thought, so be careful. Seems like something changed. Lin Mu spoke. You must be ready for there to be cultivators within them. If they find out about you being a cultivator as well, they may suspect you. Zhu Kong replied. Yes, senior, Lin Mu responded. Lin Mu then restored the few things that were a little out of order in the office and then returned to the bedroom. He closed and locked the door of the safe and put the bed in front of it, blocking it. He then laid down against the wall and pretended to be unconscious. A minute later, the sound of a door slamming open came from the office. The sounds of multiple footsteps resounded within the room, spreading along with the shouts of the guards. Lin Mu heard the shouts of shock and horror, presumably because they noticed the dead bodies of the town head and Han Lei. Silence, a voice shouted. Lin Mu felt like he had heard this voice before, but could not exactly remember where. He thought that it belonged to the captain at first, but then rejected this thought as it was much more different and lower pitched. A few seconds later, the door of the bedroom also slammed open, and the guards entered the room. Over here, we found the boy. Shouted the guard that had entered the bedroom. He's unconscious as well. Another guard informed. Then Lin Mu heard some different footsteps enter the bedroom. He felt that these were different than those of the guards because the noise made by their boots was different. If the guards were wearing thick leather boots, then this person seemed to be wearing fur boots instead. The footsteps came to Lin Mu's side and halted. Lin Mu used his spirit sense to observe the scene and was a little surprised to see the person who was standing beside him. This person was not a guard instead, it was the supervisor Li Peng. What is he doing here? Lin Mu wondered. Li Peng scanned Lin Mu with his eyes and then turned to look at the guards. Carry him out and treat his injuries. Also call in High Official Hai Wan. She will want to look at the scene. Li Peng ordered. Yes, sir. The guards responded respectfully. The two guards then picked Lin Mu up and carried him downstairs towards the first floor of the town center. While on the way, Lin Mu was observing the entire time. He also saw Hai Wan standing alongside Hai Bao outside the town head's office. The guards halted near Hai Wan for a moment before speaking. Sir Supervisor invites Madam inside. The guard respectfully spoke. Lin Mu could see that Hai Wan was looking at him, waiting for him to give a signal. Understanding this, Lin Mu decided to open his eyes. Where am I? Lin Mu muttered, pretending to wake up. The guards heard his voice and looked at the now awake Lin Mu. Haiwan also looked at Lin Mu and signaled to him with her spirit sense. Lin Mu felt the spirit sense touch him and faintly nodded. What happened to this boy? Haiwan asked. The guards gulped for a moment before responding. He was discovered hiding within the town head's bedroom, unconscious. The supervisor has ordered for us to take him to the healers so that he can be checked and treated for any injuries. One of the guards respectfully spoke. You won't be doing that. He doesn't have any injuries. Haiwan spoke. The guards felt stressed upon hearing Haiwan's words. They could not decide whose orders to listen to, the supervisors or high official Haiwan's. Madam, we have been ordered. The second guard spoke after gathering a little bit of courage. Haiwan's presence turned grim as she spoke again. You dare defy my orders. Just do as I say. I'll question this boy myself later. Haiwan ordered. Yes, madam. The guards responded with fear in their voice. The guards then put Lin Mu down on the side of a wall and guided Haiwan inside the office. Lin Mu let out a sigh as he propped himself against the wall in a more comfortable manner. Seems like it's going according to the plan. Now I just have to wait, Lin Mu thought. But what is Haiwan's actual identity, such that she's actually able to exert her influence and command the guards? Lin Mu muttered to himself. Inside the town head's office, Haiwan was looking at the corpses that were lying on the ground. Although she had already seen them before, seeing them again was nothing less than impactful. Lin Mu must have been really enraged to crush the town head's skull like that. We need to investigate this in depth, Haiwan thought. So this is the town head and the vice captain Hanlei. Haiwan spoke. Yes, madam, the guard replied. Haiwan nodded and gestured for them to continue. The guard then brought her to the bedroom where the supervisor Li Peng and a few more guards were waiting for her. Li Peng looked at the face of Haiwan that was hidden behind a veil and showed a mild smile. Greetings, Madam Haiwan. Li Peng greeted respectfully while cupping his hands. Greetings. So what is this that I'm witnessing the first day I enter the northern town? Haiwan spoke in a cold tone. Sweat appeared on Li Peng's forehead upon hearing Haiwan's words, and he seemed to have become a little alarmed. He took a deep breath before speaking. This was very unfortunate, but we don't know why it happened. Li Peng spoke. Is that all you have to say? You don't have any potential suspects? Haiwan questioned. No, madam, we still have to investigate to get an idea. Li Peng answered nervously. Harumph. Have you become dull after coming to the northern town, Li Peng? Do you even know why I'm here? Haiwan questioned further with a harumph. No, I thought you were just passing by. Li Peng spoke hurriedly. A sharp expression appeared in Haiwan's face that was hidden by the veil, yet it could still be felt by Li Peng. If I was passing through, where would I be going to from here? To the forest, Haiwan chided. I'm here to investigate the reports of the disappearances and other incidents that have recently happened, you buffoon, Haiwan declared. Ah yes, madam. This servant's mind has become muddled with age and could not think properly. Li Peng hurriedly apologized while bowing. HMMPHM. Can't you tell the person who did this is most likely the same person who is responsible for the disappearances? Haiwan spoke. They are? Li Peng asked, with a dumbfounded expression. Li Peng honestly had little idea of what had happened in the town these days. While he had known about the incidents and had asked the town head about it, the answer that he got from him was completely different. The town head had replied to him that the incident was a mere hoax and that the mercenaries were instead faking it, just so that they could get compensation, that they were just trying to scam out some benefits from the town while they were here. As for the disappearances of the previous vice captain, he just attributed it to a spirit beast attack. Li Peng himself was busy with tallying up the accounts and the ledgers of the spirit apple harvest. He had been spending the time after the harvest ended, cooped up in his office working on it. The mayor of Wulim City has been stressing on him more than usual this time, and it made him feel likely the mayor was perhaps desperate for money, though he could not find a reason for that. You idiot, my subordinate Hai Bao chased after him and saw his appearance. Other people outside along with the guards saw it too. And by just asking a few questions to the mercenaries, I found out that some of them had seen a similar person in the camp before. Haiwan answered. The last part of Haiwan asking the mercenaries was a lie, but Haiwan knew that Li Peng would not even dare to think about questioning her words. While Haiwan did have the power to suppress the town head and the guards on her own, she could not do so without any valid reason. If the mayor decided to look into her actions, she may end up in trouble, which would further harm her lord's plans. But now that she had an excuse to act, she could do whatever she wanted with the excused for investigation. So the reports about the mercenaries' disappearances are true? Li Peng asked with genuine concern. Seeing the change in Li Peng's tone, Haiwan knew that she had managed to convince the man and that he was now up for it. Of course it was. I don't know what the captain, vice captain, and the town head have been doing these days, but it's certain that they have been slacking off. Haiwan answered. Look around the office. You can clearly tell that the murderer was originally here to steal something. He probably had to kill the vice captain and town head because they probably discovered him, or that they had the item he wanted. Haiwan explained. After hearing Haiwan's words, realization dawned in Li Peng's mind. He took another look around the bedroom and the office and indeed found that certain things seemed to be missing, while others seemed to have been moved around. Check the office and the bedroom. Find out what's missing and make a list. Li Peng ordered to the guards. Yes, Sir. The guards responded in unison before scurrying to carry out Li Peng's orders. Haiwan nodded in acknowledgement and allowed the guards to do their work. She then turned to Li Peng and looked at him. What do we know about the boy? Haiwan questioned. We found him unconscious and hiding in a corner of the bedroom. He was part of a night vigil that was organized by the residents of the Eastern District. They were asked to come report to the town head. Li Peng answered. Anything else I should know? Haiwan reiterated. Li Peng gulped and took a deep breath, showing his hesitation. Haiwan noticed this and wondered what it was about. Go on, you can speak freely. Haiwan spoke. Forgive this servant for his insolence. Li Peng apologized in anticipation. I know the boy. He's named Lin Mu and I've met him before once. Li Peng spoke. Haiwan narrowed her eyes upon hearing Li Peng's words. Li Peng has met Lin Mu before, but how? Lin Mu didn't tell us about that. Haiwan wondered. So where and how did you meet Lin Mu? Haiwan asked. This servant met the boy Lin Mu a little over 2 months ago. He was punished for causing losses in the orchard, and his property was seized in compensation. Later on, he had a conflict with a man named Yuan Tu, and I resolved the conflict. Li Peng answered. This information was completely new to Haiwan and made her wonder what other things about Lin Mu were hidden. Explain to me in detail. Haiwan ordered. Following Haiwan's orders, Li Peng began to explain the string of events from the very start. How Lin Mu worked in the orchards, the accident, the conflict, him being kicked out of the town, him returning and getting in conflict with Yuan Tu, and finally Yuan Tu being punished. While Haiwan showed nothing on her face, currently she was feeling very shocked internally. She had not expected for Lin Mu to be a normal commoner just 2 months ago. How did he become such a strong cultivator in a short span of time? Haiwan muttered. If this is true, then his background must be nothing to scoff at. Anyone that can allow a commoner like him to progress so fast must be an incredible master. Just the resources required must be immense. Haiwan tough. Li Peng then gulped and spoke. Does mistress also think that this boy Lin Mu is suspicious? Li Peng asked. At that moment, after hearing Li Peng's question, Haiwan was stunned, but she did not let him see that. To Li Peng, it only seemed like Haiwan was thinking deeply. Haiwan could not let Li Peng get suspicious of Lin Mu as it would lead to many complications. Haiwan thus thought for a minute before speaking. During this time, Li Peng patiently waited in silence without disturbing her. I don't really think that he's that suspicious. Why do you think that? Haiwan spoke. Lin Mu was able to survive the attack when even the vice captain and the town head could not. Also, he was hiding in the bedroom and somehow the culprit did not find him. I doubt that. Li Peng replied. Your doubts are valid up to a certain point, but all you have right now is circumstantial evidence. That other man Lu Zio was able to survive as well by running out, though the culprit was very close to killing him and would have if we had not come upon him. Haiwan spoke. Besides, didn't you say the boy is an orphan and was poor? Even if he was able to increase his strength, do you think it would be enough to defeat a cultivator like the vice captain Han Lei? Haiwan added. Li Peng thought for a few seconds before nodding. Madam is right, we still don't have all the facts. It will be hasty of me to jump to conclusions. Li Peng replied. I will be interrogating Lin Mu myself, so you don't need to worry, we'll get the facts. Oh, and also Lin Mu is awake now. Haiwan spoke. Li Peng looked a little surprised upon hearing this. He is awake, that's good, we can ask him right away. Li Peng replied, not so fast, I think there are some problems with him. He didn't seem mentally fine when he woke up. Let him rest for a bit until then we'll check this place. Haiwan declared, as the madam wishes. Li Peng responded with cupped hands. Li Peng then turned to look at the guards that were standing near him and gestured to them. One of the guards approached him and stood in front of him respectfully, reporting, we have an initial list of the items that currently seem to be missing. The guard reported. The guard then started to list all the things that they had found out. This included the letters that were on the town head's desk, the decorative javelin, the town head's personal seal, and the ledgers. Li Peng and Haiwan heard the report with their full attention as the gears within their minds started to turn and they started formulating their theories. Soon the guard had finished reporting and then took his leave to continue his task. It is indeed as you think, Madam Haiwan. The culprit stole a lot of documents and letters. His motive seemed to be related to official matters, perhaps. Li Peng spoke. I think that's not all. If he just wanted the documents, he could have done this when there was no one in the office. But instead, he chose to steal when there were 4 people in here. Why would this be so? Haiwan spoke. Perhaps he was hiding here and was unwittingly discovered. Li Peng replied. Haiwan shook her head in response to Li Peng's words. No, he left 2 people alive after murdering the town head and the vice captain. This does not seem like a mistake or an unwilling thing on his part. Think about what's been happening in the town these few days and also last night's incident of the sleeping residents. Haiwan replied. Li Peng thought for a minute with furrowed brows until when suddenly a shocked expression appeared on his face. The culprit, he was here to make a statement, Li Peng exclaimed. Now he's right where we want him. Haiwan thought inwardly with a chuckle. Exactly, the culprit was probably giving us a warning about not to interfere in their matters. It seems like it is an organization that is doing this and not just a few people. Haiwan explained. If it is indeed as you say, then we need to inform the mayor. Li Peng spoke in a nervous tone. That's exactly why I'm here. The culprit is clearly a cultivator and would have been too much for you people to handle. But now that I'm here, I'll look over this matter personally, so you don't have to worry. Haiwan replied. Li Peng still did not seem completely convinced, as it could be seen on his face. If you think that I don't have the strength of the manpower, don't worry. I brought 6 cultivators with me this time. We should be able to handle most that can come our way, Haiwan added. Li Peng nodded in response and accepted her words. Now then, let's go and check up on Lin Mu. This should be about time for him to gather his mental faculties, Haiwan ordered. Li Peng and Haiwan thus left the office and walked outside to where Lin Mu was sitting on the ground. As soon as Haiwan saw Lin Mu, she extended her spirit sense and touched him 2 times. Lin Mu felt that and gently nodded in response. This was a signal that they had decided upon if things went according to their plan. If they were good, then Haiwan would do it 2 times. If they were bad, she would do it 3 times. And just in case everything went south, she would tap in 4 times. The last signal meant that Lin Mu need to run away as soon as he got it. Fortunately, everything seems to have gone according to plan, and they did not need to worry as much. Haiwan and Li Peng came to stand in front of Lin Mu, who also stood up in response. Haiwan was the first one to speak, as she wanted to lead this conversation so that she could keep it within the limits that they wanted. How did you come here, Lin Mu? Haiwan questioned. Lin Mu looked at Li Peng, who nodded and gestured him to answer. Li Peng internally felt a little hint of approval for Lin Mu. At least the boy still knows how to respect. Li Peng thought. Lin Mu did not know this, but his little gesture of doing this had already swayed the mind of Li Peng in his favor. I was asked to report to the town head. We came here along with Vice Captain Han Lei. Lin Mu spoke. Lin Mu then took a pause, as if he was thinking something. A confused and perplexed expression soon appeared on his face. I can't seem to remember what happened after we entered the building. I'm sorry, but I don't know what happened, Lin Mu explained. A complex expression now dressed Li Peng's face after hearing Lin Mu's response. What do you mean you can't remember? Li Peng spoke. Just at this moment, as Li Peng spoke, the 2 guards that were standing at the doors suddenly stumbled onto the ground. Haiwan and Li Peng instantly turned around to look. What are you 2 doing? Li Peng questioned. Dull and blank expressions could be seen on the 2 guards' faces, and soon more sounds came from inside the office. The loud noise of objects crashing came from inside the office along with the groans of the guards. Li Peng now felt extremely alarmed and was just about to check when someone stopped him. Wait, there could be danger inside. Let me go first. Hai Bao spoke in urgency. Haiwan also nodded in response and spoke. Let Hai Bao go first, he's a cultivator. Li Peng nodded in understanding and let Hai Bao go ahead. Hai Bao opened the door of the office with his sword drawn. All 4 of them saw the scene inside the office and felt stunned. Nearly all of the guards seemed to be lying on the ground along with a few items that were scattered around. One could tell that they had collapsed on the ground, and whatever items they had in their hands had fallen along with them. Hai Bao checked up on the guards and found that they were awake. But when he tried to speak to them, he discovered that they did not respond and seemed to be in a strange kind of a daze. He tried this with nearly everyone, and the only person who seemed a little responsive was the captain of the guards. What is happening here? Li Peng questioned. We need to leave this place right now. My best guess is that they've been poisoned by something, Haiwan answered. Hai Bao tried asking the guard captain, who was still a little normal, a few questions. But all he got in response was, "Where am I?" The captain spoke. The captain's reaction was the last straw that broke the camel's back, as after hearing his words, Li Peng was utterly shocked. No longer could he keep his composure as sweat started forming on his back and forehead. What kind of poison is this? Li Peng questioned. Seeing that the opportunity had appeared, Haiwan decided to strike the iron while it was hot. My best guess is that it's a poison called the memory confounding powder. It has a delayed effect, and all that are affected by it enter a daze and lose their memory of around an hour. Haiwan answered. The shocked expression was still there on Li Peng's face as he comprehended Haiwan's words. Such a poison exists, and it can even affect cultivators. Truly fearsome, Li Peng uttered. You need to leave now. We won't be affected by the poison as our faces are covered, but you will be affected as well soon. Haiwan spoke. What should I do then? Even if I leave now, won't I forget the events of the past 1 hour? Li Peng spoke. I need you to write a document and stamp it with your personal seal. Once you lose your memories, we will be able to prove that what we were saying was true. Haiwan ordered. Li Peng realized the importance of her words and immediately nodded. Yes, I'll do as you command, madam. Li Peng replied. He then picked up a piece of parchment and swiftly wrote a letter of trust and then stamped it with his personal seal. Once the letter was done, he handed it to Haiwan, who took it and stored it in her sleeve. Now we should be fine. I'll talk to Linmu so you don't need to worry. Haiwan spoke. A sigh of relief escaped Li Peng's lips as he heard Haiwan's words. We're lucky that Madame Haiwan is here. If you were not here, we would have been doomed. Li Peng spoke while walking away from the office along with Haiwan. It's not entirely your fault, Li Peng. It's the town head and the guard captain's fault. They have been taking things too lightly these days. They did not even inform the officials in the Wu Lim city. I only got to know of this because of a few merchants. Haiwan replied. Now knowing that the plan was nearly complete, Haiwan just waited for Li Peng to fall into a daze as well. Everything after that would be smooth sailing. A few minutes later, Li Peng stumbled and fell down on a chair. Haiwan called out to him a couple of times and confirmed that he was indeed under the effects of the memory confounding powder. Should we proceed now, leader? Haibao asked. Yes, call Linmu. We are done here. I'll handle the rest myself. Haiwan answered. Haibao nodded and then went to fetch Linmu, who was now waiting in a different room. Lu Zio was placed in this room as well, along with a few guards and physicians. The physicians were done checking Lu Zio, while the guards were just keeping an eye. Haibao entered the room and looked at Linmu. The guards spotted him and saluted him with cupped hands. He nodded to them and went towards Linmu. Let's go. Haibao spoke. Linmu nodded and started following him. A minute later, they met up with Haiwan. Seems like the plan was successful. Linmu spoke with a little smile. Indeed, most of it is complete. Now all that's left is for me to continue the investigation. Haiwan replied. Linmu thought for a moment before deciding to ask her what had been in his mind for a while now. What is your identity that you were able to command the guards and even Li Peng? Linmu questioned. That Haibao was about to speak when Haiwan interrupted. It's fine. We can tell him. Haiwan spoke to Haibao. She then turned to look at Linmu and spoke. The identity I'm assuming right now is actually my real identity. I am a high official from Wu Lim City and work under the mayor. Haiwan answered. A slight trace of shock appeared on Linmu's face, but he managed to suppress it. I see. No wonder Li Peng seemed so easily convinced. He had already met you before. Linmu spoke. Yes, I've met him twice before. He was appointed to his current position as a supervisor by the mayor himself because of a few merits that he obtained. Haiwan explained. Linmu had not expected for Haiwan to be a real official. He had originally thought that it was just a facade, and she had just set up a disguise that went deep. But the reality seemed to be rather different. How do we proceed now from here? Linmu questioned. We now have direct access to the investigation, so we will take care of it. You can go and keep a watch with the mercenaries if you want to. The curfew should be cancelled today now that the town head is dead. Haiwan replied. Wait, how would the curfew be lifted? Won't they be even more alert now? Linmu asked. No, all orders issued by an official are cancelled upon their death, unless they are issued by a high official. Haiwan answered. I see. That makes it much more easy for us now. Okay, then I'll head off for now. Linmu replied and then turned around. A couple of minutes later, Linmu left the town center feeling happy. His day had started off on a bad note, and now it was finally on track to something good. After Linmu left, Haiwan and Haibao got busy with their work. They had some culprits to catch. Outside, Linmu saw the guards taking care of the mercenaries and pedestrians that had fallen under the effect of the memory confounding powder. Linmu did a rough count and estimated that at least 100 people were affected by the poison. This is indeed rather strong and very useful. Linmu muttered to himself. Indeed, alchemical products such as there are always in demand because of this very reason. Zukong chimed in. Perhaps I should try to acquire more of it, maybe. Linmu spoke to himself. You could do that or perhaps even learn it yourself, Zukong suggested. Linmu felt a little surprised by Senior Zukong's words. You mean become an alchemist myself? Linmu questioned. Yes, if you have the talent, that is. We don't know that yet. Zukong replied. Talent? Can't I just learn it normally? Linmu asked. Of course you can learn it by hard work, but the problem is that if you don't have the necessary talent, it will take you many years to even learn to refine the most basic pills, Zukong explained. Linmu nodded in response and wondered if he had the talent. I would need to get the required materials and study materials before that though, won't I? Linmu questioned. Not necessarily. If we just want to check for talent, we can do that once you reach the peak stage of the chi refining realm. Once you are at that stage, we will see if you can ignite a chi flame. Zukong answered. A chi flame? Linmu further asked. It is the most basic requirements needed to refine an alchemical pill, although external flames can also be used to refine the pills. Checking if you can ignite a chi flame is the fastest method to see if you have the talent to become an alchemist. The most important ability that an alchemist need is the control over the flames and heat, Zukong explained. Linmu thought over it and wondered if he would have the talent or not. Zukong was able to guess what was going through Linmu's mind, thus he decided to talk again. Don't be discouraged if you don't have the talent to become an alchemist. You can still try out the other professions of a cultivator. Zukong spoke. What other professions of a cultivator are there, Senior? Linmu asked with curiosity in his eyes. The other popular professions of a cultivator are weapons forging, spirit tool refinement, formation creation, and beast taming. There are others as well, but they are not as common. Zukong answered. Of these, which is the easiest to learn? Lin Mu asked. There is no single answer to this. Depending on the talent and resources, some professions may be easier for certain cultivators and difficult for others. If you consider having no talent and the bare minimum resources, then I would say formation creation is the easiest to learn, Zukong answered. After hearing Senior Zukong's answer, ideas were already running in Lin Mu's mind and he was lost in them. Eventually, he reached his house while thinking about them. Lin Mu let out a sigh after reaching his house. He had been through a lot of events in the past 24 hours and was now feeling mentally exhausted. He used to look forward to a little excitement, but this was way too much for him. Let's rest for a bit. I still have 3 hours till sunset, Lin Mu muttered to himself as he opened the gate of his house. Sigh. He walked into the courtyard and let a tired sigh. He felt as if the exhaustion was rushing to him, now that he had stepped into his house. Lin Mu already had a few tasks charted out for the night, thus he wanted to cultivate and rest for a bit. Strangely for him, cultivation was pretty relaxing and also helped in restoring his energy. Lin Mu was just about to open the door of his bedroom when he heard a rumble in his belly. Oh, I've completely forgotten to eat due to all the stuff that happened. Guess I'll make something, Lin Mu thought to himself. Lin Mu thus went to the kitchen and cooked some spirit beast meat. 15 minutes later, he was done eating and was now sitting on his bed in a cross-legged position. Finally, Lin Mu muttered. He then started chanting the Severing Heart Sutra and began his cultivation session. Lin Mu discovered that his speed of cultivation seemed to have increased by a little bit, a few percent perhaps. Ever since the morning when Hai Wen had that strange incident, Lin Mu felt as if his comprehension of the Severing Heart Sutra had increased by a slight amount. Lin Mu cultivated for 2 hours, after which his spirit chi in his danshan was not only completely replenished, but had actually increased. He tried measuring his spirit chi wisps and found out that he had a little over 900 wisps of spirit chi. Another thing he discovered was that originally, according to Senior Zukong's words, his danshan's capacity should have been about 1,000 wisps, but now that he had 900 wisps of spirit chi in his danshan, it was nowhere close to being filled. It was perhaps about 60% filled. Unable to understand the reason for this, he decided to ask Senior Zukong. Senior Zukong, my danshan's capacity seems to have increased somehow. Lin Mu spoke. Zukong was currently busy in his own cultivation as well. He had borne the full brunt of the impact of the demonic path's aura, thus he had a few minor injuries. He had just finished healing them when he heard Lin Mu speaking. Zukong awakened from his trance, but continued absorbing the extremely pure spatial energy within the mysterious ring. If Lin Mu were to see him right now, he would see that his size had actually increased by a little bit as well. Before, Zukong was about the size of the tip of a pinky finger, but now he was as big as the size of a tip of an index finger. Oh, so you finally noticed, Zukong spoke. Lin Mu felt a little surprised upon knowing that Zukong had already known about this. What do you mean, Senior? Lin Mu questioned. Your danshan's capacity has been increasing for a while now. I don't know the exact reason for it, but it has been happening for a while now. Last time I checked, the capacity of your danshan was at about 1,300 spirit chi wisps. Zukong answered, 1,300 spirit chi wisps, but Senior, it seems to be even higher now. My danshan is only 60% filled. Lin Mu replied, oh, only 60%. It seems like your danshan's capacity has increased to about 1,500 spirit chi wisps now. This is a good thing, so you shouldn't worry. Zukong spoke, but won't it take me longer to reach the late stage of the chi refining realm this way, Senior? Lin Mu asked with concern. It will indeed take you longer, but think of it in this way. You will have higher spirit chi reserves than other cultivators and would be able to last a long time in a battle. And of course, when you reach the next stage eventually, you will be even stronger, Zukong explained. Lin Mu realized the benefits of this and nodded in response. I see, Senior, Lin Mu responded. Lin Mu estimated that he should still have about 30 minutes left till he would have to leave for the mercenary camp to help Hong Luo. Thus he decided to ask Senior Zukong about a few more matters that had been bugging him for a while now. Senior, what exactly happened to me in the town head's office? You told me you would explain it later on, Lin Mu questioned. Ah, yes. You awakened a new sutra from the 9 divine sutras, right? Zukong responded. Yes, Senior, the Burning Heart Sutra. Lin Mu spoke. When you were obtaining the Burning Heart Sutra, I witnessed the changes that happened within the mysterious ring, Zukong replied. Zukong then went on to explain all the events that he had seen in the mysterious ring. He hid certain parts such as the face-changing heart demon and the true grand formation array, as he knew that Lin Mu was not ready for them. The true grand formation array was simply beyond his capacity to understand, while the heart demon was a sensitive topic that was very likely to disturb and hurt him mentally. Lin Mu patiently listened to Senior Zukong's explanation. 5 minutes later, the explanation was done, and Lin Mu was feeling a little strange that so much had happened, unknown to him. Though the main part of his interest was the thing that Senior Zukong spoke about, the demonic path. What is this demonic path, Senior? Or rather, what are these paths that you've spoken about before? Lin Mu questioned. A path can be simplified as the amalgamation of an entire type of cultivation. It includes the heavenly laws that dictate the mortals as well as the immortals. As for the demonic path, it can be said to be a combination of everything that a demon would learn and experience during his cultivation, Zukong answered. He then saw the confused expression on Lin Mu's face and understood that he would need to explain this more deeply and perhaps with more examples. Zukong thus started his explanation. The 3 sutras that Lin Mu had obtained from the 9 Divine Heart Sutras were all a representation of different paths. The Calming Heart Sutra was the representation of the Buddhist path and combined its characteristics of peace, tranquility, mercy, and enlightenment. The Severing Heart Sutra was the representation of the Sword path and combined its characteristics of fierceness, unyielding demeanor, staunchness, righteousness, unwavering will, and supremacy. The Burning Heart Sutra was the representation of the demonic path and combined its characteristic of violence, rage, strength, uninhibited will, and freedom. Zukong had first attributed the raw strength that Lin Mu had demonstrated while killing the town head to be demonic might. Demonic might was an innate ability of the demon race and increased the strength of the user while reducing their inhibitions and dulling their senses. But when Lin Mu demonstrated the skillful use of the blink skill as well as his spirit sense, Zukong abandoned that thought. Only when he learned that Lin Mu had obtained the Burning Heart Sutra did he understand that this was something that was not demonic might yet belong to the demonic path. Lin Mu stayed silent after hearing Senior Zukong's explanation and pondered on it for a few minutes. What are demons? Lin Mu questioned after pondering on Senior Zukong's words. Lin Mu knew what the word demon meant. He had even listened to the stories that were told by the elders when he was a little child. They were described to be evil and merciless creatures that would kill people heartlessly and eat them. In short, they were used to scaring children into behaving. Demon is a general term for the creatures that belong to the demon race. There are many different kinds of demons, or you could say species of demons in the demonic race. They are actually a common race in the myriad of worlds just like humans. Zukong answered. Wait, so demons are real, but aren't they supposed to be evil and dangerous? Lin Mu asked with confusion. Yes, they do exist. Demons are just like any other intelligent race in this universe. The only difference is that they have a different culture and characteristics. While they are predisposed to violence and anger, they aren't inherently evil. They do look widely different from humans though, having features such as scales, horns, wings, tails, and such. Zukong explained. Lin Mu suddenly remembered the vast red expanse that he was in before, the bloody lands that spanned across immeasurable distances, and the red sky that made one dread their existence. He remembered the various beings that he had seen there, the very same beings that had taught him the Burning Heart Sutra. While remembering this, Lin Mu unknowingly entered a daze. The beings started chanting the Burning Heart Sutra in his memories, and he too started chanting it along with them. The mysterious ring on Lin Mu's hand started humming again, and the ethereal altar within it became active again. The aura of the demonic path reappeared in the ring and also started emanating from Lin Mu's body. Far across the northern forest, beyond the frozen mountains, there existed a shrine. This shrine was hidden between a ring of mountains and seemed to be desolate. A bell hung at the top of the shrine that looked to be made of bronze yet was very rusted. One could tell that the bell had existed for yore and had weathered the tribulations of time. Suddenly the bell that hung at the top of this shrine started ringing. The sound of the bell echoed across the mountains and spread far and wide. Deep beneath the surface of the shrine, an ancient presence awakened. Sigh. Zone. Zukong had instantly felt the aura of the demonic path and had rushed to the ethereal altar to check. Though different from before, the aura of the demonic path wouldn't even let him get close enough, not to say about checking the altar. What is happening this time? Zukong muttered. Zukong even tried talking to Lin Mu but received no response. Not having any other option left, he tried looking into his mind. He had expected to be blocked by a barrier like last time, but did not. Instead, his spirit sense was actually pulled in without his control. This is rather strange, Zukong thought as he observed his spirit sense probe being pulled in. Zukong could have resisted easily but did not, and allowed it to be dragged in. He wondered what exactly was happening inside Lin Mu's mind. A few seconds later, his spirit sense arrived within Lin Mu's mind, and he started observing the changes. The environment started forming up from the ground up, as the vast expanse of the bloodied lands appeared in front of Zukong's vision. The blank sky then turned blood red as clouds of foul-looking chi spread across the horizon. A lone Lin Mu then appeared in the middle of this expanse, and so did the numerous other figures. The said figures were mere silhouettes and had features such as scales, tails, feathers, and horns. Some were big and some were small. Their most prominent feature was the aura that was emanated every time they spoke. The voices of the countless figures were melded together and turned into an amalgamation of demonic chants. These demonic figures were chanting in an unknown language that Zukong could not understand, yet could still feel the tone. Lin Mu was there, standing still in the middle of all of the demonic figures, absent-mindedly. The only activity that can be sensed from him was the chants that were coming out of his lips. He seemed to be repeating after the demonic figures. With every repetition of the chants, the aura from the demonic figures would enter Lin Mu's body from his skin. Over time, a thin layer of red membrane had formed on Lin Mu's skin. It was as if his body was adapting to the demonic aura. Zukong felt nothing but shock at this scene, as he knew exactly what was happening. "Will of the demonic path," Zukong exclaimed. "How? Only the scions of the primordials can get its approval." Zukong uttered. He took a closer look at the demonic figures and confirmed that they were indeed what he thought they were. Even the sages of Twilight were unsuccessful in gaining its approval, yet Lin Mu can. This is simply astounding. Zukong marveled. If the other wills awaken as well, then the heavens will be thrown into upheaval. I need to keep a close eye on this, Zukong muttered to himself. A few minutes later, the aura of the demonic path vanished, and the scene within Lin Mu's mind disappeared as well. Zukong retracted his spirit sense and saw that the ethereal altar had calmed down as well. Finally, it has ended. Now all that's left is to see what effect it had on Lin Mu, Zukong concluded. He didn't have to wait long as Lin Mu awakened from his trance a minute later. He opened his eyes as they flashed for a second. If one could freeze that moment and look into Lin Mu's eyes, they would see an endless sea of demons marching into oblivion, their aura towering into the sky, infecting the heavens. Ha ha. Lin Mu let out a breath as he looked around. What happened? Lin Mu questioned. Zukong had already decided that he wouldn't tell Lin Mu the truth about what had exactly happened to him. It was too much for him and would only hurt him in the short term, considering his cultivation base. Gaining the approval of one of the wills wasn't exactly good for a low-leveled cultivator such as him. It was better that this was hidden for as long as possible. Alas, unknown to Lin Mu or Zukong, someone had already become aware of this event. "You had another bout of enlightenment, a short one albeit," Zukong answered. "Ah, is that so, senior? But wasn't that too fast? I just received the Burning Heart Sutra." Lin Mu replied. "Enlightenment and epiphanies are not something that can be asked for or known. They occur according to the fate and the luck of a cultivator. Their workings are mysterious and are masked by the Grand Tao." Zukong spoke in an esoteric tone. Lin Mu simply stayed silent and pondered over the meaning of Senior Zukong's words. 5 minutes later, he seemed to have understood it enough and was content. Lin Mu tried to see what level of comprehension he had for the Burning Heart Sutra, but surprisingly found that it was still at the first stage of external comprehension. "It doesn't seem like I had much progress in its comprehension though, senior," Lin Mu spoke. "Of course you can't expect to progress at the same rate you did for the other two sutras. You need to steadily and stably comprehend it. A great epiphany can only be looked up to, but it's your own effort that will guide you to it," Zukong answered in a sagely tone. "Yes, senior," Lin Mu responded in a respectful tone. Lin Mu's eyes wandered over to the windows, and he realized that it was already the time for the sunset. The light had become dim, and even the faint crescent moon could be seen in the distance, hiding within the gray clouds. "I should head out now. I have to help Hong Luo," Lin Mu remembered. Lin Mu stood up and stretched his body, feeling refreshed and relaxed. His cultivation of session had restored his spirit chi, and the short bout of enlightenment had seemingly relaxed his mind. His belly was satiated with spirit beast meat, and his mind with determination. He checked and ensured that he had everything before he left the courtyard. Lin Mu had originally intended to go through the items and documents that he had gathered from the town head's office and bedroom before talking with the High Corps, but now that he was already late, he decided that he would have to do it tomorrow. Lin Mu entered the street and saw the people walking around like normal. They seemed to be a little scared and nervous still, but it was not as bad as he had expected them to be after hearing the news about the demise of the town head and Han Lei. Seems like Haiwan did a good job in managing the aftermath. The curfew is not active, and even the people seem to be relatively calm. Lin Mu spoke. "It does indeed seem like that, but we still don't know what reaction the culprits will be having after knowing about it. You will need to be careful and alert tonight." Zukong replied. Lin Mu simply nodded in response and made his way towards the western district where the mercenary camp was located. On the way, he could see people discussing about the events of today and also about the culprit. "Did you hear about the high official that has come to the town?" A random person spoke to another. "Yeah, she's apparently going to help solve the problems that have been plaguing the town," the other person replied. "I wonder what the culprits were thinking of doing this. Are they not afraid of retaliation from the mayor? I don't think so. If they were afraid, they would have not even thought of this, let alone doing it. And now that they've killed the vice captain and the town head, this is nothing but a spit in the mayor's face. There's no chance that the mayor will let this matter go. His prestige has been challenged." Lin Mu heard a multitude of people talk with each other during his journey. Nearly everyone was talking about the culprits, Haiwan or the mayor. Seems like they think Haiwan was intentionally sent by the mayor. Lin Mu muttered, "This should work in our favor, I think. The culprits will now not only have to wonder if they have traitors in their midst, but also about the wrath of the city mayor." Lin Mu thought as he reached the Western District. As soon as he entered the district, he could see the difference. The number of guards patrolling the area had increased. Even in the residential district, he didn't see so many guards, but he attributed that to it still being early. There should be more guards there at night, Lin Mu guessed. He soon reached the mercenary camp and saw that it was brightly lit with torches and lamps. All the mercenaries seemed active and were discussing with each other. Small teams of mercenaries could be seen patrolling at regular intervals along the paths that ran between the tents. Even the number of mercenaries had increased by a lot. Lin Mu estimated that there should be more than 300 mercenaries here at this point. Did some mercenaries return from the northern forest? Lin Mu wondered. As he thought this, he suddenly saw a group of mercenaries sitting along with Hong Luo in the center of the camp. The mercenaries were well equipped, and Lin Mu could even see that Hong Luo seemed to be rather respectful to them. There were 5 mercenaries in that group, 4 men and a whip-wielding woman. Lin Mu kept on walking and got closer, yet no one seemed to have paid him any mind. They seemed to be more engrossed in their own conversations. Only when he got close enough to listen to them did he understand why. "How are we to approach this now?" one of the men asked. "We definitely cannot take the same route we took before. We were too passive, we already know what happened back then." Another man spoke. "Yes, the mayor has been unresponsive for a long time, but finally he's responding." A short man spoke while nodding. "Don't forget that the only reason he responded is because the town head and the vice captain died. If this is his reactive level, then heavens know what else he lets go by." A brawny man spoke with a little anger on his face. "I've always felt that the mayor of the Wu Lim city was strange. The current events have only proved it for me," the whip-wielding woman replied. Hong Luo, who had been silent all this while, finally spoke. "Comrades, I know it has been tough for us, but now that you all are finally here, I believe we can get through this tribulation together." The serious-looking mercenary who was sitting at the head of the group looked up at Hong Luo after he finished speaking. "You are right up to a certain point, but we still need to look out. If they can take away cultivators without anyone noticing, then the culprits are very strong and no doubt are cultivators themselves." The serious-looking man spoke. The people that were in his group all nodded in approval. One could tell from seeing this that this man commanded great respect and prestige in his companions. "You don't need to worry, Leader Teng. I sought out help from a cultivator from the town as well," Hong Luo spoke. The gazes of everyone in the group turned a little sharp after hearing Hong Luo's words as they all turned to look at him. The leader of the group, Teng, also did the same and looked at Hong Luo with an inquisitive look. "And what kind of cultivator is this person that you've asked? Are you sure that person is trustable?" Leader Teng questioned. Hong Luo gulped after seeing the multiple pairs of eyes on his person and felt a little nervous. It was not just because these people were his colleagues, but rather the difference in their strengths and cultivation bases. Even though Hong Luo himself was at the peak stage of the qi refining realm, the cultivation technique that he used was rather inferior and could not compare these people. While there were only 2 people in this group that could match his cultivation base, the others were nothing to scoff at. While out of 5 only 2 were at the peak stage of the qi refining realm, the other 3 were at the late stage of the qi refining realm. Even if the 2 experts at the peak stage of the qi refining realm did not fight with him, the other 3 were already enough to finish him off. "You don't need to worry. The person I'm talking about is at the peak stage of the qi refining realm as well," Hong Luo spoke. The 5 people seemed unimpressed by Hong Luo's words and keep on staring at him. "We already have 2 people, 3 including you, at the peak stage of the qi refining realm here. What use would that new person be? And what kind of reward did you promise him? If it's too much, then we will just be making losses." The short mercenary spoke. "It's not like that. The person that I've sought help from is no common cultivator. While they are a cultivator in the peak stage of the qi refining realm, they are also only 15 years old and they also have refined their spirit sense." Hong Luo replied. The change in the expressions of the mercenaries could be witnessed upon them hearing Hong Lu's words. Some of them had their jaws open in shock, while the leader and the whip-wielding woman had their eyes wide and their fingers clenched. "What do you mean?" One of the mercenaries spoke in doubt of Hong Lu's words. "Yes, are you even sure about what you're saying, right?" Another mercenary added. "Yes, I'm sure. I witnessed his spirit sense firsthand and have met him." As for the rewards, he was rather reserved and humble. He did not demand anything overt and only asked for a few healing and restorative pills in exchange for his help in watching over the camp. Hong Luo explained. The 5 mercenaries went silent for a minute after hearing Hong Lu's explanation. The whip-wielding woman could not hold back her curiosity any longer and spoke. "You do know that, if he is as you say he is, then we will have to bear responsibility. A cultivator of that age and talent is not found easily. There's no chance that he's not the disciple of a top sect already, or is under the tutelage of one of the aristocratic clans. Hong Luo turned more serious upon hearing her words and thought over it for himself. It should be fine, I think. I mean, he approved it himself, and I doubt he doesn't have a senior keeping a watch over him if he's away from the sect. I think that's just an added advantage that we have. If he does end up in trouble because of this, at least we know that the culprit won't be able to get away scot-free because of the senior that will be keeping the watch. Hong Luo hypothesized. The leader who was in thought all this time finally roused from it and tuned to Hong Luo. Let's hope it is as you think. Otherwise, imagine a cultivator that has the same talent as the crown prince of the great Zhou Empire falling here in this small town. Leader Teng spoke and then interrupted himself in the middle of his own words. If the 5 mercenaries were only shocked before then, they were utterly terrified now. They had heard of the achievements of the crown prince of the great Zhou Empire before. The crown prince was recently declared as the youngest person to have reached the core formation realm at the age of 20, though people knew that this was only applicable in terms of the aristocratic clans and not the top sects themselves. It was a well-known yet unproven fact that the top sects had a small army of disciples who were at the same as the crown prince. It was even said that all the core disciples of the top sects were actually much better than the crown prince and had better talent than him. There were even some hushed rumors that the actual record for the youngest cultivator was not even 20 years of age, but rather actually 17. Still, it was unknown which cultivator, or the disciple of a sect, had the honor of bearing the said title. While this would seem like a small 3 years of difference to most people, they would not be able to believe the resources and the guidance that's needed to raise a cultivator of that level. Even a mere difference of months would be earth-shaking, not to say about 3 entire years. Lin Mu had long since halted in his steps upon hearing the words of these mercenaries. Their conversation was very informative and interesting to him, thus he chose not to interrupt and just watched from the distance. Even when the conversation drifted to Lin Mu himself, he stayed silent and kept on listening. He knew that once he came into the picture, the candid talk that was going on right now would easily disappear. Lin Mu stood there for an entire 30 minutes, and within these 30 minutes, he got to hear more news about the world than he had in the past year. Some of the information widened his horizons, while the others made him a little nervous and unsure. After confirming that the majority of the conversation had ended, and it was the right time, Lin Mu chose to enter into the fray. His appearance was a little surprising to the mercenaries, especially to the leader and the whip-wielding woman. Lin Mu could instantly feel the spirit sense probes spreading over him. He quickly reacted with his own and stopped them before they could come near him. This was rather a friendly warning than an actual threat, thus Lin Mu did not go all out. Yet even then, what Lin Mu did not know was that his little bout of enlightenment that he had gone through recently had changed his demeanor and aura. This reflected in his bearing and even in the temperance of his spirit chi. When the mercenaries felt Lin Mu's spirit sense interacting with theirs, they felt chills going down their spines as cold sweat appeared on their faces. Upon seeing that no one was speaking anything, Lin Mu decided to go ahead and introduce himself. "Hello, I am Lin Mu." Lin Mu had spoken, yet no one seemed to be replying to him. He stood still in awkward silence for about 10 seconds before someone responded. It was Hong Luo, who seemed to be feeling strange and nervous too. "Greetings, Brother Lin Mu. You are right on time," Hong Luo greeted. The other mercenaries, except for Leader Teng and the whip-wielding woman, stood up after seeing Hong Luo initiate the greetings. They could not tell what had happened, but their current situation felt more stressful to them than when they actually fought deadly spirit beasts. Leader Teng forcefully tried to regain his composure as he stood up and cupped his hands in greeting. "Greetings, Brother Lin Mu. My name is Teng Donghai, and this is my team." Leader Teng spoke. Everyone then started to introduce themselves to Lin Mu. One could tell that they were rather nervous and seemed to be paying extra attention to etiquette. "Greetings, I am Xing'an," greeted the brawny mercenary. "Greetings, I am Longda," greeted the mercenary with an axe on his back. "I'm Yidui," said the short mercenary. "And I am Hao Zio," said the whip-wielding woman. Having heard everyone's names, Lin Mu felt a little satisfied. At least for him, the awkward silence was a little painful. Having finished with the greetings, Hong Luo invited Lin Mu to sit along with them. He offered him his chair and asked a mercenary that was passing by to bring him another. Respectfully taking the offer, Lin Mu sat down and looked at the mercenaries, waiting for them to start. He had been observing their conversation, thus he wanted to know how they will be proceeding. This was a little off course for him, as originally he had expected that he would need to guard the camp by himself and the High Corps. While he would be guarding in person, the members of the High Corps would be patrolling in silence by hiding in the distance. Lin Mu knew that they had more experience in matters such as these, thus did not worry about them not appearing. He had already been informed beforehand that they will send him a signal when they appear. Having received his chair, Hong Luo sat down to discuss the plan. "So, Brother Lin Mu, we were just about to start with the plan." Luckily for us, Leader Tang and his team returned early from their hunt, so we hopefully won't have to worry as much. Hong Luo spoke. The other mercenaries simply nodded in agreement, showing that they had already discussed them. Lin Mu was wondering, though, what did they know about the incident in the town? He wanted to know if they had any opinion on it and if they knew that it involved him, so that later he knew how to make decisions in the future with them. While walking in the town, he had heard people talking about all the other related people, but somehow there was no mention of him. Did Haiwan hide my involvement somehow? Lin Mu wondered. Have you all heard about what happened in the town today? Lin Mu questioned. Everyone's faces turned a little serious upon hearing Lin Mu's words. Yes, we know what happened today, though it was certainly very unexpected. Hong Luo replied. Not just unexpected, it was outright strange, I would say. Long De spoke. Indeed, no matter what, we still need to be alert. If they can kill the town head and the vice captain in the broad daylight, then there's no limit to them. Xing'an added. Lin Mu listened to the words of these mercenaries and confirmed that there seemed to be no information about his involvement or even Zio Lu's anywhere. This should make things a little easier. Lin Mu thought, so what are we going to be doing tonight? Lin Mu questioned after having confirmed his doubt. Leader Tang, who had been listening silently until now, spoke. We already have the common mercenaries patrolling and have also told them to stay alert. Everyone has been assigned shifts so that the posts are always manned. This already covers most of the area of the camp, so what we're going to do is split the entire camp into 7 regions, one for each of us. Hao Zio added. Lin Mu nodded in understanding. Plan seemed fine and he couldn't tell how else they could improve it more, except for adding more cultivators. But right now, all they had was these many people. Suddenly Lin Mu realized that the 2 other mercenaries that were with Hong Luo in the morning seemed to be nowhere nearby. Where are the Ming brothers? Lin Mu asked, turning to Hong Luo. Oh, they're in the town. Earlier, one of the representatives of the new high official came to meet us. They wanted to ask a few questions, thus I talked with them. They also wanted some statements from the other mercenaries, so I sent them along with the Ming brothers. Hong Luo answered. Lin Mu felt a little strange upon hearing that Hong Luo had sent a pair of mute brothers on a task like this. But aren't they mute? Lin Mu asked with curiosity. Yes, they are, of course. They are not there to talk, though. They have gone along as protection for the other mercenaries. Hong Luo replied. That does make more sense, Lin Mu thought. Now then, let's discuss the positions. Tang Xiaolian spoke. Everyone nodded and intently started to listen. They talked for an hour before everything was finished and everyone separated. Lin Mu was assigned the position that was to the northwestern part of the camp. It was in a relatively safe area and had plenty of mercenaries patrolling. Seems like they deliberately assigned you this position, Zukong spoke. Yes, senior. Their misunderstanding is quite advantageous for us, Lin Mu replied. Indeed. Falsehoods, deceit, illusions, and schemes, these are perhaps some of the strongest weapons that can be used to fight an enemy without actually fighting them. You can defeat an enemy even before they know that you are their enemy, Zukong stated with a sagely tone. Lin Mu carefully listened to Senior Zukong's words and comprehended them. He could truly see the benefit in Senior's words, thus wanted to completely understand them. Perhaps one day these would become his own weapons. Though Senior, after hearing the mercenaries' words, it seems like they think of me rather highly. I can't seem to understand their comparison. Is it really that big of a deal becoming a core condensation realm cultivator at the age of 20? Lin Mu questioned. That is a good question. Considering the level of this world, I would say that it is indeed quite impressive reaching the core condensation realm at the age of 20, but if you consider an average across the worlds, it is rather common. In fact, it is not that uncommon for there to be people who reach the nascent soul stage at that age, Zukong answered. Lin Mu felt his horizons broaden upon hearing Senior Zukong's words. When do you think I would reach the core condensation realm, Senior? Lin Mu curiously asked. Well, that is up to you. The process itself is rather straightforward, thus all you need to do is cultivate with all your heart. But if I consider your current pace, I would say that you should reach the core condensation realm within 2 years, Zukong answered. Lin Mu imagined the day that he would be reaching the realm and wondered what it would feel like. While Lin Mu was lost in his thoughts, strange sounds seemed to be coming from the side of the forest. Most of the people were used to them, and even he himself was used to these sounds as they were common. But the sound that came just now was extremely strange and unnatural. It was as if someone was dragging a blunt rod over a wooden plank. It was gruff and seemed to be faint. Lin Mu instantly became alert and looked around, but saw that none of the mercenaries seemed to be aware of the sound. They can't hear it. Your sensitivity to the sounds is higher because of your spirit sense. Zukong spoke. I should investigate it, perhaps, Lin Mu questioned. No, wait for a while. It seems to be coming from far away in the forest. It won't be wise to go there right now. Zukong replied. Lin Mu nodded and then spoke. Then I'll wait and see if the sound continues. If it does, I'll inform the others. Or if it comes closer, then I'll investigate it myself. Zukong did not speak anymore, and Lin Mu took this as a sign of understanding. Lin Mu did not have to wait long either, as the sound only got more loud. It seemed to be coming closer and closer. 5 minutes later, it had reached close enough that even the other mercenaries seemed to be able to hear it. Seeing that everyone was now alert, Lin Mu decided to act. Sound the alarm. We may have a potential problem. Lin Mu spoke to the other mercenaries. Yes, sir. The mercenaries replied and ran away swiftly to inform the others. The mercenaries had already been informed about Lin Mu and were instructed to follow his commands, thus they did not hesitate one moment before acting on it. Let's see what this is, Lin Mu muttered as he withdrew the short sword from its sheath. Lin Mu walked forward and stood near the edge of the forest, with other mercenaries standing at his back, all alert and ready to defend. The sound kept on coming closer, and now Lin Mu could also hear something else along with it. It was the sounds of someone's footsteps. Soon a faint silhouette could be seen appraising from the trees. It seemed to be humanoid and seemed to be dragging something. The mercenaries threw some torches near the forest to illuminate it and see what the thing that was approaching was. Even though the rest of the mercenaries couldn't tell what it was, Lin Mu with his better eyesight already knew. It seemed to be a heavily injured man dragging a large shield on which another person was lying. The man had a broken spear on his back that would tap and drag on the shield as he pulled it. The man seemed to be struggling and stumbling to pull the shield, and the man that was laid upon it. As they got close, Lin Mu could also see the person that was lying on the shield. It was also a man, but he was covered with a cloth. But from the limbs that were exposed from the sides, Lin Mu could tell for sure that it was a man. When the injured man finally came in the illuminated portion, Lin Mu finally recognized him, Zhou Yi. Lin Mu would have never expected that he would be seeing Zhou Yi here. Zhou Yi was none other than the second hunter who had become a cultivator in the northern town. He was also the person who had won the annual martial tournament in the Wu Lim city last year. It was also Zhou Yi, in whose hands Lin Mu had first seen a spirit stone in. Unlike Gan Ma, who was oppressive and disliked, Zhou Yi actually had a decent reputation in the town. While he didn't particularly help people or did anything beneficial for them, he didn't do anything to hurt them either. Because of his neutral reputation, most people in the town recognized him and did not mind him. He and his small team of hunters were also the more sought after rather than Gan Ma's, though ever since the plague last year, Zhou Yi's team of hunters had dwindled, and now only 2 people were left. The other members had all succumbed to the plague last year. Lin Mu had seen Zhou Yi a few times before, and even his father was acquainted with Zhou Yi, having cooperated in some hunts over the years, though Lin Mu did not expect Zhou Yi to recognize him. Pushing his train of thoughts to the back of his mind, Lin Mu rushed to the injured man to provide him assistance. Call the healers, Lin Mu shouted to the other mercenaries. A few of the mercenaries immediately turned around to carry out his orders, while the rest rushed along with him. But still, Lin Mu was much faster than them and reached the injured man in a couple of seconds. Zhou Yi too watched the people approaching him and the voice that had called out his name. His eyes were glazed over, and the immense fatigue within them could be felt from the distance. There were multiple injuries on the man's body, with the most prominent one being the bone that was popping out of his left shoulder. One could easily tell that his left arm was broken, and the humerus bone had popped out sideways from the shoulder. The man also had multiple gashes and wounds all over his body, along with a large claw mark that extended from the man's forehead onto his face, covering the nose, lips, and chin, and then extending to the chest and the left arm. Just from the distance between the 5 claw marks, one could tell that whatever beast that inflicted it was massive in size and had 5 claws on one limb, perhaps. Looking at Zhou, he made one wonder how that man had still survived with all these injuries. Most of the injuries had stopped bleeding, and the blood had dried over, which allowed the observer to know that the wounds were perhaps inflicted a day ago. Zhou Yi could not see clearly and only had one eye that was still open. The other one was too swollen to see from. Upon seeing that he had reached safety, a slight smile accompanied by pain dressed his face as his mind relaxed in relief, making him collapse. But just as he was about to hit the ground, Lin Mu appeared in a flash and held him up. He then gently turned him to the side and laid him down. He did a preliminary check on his body and discovered the multiple grievous wounds. Use your spirit sense and observe his internal condition. Zukong reminded Lin Mu. Ah yes, Lin Mu responded and hurriedly extended his spirit sense. The spirit sense tendril touched Zhou Yu's head and then scanned all over his body. Lin Mu discovered multiple internal injuries. Even though he had no knowledge about organs or injuries on them, he could still tell that they were injured because of the blood that was pooling inside his body. There were also many other bones in his body that were fractured and cracked. 8 of Zhou Yu's ribs were cracked, with one of them bending inward and was only a few millimeters away from piercing his heart. Lin Mu then used his spirit sense and tried to sense Zhou Yi's meridians, but was unable to sense them. Wanting to gain a cleared view, Lin Mu started chanting the Severing Heart Sutra and then tried to sense them again. This time Lin Mu's mind was still and free from any distractions. His perception rose as a result, and he was soon able to sense the extremely faint pulse of qi that was flowing through Zhou Yi's meridians. Even his meridians were damaged in multiple places, and Lin Mu could tell that the spirit qi was being impeded. Lin Mu continued tracing the flow of qi and reached Zhou Yi's danshan. His danshan seemed to be completely empty and dry of spirit qi. Faint cracks could even see in its surroundings, though the thing that surprised Lin Mu was the size of his danshan. Compared to Lin Mu's own danshan, Zhou Yi's was about 3 times smaller. Because Zhou Yi was so injured and depleted of spirit qi, Lin Mu could not estimate his cultivation base. What could his cultivation base be senior? Lin Mu questioned. He should have been at the peak stage of the qi refining realm. Zukong estimated. What? But the size of Hai Danshan is so small. I thought he would at most be at the late stage of the qi refining realm, Lin Mu replied. Injuries to his meridians and danshan are not because of the beast or whatever that harmed him, Zukong spoke. Then how else would he get them then? Lin Mu impatiently asked. He has probably consumed a potential igniting pill. It's a special kind of alchemical pill that can provide a massive increase in strength and qi. It is supposed to be used in terms of emergencies and life and death situations, though it has the side effect of reducing if not crippling the cultivation of the said individual. Zukong answered. Lin Mu felt shocked that such a pill could exist. Now having learned of this, his attention was focused on how to save the man in front of him. How do I help him, senior? Do I feed him the healing pills? Lin Mu questioned. Feed him one each of the internal replenishment pill and lesser wound restoration pill. Then use your spirit qi and gently guide it into his meridians. Place your right hand on his abdomen and your hand left on his heart. This will create a small qi circuit that should help replenish his qi and also help in healing his injuries. Zukong explained. Following Senior Zukong's instructions, Lin Mu first fed Zhou Yi the 2 pills. The pills melted after entering his mouth and flowed down his throat. Lin Mu then placed his right hand on Zhou Yi's abdomen and his left on his heart. Then, while using his spirit sense to trace his meridians, Lin Mu started pushing his own spirit qi into Zhou Yi's meridians. At first, it was difficult for him, but soon under the effect of the 2 healing pills, Zhou Yi's body started responding. Lin Mu was successful in inserting his spirit qi into Zhou Yi's meridians. Under the instructions of Senior Zukong, he then guided the spirit qi in a special circuit. While Lin Mu was doing this, the other mercenaries that were accompanying him checked up on the other person that was lying on the shield that was being dragged by Zhou Yi. They lifted the cloth that was covering it and then recoiled in shock. The person under the cloth did not have a head, as it had been decapitated rather gruesomely. One could tell that a very strong blow must have hit the man's jaw as it was separated from there. 5 faint claws could even be seen extending from the base of the neck. One of the mercenaries lifted the man's arm and saw the symbol that was embroidered on the headless man's clothes. It's an elite mercenary from the Ashen Cloak Mercenary Company, the mercenary shouted. The other mercenaries came close to take a look and confirmed the mercenary's claim. The symbol, while caked in blood and mud, was still recognizable to them. By now, the other mercenaries had also reached the site. Hong Luo, Tengzai Olian, and his team members were nearby as well. They were sprinting with urgency, and tense expressions could be seen on their faces. A minute later, they finally reached the location and saw Lin Mu sitting on the ground, with his hands on Zhou Yi's body. Xing'an and Longda were about to approach Lin Mu to offer him help when Teng Xiaolian suddenly shouted, "No, don't disturb him." Xing'an and Longda froze in their steps as they turned around and looked at their leader with an inquisitive look. Before Teng Xiaolian could speak anything, Hao Xiao suddenly spoke. "Look, he's using a healing technique," she exclaimed. Surprise appeared on the faces of the 6 people as they looked at Lin Mu with an even more intense gaze. And with these very gazes, they saw the injuries on the man healing at a visible rate. The faint trickles of blood that were flowing down from the gashes on Zhou Yi's body stopped bleeding. The smaller cuts and scratches twitched and slowly started to close up under the effects of the healing pills and Lin Mu's assistance. The swelling that was around Zhou Yi's left eye also started reducing at a visible rate until when it completely disappeared and his eye was visible again. Gasp. "It can't be a high-grade healing technique," Hong Luo gasped in shock. As soon as Hong Luo spoke, a serious expression appeared on Teng Xiaolian's face. He looked at all the mercenaries who were looking at Lin Mu and furrowed his brows. "What are you all doing, staring? Get to work. Take away the body to a side and make room. Return to your posts, we will handle it here," Teng Xiaolian ordered in a stern voice. The common mercenaries snapped out of their daze upon hearing the orders and scrambled. Some of them took away the dead body that was on the shield, and the others returned to their posts. Due to the alarm, a majority of the mercenaries had gathered here, thus a lot of positions were left unmanned. This could have become dangerous if some enemy decided to take advantage of their current distraction. Teng Xiaolian ensured that all the mercenaries were far away before separating from the group. Haya. This could have become risky. Hopefully, not many mercenaries noticed the process of healing. Teng Xiaolian spoke up after letting out a breath of relief. The members of his team and Hong Luo turned to him as realization dawned in their eyes. Oh heavens, we were so close to committing a mistake. Long and spoke. True. It was good that we were already surrounding Lin Mu and were covering most of the angles, so they should not have seen much. Hao Zio spoke. Still, we will have to talk with the ones who saw it. We cannot let them speak of this. We don't know what kind of background he has, but if he knows a high-grade healing technique, then there is no doubt he's from one of the top sects. Teng Xiolian explained. The others understood the seriousness of the situation and nodded in response. They knew that while the common mercenaries won't have any thoughts about Lin Mu, but if they randomly spoke of this and some wrong people found out about it, it would get problematic. There was no lack of people who wouldn't do everything to get their hands on a high-grade healing technique. But if they really were blind enough to attack Lin Mu and by any chance he got injured, they wouldn't be able to answer to the seniors of his sect. Because they themselves were cultivators, they knew how fearsome cultivation sects were, and it was just even more so for the top sects. For the top sects were the very beings that ran this empire, even though there was an imperial family. Their influence and power were nothing to scoff at. Many had perished in their foolishness of challenging the top sects, and many more will. Teng Xiolian just didn't want for them to become one of them too. Even if they were not at fault directly, it would do them no harm to just be extra sure. Lin Mu was completely focused on Zhou Yi, thus did not notice all that had happened around him. He had his eyes closed, thus did not know that there were such great changes in Zhou Yi's body. He was currently observing Zhou Yi's condition through his spirit sense and was channeling his spirit qi into his. Lin Mu could see that while the meridians in Danshan did not completely heal, the impediment to spirit Q's flow was at least reduced. It could flow much faster and efficiently now. This was also one of the reasons behind the quick healing of Zhou Yi. That's enough, Zukong spoke up. Okay, senior. Lin Mu replied as he opened his eyes. Since he was extremely focused on helping Zhou Yi, he was a little abrupt in waking up. He finally took a look at his work and was shocked. What? How did he get healed so fast? Lin Mu internally exclaimed. I didn't expect this either. Zukong spoke with a little disbelief in his voice. Lin Mu felt a little storage upon hearing Senior Zukong's tone. What do you mean, Senior? Was this not supposed to happen? Lin Mu questioned. No, not really. I think I underestimated the effectiveness of the method I showed you. For a world of this level, I should have guessed it. Zukong answered. Is the technique you showed me something special? Lin Mu asked. It's a basic healing technique, but I guess for a world like this it should be very rare. I doubt many people would know of a technique of the same quality. Zukong replied. It was at this time that Teng Xiolian and Hong Luo approached Lin Mu along with the rest. While it seemed as if Lin Mu and Zukong had been talking for a few minutes, in reality barely 10 seconds had passed. Their mental communication was much faster than talking normally. Lin Mu turned around and saw the mercenaries standing behind him. That was amazing, Brother Lin Mu, Hong Luo praised. Yes, I never would have guessed that I would get to witness a high-grade healing technique today. Yidui, who had stayed silent for the most part, spoke up. Brother Lin Mu's skills are indeed excellent. You were even able to pull someone back from their death like this. Hao Zio spoke in a flattering tone. He then looked around and noticed the absence of the other mercenaries. Where are the rest of the mercenaries? Lin Mu questioned. You don't need to worry about your knowledge of high-grade healing technique leaking, Brother Lin Mu. I sent the mercenaries away before they could see too much. I'll also talk to the others and make sure that they keep their lips shut. Teng Xiolian replied, thinking that Lin Mu was worried about the mercenaries. Lin Mu did not respond and just stayed silent. But in reality, he was actually talking with Senior Zukong. It seems like I was right. It is indeed deemed as a high-grade healing technique in this world. Zukong spoke. But Senior, you said that this is a basic healing technique. Then why is it a high-grade healing technique here? Lin Mu curiously inquired. While it is a basic healing technique, its intended use is not for commoners or mortals. Instead, this is a basic healing technique for the physique of immortals. Zukong answered. Lin Mu was a little dumbstruck on hearing Senior Zukong's words. He had not thought that he would be using a technique that was intended for immortals here. Also, it seems like these mercenaries are smart and tacitly understood what they should and should not see, Zukong spoke. Yes, Senior, this should make it easier for us. Lin Mu replied. Lin Mu suddenly thought of something that made him a little excited. Wait, Senior, if this is so effective in healing, can't I use it on myself? Lin Mu questioned. No, you cannot. The technique can only be used on others. Try thinking a bit more. Can you imagine using it? Zukong replied. Lin Mu listened to Senior Zukong's words and tried imagining. He reached the same conclusion and indeed found that it would not be possible. If he did it, it would be the same as a tap filling its own tank. There would be no difference. Then, Senior, do you have other healing techniques that I can use? Lin Mu asked with a little hope in his eyes. No, the ones that I have are not suitable for humans, Zukong answered. Though there are other techniques I have that can help you in healing, but you are not ready yet, Zukong inwardly said. Lin Mu nodded slightly and refocused his eyes on the people around him. They were looking at him patiently and were not speaking anything. Seeing that no one was asking him any questions, Lin Mu decided to speak to them. What are we going to do now about Zhou Yi? Lin Mu questioned. The mercenary's brows furrowed in confusion upon hearing his words. Zhou Yi, you know this person? Hong Luo asked first. Yes, he's one of the 2 hunters in the town that are also cultivators, Lin Mu answered. We'll wait for him to wake up and then ask him what happened. From the wounds on his body and the other corpses, I can deduce that it was a spirit beast that attacked them. Teng Xiaolian spoke. The other corpse, Lin Mu asked. The other person that Zhou Yi was dragging on the shield was actually a headless corpse. We don't know who that person is exactly, but we do know that they belong to the elite team of the Ashen Cloak mercenaries. Hong Luo answered this time. While Lin Mu was healing Zhou Yi, they had already received a preliminary report from the other mercenaries, thus knew about the corpse. That means that the dead mercenary was a cultivator as well, doesn't it? But if that is so, then shouldn't they be in an elite team with other cultivators? Lin Mu questioned after thinking for a bit. Teng Xiaolian and Hong Lu's expressions fell upon hearing Lin Mu's question. That's the thing we're dreading. The mercenaries in an elite team stay together, rarely do they separate. Hong Luo spoke. But if that mercenary was killed, then that means… Lin Mu trailed off. The entire team probably met the same fate. Teng Xiaolian spoke with a grim tone. A mixture of fear and stress could be seen on the faces of everyone that was currently present there. It was not just because of the dead mercenary, but because of the mercenary company that he belonged to. The Ashen Cloak Mercenary Company was considered to be the strongest mercenary company. Although it was not the biggest one, it did have the largest amount of cultivators in it than any other mercenary company. Their elite teams were considered to be the best and had the highest success rate than any other mercenary company. They were also the only mercenary company that actually had the backing of a nascent Soul Realm cultivator. No one knew who this backer was, but they knew better than to offend them. Because of this, even the cultivation sects were respectful to them and actually employed them in certain matters. An elite team of mercenaries usually had around 7 people, all of whom were cultivators. Some of them were even led personally by the higher-ups of the mercenary company. These were people who were actually core condensation realm cultivators themselves. Exactly because of this, everyone was afraid. Teng Xiaolian and his team knew that they perhaps had the same strength as that of this team, but if even this team had died, they could not help but imagine if the same would happen to them. But even still, they knew that they could not just let this go and would have to investigate it. The mercenaries had their own code of conduct, which they followed. They would help out their comrades if the need so arose and inform their higher-ups. Their current situation was already stressful, as most of the higher-ups were on missions, while the others would take a long time to respond. Thus all they could rely on right now was themselves. We have to investigate this. Hao Zio was the first one to break the silence. Are you sure it would be wise? Hong Luo spoke. Teng Xiaolian and the others gritted their teeth in hesitation. They knew that while they were afraid, if they didn't investigate this and went against their code, they would lose all their respect and reputation. For a mercenary, if there was something that was above money, it was their respect and reputation, for it was this very thing that allowed them to receive jobs. It was also because of this that they were trusted and employed. If they lost it, there would be nothing they could do. We will wait till the morning and see if Zhou Yi wakes up. We will have to talk to him and get to know what exactly happened. Unless we do that, there is no point in further discussing this. Teng Xiaolian spoke. After saying this, Teng Xiaolian looked around and made sure that everyone understood his words. Seeing that no one seemed to be objecting, he nodded his head. Lin Mu could see the benefit in waiting till the morning, thus he had nothing to say. And besides this, he had not said that he was going to take part in their investigation. It was fine for him to save Zhou Yi, but he was not going to help them unless he got something in return. Teng Xiaolian looked at Hong Luo and then at Lin Mu. He let out a breath before speaking. Brother Lin Mu, if it comes to it, will you be willing to help us? Fear not, we will ensure that proper remuneration is paid to you. Hong Lu's eyes lit up a little bit, and he turned to Lin Mu as well. Yes, Brother Lin Mu, we need your help. We don't have many people, and if you help us, I'm sure the Ashen Cloak Mercenary Company will rightfully compensate you for your effort. Hong Luo spoke. Lin Mu looked at the 2 men in silence and did not speak. Instead, he was talking with Senior Zukong in his mind. What do you think, Senior? Lin Mu asked. If they are willing to give you resources, you can indeed help them. But you should first get information from Zhou Yi first. He should awaken in the morning. While he won't be fully healed, he shouldn't have any problem talking. Zukong answered. Lin Mu inwardly nodded before thinking of his response. I would be willing to help, but only if it's something within my capabilities. Zhou Yi will wake up in the morning. We will decide after talking with him. Lin Mu replied to the 2 men. Neither Teng Xiaolian nor Hong Luo were dissatisfied with his answer and knew that it was acceptable. In fact, Teng Xiaolian preferred that they do this in this way. He had not forgotten about Lin Mu's background, thus if it was indeed something extremely dangerous, he himself would reject Lin Mu's help. That is acceptable. Anyway, we don't have to wait long for the morning. The sun should be up in 4 more hours. Teng Xiaolian replied. Hopefully, Zhou Yi would be awake by then. Hong Luo added. Everyone nodded in tacit understanding and decided to wait. The man in question, Zhou Yi, had already been taken by a couple of the common mercenaries to a tent so that he could rest and be taken care of. Brother Lin Mu, you must have used up quite a lot of your spirit qi. I offer that you rest in a tent. We will handle your post and keep a lookout, Hong Luo suggested. Lin Mu thought for a second before deciding. I will take you up on that. Lin Mu replied while nodding. Hong Luo gestured to nearby mercenaries that were standing guard and called them. Guide Brother Lin Mu to a proper tent for resting, he ordered. Yes, sir, the mercenaries replied. Then, under the guidance of the two mercenaries, Lin Mu reached a tent. The tent was as large as Hong Lu's and he had no problem standing upright. There was a bed kept in the corner and a lamp hung in the center of the tent. The rest of the tent was empty, unlike Hong Lu's, which was littered with their valuable supplies. Lin Mu entered the tent and closed its flap, while the two mercenaries who had escorted him stood guard outside its entrance. Lin Mu went ahead and sat down on the bed and let out a sigh. Sigh. I certainly did not expect that this would be happening tonight, Lin Mu muttered. Lin Mu was in fact not tired at all. He had barely used 100 wisps of spirit qi, thus was not as exhausted as the others had thought. But since Hong Luo had offered him this, he decided he may as well cultivate. The workings of fate are hidden by the heaven's will. Most people would be in the same position. Zukong spoke in a mysterious tone. Lin Mu heard Senior Zukong's words but did not respond. He was instead thinking of the injuries on the dead mercenary. While he had not seen it for much longer than a couple of seconds, he could still feel a strange feeling. There was something strange with the dead mercenary senior. Lin Mu spoke. Oh, in what way? Zukong questioned. I can't exactly place my finger on it. It's as if it's unnatural or perhaps abnormal. It makes me feel a little repulsed as well. Lin Mu spoke. That is indeed strange. You should perhaps take a closer look. Maybe I can guess what it is, Zukong suggested. Lin Mu raised his brows in thought and then nodded. Yes, senior, let's check it out, Lin Mu replied and then stood up. He opened the flap of the tent and saw the two mercenaries turning to him. Did you need anything, sir? They respectfully asked. Show me the way to the dead ashen cloak mercenary. Lin Mu replied. Yes, sir, please follow us, they spoke. Lin Mu nodded and followed them to the tent where the body was placed in. He reached there in 2 minutes and saw that Teng Xiaolian was already there. He turned around and looked at Lin Mu, who was approaching. Seeing the look in Teng Xiaolian's face, Lin Mu knew that he was questioning his purpose in coming here. I'm here to take a closer look. I wanted to see if I can find a clue or something. Lin Mu spoke before Teng Xiaolian could. He nodded his head and gestured for Lin Mu to follow him. Teng Xiaolian moved the flap of the tent aside and walked in, with Lin Mu following behind him. A plain wooden table was placed in the tent on which the dead body of the mercenary was placed. A sheet was covering the body, which was then lifted by Teng Xiaolian. As soon as the sheet was lifted, Lin Mu could finally see the body. The head of the body was decapitated by a strong attack, which left behind deep claw marks in the neck. It was as if the beast pierced the man's and then forcefully pulled up the head, separating it. There were multiple grievous and gruesome injuries on the body, most of which were dripping with blood, though most of them had already stopped. Still, from the wetness of the blood and the fact there was no stench, one could tell that the body was not that old. He most likely died yesterday and probably took a lot of injuries before he was killed, Teng Xiaolian informed. Lin Mu went closer and used his spirit sense. As soon as his spirit sense touched the body, he could feel a faint presence hiding within it. A repulsive feeling arose within Lin Mu's heart as he felt it. Senior, Lin Mu spoke in his mind. I can feel it too. This is certainly not normal. Try probing deeper. Zukong spoke. Teng Xiaolian understood what Lin Mu was doing and did not interfere nor disturb him. He just patiently stood at the side. Lin Mu spread his spirit sense over the entire body and scanned it from the head to the toe. Only when it reached the dead man's abdomen did Lin Mu find something. It was as if there was a barrier placed on it and it was restricting him. Lin Mu pushed with his spirit sense and could not do it. Use the Severing Heart Sutra, Zukong suggested after feeling something. Lin Mu nodded and started chanting the Severing Heart Sutra in a low voice. While chanting the Severing Heart Sutra, he tried to pierce the barrier again. This time he was halted for a moment before. With a pop, the barrier broke. Screech. Then suddenly, an inhuman screech sounded in the tent and spread outside it. Teng Xiaolian had to cover his ears. If one was to look at him right now, one would see that he was covered in sweat. The screech lasted for 5 seconds before the repulsive presence started intensifying. In the next moment, a dark black smoky aura that was visible to the eyes started emanating from the corpse. The aura formed an irregular figure in the air that had bone spurs and skulls embedded in its body. Teng Xiaolian had not been expecting to meet Lin Mu so fast just after separating. He had thought that the boy was most likely exhausted after using the high-grade healing technique. Even if the boy was at the peak stage of the qi refining realm, Teng Xiaolian knew of the exhaustion brought on by using any high-grade technique. Healing techniques were even more intense, and their spirit qi conception would depend on the person it was being used on. Seeing Zhou Yi's condition and how fast he was healed, Teng Xiaolian couldn't even imagine it. That's why when he saw Lin Mu asking to check the corpse of the Ashen Cloak mercenary, he was surprised. He's rather dutiful. Hong Luo did good asking him for help. He's helping us with this even when he's tired, Teng Xiaolian thought. Teng Xiaolian let Lin Mu enter and then saw him staring at the dead mercenary. He then informed him of the time of death. Lin Mu went close and became silent. Teng Xiaolian easily guessed that Lin Mu was just observing using his spirit sense. But when he saw a troubled expression appear on Lin Mu's face, he felt nervous. It was then that it happened. Strange and esoteric chants started coming out of Lin Mu's lips. Even though they were faint, due to the tent being enclosed and him being near, Teng Xiaolian was still able to hear them. It would be fine if he just heard them, but the chants were nothing but fine. Teng Xiaolian had been through many life-threatening situations. He's had deadly beasts glare at him and blades pointed at him by enemies. But this feeling that he got from these chants was just simply terrifying. It was as if countless blades were pointed at his body and were just about to touch his skin. He felt his life hanging by his thread and thought that he would be dying the instant he tried to do anything. Couple of seconds later, the feeling got less intense, and Teng Xiaolian was finally able to breathe. By now, his entire body was covered with cold sweat. He understood that whatever these chants were, they were not targeting him, but rather something else. What terrifying killing intent. Even if it's not targeting me, just its mere presence is enough to freeze me, Teng Xiaolian thought. The belief that he had in his heart about Lin Mu being the disciple of a top sect was completely cemented now. If it was affirmed when he saw Lin Mu using the high-grade healing technique, now it was unshakable. In the words of a legendary cultivator, he would pity the fool who would mistake Lin Mu for any common cultivator. But just as he was about to come out of his thoughts, Teng Xiaolian heard the most inhuman screech he had ever heard. He then saw the dark black smoky aura rising from the corpse and forming an irregular figure that had bone spurs and skulls on its body. Just looking at the figure made Teng Xiaolian feel repulsed from the very bottom of the heart. Its presence was also something he had never felt before. It was as if a mixture of fear, loathing, and repulsion was formed in his heart. Another screech resounded, and he then saw Lin Mu extend his hand in catching the figure. But alas, the figure faded away and disappeared into thin air. This entire ordeal was extremely shocking to Teng Xiaolian, and he didn't know what to make of it. Lin Mu stood in his place with his hand still extended. What was that, senior? Lin Mu questioned in a serious tone. I do not know. That is not something I've ever heard of or seen before. It also does not seem like a natural being. The repulsive feeling that you were feeling, it was not arising out of disgust, but rather from the imprint of this world that you have on your soul. It was telling you to get rid of that being, as it does not belong to this world, Zukong answered. Lin Mu was a little surprised upon hearing that even Senior Zukong did not know what kind of being that was. Just as he was about to speak again, he saw something that pulled his attention. A small black dot had appeared at the place where the figure had disappeared from. Senior, Lin Mu spoke, so it is true. That is a being not of this world. That spatial point is just the proof of that. If it were not for your ring, we may have not even been able to know this, Zukong replied. How should we proceed now? I doubt that being is weak, considering that it was able to enter this world. Lin Mu asked. That is indeed true. We need to take a steady approach here. First, we get more information from Zhou Yi. Only after that can we decide. Zukong answered. Lin Mu nodded and turned to face Teng Xiaolian, who was covered in sweat and looked to be nervous. You saw that right? Lin Mu questioned. Why yes, everything. What was that? Teng Xiaolian asked while stuttering. I do not know either, but we need to be extremely careful. Inform the others. We will discuss this in the morning, Lin Mu replied. Before Teng Xiaolian could even reply, Lin Mu walked out of the tent and went towards his own. Teng Xiaolian was left standing there dumbly, but he did not mind it, for Teng Xiaolian could not even imagine the being that he had just seen and could judge that this matter had gone beyond anything that they could deal alone. Lin Mu entered his tent and sat down on the bed. He had decided to cultivate till the morning, as even he felt that the upcoming days were going to be tough and distressing. He wanted to be as strong as he could be. He sat cross-legged and started chanting the Severing Heart Sutra. Hours passed by in the blink of an eye, as Lin Mu was lost in his cultivation. By the time he woke up, it was already morning, and the sunlight could be seen peeking through the edges of the tent. Lin Mu observed his Danshan and saw that his spirit chi capacity had actually increased by 50 wisps. His Danshan's current storage stood at around 950 wisps of spirit chi, only 550 more to reach the next stage. Lin Mu thought. It was now that someone called out to him. Sir Lin Mu, Leader Hong Luo is asking for you. He said that it is time. A mercenary called out. Lin Mu immediately stood up and walked out of the tent. Take me to him, he ordered. The mercenary nodded and took him to a tent that was located at the very center of the camp. It was close to Hong Luo's tent and looked the same as Lin Mu's. They're waiting inside for you, sir. Another mercenary that was guarding the entrance spoke. Lin Mu lifted the tent flap and walked inside. Hong Luo and Teng Xiaolian with his team were standing there surrounding a bed on which Zhou Yi was lying. Lin Mu approached, and they all turned to look at him. Zhou Yi is just about to awaken. Hong Luo spoke upon seeing him. Tense expressions could be seen on each and everyone's face here. Evidently, they had been informed by Teng Xiaolian of last night's incident, and they had also heard the inhuman screech, thus they had no doubts about believing it. Lin Mu extended his spirit sense and scanned Zhou Yi's body. Most of the major injuries had been healed, but the hidden sequelae would take a long time to heal. Zhou Yi seemed to be twitching and moving in his sleep. His body was covered in bandages and medicines had been applied to his body by the healers. Use the technique I taught you once again. He should wake right up, Zukong suggested. Lin Mu nodded and stood beside Zhou Yi. The others made way for him tacitly and stood to the side. They then saw Lin Mu placing his hands on Zhou Yi's abdomen and heart. The next second, Zhou Yi opened his eyes and gasped. Where am I? Zhou Yi questioned. You're at the mercenary camp of Northern Town, Zhou Yi. We found you injured last night when you walked here from the forest, Hong Luo answered. Zhou Yi had a flash of realization as his memories soon came rushing back to him. He winced in pain as he held his head. The others let him be and waited for him to regain his mind. 10 minutes passed by and finally, Zhou Yi was starting to stabilize. He let out a breath of fatigue as he removed his hands from his head and laid back on the bed in a more relaxed manner. Are you fine now? Hong Luo asked gently. Why yes, Zhou Yi replied. What happened to you, can you tell us? Lin Mu questioned. It's a long story, Zhou Yi spoke. Zhou Yi took a deep breath before thinking for a bit. A few minutes later, he started speaking. It started when my group of 5 went to hunt in the forest a month ago. We had heard that someone had found snow-veiled hares and some high-tier beasts in the forest nearby. We didn't want to really hunt spirit beasts at that time, so these beasts were a good opportunity to get some money before the winter got really intense. We were returning during the evening after a successful hunt, and suddenly one of my companions collapsed. We went to check and discovered that he had stopped breathing. We were very surprised and became alert, but it was useless as we had already lost when we went to check up on our companion. Him collapsing was a distraction, and at that moment, some black-robed people ambushed us. I was able to escape into the depths of the forest, but my companions were not so fortunate. I tried to return to the town a few times, but the black-robed men were able to find me every time. At first, I thought they were just warriors that were at the high tier of the body-tempering realm, but then I realized how wrong I was. They actually had cultivators in their midst. I couldn't understand why they were even attacking us. Originally, I had thought of them as bandits, but there was no chance a bandit in this region could be a cultivator. Any cultivator could easily get employed and won't have to resort to banditry, at least here. Then I realized that the problem seemed to be a lot more deeper than I thought. The black-robed men blocked me at every point and didn't let me escape. Eventually, I was captured and was knocked unconscious. They took me to a hidden cave, and I didn't know its location as I was unconscious when I was taken there. I was shackled and chained in a prison there. But when I opened my eyes for the first time there, I discovered that I was not alone. There were many more people imprisoned there along with me. I even found some of my companions there. They were heavily injured and were chained the same as me. But the most shocking thing for me was that there were actually mercenaries there as well. Gasp. A collective gasp was heard in the tent as everyone except Lin Mu and Teng Xiaolian was shocked. Teng Xiaolian had already seen last night's incident, so was expecting there to be something strange, and Lin Mu had already known of this. Though the information about there being a hidden prison in a cave was very interesting to him. Seems like I'll need to speak to the High Court soon, Lin Mu thought. Zhou Yi had taken a little break and was drinking water to moisten his parched throat. Evidently, him speaking this much was already taking its toll on him. Are you fine? Do you want to rest more? Hao Xiao asked gently. Zhou Yi shook his head in denial. No, I'm fine. I want to finish this first. Zhou Yi replied. So what happened next? Hong Luo asked. Zhou Yi took another deep breath before continuing. I stayed there for over 2 weeks and observed all that happened there. It was surprisingly calm, except for the mercenaries' attempts to escape. The black-robed men actually did not torture us or hurt us, unless it was necessary. They even provided us with proper food and water, going so far as to actually treat any injury that bled. While I was there, I also saw that they took away a few people every day and brought more in. Nearly all of them were mercenaries and were all cultivators. There were some body-tempering realm mercenaries too, but they were far and few in between. Eventually, I and a few other prisoners got talking and planned out some things. We tried to look for avenues of escape and concluded that the best opportunity would be when they actually released us from the prison to take us to wherever they did. One of the people that I met then was Dongfeng Zhao. He was a mercenary from the Ashen Cloak Mercenary Company and was the leader of one of their elite teams. He told me that he and his team were ambushed as well when they were hunting for spirit beasts in the northern forest. Dongfeng Zhao then told me that nearly all of the mercenaries that were there were elite mercenaries and had been commissioned to hunt the spirit beasts by the mayor of the Wulim city. They had actually felt suspicious at the start when their communication with the other teams was slowed down, but when they were attacked and brought there, they finally understood. Someone was taking this opportunity to target all the mercenary companies. Dongfeng Zhao guessed that it was probably someone wanting to eliminate competition and reduce the influence of other companies. But after a few days, he rescinded his words and realized that this was more than that. The strengths of the black-robed men were way more than necessary. More than 90% of their people were cultivators, and there was plenty of peak-stage qi refining realm cultivators as well. There was no chance that an entourage so strong would even need to compete with the mercenary companies when they can just set up their own faction with that strength. Was someone taking revenge then, or perhaps sabotaging? Hong Luo questioned. It does seem like that. It could be either of those or even both. In the end, the person that's suffering is the mercenaries and the mayor of the Wu Lim city. Long De spoke. Considering the strength of the black-robed men, I would say that it's actually someone targeting the mayor of the Wu Lim city. Only he would be worthy of a large-scale scheme such as this. They're abducting the mercenaries and making the mayor have a loss. Since even if mercenaries die, the mayor still has to pay for their services, and beyond that, whatever need he had for the large amount of beasts won't be satisfied. Teng Xiaolian analyzed. Everyone went silent and pondered on this after hearing Teng Xiaolian's words. Even Lin Mu felt that they seemed to be viable and reasonable. If there is indeed someone targeting the mayor, doing this would indeed harm his work, finances, and even reputation. Lin Mu thought, it could be like that, but something still irks me, but I can't place it where. Yidui spoke. Others nodded in response as they felt strange too. Zhou Yi had taken this time to rest for a little bit and was ready to speak once again. Eventually the day came when we were to be transported someplace else. That was about 3 days ago. We were blindfolded and taken out of the cave. Unlike me, who was blindfolded and couldn't see, Dongfeng Zhao could still observe his surroundings because of his spirit sense. He told me that they were actually taking us through a different route in the cave and not the one they had come from. In a surprise to us, it actually took them over 2 hours to get out of the cave. Because of the large number of twists and turns we took, none of us could tell in what direction we were going, neither where we had come from. When we finally got out of the cave, a dense canopy of trees greeted us. Due to the type of trees they were, I was able to guess that we were now in the northwestern part of the forest, though I still did not know how far deep we were in there. While being transported, we halted to take a break. It was then that Dongfeng Zhao took the opportunity to check everything out. He confirmed that it was 10 of those black-robed men transporting us, while there were only 4 of us prisoners. It was me, Dongfeng Zhao, and 2 of his teammates. We were keeping an eye out for an opportunity to escape when it happened, Zhou Yi said and trailed off. Seeing the abrupt pause that Zhou Yi had taken, Lin Mu furrowed his brows but didn't disturb him and let him think it out. A few minutes later, he started speaking again. We heard a loud roar. It was simply terrifying and was accompanied by a strong wave of spirit qi. We instantly understood that it was a spirit beast, a strong one, but only when we saw it did we understand how wrong we were. It was no common spirit beast that had discovered us, but rather a core condensation realm spirit beast. What? They exclaimed in unison. Yes, a core condensation realm spirit beast. It was a 5 meters tall bear. It had irregular black and brown fur and had bone spurs coming out of its skin. Its claws were 10 inches long and looked like knives more than claws. Its eyes were red, as if filled with pure anger. Its mere presence was enough to freeze us in our tracks, and when it came close, it just went from bad to worse. Before the black-robed men could even do anything, the bear had split 3 of their men in halves with one swipe of its claws. Only after witnessing this did they start to retaliate, but alas, it was too late. The bear was out of their league. It massacred all of them with ease, leaving no chance for survival. The black-robed men saw that they were losing, thus resorted to using us as shields. Dongfeng Zhao took this opportunity and picked up a sword that had fallen to the ground nearby and freed him in a surprise to the black-robed men. Eventually, we all got free, but the black-robed men managed to kill 2 of Dongfeng Zhao's teammates in retaliation. Enraged, he wanted to kill them but knew that he could not. In this time period, the 2 black-robed men that were fighting off the bear were killed, and it was now coming towards me. I was unable to dodge and was just about to be killed. But then Dongfeng Zhao pushed me aside and took the attack. The bear's claws pierced his neck, and the bear then pulled them out, decapitating him in the process. Everyone that was standing there could feel goosebumps on their skin upon hearing the account from Zhou Yi. They had never expected that something so bad could have happened. The entire story was full of ups and downs, which kept them on their toes. By now, Zhou Yi's face was pale and fear had appeared on it. One could tell that even recalling the event was stressful for him. At this point, he had frozen and could no longer speak. The others noticed his condition and knew that he had been pushed too much, perhaps. Should we stop here for now? Hao Zio whispered to Teng Xiaolian. Teng Xiaolian furrowed his brows in response and looked at Zhou Yi. We need to get this done with. There's too much that's hanging by a thin thread. If we don't get the information now, we may be too late. Teng Xiaolian spoke. Hong Luo too clenched his fist and looked between the terrified man and Teng Xiaolian. But leader Teng, maybe we. Hong Luo was just about to speak when he was suddenly interrupted. Everyone's expression turned to that of a surprise from the tense one. They were suddenly feeling a wave of calmness spreading throughout their body. They then also heard the faint sounds that were coming from next to them. Everyone turned their gazes to the source of it and saw Lin Mu standing there with his eyes closed. He had an extremely tranquil expression on his face, which invoked a feeling of calmness in whoever that saw it. His lips were gently moving, and faint chants were coming out of his mouth. Teng Xiaolian's expression was then pulled towards Zhou Yi. The man who had been scared frozen from his thoughts had suddenly changed. The fear from his face had faded away, and what replaced it was peace. His arms and shoulders, which had been tensed because of being clenched, had relaxed. Even his eyes, which had gone dull due to the terror, had regained their vigor. The breathing, which was irregular and labored, had harmonized and moved in a steady rhythm. Indeed, what Lin Mu was doing was nothing but chanting the calming Heart Sutra. He had long since reached the second stage of external comprehension, thus knew that he could use it on other people now. The current situation seemed the best for it to be used, and it also helped Zhou Yi heal on a mental level. In fact, when Lin Mu scanned Zhou Yi with his spirit sense, he discovered that his spirit chi flow had also improved. Evidently, the trauma from the incident had been hurting him on a mental level and had affected his cultivation as well. A minute later, Lin Mu stopped chanting the calming Heart Sutra and opened his eyes. He could then see the gazes of everyone on his face, but these gazes were not of shock or surprise, but rather of profound and deep respect. Lin Mu didn't know, but today he had buried a seed of respect and slight worship within these mercenaries. Zukong had been seeing this entire event closely and had not stopped Lin Mu from using the calming Heart Sutra. He let him follow his own choice, and apparently this had been the right judgment. For when he saw the emotions hidden within the eyes of these mercenaries, he knew that Lin Mu had perhaps embarked on a new journey. The will of the Buddhist path, its traces can already be seen. Is he going to gain its recognition as well? Zukong thought. Even if he gains its recognition, at least it won't be as problematic as the will of the demonic path. There should still be some monks that have the recognition of the will of the Buddhist path. If it really comes to it, Lin Mu can take refuge with them. Zukong pondered. Lin Mu did not mind the gazes, but instead tenured to look at Zhou Yi. Are you feeling better? Lin Mu questioned with a calm tone. Zhou Yi, who was now feeling refreshed and relived, gently nodded his head. Now then, will you tell us the rest? Lin Mu spoke. Zhou Yi nodded again and cleared his throat before speaking. After Dongfeng Zhao was decapitated, I was terrified and tried my best to move to the side. I was lucky that the black-robed men were closer to it than me now and were targeted first instead. The bear attacked them and effortlessly killed them as well. Finally, it was now my turn. There was no chance that I could escape anyway. The beast was stronger as well as faster than me. It was just about to end me with its claws when it happened. The bear suddenly froze and then roared. It scratched at its own body as if it was hurting it. Another roar, but this time one that was full of pain, came out of its mouth as it cleaved out its own flesh. Chunks of flesh and black blood splattered as the beast mutilated itself. But instead of getting weaker, the beast instead seemed to be getting stronger. Black smoke came out of its body and replaced its flesh that it had ripped out. Once the flesh was restored, bone spurs sprouted out of it and added to its gruesomeness. Fortunately, after this happened, the beast seemed to be in a disoriented state of mind as it kept on struggling with itself and walked away. It even collided with the trees in its way and broke them down. Large trees that were thick enough for 4 grown men to hug were broken down like twigs by it. The sheer strength of the beast was astounding and was nothing like I had ever seen. After that, it took me a few minutes before I was able to gather my wits. After ensuring that I was safe for then, I grabbed Dongfeng Zhao's body and put it on a shield I picked up. I didn't want to leave the body of my benefactor who had saved me to rot and be eaten by beasts, thus I carried it with me. I also scrounged some supplies from the black-robed men, as I knew that I would not be able to survive there without them. I was lucky enough to find some alchemical pills and food, which helped me through. I started my journey back and encountered more beasts on my way. It was fine when they were just common beasts or even high-tier beasts, but when I encountered spirit beasts, I couldn't help but escape. I avoided fighting them as much as I could, but still got injured. At the very end, when I couldn't do anything, I used the alchemical pill I had left as a last resort. I knew it was a potential igniting pill, but I still used it anyway, as I would not have had much of a chance at survival. After I took the pill, my memories became blurry. I don't remember what I did or how I eventually got here, but I know that all I had in my mind was to survive and reach the town. Eventually, I did reach, and then the last thing I remember happened. I heard someone call my name. Zhou Yi looked at the people for a moment and smiled before closing his eyes. In the next second, he swooned and fell back on the bed. Hong Luo and Lin Mu rushed to check up on him and felt relieved after finding that he had just fallen asleep. He's just tired. He pushed himself to speak, that's why he fell unconscious. Hong Luo spoke. We just have to let him rest now. He has done us a great favor by informing us. Teng Olian spoke. The other mercenaries nodded in response as they understood how difficult it must have been to survive the ordeal he had been through. What do we do now, Leader Teng? We definitely need to inform the higher-ups at the base, but we don't know if they'll be here in time. Longda questioned with concern. Teng Olian furrowed his brows and thought for a moment before speaking. Send a messenger to the base and also one to the council. Tell them that the elite teams have been eliminated and to send help. Meanwhile, we need to talk with the mayor. Yes, leader. Longda replied before leaving the tent in a hurry. Lin Mu was also thinking of what they were supposed to do now. When Zhou Yi had deceived the black smoke coming out of the bear's body and healing its wounds, Senior Zukong had spoken to him. It is some kind of parasite that has infected the beast. It's most likely trying to take over its body and is thus making it harm itself. And it's no common spirit parasite either. From what we've seen, I can say for sure that it's an invader. Zukong spoke. An invader. Hearing a new term had once again sparked Lin Mu's curiosity as he wondered what it meant. Lin Mu waited patiently for Senior Zukong to explain it to him. In a simplified manner, an invader is basically a being that enters a world that it's not allowed to. It does so to gain control of that world or to obtain its resources. You see, most worlds have an innate barrier present in them. They are created and operated by that world's will. Zukong spoke. World's will. Senior, you mean each world is alive? Lin Mu questioned while tilting his head. Not exactly. While it may or may not have had life on its surface, every world can have a certain level of sentience. Not all worlds have it, though. Some worlds are simply too young to have developed it, while others lose it due to dying or being destroyed. Every world slowly gains its consciousness and also starts to generate spirit chi. You could even say that spirit chi is formed when a world gains sentience, or a world becomes sentient when spirit chi comes into existence. It can be either of those reasons. Zukong answered. Lin Mu felt intrigued upon hearing this new information. It had actually solved an important question that he had but had never asked. The question was about the existence of spirit chi and how it came into being. Zukong's words had answered a part of that question. While Lin Mu now knew that spirit chi was created by a world, he didn't know how other energies or types of chi came into being. For example, he didn't know how spatial chi came into being or how it was created. While he wanted to ask further about this, he knew that now was not the time for it as there were other things at hand. So about this, invader, if it's restricted by the barrier, how does it still enter the world? Lin Mu questioned. An invader can use various methods to enter a world. The most common method is to find a flaw in the world's barrier and enter through there. Another is to find a gate from which it can enter. This can be in the form of a teleportation formation or a spatial portal. From the way that the black smoke disappeared, I can tell that it came through the second manner. The creature, whatever it may be, is a powerful being and knows how to manipulate space. The invader here is actually not its real body, but perhaps an avatar, Zukong answered. Senior Zukong's mention of the avatar instantly reminded Lin Mu of his real body and how he had created a smaller avatar to accompany Lin Mu. Wait, Senior, does this mean that you are an invader too? Lin Mu questioned with his brows raised. In a broader sense, you can say that, but in my case, I would be a traveler instead. You see, the difference between an invader and a traveler is the permission of the world. Once a world reaches a high enough level and is well developed, its residents can leave it and travel to other worlds. Similarly, other beings can also travel to that world. Zukong explained. Lin Mu, while having understood the meaning of the words, still felt confused. How is it decided when a world is developed or not? Lin Mu questioned again. It depends on multiple factors. A world may simply become a higher world by gaining a massive amount of spirit chi, or its residents can become high-leveled cultivators. A world can be said to have developed when its residents can freely leave it without danger and also return back. Zukong answered. Lin Mu felt like he understood it a bit better, but had more questions appearing in his mind. What realm does a cultivator need to reach in order to increase the level of a world's senior? Like, do they need to become an immortal ascension realm cultivator? Lin Mu questioned again. While an immortal ascension realm cultivator can leave a world, it won't immediately elevate a world's status. Just a single cultivator won't be enough to increase its level. Instead, an entire group of cultivators over many generations need to reach that stage in order to elevate. And more than just that, there needs to be a countless amount of lower realm cultivators as well. Eventually, there would come a time when the world would become a higher-leveled world. A world can only be expected to increase in its level, but can never be made to, Zukong explained. Lin Mu felt enlightened after hearing Senior Zukong's words and could feel the knots of doubt in his mind unraveling. The only thing that was left now was how they would proceed after this. What should we do now, Senior? Lin Mu asked, feeling a little lost. Being a resident of this world, you do have an innate obligation to destroy or repel the invader. You must have felt it when you saw it. That's the world's will commanding you. But still, the final decision is up to you. While the worlds will expect this of all its residents, it won't force them as it won't be possible for everyone to do that, Zukong answered. But if you do choose to do so, your effort won't go in vain, Zukong added after taking a pause. What? Does this mean that I would gain some reward? Lin Mu asked. Indeed, what you will gain is the recognition of the world itself. It will silently help you in things you wouldn't even know you needed help in. It can even improve your luck and allow you to gain untold fortunes. Zukong replied, Heavens know that you need it. With the path you are walking on, you need all the help you can get, and I don't think mine would be enough. Zukong spoke inwardly. Lin Mu thought over Senior Zukong's words, but did not reply to him right away. His attention was instead pulled back to the people standing around him. While it seemed like Lin Mu had been talking with Senior Zukong for a long time, in reality, only a couple of minutes had passed by. With each progressing day, the speed of the mental communication between Zukong and Lin Mu had been increasing. While it was indeed completely dependent on Zukong's ability, Lin Mu had also helped increase the speed as he was getting more attuned with it and was also progressing in his cultivation. To others, it only seemed like Lin Mu was lost in thought and was thus busy. After they saw that Lin Mu had snapped out of it and was looking at them again, they became more alert. What do you suggest, Brother Lin Mu? What do we do now? Hong Luo respectfully asked. Lin Mu turned his sight to him and spoke. Leader Teng's words are right. You should send the emergency messages. In addition, I can perhaps help you contact the mayor. Lin Mu replied. And how would you do that? Teng Xiaolian questioned. I'm acquainted with the new high official that is administering the town, Hai Wan. I'll inform her and perhaps we can arrange a meeting. Lin Mu answered. If it was before, Lin Mu would have avoided talking about anything about the members of the High Corps. But now that Hai Wan was out in the open and even had a clean identity, there was no problem in him taking advantage of that fact. A slightly surprised expression appeared on everyone's face after hearing that Lin Mu was acquainted with Hai Wan. Indeed, nothing can compare to Brother Lin Mu's influence. Xing'an spoke in a flattering manner. Lin Mu paid no heed to his words and continued. I'll warn you, though, do not attempt to investigate this alone. I'm afraid that we're dealing with something that's beyond us. Lin Mu spoke in a serious tone. Lin Mu had decidedly chosen not to tell the mercenaries about the invader. It was not that he didn't think that they wouldn't believe him, but rather that it may become problematic if it spreads. He wanted to talk with the High Corps first, as he believed that they may have a better control over the situation. I'll leave now and tell you later when we will have a meeting. Lin Mu spoke. That's fine with me. Teng Xiaolian replied. The others also nodded in acceptance and acknowledged his words. Lin Mu left the tent and turned towards the direction of the town. His walk soon turned into a sprint and he rushed towards the town center. With his speed, it didn't take him long to reach the town center as he was there in 5 minutes, although what felt strange to him was instead that the number of people walking around was decreased. He had expected that people would be staring at him as he ran, but surprisingly there were barely any people outside. Even the number of guards seemed to have fallen. Only when he stood in front of the town center did he realize why. Currently in front of the town center, an entire crowd of people was standing. Along the sides of the crowd, squads of guards were standing fully decked in their gear looking ready for anything. The crowd was standing in silence, which was surprising to him, as this hardly happened when such a large group of people gathered together. The people in the crowd seemed to be focused on the town center and seemed to be waiting for something. A few more people slowly added to the crowd as they reached there from the various parts of the town. Feeling confused at this development, Lin Mu spread his spirit sense around and started scanning the crowd. In a small surprise to him, he found the Mute Ming brothers standing at the front of the crowd, along with a few of the mercenaries they had taken with them. Not understanding what was happening, he decided to go and talk with them. Lin Mu waded through the crowd and reached the front of it, right where the mercenaries were standing. The people grunted and chided in displeasure at being moved around but didn't do anything. Lin Mu didn't pay them any mind either. The Ming brothers noticed him and felt a little surprised themselves. They poked a mercenary that was standing along with them to talk with Lin Mu. This mercenary evidently knew who Lin Mu was as he cupped his hands in greeting. Greetings, Sir Lin Mu. The mercenary greeted Lin Mu. The other mercenaries too did the same thing upon seeing their companion do so. This turned into a wave of greetings that spread among the 10 or so mercenaries that were present there. There was no chance that the people standing in the crowd wouldn't notice this, especially when they were standing in silence all this while. The people also heard the sounds of greetings and wondered if it was someone important that had appeared. Knowing that this could turn problematic, Lin Mu immediately gestured to the Ming brothers to silence the others. They, having understood the implications of this, acted on it and silenced the mercenaries. Lin Mu then came forward and stood in front of them. What is happening here? Lin Mu questioned. The high official is going to announce their decision to the crowd, said the mercenary who had been instructed by the Ming brothers. And what is this decision? Lin Mu questioned, guessing about the possibilities. The mercenary looked around and made sure that no one else was listening before speaking in a low voice. After meeting with us and also hearing the complaints of the commoners, the high officials have decided that they are going to launch a hunt for the beasts that have been attacking the people, and also for the black-robed culprits. Alarm bells rang in Lin Mu's mind as he realized the implications of this. It would have been fine if this was done when he had not known about the invader, but now it was a much more dangerous situation. If the commoners were to find out about this incomplete information, they may become too agitated and start looking for the culprits themselves perhaps. While this may actually end up suppressing the activities of the culprits, it could also just trigger them to do something that could be direr. Lin Mu now knew that he would have to stop Hai Wan and inform her of the reality of the situation. Knowing that he perhaps didn't have much time, he turned to the mercenaries. Where are the high officials? Are they still in the town center or are they somewhere else? Lin Mu questioned. Yes, they should be in the town center. Their carriage is still standing to the side, so this is most likely, the mercenary answered. Lin Mu rushed towards the entrance of the town center and was about to be stopped by the guards that were standing there. Not wanting to waste any time explaining to them, Lin Mu started chanting the Severing Heart Sutra and targeted the two guards. The effect of the chant was rather instantaneous as the eyes of the guards became dull and they entered a daze. With this done, Lin Mu easily entered the town center and looked around for Hai Wan. He kept his spirit sense spread around so that he could find them as soon as they entered his range. Not sensing them on this floor, Lin Mu proceeded to the next. He already had an idea that she would most likely be in the office of the town head, but didn't want to make a mistake based on this assumption. Lin Mu's decision turned out to be for the better, as he actually found Hai Bao right there on the second floor. The man also noticed him due to the spirit sense probe and looked at him. Seeing the tense expression on Lin Mu's face, Hai Bao instantly understood that a new development must have happened. Guessing his thoughts, Hai Bao spoke. "Leader is upstairs, let's go." Lin Mu nodded and followed him upstairs. Now that he was with Hai Bao, no one dared to stop him and he easily reached the top floor. Lin Mu saw Hai Wan exit the office and it looked like she was just about to go towards the balcony from where the announcements were made. "Hai Wan, wait," Lin Mu shouted. Hai Wan immediately turned to the source of the sound and saw Lin Mu coming towards her along with Hai Bao. She stopped in her tracks and waited for the two people to reach her. "What happened?" Hai Wan questioned. Hai Bao too focused on Lin Mu as he too wanted to know. "We found Joey last night at the mercenary camp." Lin Mu spoke. A tense expression also appeared on the faces of the two people as they recognized the name. "Let's talk in the office," Hai Wan suggested. Trio walked into the office and then started talking. Lin Mu narrated the events of last night to Hai Wan and Hai Bao. He told them about the injured Zhou Yi and headless Ashen Cloak mercenary. He told them about the repulsive being that had risen from the corpse of the dead mercenary and how he knew what it was. Lin Mu then told them about the events of this morning and the story told by Zhou Yi. After Lin Mu had finished talking, the two of them stood in silence for a bit before speaking. "This thing that you saw, do you know what it is?" Hai Wan questioned first. "Yes, it is an invader," Lin Mu answered in a grim tone. The eyes of Hai Wan and Hai Bao went wide as they heard the word. It seemed as if they already knew what it meant or what it entailed. "So it is an invader," Hai Bao repeated in ponder. "You know what they are?" Lin Mu questioned. "Yes, we do. This is not the first time we've heard it either," Hai Wan answered. "What? Where have you heard it before?" Lin Mu asked. Hai Wan let out a sigh and thought for a moment before speaking. Not many people are aware of the existence of the invaders. Perhaps at this moment, only the higher-ups of cultivation sects and some aristocrats know of their existence. Even we only know of this because our Lord had once spoken to us about this. Hai Wan replied, "But if you know about the invaders then?" Lin Mu spoke and was interrupted. "Yes, we know what they do. This is not the first time they have appeared," Hai Bao spoke. "Not the first time, they've appeared before," Lin Mu questioned again. "Indeed, while we don't know the exact details of it, we do know that they once appeared a long time ago, and also that when they appeared they brought with them immense destruction," Hai Wan answered. Lin Mu stayed silent after hearing her answer and pondered over it for a minute. "Then I reckon you know what you should tell the people and what not," Lin Mu asked. Hai Wan nodded her head and spoke. "I've already asked for more reinforcements and they should be coming soon, so it will be fine if the culprits get agitated as well. We want them to do exactly that and reveal themselves," Hai Wan explained. "But are you sure that the reinforcements will be enough to handle them?" Lin Mu asked doubtfully. Lin Mu didn't think there would be much difference if more of the high core came. If anything, it could actually end up causing a disadvantage to themselves. "Yes, I'm sure of it." After all, this time there is a core condensation realm expert among the reinforcements, Hai Wan replied with a little smile that was hidden by the veil. Lin Mu would have never expected that there was going to be a core condensation realm expert in the reinforcements. If this was true, then it was perhaps going to be much better than he thought. It would help safeguard from anything too drastic and hopefully would be enough to stop the culprits. "I see, that's a relief. It will definitely be better," Lin Mu spoke. Then Lin Mu wondered if there was one core condensation realm expert in the reinforcements, then was it possible to get more of them? He also wondered how many core condensation realm experts there were in the high core. Do you have more core condensation realm experts? We would most likely need them later if we are to deal with the invader. Lin Mu questioned. I think so too. You don't have to worry. More of them will be called in when it's the right time. In all, we have 3 core condensation realm experts. Haiwan answered, feeling a little proud. Having more than one core condensation realm expert was often a thing of pride for most clans and organizations. Even the rich clans in the Wu Lim city didn't have any core condensation realm experts in them. Perhaps only the mayor was the one who was a core condensation realm expert and also had some subordinates that were core condensation realm experts as well. As for the nascent soul realm experts, they were considered very rare. Barely any clans in the Shuangqian kingdom had those in their families, except for perhaps the royal family. Any nascent soul realm expert was qualified enough to start a cultivation sect of his own, thus this showed the level of prestige they commanded. Feeling a little better after hearing Haiwan's words, Lin Mu nodded. Now then, it's time for me to address the commoners. Haiwan replied. Lin Mu nodded and let her continue on her way. He and Hai Bao followed behind Haiwan and accompanied her to the balcony. Upon reaching there, Lin Mu stayed behind and let Hai Bao stand with Haiwan. It would not be good of him to stand with them and would only bring him unnecessary attention. Don't be too expectant of the core condensation realm experts, Lin Mu. Zukong suddenly spoke. I shouldn't be, Lin Mu asked, feeling a little confused. No, you should not. Any invader that can successfully enter a world is a strong being. They would have to be at the nascent soul realm at the very least if not higher in order to even sense the spatial fluctuations, so you can imagine their strength. Even if they are restricted by the world's will, they are still not to be taken lightly. There are more chances than not that the core condensation realm experts wouldn't even stand a few seconds against it. In this case, though, it's just an avatar, so it could be possible if you take the right precautions. Still, you need to be extremely prepared for anything that would come your way, Zukong explained. A serious expression appeared on Lin Mu's face as he comprehended Senior Zukong's words. Yes, Senior, you are right. We definitely cannot take this lightly. I'll take your advice to my heart and prepare for the worst. Lin Mu spoke in a determined voice. Zukong inwardly nodded upon seeing this and let out a sigh. While he is rather obedient, he still needs to learn a lot. I only hope that I'll have enough time to teach him. Zukong inwardly spoke with a helpless tone. Right now, Haiwan had just opened the doors of the balcony and had walked out. Hai Bao was standing next to her and was keeping a sharp lookout on the people. Lin Mu understood the reason for this and knew that being vigilant was for the best. We can't ease up right now. Better to be as alert as possible, Lin Mu thought. In accordance with his thoughts, Lin Mu extended his spirit sense and kept a vigilant gaze. Haiwan had now finally started to speak, and everyone's gazes were on her at this moment. Residents of Northern Town, I have heard your complaints and plights. I know what has happened, and now I am going to resolve it. You have suffered for far too long, and it was our dishonor that it was not taken seriously. Haiwan took a deep breath and looked at the expectant faces of the commoners, feeling a little empathic, remembering her own memories from the past. I have decided that we are going to hunt down the culprits that are responsible for the recent incidents. As for the beast that has been wreaking havoc, we are going to hunt it too, and are forming an elite team of experts for it. By now, faint expressions of happiness had appeared on the faces of the commoners. Lin Mu was listening to her words and felt that they were good and should enough to assuage the people's fears. Even the mercenaries who had been wronged and falsely accused should be favorable to this. But just as Lin Mu was thinking of this, he suddenly detected something in the range of his spirit sense. It was traveling fast and was only 5 meters away from Haiwan and Hai Bao. Alarm bells rang in his mind as he acted on instinct. Lin Mu blinked to the two people and withdrew the large tower shield from the ring. He immediately put it in front of them and held on. 2 clanging sounds were heard as something collided with the shield. Lin Mu now knew that those 2 objects were actually crossbow bolts, whose tips were glistening with a black liquid. Assassins, Lin Mu warned. Hai Bao and Haiwan immediately entered a battle-ready stance as they too focused on their spirit sense. While this was happening, Hai Bao was a little shocked, as he was not able to sense the bolts even when they had entered his range. They were simply too fast for that, yet Lin Mu had fortunately blocked them. Lin Mu was still holding out the tower shield in front of him. He kept on holding it with his right hand and withdrew the mask which Hai-Shi had given him before. He wore it quickly, to ensure that he won't be exposed. He knew that the culprits were close, and he wanted to make sure that they were kept unaware. It was now that Haiwan spoke up. There, on the roofs, there are 2 of them. Lin Mu and Hai Bao heard her words clearly, and their eyes went towards the direction of her finger. They spotted the 2 assassins and locked onto them. The 2 assassins had evidently realized that they had failed in their attempt to kill Haiwan and Hai Bao, thus they had turned around to escape. Guards protect the commoners. Mercenaries look out for your companions, Haiwan shouted. The guards that were standing in two files at the sides of the crowd immediately became all ready and acted on the orders that were issued. They surrounded the crowd and made sure that they were covered from all sides. The crowd was panicking, but was still responsive enough to listen to the words of Haiwan and the guards. The mercenaries, on the other hand, were used to danger, thus they did not panic, but instead withdrew their respective weapons and got ready to fight. We have been waiting for this moment, brothers. Time to show those culprits what it means to challenge us. A mercenary from the group shouted. YHHH. The mercenaries shouted in unison, having no fear on their faces. The culprits were on the other side of the square on top of the buildings. They were already a good distance away, thus it would be a little difficult for Lin Mu and Haibao to catch up with them. Still, they weren't going to let them go. I'll take the one on the right, you go after the left, Lin Mu spoke. Haibao nodded in response and jumped down onto the lower roof from the balcony, just as he had done yesterday. Lin Mu too did the same and went after the assassins. Lin Mu strengthened his legs with spirit chi and increased his speed. He leaped down from the roof and started running through the streets in the direction of the culprits. He ran for a bit, and once he was sure that he was away from the eyes of people, he blinked to the top of the roof of a building. Once he was up there, he could see the culprit in the distance clearly. The culprit was still pretty far from him, and he had to catch up with him. Lin Mu observed that while the culprit was far, he wasn't as fast as him. Lin Mu was steadily catching up to him. The culprit was running on the ground and thus had not spotted Lin Mu yet, who was high up on the roofs. Lin Mu would leap from roof to roof, and when some of them were too far apart, he would just use Blink to teleport to the other side with ease. Lin Mu's regular use of Blink had made it easy for him to maneuver through the buildings. In a minute, Lin Mu had caught up with the culprit and was on the right of him, up on the roof of a house. By now they had crossed up the central area and had entered the residential area. Because the houses were relatively smaller in size than the buildings in the central area, the culprit finally saw Lin Mu. If the culprit's face was not covered with a cloth, one would have been able to see an absolutely stunned expression on his face. Lin Mu took this moment, where the culprit was stunned, and blinked right behind him. The culprit just became even more shocked when the person in front of him had disappeared in the blink of an eye into thin air. Lin Mu appeared behind the culprit and punched the man on his head. While the punch was not strengthened with spirit chi, Lin Mu's 10th stage body tempering realm strength was already enough to knock him out instantly. The culprit fell on the ground and scattered the dust on it. Ha! Lin Mu let out a breath after ensuring that the man was incapacitated, but still alive. Honestly, he was a little unsure of his strength and had held back. He was a little worried that if he used too much strength, he may just end up killing the man instead of knocking him out. Lin Mu then realized that he actually didn't have a rope to tie the man with. I need to remember to buy more things now, Lin Mu muttered to himself. He then took out some clothes and wrapped them around the man's hands and legs to tie him up. Now that he was done with this, another question came to his mind. It was about transporting the culprit. He could just wait there for the guards to come, but he was worried that the culprit's companions may find him, or perhaps the culprit would free himself. Not having any other idea, Lin Mu just decided to put the man in his ring temporarily. Though he knew that he couldn't keep him in there for long or the man would suffocate, try to store some air in your ring. I'll restrict it in a place so that the man can breathe in it. Zukong chimed in Lin Mu's mind. Lin Mu's eyes lit up and he replied, Yes, senior. Lin Mu had actually tried storing air in his ring before, but the problem that occurred was that the air would just diffuse in the environment inside the ring. Even senior Zukong had been unable to grasp the size of the space inside the ring, thus one could only imagine the sheer massiveness of it. No matter how much air Lin Mu tried storing in the ring, it would just end up spreading and would become useless. His previous experiment of storing beasts had already made him understand the consequences, but now that senior Zukong was helping him personally, it shouldn't be much of a problem for him. Lin Mu willed it and the air in his surroundings started to enter his ring. He could actually see the dust in the surroundings, moving towards him. A minute later he reckoned that he should have stored a sufficient amount of air in the ring, though he still couldn't estimate the exact quantity of it. Don't worry, this should be enough air for him to breathe for an hour at least, Zukong spoke. If you say so, senior, Lin Mu respectfully replied. He then stored the unconscious culprit in the ring and started running towards the direction of the second culprit. Lin Mu, of course, wouldn't leave Hai Bao alone to deal with the culprit. He actually didn't even know if Hai Bao had caught up with the culprit or not. Lin Mu climbed up on the roofs again, as he knew that it would be nearly impossible to spot Hai Bao and the culprit on the ground. He used Blink to quickly reach the top and started running towards the location that he was expecting them to be. Lin Mu leaped from roof to roof and soon reached the area that he was expecting Hai Bao to be in, though when he looked around, he couldn't spot him anywhere. He wondered if he had gone further or were they at the back instead. Lin Mu knew that he was faster than the Hai Bao and the culprit, thus the chance of them being ahead was much less. He turned to the back and ran towards there. A couple of minutes later, he saw the two men on the ground fighting and knew that his guess was right. Let's get this done with, Lin Mu muttered. He then jumped down from the roof and approached the fighting duo. Hai Bao and the culprit easily spotted him. No change of expression could be seen on the face of Hai Bao, but Lin Mu could tell that the culprit was getting tense now. Lin Mu had already sensed the cultivation of the culprit and knew that he was at the mid-stage of the qi refining realm, the same as the one he had captured before. While Hai Bao was at the peak stage of the qi refining realm, he wasn't using all his strength as he wanted to catch the culprit and not kill him. Lin Mu was just about to act when the culprit did something he had not expected. The culprit withdrew a black pill from his sleeve and moved his face cover aside. "In-oh," Hai Bao shouted. He lunged forward to restrain the culprit, but before he could do so, the culprit had already popped the pill in his mouth and swallowed it. Lin Mu too rushed forward and stood next to the culprit. He wanted to save him, but was too late as the black pill's effect started and the culprit started convulsing. "It's no use, you can't save him now," Zukong spoke. Lin Mu simply nodded and kept on staring at the culprit, who was now lying still on the ground, no longer convulsing. "We were too late. I should have just taken the risk and restricted him from the very start." Hai Bao spoke in regret. He then turned to look at Lin Mu and looked around. "I take it you lost your culprit?" Hai Bao asked. "No," Lin Mu replied while shaking his head. He then withdrew the unconscious man from his ring and laid him down. "What? You put him in a spatial treasure? Is he even alive?" Hai Bao exclaimed. It was common knowledge that living creatures usually cannot be kept in spatial treasures unless they are specially made for storing them. If one was to store a person or a beast in spatial treasure, they would just die of suffocation, if not from other reasons such as being splinched due to insufficient space or dismembered due to unstable space. "Don't worry, he wasn't there for more than a minute. I was close by," Lin Mu replied, not wanting to reveal much. Hai Bao nodded in response and then checked up on the culprit. He frisked the culprit's body and removed a few things from there. Lin Mu had not known that the culprits would commit suicide before, or he would have done the same thing. He had already knocked the culprit unconscious and had restrained him, thus was not as worried. Hai Bao retrieved a pill and a small crossbow from the sleeve of the culprit, along with a small vial of black liquid and a quiver of bolts from the culprit's waist. He also took away the dagger that was hidden in the culprit's clothes. The crossbow that Hai Bao had removed from the culprit seemed to be intricately crafted and looked complex. While its size was small enough to hide within the wide sleeves of the culprit, its range and power were still sufficient to kill someone. The crossbow was made mostly from some kind of metal and was slightly shiny as if it was polished to perfection. "What kind of crossbow is this?" Lin Mu questioned. Hai Bao furrowed his brows while staring at the crossbow in his hand. "This is a special crossbow made for assassinations. There aren't many people that can make this, and it is rather expensive to make as well. I think I know where these crossbows may have come from," Hai Bao answered. "Oh, where are they from?" Lin Mu questioned. "Wendao Armaments in Xiangwei City. They are specialists in hidden weapons such as these. Their workshop isn't as big as the other major ones, but because of their unique weapons they are rather rich and powerful," Hai Bao answered. "So this means that if we inquire there, we may be able to get the identity of the culprits?" Lin Mu asked. "Not exactly. They won't reveal the names of their customers that easily. They are rather strict about keeping the privacy of their patrons. It will be difficult in finding out clues from them. We will need to figure out something else," Hai Bao replied. Sigh. "All right, let's return back for now." Lin Mu spoke. "Yes, let's go," Hai Bao responded. He then picked up the unconscious culprit from the ground and slung it on his back, while Lin Mu stored the other culprit, which was dead now, in his ring. They began their journey back and reached the town center after 5 minutes. The crowd had dispersed by now, evidently having been moved to safety by the guards. There was still a squad of town's guards protecting the square, though. The mercenaries were also standing there, looking a little frustrated and lost. Lin Mu had heard their shouts of vigor before, thus could guess that they had perhaps been unsuccessful in their endeavor. He could also see the Ming brothers standing beside Hai Wan along with a couple of more people. One of these people was the driver of Hai Wan's carriage, and the other two were men who had large straw hats on their heads which hid their face. Hai Wan was vigilantly observing the area along with the other cultivators, looking ready for anything. They soon spotted Hai Bao and Lin Mu, who were approaching from the far. After they reached Hai Wan's position, Hai Bao put down the unconscious culprit that he was carrying on his back. "We were able to capture this one. The other is dead," Hai Bao informed. The people present there currently furrowed their brows upon hearing Hai Bao's words. "We'll make do with him. Have you seen his face yet?" Hai Wan spoke. "No, not yet. If they are death warriors as well, they probably have poison hidden in their face covers. I just didn't want to take the risk there." Hai Bao replied. "That was wise. We can check it once we go inside." Hai Wan spoke while nodding her head. She turned around and walked in through the entrance of the town center. The others followed behind, and Lin Mu did the same. Hai Wan went to a different room this time instead of the office. They went to a room that was on the second floor. The room was mostly empty, except for a table and a few chairs. The walls were made of stone and had no windows. The 8 people walked in through the singular entrance and closed the door upon entering. Place him on the chair and lock him with the chains, Haiwan ordered. There were some chains and shackles that were kept on the table. It seemed like to Lin Mu that Haiwan had already expected this and had prepared this beforehand. The diver of the carriage and Hai Bao went ahead and restrained the culprit with the chains and shackles. After this was done, Hai Bao carefully removed the face cover of the culprit, revealing the poison sacs that were hidden within. If someone else had carelessly removed the face cover, they would have just exposed themselves to the poison and would probably die. Hai Bao put the cloth that had the poison sacs attached to in a separate corner of the room, away from others. He then removed the final layer of the cover from the face of the culprit, revealing his face. Though in the end, the revelation turned out to be disappointing as none of the people could recognize the man that was the culprit. Anyone know who this is? Haiwan asked and looked around. Everyone shook their heads, denying that they did not know. Lin Mu tried to remember if he had ever seen this person before, but could not. Hai Bao walked towards Lin Mu and gestured for him to follow him. While walking, he whispered to him, "We need to see the other corpse too." "Ah yes, I'll take it out," Lin Mu replied after reaching out of the room. Lin Mu took out the corpse and carried it with Hai Bao to the room. The Ming brothers looked at the corpse with interest and confusion. Lin Mu could guess what they were thinking. They placed the corpse on the ground and Hai Bao did the same process again. He removed the cloth with the poison sacs and revealed the face of the culprit. This time Lin Mu recognized the face as his brows furrowed. "I know this person," Lin Mu stated. Everyone turned to look at Lin Mu upon hearing his words. "Who is it?" Haiwan questioned. "I don't know his name, but I know that he's one of the guards that had disappeared after the beast attack," Lin Mu answered. The dead culprit was none other than one of the guards he had seen at the entrance of the town the night he had killed the black-robed men. Haiwan turned to the 2 men that were wearing the large straw hats that covered their faces. "Investigate their identities and find some guards that may know more about this dead guard," Haiwan ordered. The 2 men nodded and immediately left the room to carry out their orders. Finally, Haiwan turned to look at the Ming brothers. "You two know that it's best if this information is kept confidential for now, right?" Haiwan spoke in a cold tone. The Ming brothers immediately felt cold sweat appear on their backs upon seeing the cold stare of Haiwan. While they couldn't actually see her face because of the veil, they could still feel the hidden pressure and intent. They hurriedly nodded to show their acknowledgement. "Good then, call in your leader, I'll discuss this with him," Haiwan spoke. A relieved expression appeared on the faces of the 2 mute brothers, as they felt better that their leader was now going to be here instead. They nodded and cupped their hands in respect before leaving as well. Once they were gone from the room and the door was closed, Haiwan let out a sigh. "Now we can speak freely," Hai Bao spoke. "Yes, what else did you two find out then?" Haiwan questioned. Hai Bao then showed her the 2 crossbows in response, along with the other items he had retrieved from the 2 culprits. While Haiwan did not seem to be bothered by most of the items, she still furrowed her brows upon seeing the crossbows. "When Dao Armaments, it would have been so much easier if it was someone else. Why did it have to be them?" Haiwan spoke with a helpless tone. "Will your lord be able to do something, maybe?" Lin Mu asked. Haiwan shook her head upon hearing Lin Mu's question. "No, unfortunately not. While Wendao Armaments are rather secretive about their customers' identities, it would have not been much of a problem getting it from them. But the problem now is that they've gained the backing of Cultivation Sect recently." Haiwan explained. Hai Bao tilted his head in confusion after hearing this as well. "This is news to me. When did this happen? They must have done something to gain the Cultivation Sect's favor." Hai Bao questioned. "I found out about it recently as well. It only happened about a week ago. Apparently some disciples from some cultivation sects took fancy to their workshop and decided to take them under their wing." Haiwan answered. "Just disciples? What kind of a sect are they from that they can just take an influential and powerful workshop like Wendao Armament under their wing?" Hai Bao asked with shock on his face. "We don't know, but looking at the cultivation base of the disciples, I fear that they may be from one of the top sects, perhaps." The disciples all had a cultivation base at the core condensation realm. Haiwan answered. "What?" Neither Hai Bao nor anyone else had expected these words to come out of Haiwan's mouth. Core condensation realm experts were already a rarity in this region. Even in Wendao Armaments, there was only one core condensation realm expert. This revelation was too much for them, and they could only imagine the kind of sect the said disciples must have come from. Even in the top sects, most disciples were at the Qi refining realm. Only the inner sect disciples were at the core condensation realm, along with a few core disciples. This means that they are at the very least inner sect disciples, Hai Bao stated. Haiwan shook her head helplessly in acknowledgement. "That is true, and seeing their numbers, I doubt they can be from anywhere except a top sect." Haiwan spoke. Hai Bao then realized that they still didn't know how many disciples were there. He turned his eyes to Hai Bao in a questioning manner. There were 11 disciples at the core condensation realm, and 15 at the peak stage of the Qi refining realm. Haiwan answered upon seeing the gaze of Hai Bao. At this point, even Lin Mu was left speechless and could not know what to make of this. It seemed to him that another one of their avenues had been blocked by misfortune. It was now that he heard the voice of Senior Zukong again. It doesn't matter to us as much for now. You need to focus on the invader instead. That is what's going to be more problematic in the long run, Zukong advised. Yes, Senior, you're right, Lin Mu replied while gently nodding his head to himself. He then looked at the faces of the people in the room and thought about what they should be doing next. Ahem. Lin Mu coughed and pulled their attention towards himself. Now then, we still need to focus on the current situation, Lin Mu reminded. Hai Bao and Haiwan let out a breath and nodded their head in acceptance. You're right, we shouldn't be distracted by needless things for now. Haiwan spoke. So when are the reinforcements coming? Lin Mu questioned Haiwan. The majority of them should be here within a week, but the core condensation realm expert will take around 10 days to reach, Haiwan answered. Lin Mu tilted his head in confusion upon hearing her words. Why is it taking him so long? Lin Mu questioned. You see, the core condensation expert was very far from us. We only sent the message to him 4 days ago. While he should have received the message by now, it will still take him a long time to reach here, Haiwan answered. What was his location before this? Hai Bao asked, feeling strange. The Black Dawn Kingdom, Haiwan answered. That makes sense. Crossing the borders and the counties would take that much time, Hai Bao replied. Lin Mu was not expecting that the core condensation realm expert would be coming from so far. He had heard of Black Dawn Kingdom before and knew that it was the neighboring kingdom of Shuangkaian Kingdom. It was located to the west of it and was nearly the same size as that of the Shuangkaian Kingdom. Lin Mu didn't know much about the Black Dawn Kingdom, except that it was a rather barren kingdom and didn't have much farmland. The only common thing between the Shuangkaian Kingdom and the Black Dawn Kingdom was that the northern forest existed in both kingdoms. It was the largest forest in the northern lands and spanned across the 3 frontier kingdoms. Lin Mu had only heard of some tidbits from the traveling merchants that had once come to the northern town and had been to the Black Dawn Kingdom before. He had heard from them that it took over 2 months to reach the Black Dawn Kingdom from the northern town if they traveled by a carriage. If that expert is able to reach here in 10 days, then it's still rather quick, Lin Mu reckoned. Well then, what should I do in that period? Lin Mu asked. Haiwan turned to Lin Mu and thought for a bit before speaking. We'll be discussing this matter with the mercenaries first. We can do that as soon as they reach here. As for the rest and considering the matter of the invader, I think we can only proceed after all the reinforcements are here, Haiwan answered. Lin Mu nodded after hearing her answer and thought it was reasonable. He didn't want them to rush in head first and make a mistake which they cannot afford. You can do whatever you want in the meantime. We will contact you when we need your help. We are also going to assign people to help the mercenaries keep a watch on their camp, so you don't need to be bothered with it. As for the culprits, we will be interrogating this person and investigate further, Haiwan explained. That should give me enough time to cultivate till I reach the late stage of the chi refining realm, hopefully, Lin Mu thought. Seeing Lin Mu lost in thought, an idea appeared in Haiwan's mind. Do you perhaps need something from us? You've helped us plenty until now, so we should compensate you, Haiwan spoke. Lin Mu raised his brows upon hearing her words. He then thought over the things that he had been desiring, weapons. He had tried buying them from the shops in the town but was unable to get them here. He had been told that he would need to get them from the Wu Lim city as they were rather unorthodox and were not popular enough in this area. I do want something, Lin Mu spoke. Oh, what do you want? Haiwan asked. I want weapons, Lin Mu replied. Well, that can be easily arranged. Just tell me what kind of weapons you want and we'll get them for you. Haiwan spoke in an assuring tone. Lin Mu didn't reply to her straight away, but instead withdrew a roll of paper from his ring. This roll of paper had the list of the weapons that he needed for training with the 1,000 armament blade scripture. He had long since made this list, as he had not been able to find them in any of the shops here. Lin Mu passed the roll of paper to Haiwan, who promptly took it. Upon seeing the roll of paper, Haiwan thought that perhaps Lin Mu wanted some specific type of weapon and that its design was written on the paper. But when she unrolled it and read it, she was stunned. It wasn't the design for a weapon on the roll of paper, but rather an entire list of weapons. She roughly glanced over at them and realized that there were more than 300 weapons on there. Some of them were common weapons, while the others were unorthodox and rare. She couldn't imagine why Lin Mu would need these weapons. While the common and uncommon weapons were fine with her, but some of the weapons that were mentioned on the list were simply unheard of to her. She had never seen names such as these. Hai Bao approached Haiwan and curiously peeked on the roll of paper that was in her hands. This is enough to equip a small army, Hai Bao exclaimed. Hai Bao was rather shocked by this and didn't know how Lin Mu would even use them. He couldn't possibly carry them all, could he? Even if he stored them in his high-grade spatial treasure, will he even have enough space for them? Hai Bao thought. Haiwan removed her eyes from the roll of paper in her hands and looked up at Lin Mu again. Are you sure that you want these? Haiwan questioned. Yes, I'm sure. I want all of those weapons, Lin Mu replied. Lin Mu was actually not expecting to get all of the weapons. He knew that getting all of them would be an expensive affair, thus he would be happy with even a quarter of the weapons. Fine then, I'll have them imported from the Wu Lim city, though I don't know how much time it would take as some of them would probably have to be custom made. Hai Bao replied. Wait, she's actually getting me all of them. That makes it easy then. Lin Mu inwardly spoke, feeling surprised. He suppressed his surprise and made sure that it was not displayed on his face before speaking again. Hai Wan simply nodded and gestured to one of the men with the straw hats. She handed the list to him and told him to get it ready. The man accepted and left the room to carry out his given task. I'll retreat for now then. I'll be at my house, so you know where to find me, Lin Mu stated before leaving the room as well. But just as Lin Mu had stepped out of the room, the voice of Senior Zukong was heard in his head. Didn't you want to give them the things you have taken from the mayor's office? Zukong questioned. Lin Mu suddenly realized that he had forgotten about this in the situation and knew that he should do this before going. He thus turned around in that second, and the people inside the room witnessed this. Hai Bao had a confused expression as he saw him suddenly return. Did you need anything else? Hai Wan questioned. Ah yes, I forgot to give some things to you people, Lin Mu answered. Hai Wan tilted her head in a questioning manner, as she then saw Lin Mu withdrew multiple items from his spatial treasure and placed them on the ground in the table. There were scrolls, registers, ledgers, documents, and some random items in it, though a shocked expression appeared on her face when she saw the golden shining bars in Lin Mu's hand. But that wasn't the end of it, as Lin Mu kept on withdrawing one golden bar after the other until finally, a small pile of around 40 gold bars was formed on the table. Gasp. This, Hai Bao stuttered upon seeing the pile of gold on the table. Where did you get this? Wait, is this all from the town head's office? Hai Wan questioned upon identifying some of the missing things from the office. Lin Mu nodded in response as he spoke. Yes, I got all of these from the town head's office. I thought they would have clues, and it didn't seem right to trust anyone else at that time, so I just kept them with me. Hai Wan nodded as she understood his reasoning. Until now, they were not completely sure about the identities of the culprits, thus knew that it would be best to remain cautious. That's fine, you did well, Hai Wan replied as she kept on looking at the items. Lin Mu then extended his hand toward the gold and picked up one of the bars. He pointed at the engraving on it and showed it to Hai Wan. Do you know what this is? Lin Mu questioned, feeling a bit uneasy. Hai Wan looked at it and instantly recognized the markings on the gold bars. Yes, I know. These are the gold bars which are issued by the kingdom to various towns and cities for their financial needs. Hai Wan answered. The moment Lin Mu heard her answer, the suspicions within his mind were confirmed as he gritted his teeth and clenched his other hand. Faint traces of anger appeared in his eyes as his aura changed slightly. Both Hai Wan and Hai Bao noticed this change and knew that something had gone wrong. Hai Wan particularly felt the faint killing intent she had felt from Lin Mu before, emanating again. What's wrong? Hai Wan asked with concern. Lin Mu took a deep breath and silently chanted the Calming Heart Sutra to suppress the rage that was rising from within him. He knew that this was not the right time, and he needed to be clear-headed at this time. A few seconds later, the Calming Heart Sutra showed its effects, and Lin Mu returned to his normal self. He took a deep breath and looked at Hai Wan. This gold is for the use of the town, right? So that the people can take benefit from it when they have problems. But the town head never did that here. The people have always suffered in the winters. Lin Mu answered in one breath. Hai Wan understood his words and knew what he was meaning. I can swear on my lord I'll get to the end of this and ensure that justice is done. Hai Wan replied in an assuring tone. Lin Mu simply nodded and just left the room. He thought that he shouldn't spend any more time here as it would just keep on bothering him. He could also see that Hai Wan was speaking from her heart and decided to trust her to deal with it. Lin Mu didn't know what he would do if the matter was left up to him. He feared that he may end up doing something that he would perhaps come to regret later. Thus, he decided that it would be better for him to just focus on his cultivation. After Lin Mu was gone from the room, Hai Bao's brows furrowed with confusion. He turned to Hai Wan and looked at her. At this point, there was no one else except for the two of them left in the room. He is not fine, is he? Hai Bao asked. Hai Wan shook her head before speaking. No, but he will be, I know it. Whatever he's dealing with right now, he needs to get through it himself. From the short time we have been acquainted, I've understood one thing, and that is that he is a self-reliant person. He would function better if he deals with it himself. Hai Wan explained. If you say so, I just hope that he recovers quickly and doesn't enter a dark place. I fear him. Hai Bao spoke with apprehension. Hai Wan's eyes went wide as she focused on Hai Bao. You felt it too? Hai Wan questioned. Do you mean the change in his aura? Hai Bao counter-questioned. Yes, I thought it was just me, but now it seems like his aura has indeed changed. Before only I could feel it because it was faint, but now that you can too. That just means that his killing intent is growing stronger, Hai Wan answered. He wasn't like this when we first met him though. He only changed after he met the town head and killed him. Hai Bao spoke. That is true. That just means that I need to investigate this matter even more closely. After all, I've given him my word, Hai Wan replied. Hai Bao then went silent for a bit and rubbed his chin before speaking. Are you sure the Lord will be fine with such a large expense? Just the sheer quantity of weapons in that list is troubling, not to mention that some of them will have to be custom-made. Hai Bao questioned with a concerned tone. Sigh. Haiwan let out a sigh and rubbed her forehead in fatigue. The Lord's letter arrived this morning. It was in response to the first report that I gave him about Lin Mu. He's ordered that everything is to be done to keep him on our side and to ensure that no enmity occurs. The expense on the weapons is nothing compared to what he's willing to spend. Haiwan answered. But don't you find that it's strange he's asking for so many weapons? It's enough to equip a small army. What would he even do with so many of them? Hai Bao asked, unable to suppress the doubts within his heart. Whatever it may be, it's not our concern now. The Lord has given us our orders and they are to befriend Lin Mu and make him our ally. We will just do our best to satisfy the request. Haiwan replied in a stern tone. Hai Bao noticed her strict tone and understood that he was now starting to perhaps bother her a lot more than he should. He thus decided to change the topic. About our reinforcements, where are they coming from? And about the core condensation realm expert, is the Lord really willing to use them? Hai Bao asked. Sigh. Haiwan let out another sigh as she just decided to answer his queries. While she wanted nothing more than to just return to her work, she understood that Hai Bao had the right to ask her these questions, and it would be better if he was clear about their situation. The reinforcements are coming from our inactive members. They are all those who had been disguising themselves as commoners and a few other people from the core. As for the core condensation realm expert, we were lucky that he was able to complete his mission early. Haiwan took a brief pause and then continued. We were originally unsure about the background of Lin Mu and had suspicions that he belonged to a sect. We also didn't know about the personality of Lin Mu, thus the Lord had chosen that person to come. He is the most experienced in interacting and dealing with disciples of cultivation sects, thus he was the best choice. Haiwan explained. Let's just hope everything goes well. Hai Bao spoke as he turned towards the unconscious culprit. A grim expression appeared on his face as he walked towards the culprit that was chained to the chair and spoke. In the meantime, we can have some fun. He then firmly held the unconscious culprit's fingers and in a snap bent them. Aagh. The pain-filled shouts of the culprits thus echoed in the room as he had a rude awakening. Lin Mu had left the town center and was now walking towards his house. He took in the sights and the sounds from the surroundings. Most of the streets had become rather empty, except for the guards that would patrol at every few intervals. Lin Mu knew that this was due to the assassination. Haiwan had already ordered the guards to take the people to safety, so they were most likely in their homes now. He knew that now that the matter had been resolved on a certain level, the people will most likely get the notice by evening. Lin Mu looked up at the sky and saw the sun, which was just about to reach the top of his head. He estimated that it should be 11 a.m. right now and knew that he had plenty of daylight left. The days had finally started to get short, and the clouds were starting to get dense. There were 3 more months to the end of the winter, and in another month the sun would be completely hidden till the start of spring. That would be the time when the cold would be the harshest and the snow the deepest. Lin Mu could still remember the last year's blizzards clearly. The snow was knee-deep, and people could not open their doors as the snow was piled up against their doors. Lin Mu knew that some people would start to run low on supplies and would have to ration them. He hoped that this time, since Haiwan was here and the town head was dead, the things would be different. And if they are not, I will make them. Lin Mu muttered to himself as another fluctuation in his aura appeared. Lin Mu kept on walking and eventually reached the residential district. He could now see some people here discussing with each other. He could hear them gossip about the incident from before and the announcement. Lin Mu understood that they seemed to be slightly more satisfied this time. At least the people have hope this time, Lin Mu thought to himself. Soon Lin Mu reached his house and saw someone standing in front of it. He looked at the man's attire and understood that it was a guard. But the suspicious thing was that he hadn't seen the guard before, and he seemed to be someone new. Lin Mu extended his spirit sense and was surprised to find out that the guard was actually a cultivator. He instantly became alert, and ideas started to run in his mind. Is he one of the culprits? Are they disguising as guards now? Lin Mu wondered as he withdrew his sword and continued forward silently. The guard was facing the other way, thus he had not seen Lin Mu yet, and he had not even sensed it when Lin Mu's spirit sense had probed him. It seems like he hasn't experienced spirit sense before. He's also at the early stage of the chi refining realm. This will be easy. Seems like we will have another culprit to interrogate, Lin Mu thought to himself. Lin Mu looked around one more time and confirmed that no one was watching him. Once he was sure of that, he used blink and appeared right behind the guard. He then put up his short sword against the man's neck. Don't even try to move. One move and I'll slice your neck. Now tell me, who are you? Lin Mu spoke in a threatening manner. The guard, who had been carefree this entire time, felt as if he was doused with cold water. He had not expected for someone to suddenly seize him. But then the next instant he recognized the voice and his eyes went wide. Wait, Sir Lin Mu, it's me, Hai Ping, the guard hurriedly spoke. Lin Mu tilted his head upon hearing the guard and then suddenly recognized the voice, though he still didn't move as he was still feeling suspicious. The guard saw this and knew that Lin Mu was still wary of him. Sir Lin Mu, I was assigned by leader Hai Wan to guard and serve you. If you needed anything, I was asked to be there for you. I was assigned the position of a guard so that it would be easier for us, the guard explained. Only after hearing the man's explanation did Lin Mu withdraw the sword from the man's neck. Lin Mu then remembered the man named Hai Ping's voice. He had seen him before, but because the man was wearing the mask, he could not recognize him. Hai Ping was one of the other members of the High Corps that had recently returned to the safe house. Should have informed me before, Lin Mu spoke. Hai Ping took a deep breath and touched his neck, ensuring that it was safe. That's what I was here for, sir, to inform you. Hai Ping spoke in a helpless tone. Okay then, so where are you going to stay? Lin Mu questioned. Since I've been assigned the duty of a guard, I'll be here most of the time. There are more of my companions who will be patrolling the street and neighborhood too, but if you need anything, just call for me. I will also be informing you of any report that comes from the leader, Hai Ping explained. I understand, for now I'm going to be resting inside, Lin Mu replied and then unlocked the gate of the courtyard. He then walked inside and entered the backyard. He came to stand in front of the graves that were situated there. He kneeled down and closed his eyes. Father, Mother, please bless me with strength. I know the journey in front of me is long and is going to be difficult, but know this, that I will prevail, Lin Mu muttered with determination. Lin Mu then stayed there in the same position for a couple of hours before he stood up and returned to the inside of the house. Unknown to Lin Mu, his aura that had become slightly unstable since the morning had finally become calm after visiting the graves of his parents. Lin Mu could feel his stomach rumble and then realized that he had not eaten anything for a while. I'll eat some food before cultivating, Lin Mu muttered to himself. He thus took out the spirit beast meat from his spatial ring and started to cook it in the kitchen. 20 minutes later, the roast meat was ready and Lin Mu started devouring it. With his current appetite, it didn't take long for Lin Mu to completely finish it. Lin Mu then returned to his bedroom and sat down on his bed cross-legged to cultivate. But just 5 minutes later, a surprised expression appeared on his face as he was awakened from his session. A wave of energy emanated from his body for a brief moment, and it almost seemed like one could see his bones shining through his flesh. I broke through, Lin Mu muttered. Indeed, Lin Mu had just broken through to the 11th stage of the body-tempering realm and had entered the peak tier of body-tempering stage experts. His vital energy was flowing into his bones and was even touching his bone marrow. A refreshing feeling washed over his mind as he felt his entire body relax. It was as if his body cells were exhilarating in joy and had become extremely active. In fact, a minute later, faint wisps of steam could be seen emanating from his body. While what? Lin Mu spoke with surprise. Focus. Feel the vital energy within you and guide it on its path. Let it flow to your bones and wash your marrows. Zukong guided in a stern tone. Lin Mu did not speak and just followed the instructions. He continued chanting the Calming Heart Sutra and focused on the flow of the vital energy. He could sense the vital energy that was filling his skin, muscles, and blood. This vital energy had been at an extremely saturated stage and was close to breaking out at any moment. Lin Mu's current situation just turned out to be the most suitable, thus it broke through. The vital energy from these 3 layers started to seep into his bones. Even though the energy was flowing into his bones, Lin Mu couldn't actually feel any decrease in the energy from those 3 layers. It was as if the energy was instantly replaced the moment it flowed away. This cycle of replenishment and consumption continued for an hour until finally, Lin Mu felt as if his bones were saturated as well. He had just reached the peak of the 11th stage of the body-tempering realm in one attempt. Lin Mu let out a breath and expelled a wisp of gray gas from his mouth. This gray gas traveled forward and touched the wooden wall of the room, but when it touched it, the wall suddenly started corroding. A sizzling sound was heard as the corrosion on the wall spread out for a few centimeters before stopping. Lin Mu heard the sound and felt shocked at this. He didn't know what had just happened and felt confused at that. He stood up and walked closer to inspect the wall and saw that a depression about half a centimeter was formed, and it was about 2 inches in diameter. The gas that had touched the wall had dissipated, and no traces of it could be seen. The only thing Lin Mu could sense on the wall was the shallow depression and nothing else. What was that, Senior Zukong? Lin Mu questioned. Senior, Lin Mu reiterated. I do not know exactly. It seems to be the impurities being expelled from your body, but they shouldn't be this corrosive. Zukong answered. What's wrong here? Lin Mu asked, feeling more confused. You see, by tempering your body, not only do you increase its strength and toughness, but also improve its quality. This improvement in quality is brought about by removing the impurities from your body. Zukong replied. But how do these impurities appear in my body, though? Lin Mu questioned. They are the result of you consuming sustenance. This can be in any form, whether it be food or spirit qi. Everything has faint traces of impurities in them. These impurities slowly accumulate in your body over time and hide within it. For mortals, it does not matter as much, since their lifespan is not that long, but for cultivators, it is very important as it dictates the improvement in their cultivation and longevity. Zukong explained. Lin Mu finally started to feel like he was understanding it on some level, but he was still confused about the volatility of the impurity that he had just expelled. But senior, are the impurities really as dangerous as the one from now? Lin Mu questioned. No, while they can be threatening to a cultivator, that is only in terms of hampering and restricting their cultivation, but not actually directly harming them. The gas that you expelled was spirit chi impurity, but it seemed to be corrosive. I do not know the reason for this, but know that it's only good for you since it's being expelled. Zukong answered. I understand, senior, Lin Mu replied. After this, Lin Mu went back to sitting in a cross-legged position on the bed and continued his cultivation session. He closely observed his body and realized that he was already at the border of the 12th stage of the body tempering realm. Senior, I'm already very close to the 12th stage of the body tempering realm somehow, Lin Mu informed. I think I can deduce the reason, perhaps. It seems to me that the impurity that you expelled may have been restricting your vital energy from breaking into the next stage. The vital energy within your body kept on being stockpiled, and only now when it couldn't store any more did it break through and pushed you to the border of the 12th stage of the body tempering realm. That impurity was quite likely the barrier that was restricting you, Zukong explained. So does this mean that if I want to progress to the next stage, I'll need to expel more of those impurities? Lin Mu questioned. Yes, that's possible. This will also improve your spirit chi cultivation, in fact. You will soon notice the difference. Zukong answered. Lin Mu inwardly nodded and focused on his cultivation session. He circulated the spirit chi in his meridians and completed a cycle. He then discovered that the speed of his circulation had increased by around 30%. It was as if there were invisible obstructions that he couldn't see before, and now that they were gone he felt free. The spirit chi in his danshan flowed into his meridians and completed a cycle, returning back into the danshan. The cycle thus triggered the fine pores on his body to open up and absorb the ambient spirit chi. With each subsequent cycle, more and more spirit chi would be added to his danshan. Such was the way of cultivation. In the blink of an eye, it was time for sunset. Lin Mu could not even sense the passage of time, as he was too engrossed in his cultivation. He only woke up as he was feeling hungry again. In the past few days, he had been restricting his hunger and had been sustaining himself on qi, thus he did not feel hungry back then. But now that he was back to his normal routine, his hunger had returned as well. Lin Mu thus cooked more spirit beast meat and then ate it. After that, he would assimilate the vital energy from it and once again return to cultivate. Only at midnight would he stop and sleep. Lin Mu had also not slept for the past few days, thus his lessons on the Tao script had fallen behind. Now that he finally had the chance to learn it again, he didn't want to let it go. He thus laid down on the bed and fell asleep. His consciousness appeared in the sleepscape, right in front of the spirit apple tree. Lin Mu looked up and saw 12 spirit apples hanging from the tree. Looks like they will continue to accumulate if I don't pick them. Lin Mu spoke to himself. He then walked towards the tree and plucked the 12 apples before storing them in the ring. After that was done, he called out to Senior Zukong for their lessons. He learned the Tao script from Senior Zukong for the rest of the night and only stopped when it was time for him to wake up. Lin Mu repeated this cycle for 6 days and only paused it when he was called out. The High Core member that had been working as a guard outside, Hai Ping, had called out to Lin Mu. Lin Mu walked outside and talked to him. From his conversation, he learned about the current developments and progress in the investigation. He was informed that they had learned nearly no clues from the culprit they had captured. Since the culprit was a death warrior, he had kept all information to himself and had instead chosen to let himself die. Lin Mu didn't know how he died, but could guess that it was most likely due to torture. He didn't mind that since he knew that they were deserving of it. Lin Mu was also informed that the first batch of reinforcements had reached the town and more would be coming soon. So am I needed there now? Lin Mu questioned Hai Ping at the end. No. Leader has instead asked that you focus on your cultivation and not to bother with minor matters. She said that she will inform you when something important and deserving of your time happens. Hai Ping answered. After hearing the answer, Lin Mu nodded his head and bid the man farewell. Lin Mu returned to his routine and continued his cultivation for 3 more days. On the 4th day, a wave of spirit chi spread out from his body. His eyes trembled, but he didn't open them. His chants were echoing in the room now, resonating with the waves of spirit chi. If one were to look inside Lin Mu's danshan at this time, they would see that it was completely filled with wisps of spirit chi. There was no more space for additional wisps of spirit chi to enter. Right now, Lin Mu was at a very important point in his cultivation. He was at the very cusp of entering the late stage of the chi refining realm. In order to enter the late stage of the chi refining realm, a cultivator had to completely fill his danshan with the spirit chi and then needed to refine those wisps into a liquid form. As soon as the first drop of liquid spirit chi was produced, that cultivator would have successfully entered the late stage of the chi refining realm. But this very step was hard, since refining spirit chi wisps into liquid spirit chi was a volatile process. One small mistake and the spirit chi could go on a rampage through the cultivator's meridians, causing them harm and regressing their cultivation. Lin Mu was currently in a deeply focused state. He did not even need to chant the Severing Heart Sutra consciously anymore, as it had become like a second nature to him. His lips would move automatically, and the chants would come out of them. With incredible focus, he circulated more and more of spirit chi through his meridians. He kept on doing it until when finally it had reached a saturation point, and his meridians could no longer accommodate more sprite chi. It was at this point that he kept on pressuring the spirit chi and finally squeezed more in. Bit by bit he kept on adding, and the wisps of spirit chi became smaller and smaller. Eventually, they had become condensed enough to form a small globule. This small globule flowed through his meridians and finally reached Lin Mu's dantian. As soon as it dropped down into it, another wave of spirit chi spread from his body and spread out in the surroundings. But this time, the mysterious ring on Lin Mu's hand also started humming along with it. The waves of sprite chi started resonating with the humming of the ring and melded together. It was as if an esoteric harmony was being played, and minstrels were singing hymns. The harmony reached a crescendo, and Lin Mu's body disappeared from the room. When Lin Mu opened his eyes, he found himself in front of a glowing ethereal altar. It was releasing waves of energy that resonated with the waves of spirit chi from Lin Mu's body. Lin Mu could clearly feel the call of the altar within his mind. Am I inside the ring? Lin Mu questioned himself. Wait, if I'm here, shouldn't Senior Zukong be here as well? Lin Mu thought. Senior Zukong, Lin Mu called out. His voice didn't travel far, and it was as if it was dampened by some kind of a barrier. Lin Mu tried to call him out using his mental connection and found out that it was blocked as well. Is this the doing of the altar? Lin Mu muttered as he turned around to face it again. Seems like I need to do what it's asking of me before I can do anything, Lin Mu thought. Lin Mu thus walked to the altar and placed his hand on it like the last time he did when he came here. As soon as he did, his vision blacked out and streaks of light started emitting from the altar. These streaks of light floated out of it and entered Lin Mu's head. At this moment, Lin Mu felt as if new memories were being etched in his mind. He could feel that this new information did not seem to be foreign and was instead assimilated into his mind. It was as if he had known it all along. A few seconds later, the process was completed, and Lin Mu's vision returned. He lifted his hand from the altar, and the altar dimmed down to its normal form. The runes on it also became faint and would flicker from moment to moment. Once this was done, Lin Mu could finally feel the mental connection between him and Senior Zukong being restored. Knowing this, his eyes lit up. Senior Zukong, Lin Mu called out again. This time he finally received a response and soon saw an orb of gray light approaching from far. The orb of light came to a stop in front of him and faded away to reveal Senior Zukong. When Lin Mu saw him, he felt a little surprised. Senior Zukong, what happened to you? Lin Mu questioned. I just increased in size, Zukong answered. If Zukong was small enough to fit on a fingertip before, now he was big enough to be compared to the size of a palm. But how? Lin Mu asked, feeling surprised. The drastic difference was surprising to Lin Mu. While he had seen Senior Zukong's real body and knew how massive it was, compared to his previous tiny size, this was still big. In fact, Lin Mu didn't think he had ever seen a spider that was this big before in the real world. Zukong's current appearance could be described to be as having a pale and bony white body. His abdomen was bloated and was 10 times as big as his head. 8 legs sprouted from his body and had ends that were sharp. There were no hairs on his legs or on his body, unlike other spiders, as it was completely smooth. His head had 8 golden yellow eyes on it that glowed with an eerie light. His fangs were a centimeter long and were gray in color. Overall, if one were to see Zukong outside in the real world, they would be scared because of his form. But in addition to being scary, it also had a certain charm that was hard to explain. It was as if one was appreciating the beauty of a sword. While it was sharp and dangerous, it still had a mysterious sense of beauty hidden in its craftsmanship. Lin Mu then saw Senior Zukong's head and saw the 8 eyes on there. Senior, did your number of eyes decrease? Lin Mu questioned. Before, since Zukong was very small in size, Lin Mu couldn't perceive the 5th pair of eyes on Zukong's head. They were the smallest pair and were hard to perceive with his small size. They were very apparent on his main body, but on his avatar they were nearly invisible. Lin Mu had just thought that he wasn't able to see them because of their small size. No, they've been the same since I created this avatar. It's because my avatar doesn't have my cultivation base that it does not have the 5th pair of eyes. Zukong answered. So your number of eyes increases along with your cultivation? Lin Mu questioned. Yes, but not exactly. You see, beasts have different changes they go through when they progress in their cultivation. These changes are different depending on the beast and its cultivation base. For me, it's my eyes, you could say. though I can't tell you when I'll be able to gain my fifth pair of eyes back, as that realm is way beyond your scope of understanding," Zukong explained. Lin Mu didn't question it, and simply accepted Senior Zukong's words as it is. He then felt as if his body was getting lighter. Lin Mu looked at his hands and saw that they were getting blurry. "Seems like you will have to return to the real world now. Your body has reached its limit here," Zukong spoke. "It has?" Lin Mu questioned, remembering his previous visits to the ring. "Yes, did you forget that this place doesn't have a livable environment? Every time you come here, the ring helps to maintain your body's functions. But the thing is that it can only do it for so long before it will start hurting your body instead," Zukong explained. Lin Mu went silent for a moment before asking, "Then will I be able to enter the ring on my own in the future?" "Yes, when your cultivation base reaches a strong enough level, you should be able to enter the ring at will," Zukong answered. Just as Lin Mu heard Senior Zukong's words, his body faded away and reappeared in the real world. He looked around and saw the familiar walls and bed. He was currently standing on the floor in the same position. He was back in the ring. He had been transported in the same position. Lin Mu sat down on the bed and recalled the new memories that he had received from the altar. The new memories detailed the information about a new skill. It was the third skill Lin Mu had received from the ring, and it was called phase. Unlike before, when Lin Mu had to stumble and experiment to understand the usage of the skills, this time he had Senior Zukong to consult with. While Lin Mu had the instinctual knowledge of the activation of the skill, he still didn't know what the skill actually did. Lin Mu thus informed Senior Zukong about the new skill that he had received. It seems like this skill, phase, involves one of the basic manipulation techniques of spatial energy. It allows you to temporarily dissociate your body, which can allow you to pass through objects," Zukong explained. Upon hearing Senior Zukong's explanation, Lin Mu instantly linked it to the first skill, flicker. Flicker also had a similar effect, as it allowed his body to pass through objects as well. Lin Mu couldn't understand the difference between the two skills. "Senior, is this skill similar to flicker?" Lin Mu questioned. "No, while they look similar, they are different on a fundamental level. Flicker actually allows your body to temporarily enter the lesser void. Thus, by virtue of this, you can dodge attacks and allow objects to pass through your body." Zukong took a pause and let Lin Mu digest this information before continuing. "The third skill that you received, phase, allows you to dissociate your body's particles, which allows you to pass through objects. You can imagine any object or item in this world to be composed of very small particles called as molecules. These particles are bound together by an invisible force. While they appear to be together, they are instead separated from each other, having an empty space between them. What this skill does is that it dissociates and aligns the particles of your body in such a manner that they pass through the gaps between the molecules of that object," Zukong explained. Lin Mu was lost in thought after hearing Senior Zukong's explanation, but was eventually able to understand. "It would be better if you just try the skill out first," Zukong suggested. "Yes, Senior." Lin Mu responded while nodding. He stood up and then recalled the method of activation of the skill, phase, and used it. In the next instant, around 20 wisps of his spirit chi were consumed, as his body turned blurry. It looked fuzzy in appearance and seemed as if it was vibrating at an unknown speed. Lin Mu placed his hand on the bed and watched it pass through with ease. It was a novel experience for him as he waved it around in the bed. Lin Mu also sensed that every second that his hand was inside the bed, a single wisp of spirit chi was being consumed. He removed his hand from the bed and noticed that while the skill was still active, the consumption of the spirit chi had stopped. Lin Mu walked towards the wall of his house and stood in front of it. He took a deep breath and walked forward, keeping his eyes closed in slight fear. The feeling of collision he was inherently expecting did not arrive, and instead, he appeared outside the house. Lin Mu opened his eyes and looked around and saw the backyard of his house. He could see the wall of the courtyard in the distance and the wall of the house itself behind him. He touched his body and ensured that everything was fine before taking a breath of relief. Although Lin Mu knew that he would be safe, he was still a little bit nervous about using this skill and passing through a wall. Since he had a hard time understanding Senior Zukong's words, he didn't know how exactly it worked then, but now that he had actually done it, he understood it. The feeling of passing through the wall was strange to him. It was as if he was moving through a cloud of mist, such that while he felt the presence itself, but there was no obstruction and he was easily able to move through it. That was strange, yet fine, Lin Mu muttered. "I should try it out a few more times," Lin Mu thought to himself. He thus activated the skill once again and tried passing through other things. All of his attempts were successful, as he found out that there was nothing here that he couldn't pass through. "If I use this while fighting, won't I be invulnerable, as all hits will just pass through me?" Lin Mu spoke to himself. "Not exactly." Zukong interrupted Lin Mu's thoughts. "What do you mean, Senior?" Lin Mu questioned. "While you are able to pass through all the objects here, it won't be possible for everything. For example, attacks that are done with the help of spirit chi skills or techniques will still harm you." These attacks won't be unaffected by the skill, phase, and even in terms of objects, if there are defensive formations or chi barriers placed on something you won't be able to pass through them either. Zukong answered. Lin Mu thought for a few seconds after hearing Senior Zukong's answer. So does this mean that anything that has chi in it will be able to affect me? If so, then is there any way that it can become effective against it as well? Lin Mu questioned. In a broad sense, yes. Spirit chi is a force of nature that affects every object on an intrinsic level, thus you will still be affected. And of course, if your comprehension of spatial elemental chi reaches a high enough level, you will be able to use it against chi attacks and defensive techniques as well. Zukong answered. Lin Mu was lost in thought after hearing Zukong's words. The information was a lot for him, and it took him time to comprehend it. As he comprehended the information, more questions arose in his mind from them. His mind worked and churned out more doubts and questions that it needed answers to. Lin Mu's inherent curiosity couldn't help but come out. The thing that had interested Lin Mu's interest was the term that Senior Zukong had mentioned, spatial elemental chi. While he had heard about it before from his mouth, he was now interested to know more about it. Senior, what is this spatial elemental chi you were talking about? Lin Mu questioned. Spatial elemental chi is one of the 12 types of elemental chis in this universe, Zukong answered. Elemental chis, do they have different types? But then what type have I been using all this time? Lin Mu questioned. Yes, there are multiple types of chi. While there are numerous types in the universe, those 12 are considered to be the main types, while all others are either combinations or derivations of those. The chi that you use does not have a type. It is the most basic attribute, less chi, Zukong answered. What are the types of chi then? Lin Mu questioned further. The 12 different types of elemental chi are classified into 3 categories: the 5 mortal, the 4 heavenly, and the 3 primordial. The 5 mortal elements are fire, wood, earth, metal, and water. The 4 heavenly are wind, lightning, light, and darkness. And finally, the 3 primordial ones are space, time, and chaos. Lin Mu felt as if a new world was opened to him after hearing Senior Zukong's answer. This time he was able to understand the words completely and comprehended them. How do I increase my understanding of the spatial elemental chi then, Senior? Lin Mu questioned. That is a complex thing to answer. With the abilities that your ring has imparted to you, you should be able to understand and comprehend it, eventually. The more you use it and focus on its workings, the more you'll learn the intricacies and details of it. There are other ways to learn as well, of course, but they are going to be difficult for you, especially because you want to comprehend more about the spatial elemental chi. If it were something from the 5 mortal or even the 4 heavenly elements, I would have been able to suggest you something, but for the 3 primordial elements, it is difficult. My own comprehension of the spatial element comes from my bloodline, and even then it took me countless years to master it, Zukong explained. If you do want to increase your comprehension of them, you will need special techniques that allow you to do that, unique treasures, or perhaps just a stroke of luck, Zukong added at the end. Lin Mu was once again lost in his thoughts. Zukong had expected him to ask another question, but surprisingly he didn't. I understand, Senior, Lin Mu simply said. Zukong was a little surprised as he was ready to explain more to him further, but Lin Mu seemed to be satisfied for now. I need to wait for it. When I get the opportunity, I'll take it. Being impatient will only do me harm, Lin Mu thought to himself. Just as Lin Mu was about to return to his room, a voice called out to him. Sir Lin Mu, the voice spoke. Lin Mu walked to the gate of the courtyard and opened it. The voice that was calling out to him belonged to Hai Ping, who had been standing guard here for the past 10 days. Lin Mu looked at his face and saw that he seemed to be slightly nervous. What is it? Lin Mu questioned the man. I have a message. Leader Haiwan has asked you to come to the safe house. The final person from the reinforcements has arrived, Hai Ping replied. Lin Mu instantly understood what he meant by the final person. It was none other than the core condensation realm expert that they had been waiting for all this time. Now finally they could carry on with their plan ahead. I'll set out right away, Lin Mu answered. Lin Mu then returned to his room and changed his clothes, which he had been wearing for the past 10 days. After doing that, he left the house and locked it before leaving for the safe house. This was the first time that Lin Mu was out of his house in 10 days. The first thing that he noticed was that the people in the neighborhood actually seemed to be calm and happy. There was no sort of hidden nervousness and unease that was in them during this time of the year. Seems like Haiwan did well in allaying their fears. Lin Mu muttered to himself. Lin Mu continued walking and was able to see some mercenaries around as well. This was a new change, as the town head had falsely accused them and shunned them before, which made them avoid coming into the town. Even the common residents had become suspicious of them because of the town head's words, but now that Haiwan had taken control, it seems to have gone to normal. Lin Mu reached the safe house after 15 minutes and knocked on the door. The door was opened by the old woman that ran the shop. She looked at him for a moment before letting him inside. Lin Mu walked in and saw that unlike before, the shop was completely empty and there was no one sitting in the front room. He followed the old woman to the other room and came to stand in front of the secret entrance. The old woman held out her hand to him, asking him for the identification badge. He gave it to her, and she opened the hidden entrance for him. 2 minutes later, Lin Mu was at the door of the safe house. He opened the door and instantly saw many people sitting in the room. They were dressed in different types of clothes, and some looked no different from commoners. There were also some that were dressed as mercenaries, while others that were dressed as merchants. Overall, it was a mixed crowd of people, and Lin Mu felt as if he had walked into the middle of a busy market. But as soon as he walked in, though, tens of weapons were pointed at him by these people. Lin Mu became shocked upon seeing so many weapons pointed at him at once. Immediately, his spirit sense spared out, scanning each and every person in the room, and along with it, he started chanting the Severing Heart Sutra. The expression on his face became cold, and he stared at the people with sharp eyes. The people who had pulled out their weapons at Lin Mu felt as if cold water was poured on them. They had thought that an intruder had arrived, and they had pulled out their weapons in response. They had known that every person that was supposed to be here was already here, with the exception of 2 people, the leader and another ally. They knew what their leader looked like, thus they knew that the person that walked in wasn't her. The only remaining option was the ally that they had been informed of, but they highly doubted that this was the same person. They had been told that their new ally was a peak stage chi refining realm cultivator, thus they were sure that it wasn't a teenager that Lin Mu looked like. But when they saw the instantaneous response of Lin Mu and the feeling of being probed by the spirit sense, they knew that they had made a mistake. Additionally, upon that, a very cold and sharp feeling was washing over their bodies. They felt as if blades were pointed at their necks and would slash them apart the second they made any movement. They could see that Lin Mu's lips were faintly moving, but they could not identify what he was saying. The chants of the Severing Heart Sutra were very faint and could not be clearly heard by them. Even still, their effects were apparent as the 3 people that were in the front were affected, but the chants in their gazes became dull and they entered a daze. It was at this moment that the door of the meeting room opened and a voice shouted out from there. "What the hell are you imbeciles doing? Put down those weapons right this instant," the voice ordered in a furious yet slightly startled tone. Lin Mu and the rest heard the shout and turned to look at the source. The people had immediately reacted and lowered their weapons. Lin Mu saw that the person who was shouting was none other than Hai Bao, and there was another person following behind him. This person was Haishi. Lin Mu, unlike the others, didn't lower his sword and kept it pointed at the people. He still didn't trust them, and even Senior Zukong had asked him to maintain his stance and not back down. Thus, heeding his advice, Lin Mu stayed the same and stared at the people with the same cold gaze. He was still chanting the Severing Heart of Sutra and had maintained it. The people in front of him finally realized that the cold and sharp feeling they had felt was not fading, and instead, now that they had lowered their weapons, the feeling had intensified. They could not help but keep on staring at the figure of Lin Mu, who was standing in the doorway. They now felt as if they were not staring at a person, but instead at a mountain that was made of swords. A peerless sword intent was emanating from the mountain and held their souls hostage. It was as if they were now stuck in a mire of countless blades that would mince them into oblivion. It was now that Hai Bao walked forward and cupped his hands. "Please forgive them, Brother Lin Mu, for they've made a grave mistake. I assure you on my life that I will take care of this and that you are properly compensated." Hai Bao spoke in a restful tone. He then turned to his companions and shouted, "What are you doing there still standing? Apologize." Hai Bao's companions then stumbled and hurriedly cupped their hands before bowing and apologizing in unison. "Please forgive us, Senior." Lin Mu had never expected this reaction. The most he had thought would happen was that they would just lower their weapons and return to normal. Lin Mu didn't know the effect that he was having on these people. He had reached the late stage of the refining realm very recently, and his aura was still slightly unstable. This, combined with the effect of the Severing Heart Sutra, increased the effect of his aura by multiple folds. Seeing that the people in front of him were regretting their actions, and even Hai Bao was apologizing, Lin Mu didn't take the offense to his heart. He stopped chanting the Severing Heart Sutra and sheathed the short sword. "It is fine, I accept," Lin Mu spoke in a calm tone. "Who?" Simultaneous breaths of relief could be heard as the unsettled hearts of the people in the room calmed down. Sigh. Seeing that the situation had turned normal, Hai Bao let out a sigh as he thanked the heavens for avoiding a big mistake. Hai Bao looked at Lin Mu and spoke, "Brother Lin Mu, please come with me, we will talk inside. Haishi, take care of them." Lin Mu nodded and followed him to the meeting room. A few seconds later he was gone and the door to the meeting room was locked behind them. The people in the room stared at his back until he was gone and then looked at each other. Wow, what was that? One of the persons that were dressed in the clothes of a commoner spoke, building up a little courage. "Whatever it may be, just know that we have avoided a huge mistake. I doubt we will escape punishment, though." Another person that was dressed as a mercenary spoke, "But how should have we known that the ally who Captain Hai Bao was speaking about would just be a boy?" Spoke a man that was dressed like a merchant. "Watch your tongue. You are lucky to just get a punishment." If the senior had not forgiven you, it wouldn't be unjust if some heads fell. People have been killed for far less than this before. Better know your place. Haishi scolded in a stern tone. After hearing her words, everyone lowered their heads and went over some thoughts in their minds. Lin Mu had just walked into the meeting room. His eyes wandered over to the metal plates that were hung on stands to the side, and then onto the person that was sitting on the table that was at the other end of the room. The person was facing away from Lin Mu, thus he could not see his face. There was a teapot and some cups kept on the table, so it seemed that the person in question was drinking tea. Hai Bao walked forward and came to stand a little distance away from the man. "I've brought Brother Lin Mu, Lieutenant," Hai Bao spoke. The man who Hai Bao had called as lieutenant stood up from the chair and turned around. Lin Mu finally got a look at the man's face. The man looked to be in his late 40s and had a calm look on his face. He had long black hair that was tied in a neat bun, the same way an aristocrat would do. He had a neat and trimmed mustache, but the rest of his face was clean-shaven. He was wearing dark green robes that matched his visage and made Lin Mu think that he was a gentleman. He had no ornaments or jewelry on his body, and neither did he have any weapons on him. Lin Mu felt that this was strange, as he had not expected a member of the High Court to ever be without a weapon. The man cupped his hands, and a gentle smile appeared on his face as he spoke. "Greetings, Brother Lin Mu. I've been looking forward to meeting you." Lin Mu instantly felt better upon seeing his mannerisms and demeanor. This only made him feel as if the person in front of him was an aristocrat, or perhaps even a noble. "Greetings, it is nice to meet you." Lin Mu responded in a respectful tone as well. The man then gestured with his hand towards a chair before speaking. "Come sit, I just made some fresh tea." Lin Mu took up on his invitation and pulled the chair opposite to him. Hai Bao did the same, and both of them sat down. "My name is Hai Yingji, and I am one of the lieutenants of the High Corps working under my lord," he introduced himself. Hai Yingji then placed a cup in front of Lin Mu and poured him some tea as the etiquette dictated. "Please," he gestured. Lin Mu thus picked up the cup and took a small sip, but when he did, he was surprised as a very faint trace of qi was absorbed by his body. Lin Mu had not expected that he would be getting to taste such an exquisite tea today. More so, it was a tea that was infused with spirit qi. He could only imagine such a luxury in the past, but now here he was experiencing it firsthand. Ha! Lin Mu let out a breath of satisfaction as he opened his eyes. He looked at the faint green tea in his cup and took another sip, this time finishing the cup in one go. Another wisp of gentle spirit qi was absorbed by his body and entered his danshan. This was strange to him, as whenever he had consumed food rich in spirit qi, he had to consciously assimilate it. If he did not, it won't be properly absorbed or would just dissipate. He was surprised by this effect of the tea. Hai Yingji witnessed every change of expression on Lin Mu's face and could get a grasp on what he was thinking. "Ah, Brother Lin Mu likes my tea, it seems." Hai Yingji spoke. Lin Mu looked at him and nodded. "Yes, I do. It is indeed quite exquisite," Lin Mu replied, "as it should be. This is the frost leaf jasmine tea, and it is a native specialty of the snowy mountains of the Black Dawn Kingdom. Even the cultivation sects have a hard time procuring this. I was lucky enough to encounter a tree on my journeys, thus was able to acquire it," Hai Yingji explained. Lin Mu was rather surprised with this revelation and now wondered about the abilities of the man in front of him. "Ha, Brother Lin Mu, you don't have to stand in formality. This is nothing worth compared to your friendship." Hai Yingji spoke in a flattering tone. Lin Mu was now starting to feel strange. The man's words and mannerisms with him seemed to be a little too overtly flattering for him. It seemed as if he wanted to become close to him at all costs. It is not that he wants to establish a friendly relation with you, but rather that he has to. Your earlier demeanor and acts until now have now helped you establish a dominant presence. Zukong suddenly spoke. Lin Mu didn't respond to Senior Zukong's statement, but instead just nodded. Hai Yingji thought Lin Mu was nodding to him, thus he let out another laugh, while in reality Lin Mu had nodded in response to Senior Zukong. "Now then, I hope you didn't face any difficulties these past days." Hai Yingji spoke, wanting to continue the conversation. "Ah no, none in particular," Lin Mu answered. "Oh, is that so? I thought I heard some commotion earlier outside. What was that about Hai Bao?" Hai Yingji spoke and then turned to Hai Bao. Hai Bao felt cold sweat appearing on his back as soon as he heard Hai Yingji's question. Our companions made a mistake and pulled out their weapons at Brother Lin Mu when he arrived. Hai Bao honestly answered. "Did they? What should we do about this? What do you bother Lin Mu?" Hai Yingji asked with the same gentle smile on his face. "I don't mind it. I already forgave them," Lin Mu answered, not wanting to draw out the matter. Hai Yingji stroked the teacup in his hands a couple of times before speaking. "If Brother Lin Mu deems it, let it be. But still, make sure they know of Brother Lin Mu's generousness." Hai Yingji spoke. Hai Bao hurriedly nodded in response to Hai Yingji's words. "As you command, Lieutenant," Hai Bao replied before leaving the room. After leaving the room, Hai Bao wiped the sweating off his forehead. He knew his subordinates had just escaped a dangerous situation. If it were not for Brother Lin Mu, heads would have rolled today. Who gave them the intel about him anyway? Did they not describe his appearance? Hai Bao thought. Back in the meeting room, Hai Yingji had just poured Lin Mu another cup of tea, which Lin Mu gladly accepted, unaware of the thoughts of Hai Bao and how he had just spared the lives of multiple people. Brother Lin Mu, I believe you requested certain weapons. Hai Yingji questioned. Yes, I did. Hai Wan wanted to give me a reward. Lin Mu answered, of course, Brother Lin Mu definitely deserves a reward for all the work he has done. You revealed a conspiracy which was hidden for heavens know how long. Hai Yingji replied, so what about it? Lin Mu further asked. Well, the shipment just arrived today and is waiting for you. Hai Wan should be here soon, she will take us to it. Hai Yingji spoke with a light chuckle. Where is she right now? Is she at the town center? Lin Mu asked. Yes, she is, she just has some final adjustments that needed to be done before we start our plan. Hai Yingji replied. Lin Mu nodded at this reply and just continued to drink the tea. He had just finished another cup of tea when the door of the meeting room opened. Forgive me, I've been a little late. Hai Wan spoke upon entering. Lin Mu and Hai Yingji turned to look at her and then spoke in unison. It is fine. Hai Wan approached the table and stood in front of them. I believe we can leave now. Everything is set and done. Hai Wan spoke. Good, we will take Brother Lin Mu to get his reward first and then we will continue on to the briefing. Hai Yingji replied while nodding. We won't have to go out for the reward. I already had it put in the storage room. Hai Wan spoke. That's better, let's get to it right away. Hai Yingji spoke as he stood up. Lin Mu stood up along with him, and Hai Wan guided them to the storage room. This was a different storage room than the one Lin Mu had been to before and was much smaller. It was just past the room where he had rested before. Hai Wan opened the locked door and let them inside. Hai Yingji and Lin Mu walked in to see large boxes of weapons kept there. Lin Mu was a little stunned, even though he knew about the number of weapons he had ordered. Finally, I can continue practicing the 1,000-blade armament scripture. Lin Mu thought. Go on, check them. Hai Yingji spoke with a smile. Lin Mu nodded and proceeded ahead. There were around 10 large boxes kept in the room, which had individually packed weapons kept in them. Lin Mu opened the first box, and the first thing that came in front of his eyes was a pair of slim swords. They were sheathed, yet one could still see that they were thin. Lin Mu picked them up and unsheathed them. A pale, gleaming blade appeared in his vision as he glanced over its craftsmanship. He took a look around the room and made sure that there was enough space. Hai Yingji and Hai Wan understood this immediately and took a few steps back to give him more space. Seeing that they were accepting of this, Lin Mu held the sword and took a breath as he closed his eyes. He then slashed out in front of him as a faint humming sound was heard. Even though there was nothing to be cut, the illusion of a cut still appeared in the air. What Lin Mu had just done was use his understanding of the 1,000 armament blade scripture to use the slim sword. While he had never used them before, he had been improving upon his understanding for the past month, thus only needed the new slim sword to progress it. His demonstration only proved to him that the reason he had reached a bottleneck in his practice was due to the lack of the weapons and not because of his own effort. Feeling excited by this, he checked the other weapons in the box and tested out the ones that looked interesting to him. While most of the weapons in his list were common ones, there were still some that had abstract designs and were considered to be unorthodox. One of such weapons was a long spear that had a scythe-like blade attached to it at the base of its point. Such types of weapons were rather unfamiliar to Lin Mu, thus he didn't try them out here. He had decided that he would check them all out later. In fact, he couldn't wait for night to come so that he could practice with them. Having decided on it, Lin Mu quickly started storing all of the weapons in his ring one by one. Although the speed of putting them in the ring was quick, it still took Lin Mu over 15 minutes to store them all. In total, there were 317 weapons. But while he was storing the weapons, the expressions of Hai Wan and Hai Yingji were getting more and more serious. Hai Yingji gulped and then turned to Hai Wan. This is way beyond what we thought, he whispered. Hai Wan was now feeling a little nervous hearing the tone of her lieutenant. While he was stronger than her, she was still their leader because of her skills. She had faith in her subordinates and knew that they wouldn't act like this unless it was dead serious, especially her lieutenants. What do you mean? She questioned in a low voice, making sure to glance over to Lin Mu and ensure that he was not paying attention. Hai Yingji took a deep breath and forcefully calmed down his expression. He then turned to look at Lin Mu, who had just opened the last box of weapons, and then back to Hai Wan. We should talk later, it is not the appropriate time. Just know this, that we may have to alter our plans again, so be ready for it. Hai Yingji replied. Hai Wan didn't speak anything, but just simply nodded in response. She trusted her lieutenant's judgment and was willing to wait for his explanation. It was at this moment that Lin Mu finished putting the last weapon in his ring. A satisfied expression appeared on Lin Mu's face as he reveled in the fact that he could now continue his practice. He walked to Hai Wan and Hai Yingji to discuss the plan with them. He was wondering what they had decided and wanted to see their approach. What do we do next? Lin Mu questioned. Hai Yingji glanced at Hai Wan for a moment, which she understood, and let him speak. I had originally thought that we would be going someplace else to get Brother Lin Mu's reward, but now that it is already here, it's no longer necessary. The other members of the High Corps have already been briefed, so we only have a few minor adjustments to make. Brother Lin Mu, you can head back to your house for now. It will take us some time to prepare everyone for the mission. Some people will be staying here to make sure that the culprits do not do anything in the town, while the others, including me, will be traveling to the northern forest to continue our investigations there. Hai Yingji explained, so you don't need me right now. Lin Mu confirmed one more time. No, you can head on and prepare yourself as well. You can get familiar with the new weapons till then, Hai Wan suggested. Lin Mu's eyes lit up as he understood that they were just giving him time to prepare himself. He then left the room and returned to the front room of the safe house. This time the people there all suddenly stood up in ceremony and greeted him. Greetings, Senior Lin Mu, they all spoke in unison. Lin Mu didn't know how to respond, thus he just awkwardly nodded his head and left the safe house. A few minutes later, he had left the shop and was on his way back to his house. Back at the safe house, Hai Wan, Hai Bao, and Hai Yingji were in the meeting room. A serious expression was on Hai Yingji's face, and Hai Wan and Hai Bao looked nervous. Hai Bao didn't know what the matter was, thus was feeling even more nervous. Hai Yingji's previous orders had already put him on the edge. Hai Wan looked at Hai Yingji and waited for him to speak. Hai Yingji took a deep breath before opening his eyes and looking at the two people. On my way to the northern town, I took a brief halt at Wu Lim City to pay my respects to the Lord. Hai Yingji spoke. I know that. Hai Wan spoke as she nodded in acknowledgement. But that was not the only reason why I had gone there. Our Lord had sent me an extra message to come meet with him, Hai Yingji added. A panicked expression appeared on Hai Wan's face as she tried to think of any reason on why her Lord had not informed her first. Hai Yingji noticed this and turned to her. It is not what you think. He just had some apprehensions about our new ally. Thus he wanted to discuss some things with me. Our Lord wanted me to determine the capabilities of Lin Mu without alerting him or being too overt with it. Hai Yingji spoke. Is that why he approved the shipment of weapons so quickly? Hai Bao realized. Hai Yingji nodded as he spoke. Yes, he had seen the reports about Lin Mu having a high-grade spatial treasure, thus devised this method to determine it. And from what I witnessed a few minutes ago, it is way beyond what our Lord thought. What do you mean? Was there a problem with Lin Mu's spatial treasure? Hai Wan questioned as she started to link the strings together. Yes, we know that the high-grade spatial treasures have a great capacity to store items, but the number of weapons Lin Mu just stored would still be impossible to do. You may have not seen a true high-grade spatial treasure before, but I have. It is not even close to what Lin Mu has, Hai Yingji answered. You mean his spatial treasure is something more than that? Hai Wan questioned with apprehension. It is not that simple. You see, when a person uses a spatial treasure, some spatial energy fluctuations appear. While they are faint, they are still detectable by spirit sense if you are in the core condensation realm. For cultivators in the nascent soul stage, it is even more easier to detect them. But when Lin Mu used his spatial treasure, there were no such spatial fluctuations that I could detect. There are only a few methods that can be used to hide such fluctuations. One is that a secondary concealing treasure was used, but for it to hide a high-grade spatial treasure's fluctuations would require that it is of the same grade, which is incredibly difficult to find even in the top sects. The second one would be that a Dao Shell Realm expert would personally restrict the fluctuations using his spirit sense. But here's the problem. The capacity of Lin Mu's spatial treasure is more than at least 3 high-grade spatial treasures combined. Even a Dao Shell Realm expert would only be able to restrict the fluctuations of a single high-grade spatial treasure, anymore, and the restriction won't be stable enough, Hai Yingji explained. Cold sweat had appeared on the bodies of both Hai Wan and Hai Bao by this time. The words of Hai Yingji had been extremely shocking to them and were completely beyond what they had known about. Then this means, Hai Wan spoke and trailed off. Yes, either of those situations are deeply serious. If it's the first, then there's no doubt that he's a disciple of a top sect. But if it's the second, then it's even more serious. If he has more than 1 high-grade spatial treasures, as we've seen, then it means that he has at least 3 Dao Shell Realm cultivators backing him. Or worse, a Dao Treading Realm cultivator, Hai Yingji answered. A Dao Treading Realm cultivator, Hai Bao asked with confusion. It was Hai Wan who answered this time instead of Hai Yingji. Dao Treading Realm is the next realm after the Dao Shell Realm. She spoke. That's a realm beyond our understanding. Which sects even have them? Hai Bao asked while stuttering. Sigh. Only the top 10 cultivation sects have Dao Treading Realm experts, and they are either the Supreme Elders, sect patriarchs, or the ancestors themselves. This means that if Lin Mu has their backing, then he's most likely their personal disciple, Hai Wan explained. Are you sure we should even be involving him then? It is incredibly risky. I mean, if anything happens to him, won't they just come for our lives? Hai Bao asked after gulping. The Lord did think of that, but we are confused as his past history doesn't match up. From all that we've gathered, Lin Mu was just a common teenager and had no connection to any of the sects, not to mention top cultivation sects. Hai Wan replied. No, there is something else you're forgetting, Hai Yingji interrupted. What both Hai Wan and Hai Bao asked in unison. The Day of the Fallen, Hai Yingji answered in a grim voice. Both of their eyes went wide as they remembered the incident that happened some week ago. Cultivators all around in the Wu Lim city and its surroundings had fallen unconscious. What could the relation be between Lin Mu and the Day of the Fallen, though? Hai Bao questioned. I was not here to experience the Day of the Fallen, but the Lord had some assumptions and described it to me. I was able to identify it and deduce that it was actually caused by an extremely intense sword intent. But for someone to have such a peerless intent would mean that they would be well known. I checked the records and there is no such cultivator in any of the sects. This led me to believe that it was hidden expert, perhaps. Though the problem still stands, we don't know their cultivation, and unless we are able to determine it, it's going to be difficult for us to know how to proceed, Hai Yingji explained. So what do we do know? Hai Bao asked, feeling tired. Sigh. Wait. Lin Mu had just reached his house and was entering his room, unaware of the conversation that had just happened between Hai Yingji, Hai Wan, and Hai Bao. He walked up to his bed and sat down on it cross-legged. What Lin Mu now wanted to do was to refine his spirit sense further. He had been thinking about it and realized that it was one of the flaws that he had that he needed to improve. While spirit sense overall was an important ability of his during a battle, he had also understood that it was equally important for using it with his skills. Currently, while he could teleport with the second skill, blink, forward for up to 10 meters, he could only teleport backwards for up to 7 meters, as that was the maximum range of his spirit sense. Lin Mu had gotten another realization when he used his newly acquired third skill, phase. He realized that he actually couldn't see anything when he was using the skill and moving through an object. The only way he could gain any semblance of perception was with the help of spirit sense. Then came the second problem with it. Lin Mu's spirit sense could not penetrate effectively much farther into solid objects. Depending on its density and thickness of the object, the range of Lin Mu's spirit sense could be limited to about half or even less than half of his actual range. Thus, if Lin Mu wanted to utilize the full potential of his new skill, he would have to refine his spirit sense and ensure that its range was as far as possible. Lin Mu was chanting the Severing Heart Sutra and focusing on the inner space of his danchan. He could see the space that was nearly completely filled with spirit chi wisps. If one were to look at it from far, they would think that it was a sea of clouds formed out of spirit chi wisps. Usually spirit chi wisps were transparent or rather close to translucent, but here due to their sheer quantity, they now appeared white and looked no different from clouds in the sky. Lin Mu focused deeper, and at the very bottom of this sea of clouds, there was a single drop floating. This single drop was the very first drop of liquefied spirit chi that Lin Mu had refined when he broke through to the late stage of the chi refining realm. If Lin Mu wanted to reach the next stage, he would have to refine more drops of spirit chi and fill his danchan up to half of its maximum capacity. As soon as it exceeded more than half of its capacity, Lin Mu have been said to have reached the peak stage of the chi refining realm. Sigh. So am I supposed to refine my spirit sense with my spirit chi wisps, or with the spirit chi drop now, Senior? Lin Mu questioned Senior Zukong in his mind. You can continue refining it the same way you have been until now. Do not touch that spirit chi drop for now and make sure that you never use it unless it is a dire situation. Because if you do, and if it's the final drop of the liquid spirit chi remaining in your danchan, then you will regress back into the mid-stage of the chi refining realm. Zukong answered, I should refine more spirit chi drops then, shouldn't I? Lin Mu asked. Yes, you should, of course, but since it's your first time, it will take you some time. Better to further refine your spirit sense first. Zukong suggested. Yes, Senior. Lin Mu inwardly nodded in response. He then started his process of refining the spirit sense. He drew out a single wisp of spirit chi from his danchan and into his meridians. From his meridians, he controlled that wisp to move towards the surface of his body and then let it exit it. The invisible wisp of spirit chi was now floating outside of Lin Mu's body. Lin Mu now directed his spirit sense tendril and tried to link it with it. The spirit chi wisp traveled from the very start of the tendril to the other end, but just as it was about to reach the very tip, the spirit sense tendril destabilized and dissipated. Lin Mu let out a breath as he refocused his attention. This was a normal part of refining one's spirit sense and was something every cultivator would go through. Once the sprite sense tendril was dissipated, he would have to completely refine it from the start once again. But unlike before, the speed of refinement would be faster this time. The more times that Lin Mu repeated this, the more he improved and his speed of refinement increased. Reforming the spirit sense after dissipation up to its previous length was much easier in the subsequent attempts. Lin Mu repeated this process over and over again. Sometimes he would be successful in increasing the length of his spirit sense by a small amount, and other times he would fail, and the spirit sense tendril would dissipate. 4 hours passed by and Lin Mu had increased the length of his spirit sense by half a meter, but in exchange, his spirit chi stores were depleted by half. Lin Mu decided to take a break and restore his depleted spirit chi stores. Rumble. Just as he was about to start his cultivation session, he heard his stomach rumble. Guess I'll eat first, Lin Mu thought as he stood up from the bed. He walked to the kitchen and prepared some of the spirit meat that was stored in his ring. It was now that he realized that he was soon going to run out of it. He took out all of it and estimated that it was enough for 2 more meals. Just in time, too. It's good that I'm going out to the northern forest with the high core tomorrow anyway. I'll take this opportunity to hunt some spirit beasts while I'm out there, Lin Mu spoke to himself. 15 minutes later, his food was ready to eat. He finished the meal and returned to his room to assimilate the vital energy and spirit chi. On the tallest peak of the Sky Precepts sect, within a golden palace, a white-robed man was sitting upon a throne. His eyes were closed and he had his chin resting on his hand. If one was to look at the scene at this moment, they would think that what they were looking at was a painting. The man had his hair tied up with an elegant-looking silver hairpin and had a short and well-groomed beard. With a serene aura surrounding him, he let out faint breaths. The breaths were silent, yet if one were to focus on them, one would realize that they were harmonized. It was as if they corresponded with the nomological laws of heaven and earth themselves. The door of the great hall opened, and in walked a black-robed elder. This black-robed elder had faint gold etchings on the sleeves of his hand and had long white hair along with a similarly long beard. He was old, yet did not have a single wrinkle on his face. This old black-robed elder was none other than Head Elder Han. He came to stand in front of the white-robed man at a distance of 2 meters and cupped his hands in a salute. He did not speak anything and simply stayed silent for over 30 minutes. It was as if he did not dare disturb the serene scene that was in front of him. Another half-an-hour period passed by when finally the white-robed man's lips moved. "What do you have to report, Head Elder Han?" the white-robed man questioned. "Greetings, Patriarch. It seems you have progressed in your comprehension. Your talent is indeed impeccable and peerless amongst the billions of beings of this world." Head Elder Han flattered him in ceremony. "Spare me the formalities, Head Elder Han. You know that they don't matter to me. Now, tell me what you are here for." The Patriarch of the Sky Precepts sect spoke without opening his eyes. "Patriarch, today I am here to report about our progress in the investigation and also the recent findings." Head Elder Han replied, "Go ahead." The Patriarch spoke. "After the ascension of the hidden expert, we continued our investigations into it. While we are still unable to gain any idea about the identity of the hidden expert, we did find out something else." Head Elder Han spoke and took a pause. "We found out that another incident happened in one of the counties of the Shuang-Kayan Kingdom of the Northern Lands. At this moment, we do not know if it is related to the hidden expert, but it seemed too much of a coincidence for it to not be related to it." Head Elder Han continued, "Oh, what kind of incident was this that it could even be compared to the ascension of the hidden expert? And how was it that we did not detect this when it happened?" the Patriarch questioned. Unlike the ascension of the hidden expert, there were no major spatial disturbances anywhere in the Empire that happened during that period. Thus we were unable to detect it. And also, the condition of the start catching peak is still not optimum. The new disciples are still being trained and will take some time to gain the necessary skills. Head Elder Han spoke and let the Patriarch ponder on it for a bit. "The incident, I'm afraid, was caused by another hidden expert, and this time it was the outburst of a peerless sword intent, strong enough to knock out nearly all cultivators in the entire county." Upon hearing these words, the Patriarch's eyes opened. "Oh." Lin Mu opened his eyes and let out a breath. He had been refining his spirit sense for the entire day, and now it was nighttime. He extended his spirit sense and saw that it had now reached a maximum range of 8 meters. In this entire day, Lin Mu was able to increase its range by 1 whole meter. He also failed multiple times, which caused him to lose a certain amount of spirit chi, but he didn't falter and was able to replenish it rather fast. Now that he had reached the late stage of the chi refining realm, Lin Mu's speed of replenishing his spirit chi had increased 2-fold. Previously, it would take him over 4 hours to replenish the entirety of his dantian, but now it only took him 2 hours to do the same. Feeling satisfied and a little happy, Lin Mu stood up and walked to the window. He gazed at the sky outside and saw the waxing moon in the sky that was close to half its maximum size. Looking at the position of the moon, Lin Mu determined that the time right now was probably close to midnight. "I should rest now. This was enough for today. I still have to resume my practice with the new weapons in the sleepscape," Lin Mu muttered to himself. He thus returned to his bed and sat down. Just as he was about to lay his head on the pillow, he suddenly remembered something. "Wait, don't I have that bolster I got? I should use it. It's surprisingly better than this pillow." Lin Mu spoke to himself. He then withdrew the white bolster from his ring and placed it down on the bed. He touched it and compared it with the pillow that was already there. The bolster is indeed much better, Lin Mu thought. He pushed the other pillow aside and laid his head down on the bolster to sleep. Lin Mu's choice turned out to be for the better, since it didn't even take him a minute to fall asleep. His consciousness faded for a moment and then appeared in the sleepscape. Lin Mu opened his eyes and saw that he was back in front of the spirit apple tree. He looked at it and saw that it had 5 more apples growing on it. Oh, did the number increase again? Lin Yu spoke, feeling a little surprised. He walked forward and saw that out of 5 of the apples, 2 were completely ripened and the other 3 were still raw. He plucked the 2 ripe ones and left the others hanging on the branch. Seems like their number increases by 1 each time you progress in your realm. Zukong's voice came from behind Lin Mu. Lin Mu turned around in shock as he saw him floating behind him. What? How did you come out senior? Lin Mu questioned. It looks like your increase in cultivation is also increasing the development level of the sleepscape. It actually allowed me to enter on my own here. Zukong answered. Oh, that will be convenient. But wait, can you come here when I'm awake? Lin Mu questioned again. No, I don't think so. The basic requirement is still that you should be here for me to access it. Zukong answered. Lin Mu nodded in response to Senior Zukong's words and began his training with the new weapons. He took out the booklet of the 1,000 Armament Blade scripture and glossed over it once again before starting his practice. He withdrew the first weapon, which was a pair of slim swords. The swords were identical in shape and size and looked quite light. Lin Mu held each of them in his hands and executed the moves that were mentioned in the manual. Lin Mu practiced for around 4 hours, after which Senior Zukong interrupted him. It is time for your Dao script lessons, Zukong spoke. Ah yes, Senior. Lin Mu replied hurriedly. He was too engrossed in his training and had completely forgotten about them. Lin Mu had already learned enough of the characters so that he could read the nameless technique that was created by the lost immortal. This lesson was the last one that he needed in order to be clear about the contents of the technique. An hour later, Lin Mu was finally done and took a breath of relief. You should be able to read the wooden slip now, Zukong spoke in a content tone. Yes, Senior, I've been waiting for it too, Lin Mu replied. He then took out the wooden slip from the ring and opened it to take a look. The 25 individual wooden strips glowed for a moment before the characters appeared on it. Unlike before, when Lin Mu was unable to read anything, this time he could clearly understand the words. While the entire technique was contained within those 25 strips, the sheer amount of information condensed within it was astonishing. With each character of Dao script that Lin Mu read, he was able to devise multiple meanings and could find multiple derivations. By combining and utilizing these characters in a complex manner, one could explain a lot of information in a small space. The more Lin Mu read, the more his expression changed. Sometimes it was confused, and sometimes it was enlightened. Another hour passed by and Lin Mu had finally finished reading the entire technique. A perplexed expression now dressed his face as he looked to be bothered and troubled. Zukong saw this and wondered what had happened. What's the problem? Were you unable to understand something? Zukong questioned. Lin Mu gently shook his head in response and thought for a moment before speaking. It's not that, Senior. I understand the technique in its entirety, but it doesn't seem to be of much use to me. Oh, is that so? What does the technique describe, though? Zukong asked. The technique mentions a special method that allows one to eat as much as they want. Lin Mu answered. Now even Zukong was feeling perplexed upon hearing Lin Mu's words. While he had heard about the lost immortal's story and his objective behind making the technique, what Lin Mu had just said didn't seem fully right. Is that all it describes? Zukong asked, wanting to gain a better understanding. No, there are a few bits of information there that bother me. There are also some warnings on it. Lin Mu replied. And what are they? Zukong spoke. The warning states that since it is an incomplete technique and hasn't been cultivated ever before, the exact effects of it will be unknown. The technique says that it was made to ensure that its user would never starve, but it doesn't say how it will exactly do that, except for that fact that it will allow me to eat a lot more, Lin Mu explained. After hearing Lin Mu's explanation, Zukong could understand his apprehension a bit more. Zukong knew about the risks and dangers of cultivating an incomplete or an unknown technique. He knew that whenever a new cultivation technique was made, it had to go through rigorous testing and trials. The creator of the technique would usually spend many years just testing out the aspects of the technique before even starting to cultivate it. Even when a technique had been successfully created, there were still some hidden risks that wouldn't present themselves easily. Especially for a technique like this whose creator was dead and never had the chance to test it, the risks could be unbearable. I understand you. There are indeed a lot of risks in practicing such a technique, especially when even its creator put warnings in its description. Zukong spoke. Lin Mu nodded in response and wondered what he should do now. Still, whether you want to cultivate this technique or not, I'll leave this up to you. The final decision is yours to make, Zukong added after thinking for a bit. After hearing Senior Zukong's words, Lin Mu felt a little content. You're right, Senior. I've decided that I won't cultivate this technique right now. I will first learn more about it and gain more understanding of it. The lost immortal left his life's experiences in the wooden slip as well. I think I will definitely find some insights in there that will help me judge and make the right decision. Lin Mu replied. Yes, you should check the memoirs that are recorded in the wooden slip. Zukong agreed. Lin Mu nodded and went to sit against the spirit apple tree. He opened the wooden slip again, but this time flipped over to the other side. The wooden slip faintly glowed once again, and some new words appeared on the strips. The wooden slip had the nameless technique recorded on one of its sides and the memoirs on the other side. Lin Mu took a deep breath before he started reading the memoirs. The first part of the memoirs described the early life of the lost immortal. This was back when he was a mortal child. He was an orphan and didn't know who his parents were. Ever since he could remember, the lost immortal knew that he had always lived at an orphanage. The orphanage he lived at was located in a rundown building that was part of the slums. The orphanage was actually one of the many orphanages of the kingdom that the lost immortal had been born in and was located in the very capital of that kingdom. The divide between people was great, and one could easily see this. The slums were poor and dirty, while the main city was well-developed and luxurious. The lost immortal lived in the orphanage till he was of 8 years of age. At that time, the orphanage was shut down, and nearly all the children living there were left with no choice but to leave. Only the very young children were able to get transferred to other orphanages. The lost immortal was one of the unfortunate ones that had to leave the orphanage. He didn't know what to do, thus he just begged on the streets. Years went by, and when he was 13 years of age, he accidentally offended one of the officials of the kingdom when he came in front of his carriage. He was punished with imprisonment and was beaten up harshly. His body was already weak and malnourished, thus it was with great fortune or perhaps misfortune that he survived it. While in the prison, he was forced to work as a slave and did various jobs and tasks. One of the most dangerous tasks was the task of mining. Hundreds of prisoners would die every month, and it was nearly considered as a death sentence. The lost immortal was lucky to not get selected for the job since he was too weak and scrawny to do it. Even in the prison, he would have to bear the beatings of the guards and the other prisoners. He didn't fight back and just bore with it. He had seen what happened to others that fought back, and anyway, he was not strong enough to resist. More years passed by, and the lost immortal was now 17. By now he had grown a lot and had surprisingly built up some muscle. Ironically, he was getting better food in the prison than he did when he was a beggar or back when he was at the orphanage. But with his better condition, the lost immortal came to the notice of the guards and was selected for the mining job. He had nearly given up hope at that time and knew that this would be the end for him. Still unable to resist, he was forced to do it. A month later, he was shifted to the mines and started working there. The conditions were worse than the prison there, and he had a tough time at the start. He would get small injuries such as cuts and scrapes every day. In just his first week, he had witnessed around 100 prisoners die. Watching the process over and over had made him numb, and he became closer to a doll than a person. Eventually, a year passed by, and there came a day when a large collapse had happened in the mine. Something had destabilized the ceiling, and rocks had started falling from the top. All the prisoners ran towards the surface to escape their imminent death and pushed others in the process. The lost immortal was lucky enough to reach the halfway point when he suddenly saw a large boulder shifting from the walls of the tunnel. He saw that the boulder was about to hit an old man. He didn't know what happened to him, but he lunged forward and pushed the old man aside, saving his life in the process. But unfortunately for the lost immortal, his own leg got crushed under the large boulder. He was pinned and screamed in pain. The tunnels were still collapsing, so no one paid any attention to him and neither tried to save him, all except the old man that he had saved. The old man looked to be 80 years old and was bald. Wrinkles covered his face and body, which was only accentuated due to his thin stick-like body. The old man was at first stunned and couldn't move after being pushed down to the ground. But a little time later, when the nearby people had moved away and the sounds of shouts had calmed down, he came to his sense. The old man couldn't believe that someone would be willing to save his dog of a life in a place like this, and the person that saved him was even a young man that perhaps had some life ahead of him. Unable to bear the gratitude that was rising within his heart, the old man tried to pull out the lost immortal from under the rock. But it took him far longer as the lost immortal kept screaming in pain, and the old man was not strong enough either. The collapsing tunnel had finally stopped shaking, and the rocks had stopped falling. At the very last moment, by a stroke of luck, another falling rock hit the boulder that was pinning the lost immortal and set him free. The old man pulled him out and dragged him to the surface after a rough 2 hours. By now, the lost immortal had screamed his throat hoarse and had passed out unconscious. The overseers of the mine didn't pay any heed to the injured and dead prisoners. For them, they were just expendable slaves. Still, because the lost immortal was injured, he couldn't work and was most likely crippled for the rest of the life. The old man who he had saved took care of him in this period and gave him food. In a surprise to him, the old man underwent a complete change in the coming few days. The old man no longer looked as haggard, and even the wrinkles on his face reduced. The other prisoners paid no attention, so these changes went unnoticed for everyone except for the lost immortal. Every day the old man would change the bandages that he had on his leg and would give him a strange kind of treatment. It seemed like a massage, yet different. The old man would tap on certain places on his leg, and the pain that he had would decrease. During this period, the lost immortal never talked, and even the old man didn't say anything. A few months passed by and finally, the lost immortal's leg was completely healed. He was shocked as he knew that this should have been impossible. The only people that could heal from injuries were the cultivators, and he knew for sure that he wasn't one. Finally, one day he made up his mind and spoke. He asked the old man if he was a cultivator and received the answer that he indeed was. Shock filled his body as he would have never expected this. To him, cultivators were people beyond his understanding and were people that belonged to the upper echelon of the world. He couldn't understand why a cultivator would be here as a prisoner. A cultivator would have been strong enough to escape the prison anyway. The old man then told him of his story and how he was crippled and thrown in the prison. He was betrayed by his fellow disciples of the sect and was left to rot here. His fellow disciples then bribed the officials of this kingdom to put him in the prison. Unable to fully get over the betrayal, the old man lost his will and simply slaved over the years at the mine. He stayed the same and had lost all hope in life, similar to the lost immortal, until he saved him. He thought that he now finally had a purpose in life again, and which was to ensure that his savior was saved. It was this drive that allowed him to regain his talent, as he found out that he was able to cultivate again. The injuries that had been restricting him had actually healed over the years, and it was only his own mental demons that had been restricting his cultivation. Released from his restriction, the old man had sworn to return and also help his savior. The old man finally asked the lost immortal a question he would have never expected. It was an opportunity he would have never imagined in 100 years. The old man asked him if he would want to become a cultivator. To this question, the lost immortal didn't even spend a second waiting as he answered, yes, right away. And so the lost immortal's journey began. Sighing, Lin Mu let out a sigh as he finished reading the first entry that was recorded in the wooden slip. Compared to the lost immortal, my struggles are barely worth considering. Lin Mu spoke to himself in a pitying tone. Zukong was a little surprised upon seeing the change in Lin Mu's tone, but knew that he had probably read something that had moved him. So what did you learn? Zukong questioned. Lin Mu then explained what he had learned to Senior Zukong, who too went silent after hearing it all. You do not need to compare yourself with the lost immortal or even anyone else. Your fate is yours to navigate through. The karma that you will sow will be yours to reap and deal with. If you go on this path, you will only lose yourself. Zukong spoke in a sagely tone after thinking for a minute. After hearing his words, Lin Mu pondered on them for a bit before speaking. Yes, Senior. You can read the records as much as you want, but ensure that you simply learn from them and do not think that everything will be similar for you. The workings of fate are hidden by the will of the heavens and are not easy to pry into. I have heard of such legacy records and memoirs before that have been left by cultivators before. Not all of their inheritors were fortunate enough, as they would often be mistaken with them and overestimate their own knowledge and wisdom. While the guidance provided in them is priceless, it will still be detrimental for you if you don't utilize them properly, Zukong added. Lin Mu simply nodded and pondered on. More time passed by and it was finally the time for the morning. Lin Mu opened his eyes and took a long stretch to relax his body. He had learned a lot of things in the sleepscape, and there was a lot more that was to come. But for now, he needed to go to the High Core and help them in their mission. Before leaving, he decided to eat and finish the last of the spirit beast meat so that he could hunt more later on. The taste of the meat was also getting a little old for him since it had been in the ring for a while now. Although things wouldn't rot inside the ring, there was still an inexplicable change in taste that he could perceive now. While it didn't bother him as much, he still felt better when the meat was fresh and new. I should still have some time left, Lin Mu thought as he looked at the sun that was at the very edge of the horizon. He entered his kitchen and started preparing the meat. Lin Mu also realized that he was actually about to run out of the spices and condiments he had too. Another thing to add to my list. I especially don't want to forget this. Eating plain roasted meat in the forest would get pretty boring after a while. Lin Mu muttered to himself. 15 minutes later, his meal was cooked, and he finished it in the next 10 minutes. Another half an hour later, Lin Mu had assimilated all the vital energy and was now ready to leave. He walked outside and looked at his house one last time before closing the gate of the courtyard and locking it. Lin Mu didn't know how long they would be out in the forest, thus he just wanted to be sure beforehand. A few seconds after he locked the gate, a person called him out from behind. He recognized the voice and turned to see that it was none other than Hai Ping. Sir Lin Mu, are you heading out now? It's still a little early though, Hai Ping asked. Yes, but I still have some extra tasks I need to do. It's better for me to complete them now. Lin Mu replied, as you wish, sir. Farewell, Hai Ping said as he cupped his hands. Lin Mu nodded and left to be on his way. He headed towards the marketplace as he wanted to get the things on his list first. Not only did he need the spices and condiments again, even the clothes that he had were getting rather damaged. The multiple fights and the cleanup of blood he did beforehand had only made it worse for him. Right now he only had 2 pairs of clothes left for use. Lin Mu now knew that he would be getting injured and damaging his clothes in the future, thus wanted to get them right now. Just as he was thinking of this, an unusual question popped into his mind. Senior, the cultivators that battle a lot, don't their clothes get damaged? Lin Mu questioned. Zukong, who had been engrossed in his own cultivation, was a little thrown off because of Lin Mu's question. Usually the questions he asked were related to cultivation and such, but this time it was related to a much more mundane matter. Yes, they do get damaged. So Zukong replied, then what do they do with their clothes? Do they just replace them? Lin Mu questioned. Zukong trailed off. Zukong now realized that he actually didn't know what they did. He himself was a beast, thus had no use for human clothes, and getting injured just meant getting his own skin hurt. Beasts technically had no use for clothes, thus this question had stumped him. Beasts had their fur, feathers, and scales which protected them from most of the things, thus they had no use for them. Only humans and other humanoid creatures needed to use clothes to cover themselves. Zukong tried to remember, but realized that there were far too few cultivators that he knew of that were of a low level such as Lin Mu. The others that he knew of or was acquainted with were seldom, if never injured enough to get their clothes damaged. Some of them had peerless techniques to defend themselves, others had their armors, while some were skilled enough that their clothes were actually not made up of normal materials, but rather from their understanding of the laws which was then condensed into forming their clothes. That final method was simply something that was beyond most of the people in this world, thus he didn't even tell Lin Mu about it. Senior, Lin Mu questioned again upon seeing that he hadn't received any response. Actually I don't know, Zukong admitted. What? Really you don't know? But why? Lin Mu asked, feeling surprised. I've never had enough interactions with common cultivators. The ones that I did know were never injured enough that their clothes would get damaged, or it was that their clothes were made of unique and strong materials that couldn't be harmed by normal means. Zukong answered honestly, I see. I guess I'll just buy multiple sets and keep them with me. Lin Mu replied as he made up his mind. I have plenty of money now, anyway. Even a couple of gold coins will be enough for me to buy 100 sets of clothes. Lin Mu thought to himself as he kept on walking. A few minutes later, he had reached the marketplace and could see the residents of the town wandering around in warm and thick clothes. While Lin Mu himself was not wearing any warm clothes, the sheer number of armors he was wearing under his outer robe was enough to make it look as he was. The first place he went to was a vendor that sold the spices and condiments. He bought plenty of them for about 20 silver coins and completely emptied out the stock of the small vendor. The man was extremely happy and even gave him some extra items as complimentary gifts. The vendor also sold some miscellaneous goods, thus Lin Mu actually able to get some items he had been missing over a few days. He got some rolls of rope, writing supplies, storage gourds, and barrels. The shopkeeper packed the items into a sack and gave them to Lin Mu. Lin Mu simply told the shopkeeper that he'll pass these items to his friends and come back as an excuse. The shopkeeper didn't mind it at all and let him leave. Lin Mu slung the sack on his back and carried one of the barrels with his free hands. He had bought the barrels as he felt like sorting out the meat in them would be a better way to keep it. Lin Mu left the shop and walked into an empty alley where he stored all the things into his ring. He then returned to continue the process until he had stored all 5 of the barrels in his ring. Done with this task, he continued on to a clothing shop and walked inside. It seemed as if the shopkeeper had just opened the shop as well since the clerk was still wiping down the door and the counter. The clerk saw Lin Mu enter and welcomed him inside. What would you like today? The clerk asked. Lin Mu thought for a bit and wondered how he should frame his question. I would like clothes that are my size. Lin Mu spoke. Very well, please come here so I can measure you. Another clerk spoke and took his measurements. After being done with it, the clerk then asked again, what kind of clothes would you like and how many? Bring me all of them. I would like 200 sets, Lin Mu answered. The clerk was left stunned and didn't know how to respond. He felt as if he had heard it wrong or something. Did you say that right? You want 200 sets, the clerk repeated. Yes, I do, Lin Mu affirmed. Wait, let me talk with the shop owner first. I can't do such a large transaction on my own. The clerk spoke and left to get the shop owner while the other clerk looked after Lin Mu. The clerk scanned Lin Mu from top to bottom and took note of a few things. He saw the clothes that Lin Mu was wearing were good quality and that he looked rather well built. The eyes of the clerk then went towards the short sword that Lin Mu had on his waist. The clerk then silently nodded in approval and waited for the other clerk to return with the shop owner. 2 minutes later, the shop owner appeared and spoke to Lin Mu. Are you sure you want that many clothes? It will cost a lot. Yes, I'm sure, and the money is not a problem. Lin Mu replied. All right, bring in the clothes. The owner ordered. The clerks then brought out all the clothes that they had in the shop that were of Lin Mu's size. They counted all of them and found out that they actually only had around 150 sets of clothes that were of his size. The shop owner tallied the cost and spoke to Lin Mu. It'll cost you 1 gold, 9 silvers, and 20 copper coins. Lin Mu nonchalantly nodded and took out slightly more than the specified amount from his pouch and passed it to the shop owner. The shop owner was actually doubting his eyes and had not expected that he would truly buy all of them. Lin Mu then looked at the shop owner and thought for a bit. Can you deliver all these to the town center? I'll come along. The shop owner and the clerks finally believed now. A strange scene could be witnessed in the northern town today. A cart seemed to be carrying what seemed like a large number of clothes. Two men were transporting it, with one pushing and the other pulling it. Just a little distance from the cart, a teenage boy was walking. If it were not for it being winter and there being fewer people outside, there would have probably been a large crowd to witness this scene. The three people walked for a few minutes and soon reached the town center. The three came to a stop in front of the town center and looked at the large number of people there. The two men who were transporting the cart were the clerks of the clothes shop from Lin Mu had bought the clothes, while he himself was walking in front of it. The two clerks were rather shocked by the large number of people that were standing there in front of the town center. All of the people seemed to be armed and were mostly dressed in dark clothes. Some had their faces covered with large straw hats, while others had them revealed. Most of them had average-looking faces and seemed to be commoners, but the unique aura that was arising from their group was anything but common. Even the two clerks who were not cultivators could feel the vibe in the air. All the armed people also saw the three people approach the building and were staring at the large number of clothes. Some looked puzzled while others were indifferent. But soon their eyes went wide as they spotted the person that was walking in front of the cart. Their gazes turned serious as they stared at them with intent. The clerks who noticed this became nervous and wondered what was happening. Hey, do you think we made a mistake coming here? One of the clerks spoke. I don't know, but I certainly don't like their gazes. The other responded. Me too. It's as if they're going to cut us up. The first man spoke, feeling a little afraid. Suddenly they saw the armed people approaching them at a quick pace. They became even more nervous and were now holding their breaths. For commoners such as them, even normal warriors were too much to handle and they would not offend them. The people came to a halt in front of Lin Mu and looked at him. Look, I think they're offended by him. The clerk spoke. Maybe he did something wrong. The other clerk replied. But just as he spoke this, the armed people suddenly shouted out in unison. Greetings, Senior Lin Mu. Upon hearing the greeting, Lin Mu was once again stuck in an awkward situation. He didn't know how to respond, so just spoke whatever that came to his mind. Greetings. He spoke, eliciting silence from them. What did they say? Senior. The clerk spoke, feeling confused. Yeah, it seems like it. But why would they do so? The other clerk responded. The armed people were none other than the reinforcements of the High Corps that had pointed their weapons at Lin Mu yesterday morning. They had turned even more zealous now and had responded more enthusiastically. That was a little too much, don't you think, Senior? Lin Mu spoke in his mind. It does indeed, but I can't really tell much about the humans' habits or etiquettes. They vary a lot. Zukong spoke in an unsure tone. It was at this moment that one of the people came forward to Lin Mu. Do you need help in taking this in, Senior? The man respectfully spoke. Lin Mu snapped out of his thoughts as he spoke. Ah yes, please do take them inside. You all heard what Senior ordered. Now get on it. The man shouted. Yes, everyone in the group shouted. The clerks could only watch as the large entourage of people that were armed like a battalion of soldiers listened to Lin Mu's words and react fast. Within a minute, the entire cart was emptied, as all of the clothes were transported inside the town center. It is done, Senior. The man who had talked with Lin Mu spoke. The clerks simply nodded their heads, unable to speak due to being overwhelmed by the events that had just happened in front of them. They then turned around and walked away. Lin Mu looked at the reinforcements one more time before walking into the town center. The man who seemed to be leading the reinforcements walked with Lin Mu and accompanied him. We placed the clothes in a separate room here. The man spoke as he led him there. He brought him to the room that was on the ground floor and left him there, knowing not to interfere anymore. After the man was gone, Lin Mu stored all of the newly bought clothes in his ring and felt satisfied. I should now go check up on Haiwan, Lin Mu thought as he looked around for the man. He didn't have to look far as he was standing near the entrance. Do you know where Haiwan is? Lin Mu questioned. Ah yes, Senior, she's upstairs in the office. Let me escort you. The man replied. No, it's fine, I'll go on my own. Lin Mu said, rejecting his offer. The man cupped his hands in farewell as Lin Mu went up the stairs. He soon reached the door of the office and found it to be open. There he saw Haiwan and Hai Yingji standing. You're just in time. I was about to send a messenger to call for you. Haiwan spoke upon seeing Lin Mu enter. It's fine, I had some small tasks to take care of on the way. Lin Mu replied, I guess we can start now. Hai Bao has already gone to talk with the mercenaries and the reinforcements are ready downstairs. Haiwan spoke. So how are we going to proceed? Lin Mu questioned. We've talked with the hunter Zhou Yi and have gathered some more information. From this we have an idea of the location of the cave where the culprits are hidden. Still, they may be moving around, so we are going to split into teams of 10 people each. Each team will be assigned an area that they must search. Hai Yingji explained. Lin Mu nodded in acknowledgments and toughed for a bit before speaking. What will I be doing then? You will be accompanying me along with a few other members. Hai Yingji answered. That will be good. Though I also want to hunt some spirit beasts on the way, will that be fine? Lin Mu replied, "It's no problem. We will have to kill some anyway, as it's likely we'll be attacked." Hai Yingji replied. Lin Mu nodded in acknowledgement and then looked at Hai Wan. "All right then, we leave right away." She spoke and walked towards the door. The three of them descended down the floors and exited the town center. The reinforcements were already ready, waiting for them. One of them called the carriage and the three of them entered it. While they traveled in the carriage, the others proceeded on foot. Though in a small surprise to Lin Mu, instead of going towards the western entrance, they were instead going towards the northern entrance. "Why are we going this way?" Lin Mu questioned. "We will be going in from the northern part of the forest. Hai Bao and the mercenaries will be going from the northwestern part. That way we can meet in the middle and cover a wider distance." Hai Wan answered, "I see." Lin Mu spoke and went silent. "They seem wary." Zukong spoke in Lin Mu's mind. "You think so, senior?" Lin Mu replied. "Yes, the obvious choice would be to go to the northwestern part directly, but they seem to want to avoid it for some reason. I can't tell why." Zukong spoke. Lin Mu thought over Senior Zukong's words but didn't speak anything. He stayed in silence until they reached the edge of the forest. It only took them 15 minutes to reach it, and not long after the reinforcements had reached there as well. The trio left the carriage and looked at the reinforcements. Hai Wan came forwards and cleared her throat before speaking. "You all have already been informed. Split into your teams and proceed." "Yes, leader." They shouted in unison before rapidly rearranging themselves into multiple teams. A few minutes later, everyone had left except for 8 people. Lin Mu guessed that these were the other 8 members of his team. Hai Wan then turned to Hai Yingji and Lin Mu. "I'll leave this up to you all now. Be safe and avoid any unnecessary danger." Hai Wan spoke with concern. Her eyes lingered on Lin Mu for a little longer than normal, which he sensed. He felt that it was a little strange, but didn't mind it too much. "Don't worry, I'll ensure that we are safe." Hai Yingji responded. Hai Wan cupped her hands in respect before entering the carriage and returning to the town. Lin Mu was a little surprised by her gesture, but not that she had left so quick. They had already known that Hai Wan will be taking care of the town while the rest were out investigating. One of the 8 members of Hai Corps came forward and spoke. "Should we leave now, seniors?" "Yes, it is time. Let's embark," Hai Yingji declared. End of Volume 1. It was a dull and bleak afternoon. The sun was hidden behind the clouds and a chilly breeze was blowing. The trees in the forest rustled and swayed with the wind. Traces of snow could be seen on the tops of trees and even some on the floor of the forest. A group of 10 people was walking through a path in the northern forest. These people were none other than Lin Mu, Hai Yingji, and the other members of his team. It had been 2 days since they had started their journey. During these 2 days, nothing significant happened, and they simply traveled. Still, on the second day, the winter had intensified and the temperature had fallen even more. Before, the snow would usually melt in the morning and could not be seen, but now traces of it could still be seen. Lin Mu knew that this was just the start and it would soon get worse. The first month of winter had just started, and there were 3 in total. Every month would just mean more hardships and lower temperatures. The final month was the worst, and there would not be a single day during it that the snow was less than a foot deep. They didn't exactly know how long it will take for them to reach the location they were aiming for, but knew that it should be within a traveling distance of 4 days at the maximum. Sure, it would take them more time to actually find it, but it should be within that traveling distance. Howl. The team came to a halt as they heard a faint howl coming from the distance. "Wait, there's a spirit beast ahead." Hai Yingji gestured and ordered everyone to stop as his spirit sense detected something. "I'll scout it out," one of the members offered. "All right, but be careful. Retreat at the first sight of danger." Hai Yingji replied but kept his spirit sense already nonetheless. The man nodded and then went ahead. He returned 5 minutes later and seemed to be fine. "Well, what did you find?" Hai Yingji questioned. "There's a small pack of steel-back wolves ahead. It seems to have been separated from a bigger pack or is probably a hunting party. It's being led by a steel-back wolf that has become a spirit beast." The man answered. Everyone took a breath of relief upon hearing the man's words. "This should be easy then. We can take them out," Lin Mu suggested. Lin Mu had been wanting to hunt their past 2 days, but unfortunately, they had not encountered even a single spirit beast. They had come across some normal beasts, but most of them directly ran away upon seeing their group. Lin Mu wanted to hunt them for the meat since he was missing the taste, but since they had brought enough supplies with them, he just ate that. But now that he had obtained this opportunity, he wanted to take it. "Sure, we'll help you out," Hai Yingji replied. Hai Yingji was a little confused on why Lin Mu wanted to hunt the beasts, but just attributed it to Lin Mu wanting to battle. He did not know that he was actually hunting them because he wanted to eat them. According to him, with Lin Mu's status, he had no reason to hunt such beasts for that reason. The other members split out and formed an encirclement. The steel-back wolves were currently grouped together in a small area and seemed to be resting. This had just made it easier for them to approach. They paid no heed to the direction of the wind, even though it was blowing towards the small pack. The steel-back wolves would pick up their scent, but this was exactly what they noted. This way the pack would not run away and stay there until they reached there. Lin Mu withdrew his short sword and got ready. Since he couldn't use his skills in front of other people, he just decided to rely on his own strength. The pack of steel-back wolves was now visible to them and seemed to be agitated. They were growling towards the approaching humans. Lin Mu looked closer and saw that there were only around 12 wolves in the pack. It was definitely much less than that of a proper steel-back wolf pack, which usually numbered more than 200. Lin Mu also spotted the leader of this pack. It was a wolf that was one size bigger than the other wolves, but didn't look much different than that. This was the second time Lin Mu was seeing a steel-back wolf that was at the Qi refining realm and had become a spirit beast. The last time he had seen one was 5 years ago, when a large party of hunters had successfully hunted one. He had been amazed at that time, seeing that a group of hunters could kill a spirit beast like that, but now here he was, about to hunt one himself. Lin Mu took a deep breath and calmed his excitement. Grrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrr Mu was about 10 meters away from the leader, when it couldn't hold back anymore and sprinted towards him. Lin Mu already had his spirit sense extended, thus could perceive every movement of the wolf as soon as it got within his range. Lin Mu strengthened his legs and arms with spirit chi as he focused on the approaching wolf. Just as the wolf was about to leap at him, Lin Mu lunged ahead and leaned to the side. Both of them clashed in a diagonal manner as they separated. Whine. A wincing sound was heard as blood spilled from the body of the steel-back wolf. Lin Mu had lunged and successfully slashed its belly apart. The wolf let out a few more sounds and struggled to move before it went silent. That was easy. Lin Mu muttered to himself as he approached the now-dead steel-back wolf. He confirmed that it was completely dead and then looked at the other members of the team. They were casually standing and had already killed 4 of the steel-back wolves. The remainder of the pack had evidently decided to run away to save their lives. The members of the High Corps had also not stopped them and had only killed the ones that were moving towards Lin Mu. For them, killing a bunch of fierce beasts was child's play. Haiyinji came forward and stood near Lin Mu. "I guess we're having fresh meat for lunch today." Haiyinji spoke in a jovial manner. He then looked at his subordinates and spoke, "Prepare the carcasses, we'll take a break." "Yes, sir," they all spoke. Lin Mu also picked up the wolf that he had killed and started skinning it right then and there. Haiyinji saw this and was about to stop him, but then he noticed the look on Lin Mu's face. It was a look of hidden excitement. It should be fine if he wants to do it himself. Haiyinji thought and then went to sit under a tree. Haiyinji sat in a meditative and started cultivating. Some of the other members did the same while the rest went to prepare the carcasses. An hour later, Lin Mu was done skinning the wolf and had stored the pelt and the other useful parts away in the ring. The others were also nearly done with their work. They then gathered the meat together and set up a few fire pits to cook them. In all, they had 5 beasts worth of meat. Even half of this would be enough for them to fill their bellies. Lin Mu took out his spices and condiments and started to prepare his own meal. While he was open to sharing the food, he still preferred the meat that he had cooked himself and was up to his tastes. The others saw this but paid it no mind and just did their tasks. Soon a mouth-watering aroma was spreading from the place where Lin Mu was cooking the spirit beast meat, while the others were also cooking, but the aroma could not be compared. By now Haiyinji had woken up and was also ready to eat. Some of the team members had started cutting apart portions and were distributing them. Haiyinji did not go to the others, but instead went to sit with Lin Mu. Lin Mu saw this and gave out a little smile. He cut a leg apart from the cooked wolf and offered it to Haiyinji before he could even ask. "Here." Lin Mu spoke as he offered. Lin Mu nodded and cut another leg for himself. Both of them started eating, and in no time they had finished it. Haiyinji looked up and wondered what they were going to do with the rest of the cooked meat, but was then shocked. In the time that he had finished that one leg, Lin Mu had not only finished his own, but had also devoured half of the cooked meat. Right now he was biting down on some ribs and was eating it with gusto, paying no heed to his demeanor. Haiyinji was shocked by this and felt as if his eyes were lying to him. "That boy's no less than a beast himself," he muttered to himself. Burp. Lin Mu took a burp and then looked up at the shadow that was kind of covering his face. He saw that he had unknowingly created a small hill of bones. Did my appetite increase even more? I didn't even realize it while eating. Lin Mu wondered. He then looked up at the remaining amount of meat that was left on the large skewer. Lin Mu had eaten half of the spirit beast and only the upper torso, and one of the legs of it was currently left. He touched his belly and figured that he had had enough food for now. "I'll save the rest for dinner," Lin Mu thought. Even though he would not feel hungry for an entire day after eating a meal, he still liked to eat it as it was a habit for him. It just didn't feel right to him when he didn't. Anyways, he still got to absorb the vital energy and the spirit chi from the meat, so it worked in his favor. Lin Mu touched the meat and stored it in the ring. After that, he took out a gourd and poured out some water from it. He drank some to satisfy his thirst and used the rest to clean himself. In his process of eating, he had evidently been a bit messy and had oily fingers and face. Lin Mu looked around and saw that the others were done eating as well and were cleaning up now. They wrapped the remaining meat and kept it for a later time. Everyone ready? Hai Yingji asked as he looked around. Yes, senior, they replied in unison. Nodding at them, he spoke again. Let's continue then. We should probably reach our destination by tomorrow. They then started their journey again and proceeded deeper into the forest. They were going in a northwestern direction now and would probably meet the other team that was being led by Hai Bao soon. Eventually, the sky started to darken and the snow had started to fall. Knowing that it would be more risky to proceed in the night, Hai Yingji decided to stop for the night. We will rest here for the night. We leave tomorrow at first light, Hai Yingji ordered. Everyone acknowledged the orders and started setting up the tents. The tents were nothing fancy and were just simple canvas sheets that they propped up with some sticks. Since everyone was a cultivator, they would not be sleeping anyway and would just be cultivating through the night. They had already had some sleep on the previous day, thus did not need to sleep for the coming 2 days at the very least. They could get by just by cultivating. A few minutes later, the tents were set up and a fire was blazing at the center. The tents were arranged in a circular manner and there were 5 of them, 2 people each to every tent. This way the fire would warm all tents and also provide some light. 2 of the men stayed up to keep a watch during the night while the others rested. Lin Mu noticed the manner in which they acted and the way they worked. It was almost habitual. It was as if they had done this many times and had been doing it for a while now. They are just trained well. Anyone can learn well if given enough time. Zukong spoke in Lin Mu's mind. Is that so? They looked quite different before though, but now that they are out here they seem to be in a completely different character. Lin Mu replied, it's just something they learned to hide. We do know that they were disguising as commoners for a few years now and only returned because they were called, so it's obvious why. Zukong spoke. Lin Mu didn't reply but simply stayed silent as he thought over it. But that man, Hai Yingji, he's different, Zukong added. How so? Lin Mu asked. He seems to be putting up a facade, a mask of some kind. He's hiding quite a lot beneath that, I presume. I can sense it. Zukong replied. Lin Mu did not speak further and just took out the remaining spirit beast meat and started to eat it. He had just finished eating when he heard a faint noise. He immediately became alert and his spirit sense spread out. Lin Mu stood up and walked out of the tent, and just as he did, he saw that Hai Yingji had walked out as well. Evidently, he had sensed it as well. They looked at each other and nodded in a tacit understanding. The 2 people that were guarding too saw them leave the tents. What's the problem, seniors? They questioned. Alert the other, we have a large group of beasts approaching us, Hai Yingji ordered. The 2 immediately left to inform the others while Lin Mu looked at Hai Yingji in confusion. A large group? Lin Mu questioned. Yes, they seem to the steel-back wolves that we killed in the afternoon. Looks like they brought the entire pack for revenge. Hai Yingji spoke with a serious expression. Did he observe that with his spirit sense? How long is his range? Lin Mu wondered. He's in the core condensation realm, so it won't be unusual for his spirit sense's range to be more than 100 meters, Zukong spoke. Lin Mu thought for a bit and then spoke. How far are they? They're around 200 meters away and their numbers are large. Hai Yingji answered. So his range is about 200 meters. Lin Mu grasped. How many are there do you know? Lin Mu questioned again as he tried to use his own spirit sense to see if any were nearby. There's more than 100 and they seem to be spread around. They're sneaking around us to ambush us. Hai Yingji spoke. Lin Mu became even more alert after hearing Hai Yingji's words and unsheathed his own short sword. He knew that if there were more than 100 steel-back wolves then this was probably the entirety of the pack. This is going to be a difficult fight, Lin Mu muttered. I'm afraid it is not going to be that simple. I sense a large number of spirit beasts in them as well. This is no normal pack. Hai Yingji spoke as he looked at the rest of the members that were now gathered. That's why they're taking revenge. No common pack of steel-back wolves would dare to attack cultivators that easily. Lin Mu realized. Everyone gets ready, we're going to have a tough night. Hai Yingji ordered. Yes, senior. They responded as they withdrew their respective weapons. Lin Mu then saw Hai Yingji produce a saber in his hand. The saber had just appeared out of thin air into his hands, so he has a spatial storage treasure as well. Lin Mu thought and looked at the saber. The saber was slightly longer than a meter in length and was curved. It looked heavy and had a broad hilt. Its blade was gray in color and gleamed under the flames of the bonfire. It's a spirit weapon too, a low-tier one though, Zukong informed. Oh. Well, that is expected as he's a core condensation realm cultivator, and the high core do seem to have good connections. Lin Mu spoke in his mind. Just as he said this, Hai Yingji's expression fell. Careful, there's a core condensation beast leading them. He suddenly spoke up in an extremely grim tone. A core condensation realm steel-back wolf. Can they even reach that realm? Lin Mu questioned as he felt confused. It is indeed unusual. But there have been some reports of them reaching the core condensation realm before. But if one of them has, then that means it's the true leader of the pack, and the pack has also come from the depths of the forest. Hai Yingji spoke. Just as Hai Yingji spoke, the bushes in the distance started rustling. The wind was not blowing, thus this meant that the wolves were close. I'll handle the core condensation realm steel-back wolf while you all handle the rest. Form a circle, back to back, Hai Yingji ordered. He then turned to Lin Mu and looked at him with a serious expression. Brother Lin Mu, if anything happens to me or something unexpected happens, leave this place and run away. I'll give you an opening. Hai Yingji spoke. Lin Mu felt shocked that he would be willing to sacrifice himself like that. Seems like they really don't want you to die now. Zukong spoke with a chuckle. Lin Mu did not reply and just nodded simply. Hai Yingji then turned to the forest and stood in a fighting stance. His saber-wielding arm was pointed downwards in a diagonal angle towards the right, and his left foot was forward. Lin Mu took a deep breath and was ready to use the Severing Heart Sutra. Soon the rustling sounds turned to growls as the wolves started appearing from the bushes. Some appeared from behind the trees and some from behind them. They had completely surrounded their team. They were now in the range of Lin Mu's spirit sense, so Lin Mu could observe the closest ones easily. With the help of the light of the bonfire, he could also see in the distance vaguely and spot their figures. While he could not sense that far, Lin Mu could still tell from the sizes of their bodies which cultivation realm they belonged to. There were currently 24 wolves surrounding them at the closest range, and out of these 13 were spirit beasts while the rest were normal fierce beasts. Howl. A howl sounded from the distance, and soon a steel-back wolf that was larger than any other appeared. Its fur was gray and had 7 stripes extending from his forehead going all the way to its tail. These stripes split on its back into 4 more, which went towards its 4 limbs all the way up to its claws. Its fangs were about 2 inches long and looked gruesome. The alpha steel-back wolf was about 1.5 meters tall and looked like a giant among its kin. A strange wave of energy was emitted from its body and spread over to all the people. Lin Mu instantly sensed it and understood what it was. Spirit sense. The beast has developed its spirit sense. Lin Mu muttered in surprise. Of course, beasts can also develop their spirit sense. They can do so because they have an innate knowledge of it that's hidden within their bloodlines, Zukong explained. Lin Mu wanted to observe the cultivation base of the alpha steel-back wolf, but could not since it was staying beyond the range of his spirit sense. Pushing these thoughts aside, Lin Mu just focused on the other steel-back wolves that were in front of him. Lin Mu didn't attack first, as that would mean that he would have to break their formation. No, he stayed there and waited for the wolves to make the first move. He knew that while he would be able to deal with the wolves with ease, the others may not be able to do the same. Lin Mu had checked their cultivation bases and knew that out of the 8 members, 3 were at the mid-stage of the Qi refining realm, while the rest were at the early stage of the Qi refining realm. For Lin Mu, dealing with a peak-stage Qi refining realm beast or cultivator would still be easy if he used his skills. A few seconds later, the group of steel-back wolves lunged at them. Lin Mu dodged to the right and slashed at the steel-back wolf that had jumped at him. The wolf fell down dead, and Lin Mu spun around to slash 2 more wolves. The rest were also killing the other wolves and had already killed some. Lin Mu did a quick scan with his spirit sense and saw that out of the 24 wolves, 10 were already dead. He had killed 2 spirit beasts and 1 normal beast, while the others had killed 3 spirit beasts and 4 normal beasts. They continued fighting and soon killed the rest of the steel-back wolves, but they didn't get much respite after this, as the next wave came nearly instantly, and this one had even more wolves. This time there were around 30 wolves. Lin Mu took a look around and spotted Hai Yingji fighting with the alpha steel-back wolf and 3 other wolves. He seemed to be fine for now and was putting up a good fight. There were already 4 other corpses of wolves lying around him. Lin Mu didn't get to watch for long though, as the next wave of steel-back wolves attacked soon. Returning to the fight, Lin Mu kept on slashing, chopping, and cutting. He didn't stay completely injured though. He still got a few minor cuts and grazes here and there while fighting. The other members were doing worse than him as they were getting deeper injuries, but since they had good teamwork, they were still able to push back the steel-back wolves. Lin Mu would assist them whenever he could, but it was still getting difficult now. They had been fighting for nearly 30 minutes now. The injuries had piled on and the members of the High Corps were getting tired. Even if they were cultivators, they were still fighting spirit beasts and were using their spirit chi. Although they were not using any chi skills, they were still using spirit chi to strengthen their body and amplify their attacks. Thus their spirit chi was still being consumed. In addition to this, their spirit chi was also being used to suppress their injuries. The team was severely outmanned and had only survived until now because of Lin Mu and Hai Yingji. Lin Mu would assist them whenever they were in a pinch, and Hai Yingji would also spare a little attention to slaughter a few stray steel-back wolves in addition to the alpha steel-back wolf that he was fighting. Still, even Hai Yingji had gotten some injuries now, the most severe being the one on his saber-wielding arm. A large bite wound could be seen, from which blood was dripping. It looked unusual for a wound as big as that, since the bleeding should have been severe. It was evident that Hai Yingji was using some kind of unknown skill to suppress the wound from excessively bleeding, but even that was now taking its toll on him, as the alpha steel-back wolf was not backing down at all. Hai Yingji had expected that the alpha steel-back wolf would retreat once it saw that many of its kin were killed, but the reality turned out to be the opposite. Instead, the alpha was now intensifying his attacks and was actually getting faster. Lin Mu had also borne some injuries, but he was still well compared to others. He was especially lucky as he had been able to block 2 dangerous attacks to his torso. He was saved because of the multiple layers of leather armors he was wearing. While the leather armor only covered his chest and not the other parts of his body, it was still 5 of them being stacked on top of each other. This made them thick enough that they were able to stop a claw attack of Qi Refining Realm's Steelback Wolf and the bite of another one. But as a result of that, Lin Mu's clothes were now torn in multiple places and his outer robe was completely gone. Now the shredded stack of leather armors on his body could be clearly seen. "We can't let this go on. The others won't be able to last long," Lin Mu shouted to Hai Yingji. Lin Mu did a quick scan of the surroundings and observed that the number of steelback wolf corpses had reached more than 70, and yet they were still coming. Hai Yingji also had sweat dripping down on his forehead now as he swiftly glanced around. "This is much worse than I thought. This steelback wolf is abnormally strong. It's as if it has the strength of late stage of the core condensation realm, even though it's clearly at the early stage," Hai Yingji thought. "If their numbers don't start reducing soon, we'll retreat. I'll try to make an opening," Hai Yingji shouted. But as soon as he said this, the alpha steelback wolf, as if having understood his words, started growling. It retreated a short distance, giving a slight chance for Hai Yingji to rest. Taking this chance, he killed 5 more steelback wolves that were troubling the members of his team. Hai Yingji refocused his attention on the alpha steelback wolf and saw that it was acting strange. It had its limbs tensed up and was growling to itself as if in pain. HOWLLLL. The alpha steelback wolf suddenly raised its head and let out an ear-piercing howl. Its body started trembling and veins bulged out of its skin. Its eyes turned red and saliva started dripping out of its mouth. Hai Yingji couldn't tell what was happening and why it was doing this. Lin Mu instinctively turned around because of the ear-piercing howl. "What the hell was that?" Lin Mu exclaimed and looked at the alpha steelback wolf. Even the other steelback wolves seemed to be affected by the howl of the alpha wolf and seemed to be startled. Some of the weaker ones even seemed to be scared and were whining in fear. Lin Mu looked at the conditions of the others and felt confused. "What's happening?" Lin Mu wondered. "The beast, it has awakened its bloodline ability. You have to be extremely careful. You may have to run as Hai Yingji may not be able to handle it." Zukong spoke with urgency. Lin Mu's eyes went wide with shock as he heard Senior Zukong's warning. He had heard about the bloodlines of the beasts and knew that they had their unique abilities. Not every beast had it, but all had the potential to awaken one. The steelback wolves were relatively low in the hierarchy of the beasts, thus were not as likely to awaken it. But since this alpha steelback wolf had reached the core condensation realm, it had awakened one. "Do you know what ability it is, Senior?" Lin Mu questioned. "No, there are far too many similar abilities, and it could have awakened anyone from its bloodline. The range is too far wide. All you can do right now is closely observe," Zukong answered. Lin Mu heard Senior Zukong's words and gritted his teeth. "Careful, it has awakened its bloodline ability," Lin Mu shouted for everyone to hear. Hai Yingji felt cold sweat appear on his back after he heard Lin Mu's warning. He knew of bloodline abilities, but would have never expected that a steelback wolf would awaken one. He immediately retreated some distance away and locked his sight on the alpha wolf. Howl. Alpha steelback wolf let out another howl and was now looking at Hai Yingji. Its muscles that were bulging before had now reduced instead. While it was the same height as before, it was now slimmer. Whatever process it was going through had completed, and now it was ready. Hai Yingji looked at the now changed alpha steelback wolf. While one would think that its presence should have reduced now that it was smaller in size, it was not so. Instead, its presence and aura had multiplied and were now bigger than before. Hai Yingji could feel the hair on the back of his neck stand. He had been in many life-threatening situations before and was very experienced. He had not felt a feeling like this in a long time. Even when he was disguised deep into enemy territory, he never flinched. But now, here in front of a beast that had a lower cultivation base than him, he was feeling fear. Something very unnatural is happening in the northern forest. First the bear beast and now this. Is the invader the cause of this too? Hai Yingji thought as he gripped his saber hard. Hai Yingji then withdrew a pill from his storage treasure and popped it in his mouth. In the next second, under the effects of the pill that he had just eaten, the wounds on his body started to heal. Hai Yingji looked dead in the eyes of the alpha steelback wolf before he spoke. "Run. I'll stop it." Lin Mu heard his words but did not react at that moment. He was too engrossed in fighting the foes that were currently in front of him. Still, even if Lin Mu had not heard the words, didn't mean that the other members of the High Corps had not. While most of them were fighting and holding off the steelback wolves, some of them still heard the words of Hai Yingji. Their expressions turned strained and they gritted their teeth in frustration. Frustration that they were weak and were now suffering under the attack of mere beasts. They looked at Lin Mu, who was fearlessly fighting against the steelback wolves without even flinching, and then at their companions. They felt ashamed at the fear and doubt that they were feeling. They felt as if the resolve that they had while joining the High Corps was no more. They felt as if they were disappointing their lord, who had helped them in their toughest times. times in their life which they preferred to forget and were not proud of. It was in those times that their lord had come as a savior and saved them from desolation. "I am incredibly sorry, senior, but I cannot obey your orders," one of the members spoke. Seeing that one of them had spoken up, others made up their mind as well. "Me neither, senior. I shan't leave you here. We came under the Lord together, and together we shall perish." The last of them spoke together. In the few moments that Haiyinji had, he didn't know what to think of his subordinates' words. On one hand, he was frustrated that they were not listening to his orders and saving their lives, and on the other, he was proud and overwhelmed that they were willing to bet their lives on his. Haiyinji had not spent much time with these people and barely knew them, but the one thing they had in common was that they were all dedicated to the same Lord. They were saved by the same person, and for the same person shall they perish. "So be it," Haiyinji thought. "I shall end it or end myself." Haiyinji did not let the alpha steelback wolf initiate the first attack. Instead, he sprinted forward and attacked first. He swung his saber with an intense speed and slashed at the alpha wolf. "Ha!" Haiyinji shouted. The alpha steelback wolf did not flinch from Haiyinji's approach but instead looked at him closely. It stared until the very last moment when he was just a meter away from it. Then just when the attack was about to reach it, the alpha steelback wolf disappeared. "Huh, what?" Haiyinji exclaimed as he saw his foe disappeared. "Where did it go?" He spoke as he looked around. But just as he was about to move, Haiyinji suddenly felt danger from his back. His spirit sense immediately spread around and he saw what was approaching him. It was none other than the alpha steelback wolf. The alpha wolf had increased its speed exponentially and was now coming towards Haiyinji. Reacting at the very last moment, Haiyinji leaped to the side to avoid the attack. The alpha steelback wolf missed its target and flew ahead. It landed on the ground and dug some trail marks as it exerted force to stop itself. Growl. The alpha steelback wolf turned around and growled at Haiyinji. Deep malice could be seen in its eyes, and one could tell that it was incredibly infuriated. It lunged at Haiyinji once again, but this time he used his saber to block its attack. Clang. A loud clanging sound was heard as the tough body of the alpha steelback wolf hit the saber of Haiyinji. The man in question was pushed back several meters due to the force of impact and could not help but stabilize himself by digging in his feet into the ground. Lin Mu and the rest of the members witnessed the encounter and were incredibly shocked by it. They had never expected the fight would turn direction in such a manner. Before, Haiyinji was at least able to keep up with the alpha steelback wolf, but now that the alpha steelback wolf had awakened its bloodline ability, its strength had increased, and it became hard to compare it with that of Haiyinji. Its speed had already increased by a lot, while its strength had also increased due to its muscles compressing. The alpha wolf and Haiyinji kept on clashing and exchanged blow by blow. Lin Mu was able to watch it in the few moments that he got between fighting the other steelback wolves. Their numbers seemed to have finally started reducing, and they had killed 10 more of them. Lin Mu did another scan of the area and saw that the remaining amount of steelback wolves was around 40. "We have to end this quick. Haiyinji won't be able to hold it back for long," Lin Mu uttered. By now he had heard the words of the other members of the High Corps and knew that Haiyinji was going to force himself to end the fight. Lin Mu kept on fighting the steelback wolves and was trying to kill as many as he could so that he could then help Haiyinji. Lin Mu did not want to let Haiyinji die here. He felt as if a bad taste would be left behind in his mouth if he escaped and let Haiyinji die. "Damn it, I'll kill you all," Lin Mu cursed. Lin Mu now started chanting the Severing Heart Sutra and targeted as many steelback wolves as he could. Before, he was not using the Severing Heart Sutra as he had to interrupt himself and help the other members. But now he was just focused on killing the beasts. The effects of the Severing Heart Sutra took place, and 3 steelback wolves were now affected. Lin Mu's target range for the Severing Heart Sutra had now increased to 3 from the previous 2. His regular use of the sutra had increased his proficiency. The steelback wolves became dazed and were now slow to act. Lin Mu took this opportunity and quickly killed them. 1, 2, 3, 5, 10, 20. One by one, the steelback wolves started dying under Lin Mu's blade. Finally, the time arrived when no more wolves were coming forth to attack them. Lin Mu looked around and saw that only a couple of the steelback wolves were now left fighting. Most of them had fallen under his hands, while the rest had been handled by the members of the High Corps. They were covered in injuries from head to the toe and were extremely exhausted. Everyone except for Lin Mu was now nearly out of spirit chi. Arg. Just as Lin Mu was looking around, the sound of a painful shout was heard. He looked to the side and saw that Haiyinji now had a large claw wound that extended from his right shoulder over the abdomen all the way to the left side of his waist. The diagonal injury was caused by the alpha steelback wolf and could be evidently seen as its claws were dripping with blood, Haiyinji's blood. Haiyinji flinched in pain and was knocked back. The alpha steelback wolf took advantage of this vulnerability and lunged at him again. Hai Yingji rolled to the side but dropped his saber in the process. No, Lin Mu shouted as he sprinted towards them. The distance between them was now far though, as they had moved away while fighting. They were over 100 meters away from each other. Lin Mu knew that he won't be able to reach Hai Yingji before the wolf attacked him. Lin Mu gave up on hiding his skills and just decided to use them. He thought that it will be worth it even if he ended up exposing himself. Lin Mu thus used Blink and moved forward 10 meters in a second. During this period, the alpha steel-back wolf had attacked Hai Yingji again. Hai Yingji had barely scraped by and dodged the attack, but still endured a scratch from the beast's claws. Another wound opened on his arm and he had moved even more far from his saber. The alpha steel-back wolf got ready and braced for another attack. Lin Mu was getting more and more desperate by the second. Even while using the skill Blink, he was still too far. He had already used Blink 5 times in a row, but the speed of the alpha steel-back wolf was too high. Lin Mu feared that he would not be able to reach Hai Yingji in time. Quickly thinking, he let ideas flow through his mind as he finally decided on one. He kept on using Blink to teleport forward, and when he was within 20 meters of the alpha steel-back wolf, he threw his short sword forward. Swoosh. The short sword shot forward and soared through the air. In the blink of an eye, it was already near the alpha steel-back wolf, but just as it was about to hit it, the beast reacted with a monstrous agility and tilted to dodge the short sword. The short sword overshot and missed the alpha steel-back wolf by mere inches. "No!" Lin Mu yelled as his eyes turned bloodshot. The beast turned around and refocused its attention on its prey that was Hai Yingji. By now, Hai Yingji had become too injured to be able to move with his previous speed and could not react fast enough. He closed his eyes in acceptance as his body became stiff. Lin Mu's shout was still echoing as he dreaded what was about to come. His emotions were a mixture of anger, frustration, guilt, and regret. He kept on watching as the alpha steel-back wolf was about to end the life of Hai Yingji, but just as he was about to give up, a miracle happened. Short sword that had missed and had gone ahead suddenly turned around. It was as if it had suddenly come alive and was now flying back. Everything happened in an instant and could not be explained in a short time. Just as the beast's fangs arrived at Hai Yingji's neck, it stopped moving. Hai Yingji opened his eyes once he sensed that his impending doom had somehow not arrived yet. He was expecting pain and suffering, but somehow it had stopped midway. His eyes opened to a sword tip being pointed at him. Hai Yingji's eyes went wide as he flinched backwards. Only after moving a few inches to the back did he see what had happened. A short sword had pierced the head of the alpha steel-back wolf and come out of its mouth. It was this very short sword's tip that was pointed at him when he had opened his eyes. While what happened? How? Hai Yingji questioned as he felt incredibly confused. He had actually seen the short sword miss its target, that was the alpha wolf, so he wondered how was it stuck in its skull now. Lin Mu was standing in his place as if he was dumbstruck. He had clearly seen what had happened a few seconds ago. The short sword that had missed its target and was flying ahead somehow turned back and pierced the head of the alpha steel-back wolf. Somehow the short sword had sensed the desperation within his heart and had responded. A strange new connection was formed between them, and the sword responded to his thoughts. At that moment, Lin Mu wanted nothing more than to kill the alpha steel-back wolf. Thus, that was exactly what the short sword had done. It had fulfilled his most intense desire. A few more seconds passed as Lin Mu contemplated. Suddenly, an intense wave of exhaustion washed over him as felt his strength leave him. What's happening to me? Lin Mu muttered between breaths. Lin Mu could no longer hold on and collapsed onto the ground. You unconsciously use spirit control on your short sword. Your spirit chi has been exhausted greatly due to it, and that's why you are feeling such a great fatigue. Zukong suddenly spoke in Lin Mu's mind. Spirit control. Lin Mu questioned in his mind as he laid down on the ground helplessly. Remember what I told you about controlling and using spirit swords. Normally, you would have refined your spirit sense to an extensive range and would have then used that to control a spirit sword. A spirit sword that's controlled in this manner can be used to attack or to fly, but what you have done is much different than that. Since you don't have a spirit sense that's long enough, the short sword instead used its own ability to establish a connection forcibly. This resulted in it draining most of your spirit chi, Zukong explained. Lin Mu was finally able to understand a part of what had happened. He would have been able to completely understand it, but his fatigue was making it difficult for him to think clearly. The exhaustion was forcing him to close his eyes, which he was barely able to resist. With great difficulty, Lin Mu propped himself with his hands and turned around to look at Hai Yingji. The man was safe for now, but his injuries had worsened. Whatever pill and techniques that he was using to restrain his injuries were no longer having any effect. Some of the members of the High Corps were now approaching Hai Yingji to check up on him, while the rest were rushing towards the collapsed Lin Mu. Seniors, they shouted. Two of them pulled away Hai Yingji from the alpha steel-back wolf, while two others checked on the beast. Once they ensured that it was dead, they let out breaths of relief. The beast is dead, they shouted with elation. The others then too shouted with joy after hearing their words. Yeah, they did it. The men that had approached Lin Mu took out a small glass bottle. They then opened its cap and took out a pill from it. The pill was white and looked very plain. The man that was holding the pill kneeled down and held out the pill towards Lin Mu. Here, take this pill, senior. It's a healing pill, the man spoke. Lin Mu didn't take the pill instantly, but instead looked at Hai Yingji and saw that the others had given him a pill as well. Taking a breath of relief, Lin Mu took the pill from the man. He popped it in his mouth and swallowed it. It was surprisingly bland, and Lin Mu did not taste anything when he ate it. But when the pill was swallowed down into his stomach, he could feel a strange warmth radiating from it. The warmth soon turned into intense qi that was absorbed by his body. The medicinal effects were absorbed, and Lin Mu's injuries started to visibly heal. Even the men that had given him the pill were shocked by the quick effect. Does this pill work so fast? One of the men asked. I don't know either. The leader gave us a few of these pills before we left. She didn't explain much, but just said that they were healing pills. The man answered. Lin Mu moved with difficulty and sat in a cross-legged position. He circulated the remaining amount of spirit qi he had and assisted the effects of the healing pill. A few minutes later, he was completely healed, but the exhaustion of spirit qi was still there. Lin Mu chanted the Severing Heart Sutra and peered inside his danchan. He observed that he barely had 50 wisps of spirit qi left in his danchan from the previous 1500. The single drop of liquid spirit qi was also there at the very bottom of the danchan. Previously, it was hard to spot due to the sea of spirit qi wisps, but now that his danchan was nearly empty, it was rather easy to see it. It would slightly gleam every so often and look like a drop of morning dew. Lin Mu withdrew his attention from his danchan and opened his eyes. He saw that the men were no longer near him and were now cleaning up the battlefield. Some of the ones that were more injured had also taken some pills and were recuperating. They had put on bandages and could be seen piling the steel-back wolf corpses in a corner. There was barely any space left to freely walk, since you would stumble on a random corpse. Lin Mu looked for Hai Yingji but couldn't find him anywhere. He's probably in a tent, Lin Mu thought. His sight was then pulled towards the massive corpse of the alpha steel-back wolf. It was still lying where it was before, and his short sword was still stuck where it was in its skull. Evident the other people had not touched it or had tried to move it. Senior Lin Mu, one of the men shouted. Lin Mu turned his head to the side to look at the person calling out to him. It was the same man that had given him the healing pill. The man was laking towards him and came to a stop in front of him. Senior Hai Yingji is in the tent if you're looking for him. The man spoke. All right, take me to him. Lin Mu replied. The man nodded and gestured for him to follow. He then brought him to the previous tent that Hai Yingji was in. Lin Mu entered and saw the unconscious Hai Yingji. He was still injured, unlike Lin Mu, and his wounds were not completely healed. Lin Mu extended his spirit sense and observed the condition of Hai Yingji. He saw the internal injuries that numbered in the tens. There was blood pooled in his viscera, and there were tiny clots that were hampering his circulation. Lin Mu then checked Hai Yingji's meridians and saw that while they seemed to be fine for the most part, there were still some areas where there were cracks and fissures. The meridians were also rather dry and barely had any spirit qi circulating through them. Lin Mu then checked Hai Yingji's danchan and saw something different. There was no spirit qi wisps in his danchan. Instead, what was inside his danchan was a small sphere that was pale white. It was about the size of a pea and was suspended in the center of the danchan. So this is the spirit qi core of a core condensation expert. Lin Mu thought as he closely observed it. Oh, this is a rather small core. Zukang spoke in Lin Mu's mind. It's small. Is the core supposed to be bigger? Lin Mu questioned. Not always. The core of an early-stage core condensation expert usually starts off like this. But from what we've seen, Hai Yingji was at the middle stage of the core condensation stage. His core should have been at least twice this size. Zukang answered. Did he regress perhaps? Lin Mu suggested. I thought so too at first, but from what I see, it does not seem likely. Even if a core condensation realm cultivator's cultivation base regresses, the overall size of their core wouldn't decrease. It's just the density of the core that would decrease. Instead of a solid sphere that you can see right now, it would instead become translucent. Zukang explained. That what happened to him? Lin Mu asked. I can't tell exactly. We need to observe the core of other core condensation realm cultivators. Only after seeing a few more samples will I be able to determine the problem. Zukang replied. Ah, the alpha steel-back wolf. It's at the core condensation realm too. We can maybe check it. Lin Mu suggested. Yes, we can do that. Although the results won't exactly be accurate as it's a beast and not a human, I can still guess some things from it. Zukang spoke. Lin Mu was about to turn around and go outside the tent when Zukang spoke again. I think you should recuperate your spirit qi first. Also, this man's condition seems to be worsening. What? Lin Mu spoke out loud. All this time Lin Mu had been talking in his mind, and the man that had brought him was standing at the side. But now that he had exclaimed, the man listened to it with wide eyes. Is there a problem, Senior Lin Mu? The man asked with concern. Lin Mu looked at Hai Yingji again and saw that his face had become slightly pale. Without answering the man, Lin Mu extended his spirit sense and checked Hai Yingji. What he saw had surprised him. The spirit chi that was faintly flowing was now raging. The spirit chi core that was within Hai Yingji's danchan was now vibrating and leaking out wisps of spirit chi. Faint grunts were even coming out of his mouth. It had only been a couple of minutes between Lin Mu checking him for the first time and now. The man that was stable before had suddenly worsened. What happened to him in these few moments? Lin Mu wondered. The man who had heard Lin Mu's words now understood the context. He too turned around and saw the change in Hai Yingji's condition. What's happening to Senior Hai Yingji? He asked, feeling afraid. It's bad, he's having a chi deviation. Zukong answered. Lin Mu had heard about chi deviation from Senior Zukong before, thus knew what it meant. He knew that when a cultivator's cultivation base became too unstable or underwent damage, it could lead to chi deviation. But what confused Lin Mu was the rapidness of it. Hai Yingji, while being injured, was still relatively stable before. Seems like you probing his danchan with your spirit sense probably triggered his defensive instincts, but because he was injured and unconscious, it resulted in this. Zukong spoke. So it's my fault, Lin Mu asked, feeling guilty. No, do not blame yourself. This should not have normally happened. I think this may be related to why his spirit chi core is so small. Zukong replied in a stern voice. All right, what do I do to help him then? Lin Mu questioned. For something like this, there are special alchemical pills, but we don't have that option right now. You can only try to stabilize the raging spirit chi for now. Zukong answered. Do I use the same method I used on Zhou Yi? Lin Mu asked, feeling nervous. Yes, but it is still going to be difficult for you to do it alone. You will need the help of others, but first you need to recuperate your own spirit chi quickly in order to help him. Zukong replied. Upon hearing Senior Zukong's words, Lin Mu immediately thought of the spirit stones that he had. He had never used them and they were just lying in the ring. Using them would be the fastest way he could replenish his spirit chi. Tell the others to come to help you. They will need to supplement you with their spirit chi as well. If they rotate and do it in turns, you should have enough to maintain the supply. Zukong added, Yes, Senior. Lin Mu replied in his mind and turned to the man who was with him. The man's eyes went wide as cold sweat appeared on his forehead. Right away, Senior. The man spoke and stumbled out of the tent. While the man went to gather the rest of them, Lin Mu sat down and took out the damaged mid-quality spirit stones he had gotten from the hidden safe that was in the town head's office. Since they were damaged and leaking out spirit chi anyway, Lin Mu decided to use them first. Lin Mu held one of them in his hands and then started to absorb the spirit chi from it. He started chanting the Severing Heart Sutra, and in an instant, the spirit chi started being absorbed from the spirit stone into his hands. The spirit chi entered through his palms and flowed into the meridians. It then traveled through the meridians and finally came to settle inside the danchan. He kept on absorbing it for about a minute before the spirit stone crumbled in his hands. All the spirit chi from the spirit stone had been absorbed, thus the spirit stone turned into dust. Lin Mu observed his danchan and saw that he now had around 700 wisps of spirit chi in his danchan. The damaged mid-quality spirit stone had provided him with nearly 600 wisps of spirit chi. The next one should be enough, Lin Mu muttered. And just as Lin Mu muttered that, the flap of the tent opened, and in walked the man he had sent to call for the rest. Everyone is ready, Senior. What are your instructions? The man spoke, feeling nervous. Everyone here was a cultivator, thus they knew how dangerous a chi deviation was. They were even more scared since it was happening to someone that was part of the higher core and was a lieutenant in the high core. Tell them to come in one by one and inject their spirit chi into you. Once their spirit chi is depleted, another person should immediately replace them and the previous one should go recuperate. Zukong told Lin Mu. Lin Mu inwardly nodded and turned to the man. I need them to supply me with spirit chi while I help stabilize Hai Yingji. They will switch after they run out. Lin Mu spoke. Yes, Senior, we understand. The others shouted from the outside. Evidently, they had listened to his instructions. I'll be the first them. The man that was in the tent spoke. All right, let me finish replenishing my spirit chi first. Lin Mu spoke. The man felt a little confused at Lin Mu's words as he thought that he needed them, as Lin Mu had no spirit chi of his own. But then his eyes went wide in shock as Lin Wu withdrew another mid-quality spirit stone and started absorbing spirit chi from it. In a minute he was done and spoke. Let's start. Lin Mu sat down beside Hai Yingji and placed his hands on his heart and abdomen. The man who had chosen to help him first sat behind him and put his hands on his back with palms wide open. I'm starting, be ready. Lin Mu spoke one last time before starting. As you command, Senior. The man replied and focused. Lin Mu guided out the spirit chi wisps from his danchan and channeled it through his meridians and out into his hands. He then pushed the spirit chi into Hai Yingji's body and followed the method that Senior Zukong had taught him. Lin Mu was also observing Hai Yingji closely with the help of his spirit sense. He wanted to ensure that he wouldn't miss something and make a mistake. Soon his spirit chi started to flow through Hai Yingji's meridians and merged with his own raging spirit chi. Lin Mu felt pressure on himself as his spirit chi started merging with Hai Yingji. Spirit chi was very strong and threatened to destroy his. Lin Mu had to put all his focus into it by chanting the Severing Heart Sutra. With great difficulty, Lin Mu was able to complete one cycle of circulation, but even then he could not see any difference in Hai Yingji's condition. His spirit chi was still ranging and damaging his meridians. Don't stop and continue doing it. He's at a higher cultivation realm than you, so it will take a while for his body to respond, Zukong spoke. Lin Mu silently nodded and repeated the same process. He would pour his spirit chi into Hai Yingji's meridians and tried to slow down the raging spirit chi. For over 10 cycles, Lin Mu did not see any results or a difference in Hai Yingji's condition, but when he completed another 20 cycles, he finally saw the difference. The ranging spirit chi had finally slowed down by a tiny fraction. All right, now I just gotta keep this up, Lin Mu thought with determination. Now's the time. Inject your spirit chi into me, Lin Mu spoke. The man didn't say anything and simply started pouring his own spirit chi into Lin Mu. This man was also at the mid-stage of the chi refining realm, thus had a maximum capacity of 1,000 wisps of spirit chi. Currently, he only had 700 wisps of spirit chi, as they hadn't had the proper time to recuperate. Still, this would be enough for Lin Mu. The man guided out the spirit chi wisps out of his danshan and injected it into Lin Mu's back. From there, the spirit chi flowed into Lin Mu's meridians and joined the spirit chi that was being channeled into Hai Yingji. In this manner, Lin Mu was able to supplement his own spirit chi with the other man's. Lin Mu completed another 30 cycles and observed a little more improvement in Hai Yingji's condition, but his spirit chi stores had also reduced to 700 spirit chi wisps. Switch, get the next person. Lin Mu spoke, I'm here. Before that man could even get up, another one of the members of the team walked in. They switched and the process started again. This time Lin Mu was able to last for 10 minutes before they had to switch again. They kept on rotating one by one and hours passed by. Lin Mu was now feeling incredibly tired. Even the members of the high core had become exhausted. Their speed of recuperating spirit chi was not as fast as Lin Mu, thus they could only make do with whatever they recovered. The sky was now starting to brighten up and the faint outline of the sun could be seen in the distance. Snow was already falling, so it would take a while before it got sufficiently bright. The clouds were thick and spread densely in the sky. Cold winds were blowing, and from time to time the flap of the tent would flutter. Hai Yingji's condition had greatly improved and was very close to being stable. The raging spirit chi in his meridians had smoothed over, and his core was no longer leaking any spirit chi. Lin Mu continued helping him for another hour, and only stopped when his own spirit chi had fallen below 100 wisps. Lin Mu let out a breath and lifted his hands from Hai Yingji's body. He was no longer grunting in pain, and the color of his face had returned to normal. Lin Mu did another check and observed his internal condition. While the chi deviation had been alleviated to a certain extent, it was still not completely gone. For the rest, they would have to leave it up to Hai Yingji. His internal injuries were still present and would need some more time before they could be healed. Though the injuries that he had on his skin had now completely healed as a result of Lin Mu's help, the members of the high core that had been supporting him all this while were barely holding themselves together. When the person that was currently supporting Lin Mu saw that he had lifted his hands from Hai Yingji's body, he knew that they were done. It's fine now, we have done all we could. The rest is up to him. Lin Mu spoke as he stood up. Lin Mu left the tent and stretched his body. He had been sitting in the same position for a long time, thus felt as if his body was all tensed up and there were knots in his muscles. Even with his 11th stage body tempering realm physique, it was still harrowing for him to do such a task. Find the newest release on letter 1D55F, letter 1D560, letter 1D567, letter 1D556, letter 1D55D, letter 1D557. Lin Mu had effectively used the equivalent of the spirit chi of 400 chi refining realm cultivators. With 8 people rotating in shifts for a total of over 50 rotations, the chi that he had used in this night was the most he had ever used. Lin Mu wanted nothing more than to sleep now, and that's what he had decided to do. The other members of the team had seen him the instant he had walked out of the tent, thus understood that they were now done. Lin Mu looked around and saw that most of them were recuperating their spirit chi and were sitting cross-legged in a meditative pose. Sighing, Lin Mu let out a sigh, rubbing his forehead in thought for a bit. I'll go to sleep now. Inform me if anything happens. Lin Mu spoke and entered his tent. He withdrew the soft white bolster from his ring and put it down on the bedroll before he fell asleep. Lin Mu did not enter the sleepscape this time. He was far too tired, thus he directly entered a deep slumber. An unknown amount of time later, he was woken up by a voice that was calling out to him. Lin Mu opened his eyes and felt that everything was blurry. He could hear that someone was calling to him, but could not clearly hear what they were saying except for his name. Lin Mu tried to rub his eyes to clear his vision, but everything was still blurry. He was still sleepy and dazed, thus could not think clearly. He stood up and tried to look around. He saw a strange scene. Everything was moving and the scenery would twist and turn. Sometimes it would melt and sometimes it would shatter. The scenes were blurry, but he could sometimes make out some things such as mountains, rivers, lakes, and oceans. Though in addition to these things, he also saw some strange spheres. These spheres were of different colors and had different patterns and designs. Some were green with blue parts, some were green and brown, some were yellow, some were red, some were gray, some were white, and some were even black. Lin Mu continued following the sound of the voice that was calling him and walked towards it. The more he walked, the farther he got. The scenery which mostly showed him the mountains and rivers before was now only showing him those strange spheres. The number of spheres could not be counted and were spread everywhere. No matter where he looked, he could see spheres of different kinds there. Lin Mu kept on moving, and slowly his vision was getting clearer. Eventually, he reached a point where some spheres seemed completely clear to him while some were blurry. The voice contained to call Lin Mu, and it seemed to be guiding him towards a specific direction. Eventually, the voice got close, and Lin Mu came to stand in front of a sphere that was covered in 4 colors. The 4 colors were spread around in the form of bands. These bands were of green, blue, yellow, and dark gray colors. The green band was at the center of the sphere and seemed to be the smallest in size and covered around 10% of the sphere. The band that was just below it was blue in color and seemed to cover around 40% of the sphere. The next band that was on top of the green band was gray in color and covered 20% of the sphere. The final band was below the blue band and covered the final remaining 30% of the sphere. Overall, the sphere looked like a playing ball to Lin Mu, but at the same time he felt as if the sphere was different. Lin Mu felt as if the sphere was much bigger than him, much, much bigger. Even though it was only the size of a palm right now, Lin Mu still felt as if it was as big as a mountain. Lin Mu could not explain this storage feeling and felt conflicted. His perception was telling him that he was both small and big at the same time. Lin Mu now heard a strange noise. It was a whirring sound that sounded similar to a spinning fan. Lin Mu, the voice called out to him. Lin Mu looked around and could not tell where this voice was coming from. Before it was coming from a specific direction, but now it was as if it was coming from all directions at once. It made Lin Mu feel disoriented and even more confused. Lin Mu, the voice called out again. Lin Mu's mind was finally starting to get a little clearer, and he could think further. Since he couldn't sense where the voice was coming from, Lin Mu extended his spirit sense and tried to observe. But in a surprise to him, he could not command his spirit sense. It was as if his spirit sense was trapped in a box that was his head and could not get out, no matter how much he tried. Lin Mu kept on forcing and bashed on the box that was trapping his spirit sense. Ever since refining the spirit sense, he had gotten used to it, and it had become like a new organ to him. His spirit sense being restricted was incredibly discomforting to him and made him feel as if his freedom was being violated. He kept on bashing and bashing but could not break free. This was now starting to make him enraged. What Lin Mu did not notice in his anger was that the sphere in front of him was getting bigger. It was expanding little by little. "No, I shall not be restrained," Lin Mu shouted. Unknowingly, Lin Mu started chanting the Burning Heart Sutra, and the box that was trapping his spirit sense started to shake. Lin Mu's spirit sense, which was in the form of a tendril, previously started to slowly morph. It started to grow and elongated. Even its thickness increased, and now it looked more like a tentacle than a tendril. But the change did not stop here. The spirit sense kept on growing and soon turned into a massive whip. The whip was as thick as a tree and was the length of a few hundred meters. Under Lin Mu's incessant chants, the whip started moving. First, it started moving from side to side and then started spinning. Eventually, it had gathered enough momentum, and with a thundering crack it slammed on to the wall of the box. Crumble. The powerful whip faced little resistance as it shattered the box and made it crumble. But the whip did not stop as its momentum was far too great. It kept on going, escaped Lin Mu's mind. It moved at a great speed and slammed into the first obstacle that it met. That obstacle was the 4-colored sphere that had been expanding and had now become the size of a large boulder. But unlike before, the whip did not break this sphere. Instead, it was attracted to it and was sucked into it, and along with it, Lin Mu was pulled in as well. As Lin Mu was sucked in, he realized why the sphere was expanding. In reality, it was not the sphere that was growing but Lin Mu himself that was shrinking. Only when he was being sucked did he feel the difference. His body felt as if it was being squeezed and compressed into a smaller size. Still, this did not feel painful to Lin Mu and only gave him discomfort. While being sucked, his vision once again became blurry, and he felt as if he was moving too fast to see anything. He didn't know how much time passed, but when he could see everything clearly, he had stopped moving. Lin Mu looked around and saw that he was standing on gray-colored ground and everything around him was empty. From one horizon to the other, all he could see was gray lands. The light was very dim, and his surroundings could barely be seen. The only reason he could see the horizons was because of a strange glow that came from one of the horizons. This horizon would glow with 7 different lights and would change around. The calling which Lin Mu was hearing from all directions was now calling him towards a particular distance again. It was calling him towards the direction of the horizon. Lin Mu didn't know what to do except walking towards it, and that's what he did. But something shocking happened once he did that. Lin Mu had expected that he would need to walk for a while to reach the source of the calling, but when he took a single step towards that direction, the ground started shrinking. It was as if the horizon was folding and he was traveling forwards at a great speed. As soon as Lin Mu's foot touched the ground, he had reached a completely different place. While the ground here was still gray, there were some other things here, such as some gray mountains. Though the most eye-catching thing was the 7-colored glow that was coming from it. Lin Mu looked at it and saw that the 7-colored glow was coming from 7 orbs of light that were floating above the mountains. These 7 light orbs were arranged in a specific format. They were rotating in 2 circles, with 2 orbs in the outer circle and 5 in the inner. The 2 orbs in the outer server were of 2 different colors. One was purple and the other was azure. They would spin in a circular orbit and left behind a glowing trail. This glowing trail took the shape of a circle and half of it looked purple while the other half looked azure. The orbs in the inner circle were of 5 different colors. They were colored red, brown, yellow, blue, and green. These 5 orbs too moved in a circular orbit and left behind a glowing trail of 5 colors that were respective to each orb. Lin Mu felt mesmerized by them and could feel that the calling was coming from there, but as soon as he took another step, everything started crumbling into dust. The mountains in front of him, the ground beneath him, and the sky above him. He did not understand what was happening, but soon saw the dust that made from the crumbling world forming into a complex pattern. This pattern had concentric circles with a pentagram and an oval in it. Along with these shapes, strange letters and characters were also written in it. This pattern shrank to the size of a palm and came to float in front of Lin Mu. Suddenly, the pattern shone brightly and blinded Lin Mu. During this time, when he was unable to see anything, the pattern shrank even more and then imprinted itself on Lin Mu's forehead. A moment later, Lin Mu was able to see again and saw that the pattern had disappeared. Unknown to him, the pattern was currently sinking into his forehead and soon disappeared. He looked around and could not find it. Giving up on it, he soon felt a strange tug on his body. The tug soon turned into a massive force and yanked him into himself. His body collapsed into himself and reduced to a small point which eventually shrank into nothingness, leaving behind an empty void. When Lin Mu opened his eyes again, he saw a canvas roof above him. He felt the soft bolster below his head and the bedroll below his body. "Am I back? So that was just a dream," Lin Mu muttered to himself. A few minutes ago, just as Lin Mu had shattered the box that was trapping his spirit sense and was subsequently sucked into the 4-colored sphere, Zukong was silently cultivating inside the ring. He had engrossed himself in his cultivation, and from time to time, one of the silvery gray streaks that were shining in the sky would break into a stream of particles and be absorbed by him. These silvery gray streaks were incredibly pure and condensed masses of spatial attribute qi. After overseeing Lin Mu help Hai Yingji, Zukong too wanted a little rest, and rest for him was nothing but cultivating. But he had never thought that he would suddenly sense the link between his avatar body and main body becoming stronger all of a sudden. Zukong opened his eyes in shock as he sensed his main body. What is happening? Why did the link get so strong all of a sudden? It's almost as it, Zukong thought and trailed off. Then his eyes opened even wide as he realized something. It's almost as if the world's barrier does not exist. Zukong spoke out loud. He sensed his main body and tried to see if he could use its cultivation base, but just before Zukong could dig deeper into it, the situation passed. His link to his main body returned to its weak state again. What was that? Was that just a normal fluctuation in the void, or something more? While Zukong was pondering about the phenomenon that had just happened, there was something else happening at the Sky Precept sect. At the star-catching peak, in a large hall, disciples could be seen sitting in their respective positions on the formation. The formation was glowing and would sometimes show things on an ethereal screen that hung in the air. There were hundreds of disciples sitting on the formation, with a majority being peak chi refining realm cultivators and some core condensation realm cultivators. In a separate hall from that, 20 gray-robed elders were sitting on a formation array similar to the disciples previously, except this formation array was much more complex than the other one and had multiple layers to it. These 20 gray-robed elders all had the design for Star-Catching Peak embroidered on the front of their robes and were the nascent soul realm elders of the Star-Catching Peak. If it were anywhere else, any of these 20 elders could make a sect of their own. Just this showed the power and reserves of the Sky Precepts sect. At the head of this formation array sat another elder, but this elder was not a man but an old woman. She had faint wrinkles on her face and seemed to be in her mid-50s. She was dressed in a black robe and similarly had the symbol of the Star-Catching Peak on her robes. The aura that emitted from her told one that she was higher than the other elders and was at the Tao Shell realm. She was none other than the peak head of the Star-Catching Peak. All the elders and the disciples of the star-catching peak were currently engrossed in operating the star-catching formation array and were fully focused on it, except for the peak head. She was merely looking at the screen and did not participate. Just as she was looking at the screen, she felt someone's presence behind her. "What brings you here, head elder Han?" The peak head spoke in a calm voice. The person that was standing behind was none other than the black-robed elder Han. He had appeared behind her soundlessly, and it was not clear how he had reached there. "I've just come to assess the progress of the new batch of disciples." Head elder Han spoke in a friendly tone. The peak head snorted lightly and turned to look at head elder Han. "If you were here for that, you would have directly gone to see them and would not have come to the core chamber like this." The peak head spoke. "Ah, Peakhead Meili, you know the situation had not been well lately, so I just wondered how you were faring after the recent loss." Head Elder Han replied, "HMPH." Peakhead Meili did not respond, and simply turned back to look at the screen that was showing a mass of characters that would switch and change around. Cough. An awkward silence descended, and Head Elder Han coughed to dispel it before speaking. "Well, it seems like I should head on to check on the disciples then." He was just about to leave when suddenly the formation array disappeared, and the screen faded away as well. The 20 nascent Soul Realm elders that were sitting on the formation array all simultaneously opened their eyes, and so did the other disciples. "Oh, seems like the disciples could no longer handle it." One of the nascent Soul Realm elders spoke. "Yes, they did last longer than before, though." Another one spoke in a praising tone. A few seconds later, the formation started glowing again, and the screen appeared once again. But while the nascent Soul Realm elders were talking amongst themselves, the expressions on the faces of Head Elder Han and Peak Head Meili were of dread. They looked at each other for a moment and subtly nodded. Peak Head Meili turned to the 20 elders and spoke. "Seems like we can give the new disciples a break for now. Let them return to their abodes. I need to go do something as well." The 20 elders stood up and cupped their hands in acknowledgement. "As you command, Peak Head." They all spoke in unison. Peak Head Meili lightly nodded and left along with Head Elder Han. They appeared outside the core room and soon moved to a secluded building that was located on a corner of the star-catching peak. They moved at a blinding speed and reached there in less than a minute. After reaching there, Peak Elder Meili gestured in the air and a string of characters appeared. They arranged themselves in a formation and soon a barrier was formed around the building. "Now no one can hear us." Peak Head Meili spoke. "That's good, we don't want anyone except for the two of us to know about this or it will lead to chaos." Head Elder Han spoke in a serious tone. "So was it really what I think it was?" Peak Head Meili questioned with apprehension. "Indeed, you should have read the old records." "You know what this pertains," Head Elder Han answered. "But if the world barrier really disappeared, why was it only for a few seconds? Back when the tragedy occurred, the entire peak had shut down for months now. We could only repair the formation and get it functional a little while ago." Peak Elder Meili spoke in a doubtful tone, because this time it was not an expert undergoing ascension who broke through the world barrier, but rather something else that caused the world to lower its own barrier. "This is all that I can deduce." Head Elder Han spoke in an unsure tone. Peak Head Meili suddenly had a change of expression, as if she had realized something. She withdrew a jade slip from her storage treasure and held it for a few moments and closed her eyes. She then opened her eyes, which had hints of fear in them. "So you figured it out. What did you see in the hidden records?" Head Elder Han asked. "Invader, but not any invader, but an old one, the ancestors. They missed someone. Or one survived." Lin Mu touched his face and ensured that he really was in the real world and had woken up. He then sat up and touched his surroundings as well. Once he confirmed that everything was as he had known, he took a breath of relief. "So that really was a dream, a strange one at that. It was as if my spirit sense was really trapped." Lin Mu thought, but just as he thought that, an idea popped into his mind. Acting on this idea, he released his spirit sense and extended it. As soon as he extended it, though, he was shocked. He had a hidden feeling that what had happened in the dream was not completely fake, and that's what it was. In Lin Mu's dream, he remembered that his spirit sense was hundreds of meters long and was incredibly strong. The same had happened here, except that it was not exactly the same. While it had increased its range, it was only extended up to 80 meters, 10 times of what it was before he went to sleep. "This is amazing. How is this possible, though?" Lin Mu spoke out loud in surprise, but him extending his spirit sense had another effect. Sheeing. A strange sound was heard that was similar to how unsheathing a sword felt. A swooping sound was heard as a few people shouted out loud, "Watch out, whoa, rip." A tearing sound was then heard as the canvas walls of the tent were torn and an object entered from it. It came to float in front of Lin Mu and hovered there while humming faintly. It was none other than Lin Mu's short sword. Somehow it had come flying to him. "What?" Lin Mu spoke in shock as he saw the short sword floating. "Hold it, it's responding to you now." Zukong suddenly spoke. Lin Mu heeded his words and held on to the handle of the short sword. As soon as he held it, the short sword stopped thrumming and calmed down. Lin Mu looked at it from top to bottom and couldn't see any differences in it. Zukong saw this and knew what Lin Mu was thinking. It's not a physical change. It's just the spirit control link that it had established with you. While it responded before back when you didn't have a strong enough spirit sense, it was only acting on instinct. But now that your spirit sense is sufficiently strong, it will heed your commands. Zukong explained, try connecting your spirit sense with it. You should be able to control it. Zukong added. Lin Mu did as he was asked and connected his spirit sense with the short sword. He thought that it would be complex at first, but it wasn't. Instead, it was as if it was instinctive, his spirit sense attached to the short sword, and Lin Mu felt as if it was now like a part of his body. Lin Mu let go of the short sword, and it kept on floating in the air. He flicked his spirit sense, and with it, the short sword moved. But in his amazement, Lin Mu had forgotten where he was. The small flick of spirit sense was too large, and the short sword moved with a fast momentum. That small movement of spirit sense was amplified much more in the short sword, and it slashed out, destroying the canvas tent. The tent fell apart in two parts, and Lin Mu was revealed to the elements. Faint sunlight dappled his face as he looked at the members of High Corps that were staring at him with dumbfounded expressions. They were first scared by the short sword, which had suddenly started flying and had barely missed their heads, and now it was a tent that had been split in half. They felt as if this was going to be a long and tough day. The short sword. It's flying. Someone who had not noticed the short sword until now spoke. It's a spirit sword. A high-grade one at that, one of them exclaimed. But just as that man shouted that out loud, another one of the men slapped him on the back of his head. Watch what you say, the man whispered to him. The man immediately zipped his lips and looked on over at Lin Mu. He had a nervous look on his face and was worried that he had offended Lin Mu. But to his relief, Lin Mu was instead focused on the short sword itself. Lin Mu was waving it around and trying to get a judgment of how much force he was supposed to apply. Since his spirit sense had grown much more stronger than before, about 10 times, he was not accustomed to using it and was experiencing the problem. A few minutes later, he finally got a good grasp on it and could control the short sword freely like a third arm. But along with this, he realized another thing. With each passing second that Lin Mu used the short sword, one wisp of spirit chi was used. After sleeping and waking up, Lin Mu only had about 600 wisps of spirit chi in his danchan, and now that he had used it for a couple of minutes, that amount had fallen to below 100 wisps. You need to be careful with your spirit chi consumption. Cultivators usually don't have a spirit sense as strong as you in the chi refining realm, thus your consumption of spirit chi is much higher. You shouldn't use the full range of your spirit sense when it's not required, or you will deplete it fast. In addition to this, there will be a spike in the consumption of spirit chi when you use your spirit sword to attack, so you need to be extremely sure when you strike. But once you reach the peak stage of the chi refining realm and have refined enough liquid spirit chi, you'll be able to use the spirit sword freely. Zukong explained. Lin Mu felt even more amazed and understood much better now. But along with this, another idea popped into his mind, and his eyes lit up with excitement. Before you think of this, know that you still can't fly on the spirit sword. The consumption will be immense, and you will drain all of it in a few seconds. Zukong spoke in a cold tone and broke the excitement of Lin Mu. Lin Mu felt as if water was spilled on his plans, but soon picked himself up as he remembered there were far too many things he needed to take care of for now. Lin Mu first decided to check up on Hai Yingji. He had told the team members to inform him if anything happened, and they hadn't, so it meant that everything was going well. Lin Mu went to the tent in which Hai Yingji was resting and walked inside. He saw that he was still unconscious, but his condition seemed to be well from the outside. Lin Mu used his spirit sense and checked his internal condition and discovered that while the injuries had not completely healed, they were still better than before. Sighing. At least he's improving, Lin Mu muttered. After checking up on Hai Yingji, he walked back outside and saw that the men were cleaning up the destroyed tent. One of them saw him and walked up to him. Do you have any orders, senior? The man asked. It was the same man who was the first in supporting Lin Mu in healing Hai Yingji. We need to inform the other team. I don't think we can continue the mission like this. Lin Mu spoke, stating the problem. The man's expression fell and he nodded. That is true, senior. With our strongest expert down, there isn't much we can't do. Before you woke up, we were discussing our course of action, but we didn't want to decide it without you. Now that Senior Hai Yingji is injured, you're the one who's in command. The man spoke. Only now did Lin Mu realize that he had never asked the man for his name. In fact, he had not asked anyone's name somehow. What's your name? Lin Mu asked. My name is Zai Bohai. The man introduced himself. Zai not Hai, Lin Mu asked, feeling perplexed. Oh yes, senior. We did not take up the Hai name as we were to be the reserve force of the Hai Corps. Since we had to disguise and live a normal life for a long time, the Lord had decided that it was better this way. Zai Bohai explained. Lin Mu nodded in understanding and then took a look around at the rest of the members. Zai Bohai, tell me, how are the others? Have they recovered? Lin Mu questioned with a straight expression. Yes, senior. All of us have recovered and are ready for any task you may deem necessary. Zai Bohai spoke in a respectful tone. That's good. Now the first task is to inform the other team. Do you have any suggestions? Lin Mu questioned. Lin Mu didn't know if they had the means to contact others, but seeing their previous methods and them being resourceful, he was kind of expecting something. Of course, senior, we still have the locating compasses. As long as we are close to them, we will be able to find them. Zaibohai spoke. Very good. How long will it take you to inform them then? Lin Mu questioned. I'll dispatch 2 of our men right away. It shouldn't take more than a day or 2 at the most. Zaibohai answered. Yes, do that. Meanwhile, I have something to do. Lin Mu replied and then walked towards the coppers of the alpha steelback wolf. Lin Mu came to stand in front of the alpha steelback wolf and observed it. The large stab wound in its skull was still dripping with blood as his short sword was only recently retrieved. There were other smaller wounds on its body, but they were no longer bleeding. Compared to Hai Yingji, the alpha steelback wolf was relatively unscathed. This made Lin Mu wonder why. Although Hai Yingji was supposed to have a higher cultivation base than the beast, he still lost. He wondered if the bloodline awakening was really that impressive. It is indeed rather surprising that Hai Yingji lost. From what I observed, it seemed to me as if his spirit chi stores were much lesser than they should have been. We've already seen his core, so it's obvious that there is some problem that we don't know of. Zukong spoke. We should get some idea after observing the alpha steelback wolf's beast core. Lin Mu replied in his mind, and then extended his spirit sense. Now that his spirit sense was 10 times as stronger than before, Lin Mu had an easy time scanning the corpse. Lin Mu knew that when beasts reached the core condensation realm, they would similarly form a spirit chi core, which was called as the beast core, though there were some exceptions as well. There were some beasts that could form a core before they even reached the core condensation realm. The cores that were formed when they were in the chi refining realm were called as pseudo-cores. Any beast that could form a pseudo-core was considered to be exceptional and was often multiple times stronger than its normal counterpart. While this usually only happened with beasts that had high-ranked bloodlines, sometimes normal beasts could also achieve this through a stroke of luck. Lin Mu's spirit sense pierced the alpha steelback wolf's body and started scanning around for the beast core. Depending on the species of the beast, its core could be anywhere in the body. Though in most cases it was either in their head or their chest, Lin Mu didn't have to search for long as he found the core easily. The core of the alpha steelback wolf was in its chest, right above its heart. Lin Mu observed it and found that it was completely different from Hai Yingji's core. Not only was it bigger in size, but its color was also different. While Hai Yingji's core was of a white color, the alpha steelback wolf's was of a gray color and had a brown pattern on it that was similar to the one on its body. Wanting to observe it even better, Lin Mu used his short sword and swiftly dug out the core. Blood that was still warm spilled from the beast's chest and stained Lin Mu's clothes. He didn't mind it as he was still wearing the tatted clothes from yesterday and had the mind to throw them away anyway. He pulled out the bloodied beast core and rubbed it on his clothes to clean it. The beast core slightly gleamed in the sunlight and seemed to be heavier than its size. Lin Mu guessed that the core was easily more than 200 grams, even though it was only about the size of an olive. Hai Yingji's core was even smaller and was the size of a pea. Lin Mu probed the beast core with his spirit sense and felt as if he was blocked. Huh, Lin Mu muttered in surprise. The beast core has an immense amount of spirit chi condensed in it. Of course your spirit sense can't penetrate it, Zukong spoke. Not only that, but this beast has also awakened a bloodline ability. You see those patterns on the beast core, those are the mark of an awakened bloodline. Usually if a beast core has marks such as those, it means that the beast that it belonged to had awakened a bloodline ability, though there are certain exceptions to this, Zukong explained further. So we know that something is definitely wrong with Hai Yingji then, Lin Mu questioned. Yes, that is true. Unless we can observe a few more core condensation realm cultivators, this is all that we can do, Zukong answered. All right, now this is done, I want to check up on something more. Lin Mu spoke with a serious tone. Oh, what do you want to do? Zukong asked, feeling strange. I want to go and search for the clues on my own. Now that I have a stronger spirit sense, it should be relatively safe. And even if someone does find me, I'm confident I can escape using my skills. If I stay with the high core, won't be able to freely use my skills, and with Hai Yingji out of commission, our protection is gone anyway. Lin Mu spoke and took a pause. Sigh. This way at least this trip won't go to a waste. Hopefully, by the time the other team gets the news, I'll be back as well. Lin Mu continued in a tired tone. Although his decision is risky, it's good that he's taking it. He needs to learn to take risks. Anyway, if push comes to shove, I can temporarily help him hopefully. Zukong thought to himself. Fine then, though I don't think you can tell these people what you are going to do, can you? Zukong replied. Lin Mu thought for a bit over it. It was indeed true that the high core may not be open to Lin Mu leaving on his own. They were now down one man and were overall weakened. Their morale was also lower than before. I'll just have to make an excuse, I guess. Lin Mu spoke and then walked towards Zaibohai. Zaibohai had just finished telling his fellow members of Lin Mu's orders and saw Lin Mu approach him. Do you have any more orders, senior? Zaibohai questioned. Yes, well, not exactly. I just want to inform you that I'll be cultivating on my own for 2 days, Lin Mu answered, cooking up a lie. Zai Bohai felt confused after hearing Lin Mu's words. Lin Mu noticed this too and had a bad feeling. He wondered if he would buy it or not. But then he saw that Zai Bohai suddenly had a change of expression, and his eyes made it seem as if he had just had a realization. Ah, Senior just had an epiphany. It is understandable that you would want to capitalize on it. Zai Bohai spoke in an enthusiastic tone. Lin Mu silently took a breath of relief. While he could still go off without considering the situation of the high core, he would still not feel well doing that. Now that Zai Bohai had unknowingly given him a way out, Lin Mu jumped at it. And technically, Lin Mu did have a certain kind of epiphany. At least that's what he told himself. Yes, that's exactly what I want to do. I would also like that you do not disturb me in that period. Lin Mu replied, that will be fine, Senior. I doubt any more beasts will come here because of the alpha steelback wolf scent. They should stay away for a few days at least, Zai Bohai added. Lin Mu's eyes went slightly wide, but he controlled himself. What Zai Bohai had just spoken had taken off another burden off his back. I'll be leaving after a while. I need to prepare for a bit, Lin Mu informed, and then was just about to walk when another thought came to his mind. Can you also skin and butcher the alpha steelback wolf as well as some of the other wolves for me? Lin Mu asked. Sure, Senior, it won't be a problem. Zai Bohai replied and then went to the carcass of the beast. Theo. Seeing him walk away, Lin Mu let out another breath of relief. He then picked a tent and went inside. Since his tent was destroyed and all others were empty, it was easy for him to choose one. Lin Mu changed his soiled and tattered clothes and washed his face before sitting down on the bedroll. He then chanted the Serving Heart Sutra and recuperated his depleted spirit chi. 4 hours later, he was done and opened his eyes. He walked outside and saw the meat that had been butchered and cut into pieces. It had been wrapped up in their pelts for convenience and was ready for Lin Mu to take. Lin Mu took one last look around the small camp and bid everyone farewell. He stored the meat in his ring and left the camp. He went towards the northwestern direction and tried to see if he could find any clues. Lin Mu was also a little suspicious of the alpha steelback wolf's attack and thus wanted to know more. Alas, all the tracks of the wolf pack had been covered due to the snow that had fallen last night. It was still snowing, but it was light. The snow on the ground was about 6 inches deep, but Lin Mu didn't have much problem navigating through it. Lin Mu also left marks on trees so that he could find his way back. Although he was experienced with the forest, he was not so familiar with it that he could easily find his way back. The markings and his newly enhanced spirit sense would help him with that. Along the way, Lin Mu spotted some spirit beasts and some normal beasts, but did not clash with them. He didn't want to create too much of a ruckus and attract attention to himself. Who knows if the culprits were nearby or not. There were some times where he found the nests of beasts, and he had no choice but to go around them. This ended up extending his journey a little bit. 12 hours had passed since Lin Mu had left the camp behind. The sun had already set and the forest had become dark. It had also started to snow, and Lin Mu felt as if a storm would be coming soon. The winds were getting stronger as well. Lin Mu had walked far enough that he was now close to the mountains and the hills. This should be far enough for now. I'll find a place to rest, Lin Mu thought to himself. He didn't have to look far, as with one sweep of his spirit sense he found a suitable place. Not far from him, there was an opening that seemed to be a cave. It was just at the very edge of Lin Mu's spirit sense's range, thus he could not clearly tell. But once he walked towards there for a bit, he confirmed that it was indeed a cave. A couple of minutes later, he was at the entrance of the cave. There were some big trees that were blocking the strong winds near the entrance of the cave, so it was a bit more comfortable here. I should be able to start a fire here with little problems. Lin Mu reckoned as he took out the wood from his ring. Lin Mu had plenty of wood stored in his ring from back when he was living at the hunting shack. He had kind of forgotten about it, but now it was coming to his use anyway. A few minutes later, a fire was blazing inside the cave and illuminated its insides. Lin Mu had scanned the cave with his spirit sense and had determined that while the cave went deep, it was far too small for anything threatening to live in it. The main area of the cave was about 2 meters tall and about 4 meters wide, and it tapered down as one went deeper. After a certain point, it was less than a few inches wide. Lin Mu picked up a burning branch and went close to it. It's actually a fissure, Lin Mu muttered to himself. Lin Mu looked down and saw some traces of water near his feet. Looks like it was created due to water coming through it. It probably gets flooded when it rains and the water comes through the mountains. Zukong spoke. Lin Mu nodded and returned to the fire. He wanted to cook and eat dinner, but just as he was taking out some meat from his ring, he heard it roar. It was a roar, and not just any roar, it was one he had heard before a few months ago. Lin Mu slammed his palms onto his ears. The roar was just too loud. Unlike before when it was distant and was simply echoing, this time it sounded close, too close. What is that? Lin Mu muttered as he struggled to handle himself. The thunderous roar was making him dizzy, and he was now lying on the ground trying to stop the sound. He writhed on the ground in pain for about a minute, after which the noise stopped. Ha ha ha, it finally stopped. Lin Mu spoke as he tried to get a hold of himself. 5 minutes passed, after which Lin Mu finally felt better. His head was no longer spinning and his heartbeats had also calmed down. I felt as if I was almost going to die there for a moment. Lin Mu spoke to himself. While the beast's roar was powerful, it wouldn't have been enough to kill you. At most you would have fallen unconscious, and then that would have stopped the noise. Zukong spoke. Lin Mu felt a little surprised upon hearing Senior Zukong's words, not because he said he would have been fine, but because he knew that it was a beast's roar. Back when Lin Mu had heard the roar for the first time, Senior Zukong had not been with him. Do you know what beast that was Senior? Lin Mu questioned. No, I can't tell just from the roar, but seems like you've heard it before. Was it the same beast you talked about before? Zukong questioned. Yes, Senior. Although I still want to know what kind of beast it is, Lin Mu answered. Well, from the power of the roar, I can tell that it's a peak chi refining realm beast if not higher. But it could also be because the beast's main ability may be its roar itself. I think it's the latter though. A core formation beast wouldn't roar like that for no reason, and there doesn't seem to be anything going on here. It's too calm. Zukong replied. Should we investigate then? The sound did seem like it came from nearby. Lin Mu asked. You can, of course. Your skills should allow you to escape anyway, and I think the sound came from behind you. Zukong replied. Lin Mu turned around when he heard that the sound came from behind him. He was a little astonished and wondered if that beast was in the cave or something. There shouldn't be anything here. I already checked the cave. Lin Mu thought. Didn't you feel it? The sound was reverberating. It came from deeper in the cave. Zukong explained. Deeper, the fissure. There's something behind it, Lin Mu exclaimed. He then walked up to the fissure and checked it. No sound could be heard directly, but when he put his ear up to the fissure, he could sense a faint throbbing sound. It was as if something was breathing far away. An idea popped up in Lin Mu's mind and he got ready. He took a deep breath and then walked towards the fissure. Instead of crashing into it, his body started passing through it as if it had turned immaterial. Lin Mu was using the third skill that he had obtained, phase. Lin Mu kept his spirit sense extended and made sure that there was nothing dangerous in front of him and continued walking. His spirit sense kept on depleting, but he did not have to worry about that as he had rested and his dantian was already full. The fissure went on for a small distance and would change in size as he went on. Sometimes it would become smaller and sometimes it would become bigger. There were even points where it was just big enough for him to snugly fit inside. When a place like this arrived, Lin Mu would rest for a bit and catch his breath. Lin Mu walked for about 200 meters through the long, winding fissure. Lin Mu couldn't tell what direction he was facing anymore and could only depend on the fissure to find his way back when he had to. Lin Mu eventually reached the end and saw the opening. The place he had arrived at was another cave, but this one was much wider than the one before. He looked up and estimated that the cave was almost 8 meters high and about 20 meters wide. There was some water dripping from the roof of the cave, and stalagmites and stalactites could be seen spread around. This was Lin Mu's first time seeing such a big cave. While he had explored small caves that were in the hills nearby the town with his friends back when he was a child, this was still the biggest one. The temperature in the cave was chilly, but it was still warmer than outside. This cave must be quite deep in the mountains judging from the size of it, Zukong spoke. Lin Mu scanned the cave with his spirit sense and did not discover anything peculiar. He continued onward and noticed that the floor was sloping upwards. He felt a little confused, but kept on walking and scanning with his spirit sense. After walking for 100 more meters, he noticed that this area was much drier than the one before. There was no water dripping from the roof, and it even seemed to be a bit more warmer. The floor was now no longer sloping, but rather flat. But just as Lin Mu took another step, his spirit sense detected something. He froze in place and tried to observe more with his spirit sense, but it was difficult for him as it was at the very edge of its range. He went closer and could now feel the faint vibrations in the ground. Lin Mu kneeled down and placed his ear against the floor. Then he heard it. It was a heartbeat, a powerful one at that, powerful enough to cause vibrations in the ground. Careful, Lin Mu, it seems I am wrong. This beast may be much bigger than we thought. Zukong suddenly spoke. Gulp. Lin Mu nodded and swallowed his saliva as he kept his spirit sense alert. Just a meter more and then he could sense the large beast that was about 8 meters away from him. He walked even closer and observed that the beast was sleeping on the ground and was curled up against a wall. Lin Mu felt afraid of going forward, but at the same time, his curiosity was forcing him to see the beast. Stuck in a dilemma, he thought of possible solutions, until just a moment later it presented to himself. Lin Mu walked up to a wall and entered it. He then walked along the edge of the wall towards the beast. This way, even if the beast sensed him and attacked him, he would have enough time to escape into the wall. This seems a good method, Zukong praised. Lin Mu kept walking and shortly reached the location of the sleeping beast. The beast was sleeping and its body would gently move in a rhythm along with its breathing. Lin Mu was facing the beast's back, thus could not see what it was clearly. But just from its back, Lin Mu could tell that the beast was big, very big. Even though the beast was sleeping on the ground, its body was still about 2 meters tall. Its fur was brown and there seemed to be some black patches and spots on it. HRUF. Lin Mu suddenly retreated into the wall. The beast had let out a sound and had shifted a little bit. Lin Mu feared that it may have woken up, thus he quickly retread back. A few minutes later, no more sounds came, thus he walked there again. This time he saw that the beast had changed its sleeping posture and now he could see its limbs. They were as thick as the trunks of a tree and long claws were growing from them. There were 5 claws on each limb, and they were all about 12 inches long. Lin Mu went a bit more close and then witnessed the front side of the beast. What he saw shocked him. The upper part of the beast was black and there seemed to be bone spurs coming out from it at random places. As soon as Lin Mu saw it, he recognized it. The bear beast, the same one that attacked Zhou Yi. Lin Mu whispered in shock. The beast moved a bit more, and now Lin Mu could see its head and upper torso clearly. Unlike its upper torso, its head was brown in color and seemed to be normal. There was a special pattern on it, though. The pattern started from its forehead and spread to its chin. The pattern looked like curved lines and edged out from the base of its eyes. From there it went to the beast's ears and then came down to its neck before finally reaching the center of its chest where it formed an inverted triangle. While Lin Mu was shocked by the beast's presence, Zukang was shocked because of something completely else. No, how can one of them be here? In a world such as this is simply impossible. Zukang spike out in shock. In fact, Zukang was so shocked that Lin Mu could actually hear his voice in his head and had clearly heard what he had said. Senior, what happened? Lin Mu questioned as a drop of sweat fell off of his forehead. Retreat quick. Zukang spoke with urgency, yet his voice seemed to be fading away for some reason. What? Lin Mu questioned. I said retreat. Zukang shouted out in Lin Mu's mind with a booming voice. Lin Mu didn't take another prompt as he immediately merged into the wall and started running towards the fissure. He didn't stop or take a look back for even a moment as he ran all the way to the cave he had come from. He had even subconsciously used blink multiple times and only realized it after he had reached the cave and was in front of the fire. He slumped down onto the ground and tried to catch his breath. What happened back there, Senior? Lin Mu questioned but got no answer. Senior. He spoke again, Senior. Lin Mu tried for the 3rd time. It took him multiple tries over 10 minutes before he felt a wave of energy pass over his body. It was a familiar wave of energy and he had felt it before. It was similar to being doused with water. This is the same as back when Senior put the ward on me. Lin Mu realized. A few moments later, he could hear Senior Zukang's voice again. That was close. But I was able to stop the ward from activating. Zukang spoke in a tired tone. Lin Mu was rather surprised by this tone of voice and wondered what had happened to the ward. The ward, why would it activate it here? Isn't it only supposed to activate if it's someone way above my cultivation realm? Lin Mu questioned, but then realized it a second later. No way. It can't be. Can it? Lin Mu questioned in fear. Don't worry, the beast did not have a high enough cultivation base to activate it directly. Zukang spoke, alleviating his fear. Phew. Lin Mu let out a breath of relief and calmed down, but immediately the next second Senior Zukang spoke something that put him on the edge again. Though that beast was once indeed strong, very strong. Zukang continued. Gulp. Lin Mu swelled his saliva as he tried to imagine what kind of beast could have made Senior Zukang so tense. Even old man Jingwei, who supposedly had a very high cultivation base, didn't faze him. And then he also heard that Senior Zukang had stopped the activation of the ward, the beast. If it was in its normal condition, then it would be above the immortal ascension realm. Zukang revealed. It was as if lightning had struck Lin Mu's mind as he suddenly felt dizzy again. Lin Mu could not begin to even imagine such a being. The strongest beast he had seen up until now was the alpha steelback wolf, of course not including Senior Zukang. But even then, looking at that bear beast, it did not seem as if it was that strong. Now that Lin Mu thought about it, the aura that he could feel coming off of it was weak. It almost seemed as if it was injured. But still, Senior, why would the ward activate if it's weak now? Lin Mu questioned. That is because of that beast's bloodline. That bear beast you saw there is something unique. Even for me, I have only seen a few of its kind before, and they are certainly not residents of a world such as this. A world like this cannot even handle the cultivation of one such as it, a juvenile. Zukang answered. Lin Mu felt even more astonished as the situation was just getting more and more strange to him. A juvenile, does that mean? Lin Mu spoke and trailed off as he realized it. Yes, that bear beast. It's a child, Zukang spoke, confirming his doubts. But, if it's a child, then is its cultivation really above the immortal ascension realm? Lin Mu questioned again. Yes, even a child of its species can be above the immortal ascension realm when it's born, though this one has been weakened too much. Zukang spoke in a slightly reminiscent tone. What is the name of the beast? Lin Mu finally asked, realizing that he still did not know about the beast's name. That beast is called as the Great Slumber Bear. It is a beast that can only be found in higher worlds and is immensely strong. So strong that even though this one does not have a high cultivation base, just its bloodline aura is enough to activate the ward I placed on you. And let me tell you, if the ward had activated back then, while it would have scared the beast away, it would have also depleted more than half of the ward's energy. Zukong answered. Lin Mu felt a little terrified at this aspect. He had already heard from Senior Zukong that the ward was not permanent and would deplete its energy every time it was used. But Senior Zukong had told him not to worry about it at that time, and had told him that it would still last a long time. But now that he heard there was something that could deplete more than half its energy, it just made him realize what a big waste that could be. Lin Mu then thought to the bloodline of the great slumber bear. If just its bloodline was so strong, then what kind of bloodline ability did it have? But Zukong seemed to have read Lin Mu's thoughts as he started explaining more about it before he even asked. The great slumber bears are unique beasts mostly due to their bloodline ability. The bloodline ability is called as the Well of Slumber. This ability allows them to increase their cultivation base just by sleeping. Similar to how the more water you pull out from a well, the more water you will obtain the more the beast sleeps, the more its cultivation will increase. Zukong explained. Lin Mu felt a bit dumbstruck at this bloodline ability. If anything, it felt a bit unfair to him. It is indeed a beast that has been blessed by the heavens. Lin Mu muttered to himself. It is not all good as you think, though. This ability also has a side effect. They cannot totally control when they sleep. It takes them many years to learn how to control the ability, and only the adults of its species can fully understand it. Zukong said. Upon hearing Senior Zukong's words, more thoughts went through Lin Mu's mind until a different thought came. Lin Mu wondered if there was anyone that had been able to acquire and assimilate the bloodline ability of a great slumber bear. Senior, if its bloodline ability is this strong, then shouldn't there be other cultivators stronger than it that obtained it? Lin Mu questioned with a strange glint in his eyes. Zukong had seen the strange glint that Lin Mu had right now in his eyes before and was now feeling a bit uneasy. Yes, a lot of people have, but all of them died. That bloodline ability is not something that can be controlled by people easily. Even peerless cultivator and people who could have been said to have been blessed by heavens have perished. Zukong answered. Why is it so? What's so dangerous about the ability? It seems rather straightforward to me. Lin Mu questioned further. The reality is that the bloodline ability of beasts are not always compatible with humans and often present in ways that are harmful. Some abilities just take a long time to get used to, and the side effects that its owner has in that period end up harming or killing them. In case of the great slumber bear, the side effect is the uncontrollable sleep. Once a cultivator assimilates the bloodline, it will immediately show its effects. The sleep that is induced is long. Very long, so much so that the cultivator in question will die from starvation. Zukong answered. Lin Mu once again felt perplexed at this. While he had heard that even immortals could starve from the legacy of the lost immortal, he couldn't tell how it would happen in this case, since they would instead be increasing their cultivation. Starvation, but how? Won't they increase their cultivation instead? Lin Mu inquired. Nothing comes free and everything has a price. Although the Well of Slumber ability allows one to increase their cultivation as they sleep, it also consumes their vital energy, though it may not be immediate. First, the ability will consume the normal nutrients from their body, but after they are depleted, it will start using the vital energy of the body itself. Zukong answered. Because the owner of the ability does not have control over it, they won't be able to wake up, and if the ability does not stop on its own, then they will simply starve to death, Zukong added. Lin Mu felt enlightened at this and started to think further on the idea that he had had. The gears and cogs in his head moved, and a stream of ideas passed through it until finally, he had another doubt. You said that they end up sleeping for a long time, right? Then what was the longest time a cultivator has slept for and what was the shortest? Lin Mu asked. From what I know, the longest a cultivator was able to survive was about 500 years, while the shortest time in which one was able to wake up was 6 months. Zukong answered as he jogged his memories. I see, Lin Mu muttered as he now had a hand on his chin and was thinking deeply. Lin Mu had completely forgotten about the dangerous incident that had happened a short while ago and was completely engrossed in his thoughts. He stayed like that for 2 hours and the fire in front of him crackled. Lin Mu had even forgotten about his hunger and could not think of anything except for what was going through his mind. Finally, Lin Mu snapped out of his strange state and looked back at the end of the cave. Senior Zukong, I have come to a decision. You said before that I need to forge my own path and learn to take risks. That time has now come, Lin Mu declared as a determined expression appeared on his face. Zukong suddenly had a bad premonition and was actually dreading what Lin Mu was about to say. While he had indeed told Lin Mu to do that, this was proving to be rather unnerving to him and couldn't tell why. In all the countless years that he had lived, this was one of the handfuls of situations when he had felt nervous. And what have you decided? Zukong spoke in a calm tone that kind of seemed to be forced. I will learn and cultivate the technique that was created by the lost immortal, Lin Mu answered. Zukong suddenly connected the dots and links started forming in his mind. He then realized what Lin Mu was probably thinking and was getting at. Don't tell me you Zukong muttered. Yes, with the help of the Lost Immortals technique, I will resolve the flaws of the Well of Slumber, Lin Mu affirmed. After confirming Lin Mu's words, Zukong started doubting his own judgment. He wondered if he should stop Lin Mu right here and now, or should he let him proceed. But still, whatever he did, Zukong realized that they still did not know fully about the condition of the juvenile Great Slumber Bear. Wait before you go ahead, we still don't know much about this beast. You saw its strange condition, and we also know about the invader. Unless we know the complete story, it will be immensely dangerous for us to proceed. Zukong spoke in an urgent tone. Hearing Senior Zukong's words calmed Lin Mai down and enlightened him to the current situation. I apologize, Senior, I was getting ahead of myself. I still need to learn a lot. Lin Mu apologized. Lin Mu didn't apologize because he thought he had wronged Senior Zukong, but rather because he realized that he was close to making a mistake which could cost him rather dearly. Sigh. Zukong secretly sighed to himself and was relieved after hearing Lin Mu. At least he stopped fast enough. Zukong thought to himself. Zukong stayed silent for a few seconds and thought over Lin Mu's idea. Now that he thought about it, the idea did seem to be possible. If the Lost Immortals technique worked as he had intended to, then Lin Mu should be able to overcome the flaws of the bloodline ability. While the side effects of the Well of Slumber were rather dangerous, its advantage was great as well. If Lin Mu could somehow get total control over the ability, his prospects would rise up to the heavens. He would have accomplished what countless others had failed to do. Senior, will the ward activate again if I go near the Great Slumber Bear? Lin Mu questioned. No, it should not activate in response to it anymore. Zukong replied. Then I guess we can return to the other cave and then investigate further. Lin Mu replied. All right, but you still have to be extremely careful. Not only are we dealing with an immensely strong beast, but also an unknown invader. Zukong responded with concern. Lin Mu simply nodded and walked towards the fissure that was at the end of the cave. He took a deep breath and then triggered the third skill phase. He entered the wall and followed the fissure all the way to the other end of the cave. He soon appeared in the other cave and deactivated the skill. He calmly and carefully walked to the location of the Great Slumber Bear and avoided making any noise. Once Lin Mu was close enough and his spirit sense could detect its position, he stopped. Lin Mu then walked towards the wall on the opposite side and entered it. He then continued his journey all the way along the wall until he arrived opposite to the Great Slumber Bear. He spread his spirit sense over the beast and ensured that it was still asleep. Once that was done, Lin Mu very carefully stepped out of the wall. Now he could finally look at the bear clearly. Although it was still dark in the cave, with the help of spirit sense, it wasn't much of an issue. Lin Mu could now see the most eye-catching part of the beast, that was the inverted triangular pattern on its chest. Suddenly, the bear trembled for a moment and let out a low growl. Lin Mu was about to retreat, but then saw something strange. Black smoke was rising from the Great Slumber Bear's body. Lin Mu kept his eyes trained on the black smoke and unsheathed the short sword from his back. He had seen the black smoke before and had a guess of what it was. The last time he had seen black smoke such as this was when it rose from Dongfeng Zhao's dead body. Lin Mu's guess turned out to be true, as the black smoke accumulated into a black mass that then turned into a figure that had bone spurs coming out of its body and had skulls present on it. Invader, Lin Mu muttered and entered an attack stance. Lin Mu did not know if this black figure of the invader was dangerous or not. The last time it had just disappeared and had not attacked him, but that could have only been because it was much weaker than this one. Looking at the black figure of the invader, Lin Mu could feel the same repulsive feeling that he had felt before, except this time it was much stronger. It was as if there was something deep within his soul that was commanding him to erase the presence that was in front of him. But Lin Mu did not act of this command. He knew better than that. If by some chance he were to wake up the Great Slumber Bear, then it could spell his doom. Thus he wanted to wait and would only attack if the invader were to attack him first. Lin Mu kept on looking at the invader and was bracing for it to do something, but strangely nothing happened. Although this time the invader seemed to be much more stronger than before, it did not do anything. It did not even screech and made no sound. The invader simply disappeared and left behind a small black dot that only Lin Mu could see. It was the spatial point that was left behind. Lin Mu knew that even if he used the ring to open a spatial gate at that spatial point, it would not lead to the location of the invader. Senior Zukong had already told him that the invader's main body was most likely in a different world, and even if he used the ring to open a gate, it would only lead to a location in the lesser void. The black smoke that was released by the Great Slumber Bear was but a part of the invader's avatar in this world. But now a big question presented in Lin Mu's mind. Why did the avatar of the invader leave the body of the Great Slumber Bear? Lin Mu could understand why it had happened in the case of Dongfeng Zhao, since it was a dead body, and the avatar of the invader could do nothing but leave it due to being forced by Lin Mu. But in this case, the Great Slumber Bear was still alive and was also weakened enough. And from what Lin Mu could tell, the invader had become a parasite and had taken over a part of the beast's body. Lin Mu's gaze returned to the Great Slumber Bear, and then he saw a change happening to it. The black patches it had on its fur were starting to fade away. A minute later, they were completely gone, and the raw and injured flesh beneath it was revealed. Evidently, the invader's hostile takeover had injured the beast plenty, but Lin Mu could notice another thing. The injuries were actually not bleeding and seemed to be slowly healing. What is happening? Lin Mu muttered to himself. The great slumber bear, it's expelling the invader from its body. I should have expected this before. The bloodline of a great slumber bear is not something that can be easily challenged. Zukong suddenly spoke up. Lin Mu observed with his spirit sense and discovered that the aura of the great slumber bear was actually getting weaker. The minuscule waves of spirit chi that were emitted from its body had gotten even more weak than before. Its cultivation, it's regressing, Lin Mu questioned. Indeed, in order to expel the invader from its body, the great slumber bear is sacrificing its cultivation base, Zukong answered. But isn't this dangerous for it? I mean, if it gets too weak, won't other beasts attack it and kill it? Lin Mu presented his doubts. That is true, but just the innate strength of the great slumber bear's body is enough to defend against core condensation beasts. Although it is sacrificing its cultivation, it is also saving itself, because if the invader takes over its body, it will die anyway. Besides, the great slumber bear can easily recover its cultivation base back by using its bloodline ability. It is just a matter of decades, and the beast will return to the peak of its strength back again, Zukong explained. Lin Mu heard Senior Zukong's words and kept on staring at the changes that were happening in the beast. Its wounds had healed after a few minutes and it had stopped twitching. Even while all this was happening, the great slumber bear had not woken up. The beast does live up to its name. Its slumber is indeed great, Lin Mu spoke internally. Though the number of black patches on the great slumber bear had reduced for now, there were still many bone spurs and black fur left on the torso of the beast. This does present an opportunity for you. Now, you just have to wait for the beast to expel the entirety of the invader from its body. Once that is done, it should become weak enough that you will be able to kill it, Zukong stated. Lin Mu heard Senior Zukong's words and indeed found them to be accurate. Now all he had to do was to wait and watch. Once the beast became weak enough, that would be the opportunity to strike. Still, there was another question, and that was how long would this take? How long would I need to wait, Senior Zukong? Lin Mu questioned. From the speed it's expelling it and its current cultivation base, I would say at least a year, Zukong answered. Upon hearing Senior Zukong's words, Lin Mu did not feel disappointed. If anything, he felt calm as this only meant that he had more time to prepare for it. Not to mention, even if he killed the great slumber bear, he still did not know how he would obtain its bloodline. Lin Mu's guess turned out to be true, as Senior Zukong soon continued his explanation. The bloodline of the great slumber bear is very strong, thus you will need to prepare beforehand. Usually when a beast is killed for the purpose of obtaining its bloodline, it is stored in a special container. But you don't have that luxury, thus when you kill the great slumber bear, you will have to assimilate the bloodline right away. But the next problem that you will face after assimilating the bloodline would be the activation of the ability, Well of Slumber. If you do not prepare well and fall asleep, you will simply starve to death. Thus during this time period you need to learn the technique of the lost immortal. But simply having the technique won't be enough. Assimilating a bloodline is a tough task. You need a strong will and body to be able to successfully do it. Especially in the case of an immensely strong bloodline of the great slumber bear, your body will need to be very strong. Thus for that you will need to reach the completion of the body tempering realm and saturate your body with the maximum amount of vital energy that you can. Zukong explained in detail. After hearing and comprehend Senior Zukong's words, Lin Mu started to formulate his plans for the upcoming year. He now had a goal, which was to obtain the bloodline of the great slumber bear. In addition to this, there were some other goals he needed to complete. The first of which was to investigate the culprits, and the next was to increase his own cultivation. Sigh. Lin Mu sighed at the multitude of tasks that he needed to do, but his eyes seemed to be glowing with determination. He was not appalled at this, but was rather looking forward to it. Lin Mu was also feeling that they were making little waste after coming all this way. Seems like we will have to find the great slumber beast once again next time. Lin Mu spoke. That won't be much of a problem. A great slumber bear, once it enters its sleeping phase, won't move from its location unless it is disturbed. This cave seems to be rather isolated, and just the mere presence of the great slumber bear will repel most beasts. Also, considering its current condition and its recovery period, it's likely that it won't wake up for more than a year at least. Zukong replied, that should make it easy for us. I'll have plenty of time too and should be able to prepare everything till then, Lin Mu said while nodding his head. Now that Lin Mu knew what to do next, he wanted to check out the rest of the cave. He continued on forward and entered the wall. Only when he was a sufficient distance away from the great slumber bear did he come out of the wall and deactivate the skill phase. Lin Mu kept his spirit sense alert and would scan the area that was in front of him every few seconds, ensuring that nothing dangerous was there. The way floor that he was walking on once again became sloping, and he started ascending again. Lin Mu must have walked for at least 800 meters more along the winding and curving cave until finally he reached its exit. The exit of the cave was rather large, being about 6 meters tall and 10 meters wide. Lin Mu was rather surprised that such a big cave was unknown. The hunters should have known of it most likely, but somehow it had still stayed hidden. Only when he walked a short distance away did he realize why the mouth of the cave was at a slanting angle such that the trees in the face of the mountain would hide it. From far away, the mouth of the cave was completely hidden, and no hunter would spot it easily. The snow only made it easy to hide as well. Lin Mu looked around but did not see anything peculiar. I should climb a tree and get a gauge of the area. Perhaps I'll find something nearby, Lin Mu muttered to himself. Lin Mu found a relatively short tree and used blink to appear at a branch that was at its top. From there, he blinked to another tree and kept on going upwards until he finally reached the highest point he could for now. Lin Mu took a look around and saw the white and green spread of land that was the northern forest. Behind him was the mountain out of which he had walked out of, and in front of him was the rest of the northern forest. Far in the distance, he could see the northern mountain ranges as well. Those mountains were perhaps the farthest any hunter had ever gone, as the area beyond them was considered to be a forbidden area due to the high amount of danger. Lin Mu remembered the scary stories he heard from his parents about how there were monsters living beyond the northern mountains, and that's why it was called as a forbidden area. But now that he looked at the snowy white mountains, they looked anything but scary. They simply looked beautiful, Lin Mu muttered. The clouds in the sky had flown away and the snow had stopped. The half-moon could be seen hog up in the sky, and stars could be seen twinkling in the blanket of night. Gently flowing wind passed through Lin Mu's hair as he stood on the top of the tallest tree. Having taken his fill of the picturesque scene, Lin Mu had decided to get down when he spotted some broken trees. Because he was at the very top and the snow had covered the land, these trees were hard to spot. Lin Mu descended to some lower trees and went towards the location where he had seen the broken trees. He then discovered that a long trail of broken trees could be seen heading towards a particular direction. Lin Mu immediately recognized what it was, and an idea appeared in his mind. He got down onto the ground and checked the broken trees. All of them were knocked down, with some of them being splintered because of a great force. Lin Mu looked at the leaves of the broken trees and judged that they were broken down not too long ago, most likely a week ago. The trail of broken trees came from the center of the forest and went all the way to the entrance of the cave. Was this done by the great slumber bear? Lin Mu questioned himself. It does seem like it, Zukong acknowledged. Suddenly Lin Mu remembered something. Wait, Zhou Yi told us that when he was attacked, the beast later ran away, and while running away the beast had knocked down the trees. If we follow this, we can find the site of the attack. Now that Lin Mu had an idea of how to proceed, he acted on it. He followed the trail of the broken and knocked down trees and tried to find the site of the attack. He walked for quite a long distance and reached a relatively wide and open area that seemed to be natural. There were no more broken trees here, so Lin Mu concluded that the site of the attack should have been nearby. Now I just need to look for a broken carriage, Lin Mu muttered to himself as his eyes looked around. Since it was dark, Lin Mu was also using his spirit sense to scan the area. Still, even after searching for over 15 minutes, Lin Mu did not find anything. It was as if the carriage had disappeared into the thin air. The carriage cannot be taken away by a beast, then that means the culprits. They must have removed their traces later on, Lin Mu guessed. You should use your spirit sense to look under the snow. It's likely that the traces of the carriage and the tracks may be buried below the snow, Zukong suggested. Lin Mu nodded his head as he looked below the snow. But his search seemed to have been for naught, as there did not seem to be any traces here either. Whoever the culprits were, they were smart enough to erase all traces. At least that's what Lin Mu thought until he found something that was stuck in the trunk of a tree. What Lin Mu had found was a broken part of a wooden plan. It had broken off in a diagonal manner, and the sharp part was embedded in the trunk of a tree. Lin Mu only found hits by chance as he was looking around, and he actually did not find this because of his spirit sense, but rather because of his own eyesight. The thing that had pulled Lin Mu's attention was actually the glint of the moonlight that had shined off of a small nail. This nail was stuck into the broken plank that was then stuck in the trunk of a tree. Lin Mu thanked his luck as he pulled out the broken piece of the plank. He looked at the broken plan and saw its finish and size. It was a properly cut and trimmed piece of wood, thus there was no doubt that it was a part of the carriage. Seems like they missed this piece. Now you just need to figure out which direction you're supposed to go, Zukong chimed in. Lin Mu nodded in response and looked around for more clues, but he still could not find any. We were supposed to meet up with the other team a distance away from here in the south, so that means the culprit's cave must be in the other direction. It could be something else, but I just have to take a chance, Lin Mu thought to himself. Having decided, Lin Mu turned to the northern direction and walked along the broad pathway. The pathway was a natural one and was basically a clearing. Lin Mu could tell that in other times of the year, Animals probably passed through here, large animals. There was no other reason why such a large path was present here in the forest. Another surprising thing that Lin Mu realized was that he had not seen nor heard any beast in the surroundings. He didn't know if it was because of the weather or if it was because of the Great Slumber Bear. It's definitely the Great Slumber Bear. The bloodline aura of it should keep away even beasts that are many cultivation realms above it, away from it. The innate fear that's present in the bloodlines of these beasts will force them to stay away. Zukong explained, "This is good. Now we know that the beast won't be disturbed from its sleep and we won't have to find it later." Lin Mu replied as he nodded in acknowledgement. Lin Mu had walked for about an hour now and finally got a small clue. Buried in the snow, he found a track mark that was no doubt from the wheels of a carriage. The track mark was very faint and would have been invisible if not for his spirit sense. Lin Mu carefully brushed away the snow from the place that the track was at and revealed it. He looked at it and saw that the track slightly curved to the left. This prompted him to turn his head up and look to the left. Lin Mu saw that another small clearing was present in between the trees. It was camouflaged by the snow and he would have missed it if not for the track marks. He thus turned left and continued on. This time Lin Mu was able to find more clues. There were faint footsteps that were buried under the snow and seemed to be coming from a single direction. The footsteps are very shallow. Whoever the culprits are, they are definitely trained in movement techniques. Zukong spoke. Movement techniques, Lin Mu questioned as his brow raised in response. A movement technique is a special skill that can be used by a cultivator to improve their speed and agility. Some techniques are also specialized for assassination, sneaking, battle, speed, and more things, though the one in this case is but just a minor foot technique used to lighten steps. Zukong explained, "That's interesting. Perhaps I'll get to learn one sometime in the future." Lin Mu responded and continued following in the footsteps. The footsteps led him all the way to a mountain that was covered with tall pine trees. The entirety of it was covered with snow and looked beautiful. Lin Mu finally reached the side of the mountain and came to stand in front of a large boulder. "Huh, this is it. There's nothing here," Lin Mu muttered. He looked around, but this was where the footsteps had ended at. He used his spirit sense to observe the surroundings and detected a hollow space behind the large boulder. The boulder was placed in such a way that it leaned against the wall of the mountain. If one looked at it from far, they would think that the boulder had naturally rolled off of the mountain and had come to settle here. Lin Mu moved the snow from the ground around the boulder away and saw the dragging marks. "Oh, so this boulder was moved here from the side to block the path to the cave." Lin Mu spoke. "Seems like I need to make way for myself now." Lin Mu thought and tried to push the boulder. He knew that he wouldn't be able to push it with his current strength, but he still wanted to try it, hoping for a miracle. His hopes were dashed quickly as he wasn't even able to make it budge. Even when he used the entirety of his body's strength and stretched it with spirit chi, there was no effect. The boulder was about 3 meters tall and 4 meters wide. There was no way Lin Mu could move it. "Don't waste your efforts, just use your skill and walk through it directly," Zukong spoke in a chiding tone. "Yes, senior," Lin Mu replied while feeling a little embarrassed. He activated the third skill phase and walked through the boulder. A second later, he appeared in a pitch-black cave. Lin Mu stayed alert and scanned the cave with his spirit sense first and did not deactivate the skill yet. He was fully expecting for there to be people here, but surprisingly there was nobody. Having confirmed that the cave was abandoned, Lin Mu deactivated the skill and lit up an old half-burned torch that was attached to one of the walls nearby. With the flame blazing, the abandoned cave was illuminated and Lin Mu was finally able to see it. The first thing he noticed was the large number of cages that were present in the cave, along with chains and other types of restraints. There were also some pieces of furniture scattered all around, along with a few random articles. Lin Mu checked out the cages and discovered small amounts of blood in some of them. In another corner, he also found some old food. Some parts of the food had gone moldy, while the rest still seemed to be fine. "Looks like they left in a hurry." Zukong spoke. "Yes, but why? Did they know we were coming here or was it something else?" Lin Mu questioned in response. Lin Mu looked around and saw the rooms that were located in the different corners of the cave. Most of them were empty, and the others only had some random items left in them. All Lin Mu could understand right now was that this cave was used to temporarily hold the mercenaries here. "Looks like I'll need to guide the High Corps here. They have better investigational skills than me. They should know what clues I missed." Now that he knew a bit more about the place, Lin Mu decided to return for now. He reckoned that spending any more time here would be just wasting it, and thought it would be better to leave it to the High Corps. But there was another problem that presented to him. He couldn't justify to them how he got into the cave in the first place. Neither could he tell them how he got there in the first place. After all, he could not tell them that he walked through the territory of a terrifyingly strong beast, could he? Not to mention that even if he did show them the path, they wouldn't be able to take it anyway. He was the only one who could walk through solid objects like that. "You'll have to find an alternative path for them," Zukong spoke. "Yes, senior. Seems like I'll need to go around the mountain once I bring them here. This mountain is visible from far, so it shouldn't be hard to guide them here, though I'll need to do something about that boulder at the entrance, Lin Mu replied. He then walked up to the boulder and thought for a minute before finding a solution that was rather simple and straightforward. Lin Mu unsheathed his short sword and amplified it with his spirit chi. Once it had a sufficient amount of spirit chi in it, he slashed it at the edge of the large boulder where it was the thinnest. Swish. Thang. The corner of the boulder was cut cleanly and fell down to the side, making some noise. If one looked at the surface of the cut boulder, they would see that it was smooth and completely uniform. Lin Mu's sword had sliced through it effortlessly. If I can't get through, I'll just cut it apart, Lin Mu thought out loud. He then pushed the piece of rock that he had cut to the side and walked out of the cave. He then turned back and looked at his handiwork. Now they shouldn't mind it. Lin Mu muttered and started walking towards the cave of the Great Slumber Bear. An hour later, he reached the cave and walked all the way over to the beast's location. He checked to ensure that it was still sleeping, and then entered the wall by using phase and appeared on the other side of the mountain. The fire that he had lit was still burning, albeit it had grown smaller because no extra fuel had been added to it. Lin Mu looked up at the moon in the sky and estimated that there was still quite a long time till the morning. I'll eat some food and then cultivate. I should be able to return to the camp by tomorrow afternoon if I'm fast enough. Lin Mu spoke to himself. He then withdrew some of the meat and started cooking it. The meat he had taken out was the meat of the core formation alpha steelback wolf. Lin Mu generously dressed the meat in spices and prepared it well before cooking it. A tantalizing aroma spread in the cave, which made his mouth water and taste buds tingle. He sliced a piece of the meat and put it in his mouth. The roasted meat was juicy and flavorful. His taste buds jumped in joy and he felt amazed. Delicious. Seems like the stronger the beast, the better the taste, Lin Mu exclaimed. As soon as the first piece of meat was swallowed down into his stomach, a familiar warmth spread from his stomach. The vital energy and spirit chi that was stored in the meat started being absorbed by his body. It took Lin Mu a few seconds to snap out of the strange sense of euphoria. He quickly ate the rest of the meat and soon got full. The meat of a core condensation beast was rather filling for him and had satisfied his appetite for the first time after quite a bit. Lin Mu then sat cross-legged and started chanting the calming Heart Sutra to quickly assimilate the vital energy. Half an hour passed by and Lin Mu felt a wave of energy spread from his body. It was as if a stream of energy was drilling into his bones. Lin Mu understood what was happening and quickly focused on it. He channeled more energy and intensified the process. Soon, the small stream of energy turned into a raging river, and Lin Mu directed it into his bones. The energy reached his marrows and started dousing them in it. A strange sense of pressure appeared in his body, and he felt as if a weight was placed on him. The pressure intensified until when, pop. It was as if a dam had broken, and a tremor passed through Lin Mu's body. The waves of energy stopped being emanated from his body, and he opened his eyes. His eyes glimmered in under the flames of the fire in front of him. Who? Lin Mu let out a breath and a streak of black gas came out. The gas traveled forward and met the wall of the cave. Sizzle. As soon as the gas touched the wall, it started sizzling and corroded. A hole that was about an inch deep and 3 inches in diameter was formed after the black gas was dissipated. Gulp. Lin Mu swelled his saliva in slight fear after seeing this sight. He had seen this happen before back in his house, but that was a wooden wall. Now it was a solid stone wall that was affected. That looks very dangerous. Lin Mu spoke in a nervous tone. Indeed, this is quite strange. Zukong spoke in an equally nervous tone. Lin Mu wiped the sweat off his forehead and took a deep breath. I guess I just need to be more careful. Though it seems like I progressed in progressing my body tempering realm by a little. Lin Mu spoke, feeling a little happy now. Yes, that's good. This is the effect of the core condensation beast meat, though this will only be a one-time effect I think since it's the first time you've eaten it. The next time should be rather mild. Zukong replied. Lin Mu nodded and scanned his body with his spirit sense. He could feel the vital energy that was saturated within his skin, muscles, blood, and now his bones. He tried to go deeper and was able to feel his marrows, which did not have as much concentration of vital energy as the rest of his body. Zukong could guess Lin Mu's thoughts and understood what he was thinking. When you reach the 13th stage of the body tempering realm, your bone marrow should be saturated with the vital energy as well. Once you reach the peak of the body tempering realm, you should be ready to assimilate the bloodline of the Great Slumber Bear, Zukong explained. Though you will need a little extra help before that. Hopefully, you reach it before the deadline and I'm able to give it to you. Zukong internally spoke. Lin Mu nodded and responded, I understand, senior. He then sat back down and chanted the Severing Heart Sutra to continue his cultivation. An hour later, the clouds covered the sky again and winds started to get stronger. Snow soon started falling, and the forest became shrouded in it. Lin Mu peacefully cultivated until the morning and only stopped when the sunlight illuminated the cave. Faint beams of sunlight would enter the cave and get dissipated in the darkness. Since the cave was at a diagonal angle and was blocked by the trees, sunlight barely got through. Still, it was enough for Lin Mu to sense it, and he opened his eyes. The sunlight that diffused through the branches of the trees dappled the floor of the cave. He stood up and looked up at the sun that was hiding behind the horizon. Sigh. Time to return, Lin Mu muttered as he looked back at the cave one last time. The fire had gone out a long time ago, and the embers had cooled down, leaving behind a pile of ash and unburnt charcoal. Lin Mu lightly stretched his body before he started out in a jog. The light jog soon turned into a sprint, and he burst forward. Lin Mu was passing through the trees with ease. He would wade and flicker through them, dodging each and every obstacle. His spirit sense was spread forward and helped him sense the upcoming path. With the help of his spirit sense, he would know everything that was there. A couple of hours passed by and Lin Mu was still running. He would slow down once he felt the fatigue building up, but would never stop. His progress in his body tempering realm had also helped in increasing his stamina by a notch. After he slowed down, he would soon feel better, and then he would continue on and increase his speed again. 3 hours passed like this, and even now Lin Mu could not see any spirit beasts. Where did they go? Even if they hide, they should at least have nests nearby. Lin Mu spoke while running. The spirit beasts are smarter than normal beasts, so they should have retreated to the edge of the forest instead. But for the normal beasts, they probably stuck where they are because of the fear, or they too filled the spirit beasts. Either way, you should probably see them soon, Zukong replied. Lin Mu simply nodded his head in response and kept on running. Another hour passed and Lin Mu finally saw his first beast. It wasn't a spirit beast, but rather just a common bird beast that could be seen anywhere in the forest. Seems like they ran pretty far, Lin Mu muttered. He then spread his spirit sense around in all directions and observed if there were more beasts nearby. His search showed him that there were plenty of beasts here, and they all seemed to be a bit startled. When he passed by the beasts, they ignored him and let him pass by without bothering him. The number of beasts was now much larger than before, and it became impossible for Lin Mu to avoid them anymore. Eventually, he had his first encounter with a spirit beast. The spirit beast looked like a mongoose and was the same size as that of a normal one. If it were not for the faint spirit chi waves coming from the beast, Lin Mu would have not been able to tell that it was one. Oh, it should have been obvious. No normal mongoose would live this deep in the forest, that too in a cold place like this. Lin Mu thought to himself. The mongoose beast looked at Lin Mu with sharp eyes and watched his every move. With every step that Lin Mu moved, the beast would move too. The beast was wary of Lin Mu and seemed to be a little afraid. Lin Mu watched the beast as well but did not attack it, as he didn't want to be needlessly involved right now. Seeing that the beast had no desire to fight, Lin Mu moved a little distance away and walked away. The beast did the same and just watched him go away. Well, that was strange, Lin Mu said to himself. Most intelligent spirit beasts won't attack straight away, especially in tense situations such as the one right now, when most of them have been scared by the great slumber bear. They will avoid getting into a conflict, as the other beasts may take advantage of this fact and catch them off guard. Zukong replied. Lin Mu nodded and then continued on his journey. He had more encounters with spirit beasts, but all of them acted the same way the mongoose beast had. They watched him but did not attack, and when he moved away, they let him go. Lin Mu was rather intrigued by this behavior. In the past, he had thought of all beasts as having 0 to no intelligence and only having basic instincts that an animal has. He of course knew that Senior Zukong was a beast as well, but he was way beyond his comprehension, thus did not include him in his list. Lin Mu felt fascinated by the intelligence of the spirit beasts and wondered if he would get to see any beasts that had the same intelligence as humans here. He also wondered if the great slumber bear would be smarter than this or not. Lin Mu had seen how the core condensation realm alpha steelback wolf had acted and led his pack of wolves. Common of that kind needed a certain level of intelligence, which perhaps only beasts above that of the chi refining realm have. Lin Mu had traveled even more far and guessed that he was rather close to the camp now. His guess turned out to be true, as he could soon see clouds of smoke rising from the front, a few hundred meters away from him. Lin Mu approached the camp with a little apprehension and stayed alert. While Lin Mu knew that the camp would be safe because of the scent of the alpha steelback wolf, he was still a little worried in the back of his head. He wondered if the roar of the great slumber bear had scared the spirit beasts so much so that they would ignore the scent of another core condensation realm beast. Lin Mu's hidden worry turned out to be for naught, as he saw the camp was safe and calm. There were 2 men standing guard at the border of the camp, while 4 tents were set up in a circle with a bonfire in the center. Seeing that the others were not here, Lin Mu guessed that they were most likely resting in the tents. Tab tab tab. Lin Mu walked into the camp and made sure to make some noise of footsteps so as to alert the guard. He didn't want to surprise them too much by directly turning up behind them and wanted to announce his arrival. He could tell from their expressions that the guards had been a little stressed, as the fatigue could be seen on their faces. The two guards turned to look at the source of the sound and saw Lin Mu enter. It's Senior Lin Mu. One of them spoke. Senior Lin Mu has returned. The second one announced to the camp. Upon hearing the shout, 4 people walked out of the tents. Zai Bohai was one of them and looked at Lin Mu, who had just walked in. Lin Mu approached them and came to stand in front of them. All 6 of them cupped their hands in greeting and spoke. Greetings, Senior. I hope Senior had a breakthrough in his cultivation. Zai Bohai spoke. Lin Mu nodded in response and spoke. Ah yes, I did indeed. Lin Mu then looked at the last remaining tent and the others followed his gaze. Zai Bohai instantly guessed what Lin Mu was thinking. Senior Hai Yingji is better than yesterday and has improved. His condition has been stable now. Zai Bohai reported. Lin Mu simply nodded and walked into the tent. Upon entering, he saw the unconscious Hai Yingji that was calmly sleeping. Lin Mu extended his spirit sense and checked the internal condition of him. The number of small clots and internal bleeding had reduced by a lot, though it still seemed like it would take a long time for Hai Yingji to recover his cultivation base, which had regressed. Lin Mu observed the man's dantian and saw the pale white core floating in the center. It would let out faint wisps of spirit chi at regular intervals and would similarly absorb spirit chi that appeared in the dantian. At least his spirit chi circulation is still working normally now. He just needs to rest more and recover his cultivation on his own. Zukong explained. I guess it's good that there were no culprits in the cave there. At least we won't have to clash with them now that we don't have a core condensation realm expert of our own. Lin Mu spoke in a slightly relieved tone. He then turned around and left the tent. He saw Zai Bohai waiting for him outside, and he looked to be calm. Senior, there has been some strange activity with the beast since last night. We also heard a faint roar coming from the northwestern mountains. Zai Bo reported. I know it was caused by another core condensation realm beast. Lin Mu replied. Zai Bohai seemed to be a bit more nervous after hearing Lin Mu's response. You know about it, Senior, but how? Weren't you cultivating? Zai Bohai questioned. My cultivation went smoothly and I had a breakthrough rather early. After I was done with my cultivation session, I heard some noises, so I went to check. I ended up finding what we came for here, Lin Mu answered. Zai Bohai became surprised after hearing Lin Mu mention about his findings. Senior, you don't mean you? Zai Bohai spoke but was then interrupted. Yes, I did indeed. I found the hideout of the culprits. Lin Mu then went on to make up a series of events on how he found the cave where the culprits were supposed to have been using before. He told them that he discovered some broken trees and found the broken piece of the carriage, and how he related it to the story that Zhou Yi had told them. The High Court had known about Zhou Yi and the situation behind him. Thus, when Lin Mu correlated the events with Zhou Yi's story, they did not doubt him. So the cave has been abandoned, Senior. One of the members asked. Yes, it did look like that to me, but there may be clues that I couldn't find there. I hope that you people would be able to find something. I reckon you all are better in that aspect, Lin Mu answered. Zai Bohai hit his chest with his fist in a show of confidence before speaking. We shall not disappoint you, Senior. Whatever clues that are left in the cave, we will find them. Yes, Senior, we will do our best and will not disgrace our Lord's trust. Others chimed in. Lin Mu nodded in acknowledgement and felt a little better. His thoughts then went towards the other teams of the High Corps. He wondered if they had been contacted yet or not. The total people here were currently 8, including Hai Yingji and him, which meant that the last 2 members had not returned yet. Have they not returned yet from informing the other teams? Lin Mu questioned. They should be here by tonight or tomorrow morning at the latest, Senior. I think the increase in the number of beasts probably delayed their progress. Zai Bohai answered. Ah yes, that is true. They will probably have to fight some beasts in order to reach here. Lin Mu replied. For now, all we can do is wait. Senior can also resume his cultivation in the tent. We'll inform you at the first sign of the other team. Zai Bohai added. Lin Mu nodded in acceptance and then picked a tent at random and walked in after lifting its flap. He had depleted nearly 2/3 of his spirit chi in returning to the camp as fast as possible, thus wanted to take this chance to replenish it. Lin Mu thus sat down onto the bedroll and started chanting the Severing Heart Sutra. Hours passed by in the blink of an eye, and it was finally night time. Lin Mu opened his eyes upon hearing the sounds of people moving around outside. He had thought that the other teams had reached them at first, but then upon using his spirit sense, he realized that it was just the members of the High Corps setting up for some dinner. I should eat as well, I guess, Lin Mu thought. He walked out of the tent and looked at the men that were skewing a haunch onto a large skewer for roasting. They had set up a smaller campfire for ease of cooking. The larger bonfire in the center of the camp was better for heating and illumination, and rather impractical for cooking. Lin Mu too set up another fire and started cooking the meat of the alpha steelback wolf. Half an hour later, he was done with his meal, and so were the other people. They had finished up and had switched for the guard duty. It was now Zai Bohai and another member's turn for the guard duty. Zai Bohai talked with Lin Mu for a bit before starting his guard duty, while Lin Mu himself returned to the tent. He wanted to assimilate the vital energy and spirit chi from the meat quickly. Lin Mu wanted to see what kind of effect it would have this time. The effect yesterday was rather strong, and Senior Zukong had told him that the effect would be lessened than the first time. It turned out to be as what Senior Zukong had told Lin Mu. While he did experience a slight increase in his vital energy, it was not as great as before, and neither did he expel the black corrosive gas from his mouth again. Well, that was a little disappointing. Lin Mu muttered to himself. Pushing this to the back of his mind, Lin Mu wondered if he should sleep or cultivate for now. He reckoned that the other team may return at any time, thus it would be better to just cultivate. The main reason for him wanting to sleep was that he could learn the legacy technique of the lost immortal. Lin Mu could still learn it right now, but he preferred to stay undisturbed for a long time, and the current situation was not worth it. Thus Lin Mu simply decided to continue cultivating till the morning, and that's what he did. His cultivation had stabilized, and Lin Mu was now attempting to refine another drop of liquid spirit qi. He had heard from Senior Zukong about the use of liquid spirit qi, thus wanted to quickly start refining it. He channeled spirit qi into his meridians and started refining it like before. Lin Mu had to attempt it 5 times and lost quite a bit of spirit qi before he succeeded. Another drop of liquid spirit flowed down his meridians and settled down at the bottom of his danshan. Lin Mu let out a breath of tiredness and focused his attention again. He observed his danshan and discovered that he had spent nearly 500 whips of spirit qi in order to refine that one drop of liquid spirit qi. The drop itself was condensed from less than 100 wisps of spirit qi, but the failed attempts had caused him a small loss. Now that he had refined the second drop of liquid spirit qi, Lin Mu had to replenish the depleted spirit qi first before he could even refine the next. Seeing the rate at which he was refining the spirit qi was a little disappointing to Lin Mu, but he soon picked himself up after Zukong's reminder. It had taken him nearly 2 hours to refine one drop of liquid spirit qi, thus Lin Mu could only guess how long it would take him to reach the next stage of the qi refining realm. For in order to break through to the peak stage of the qi refining realm, a cultivator had to have at least half of his danshan filled with liquid spirit qi. Sigh. Don't worry, the more experienced you get, the easier it will get for you to refine the liquid spirit qi. It is usually difficult for most people at the start. Zukong advised. Yes, senior. Lin Mu responded and returned to his cultivation. Lin Mu could only hope that his speed would soon increase in the future. More time passed by and now it was the time for the sunrise. But still, the sun could not be seen and was hidden behind the dark clouds. The snow from last night had not stopped yet and was still ongoing. A little more time passed by and finally, the sounds of footsteps came from far. It seemed as if there were tens of people walking together, thus the sound was rather easy to hear. The members of the high corps that were on guard duty immediately became alert. Zai Bohai went to the side that the sound was originating from while holding his weapons. The other guards had woken up by now as well and walked out of the tents and noticed the sound as well. They saw Zai Bohai standing at the edge while holding his sword. They instantly understood what was happening and got ready as well. A minute later, the sound increased more and the people could finally be seen. Phew. Everyone took a collective breath of relief once they confirmed that the people who had just reached them were the other teams of the High Corps. They were being led by the 2 members Zai Bohai had selected for sending the message. Along with the 2, there were additional 3 people standing alongside them. These 3 people were none other than Hai Bao, the captain of the High Corps, Hong Luo and Teng Zai Olian, the current leader of the mercenaries. You all are finally here, that good. Zai Bohai spoke in a relieved tone. The 2 members of his team came forward and whispered some things in his ear before going behind him. The 2 of them had gone to call Lin Mu while the 3 men, Hai Bao, Hong Luo, and Teng Zai Olian came forward to talk with Zai Bohai. How is Hai Yingji now? Hai Bao questioned first. Senior Hai Yingji is stable for now. Because of Senior Lin Mu's help, he was saved from qi deviation. Zai Bohai answered. Theo. Hai Bao too took a breath of relief and calmed one. He hadn't shown it to others, but he was rather stressed because of this. They only had 3 members of their higher corps left right now, and they couldn't afford to lose another corps condensation realm expert. They didn't know what kind of conflict they would be having in the future, and they would be needing every bit of their strength. From what his lord and Haiwan had guessed, Hai Bao felt that the future seemed to be bleak. They had only come halfway and one of their top experts was already out of commission. Hai Bao was sure that they would be failing their mission now. But when he heard Zai Bohai's next words, his hopes rose again. There's an important thing I need to tell you, Captain. Senior Lin Mu found the hideout of the culprits. Hai Bao was astounded, to say the least, upon hearing Zai Bohai's words, but then soon became elated, for this meant that they would not be failing this mission and would not have wasted their time. Good, good, good. Hai Bao spoke while nodding his head. He was truly relieved more than what others could see from his face. Hai Bao had always been a perfectionist and wanted to do the best for his lord, thus even the thought of failure was dreadful for him. Well then, where is Lin Mu? Hai Bao asked. Senior Lin Mu is resting in the tent. The others have gone to call him, so you need not worry, Zai Bohai replied. Just as Zai Bohai said this, another sound came from behind him. I'm here, spoke the approaching voice. Zai Bohai and Hai Bao looked at the person approaching, who was none other than Lin Mu. Lin Mu was looking at them as well, and in turn also at the large group of people that were coming from the forest one by one. The entire team had gathered there by now, and the border of the camp was now rather crowded. Lin Mu did a quick sweep with his spirit sense and estimated that there were at least 70 people there now. He also noticed that some of them looked a little haggard, as if they had been in a battle of some kind. Seems like they did encounter some beasts. Lin Mu thought to himself, we should move to the camp, I think. It's getting a little crowded here, and the others can rest for a bit as well. Lin Mu suggested. All right, Hai Bao replied. That would be good. My companions are tired from the battle before. Teng Xiaolian said in acknowledgement. All of them thus entered the camp and were shocked by the sheer number of steel-back wolf carcasses that were stacked in the corner. Even Hai Bao, Hong Luo, and Teng Xiaolian were shocked by this. Even though they had heard about the ambush that happened before, seeing something and hearing about it was different. Gulp. Teng Xiaolian and Hong Luo gulped in shock, for they could not even begin to imagine what kind of battle that must have been. Teng Xiaolian then turned to look at Lin Mu. Indeed, we were not wrong. There is no chance that this could be accomplished by anyone other than the disciples of the top sects. Teng Xiaolian thought to himself. The crowd then moved into the camp and sat down wherever they could. The camp that was once rather empty was now bustling with people. Some of the team members started butchering the beast carcasses to prepare a meal for the people. Multiple smaller bonfires popped up in the camp, and the people were now sitting around them, with the main members sitting at the very center of the camp between the four tents. This included Lin Mu, Zai Bohai, Teng Xiaolian, Hong Luo, and Hai Bao. So then, what did you exactly discover? Hai Bao questioned Lin Mu. Lin Mu then repeated the same story that he had told Zai Bohai and others. Hai Bao had a serious expression the entire time and listened to each word intently. 15 minutes passed and Lin Mu had finally finished speaking. Hai Bao thought for a minute before speaking. I think we should take some of our stronger members to the cave and investigate it. The rest should wait here at the camp and wait for us. Yes, that would be good. We will be faster to reach there with fewer people, and the camp will also be safe with some people looking after Senior Hai Yingji. Zai Bohai spoke in acknowledgement. I'm fine with it as well, Lin Mu replied. He then turned to look at the only people who had not spoken yet, Teng Xiaolian and Hong Luo. I'm fine with it as long as I get to come. I want to confirm it with my own eyes. Teng Xiaolian spoke. I'll do whatever that leader Teng says. Hong Luo added. It'll be no problem. You can pick some of your men to come with us, Hai Bao replied. Well then, it's decided. We'll take about 12 hours to reach the cave, so they all should get ready as soon as possible. Lin Mu spoke in an affirming tone. No one objected to his words and nodded. Lin Mu then remembered the injuries that some of the people that had come to the camp had. He could guess that they must have had happened due to the battle, but wanted to know more. Because if they were to head to the cave, they would have to go through an area heavily populated with beasts. Seems like you people had a hard time getting here. Lin Mu spoke with a questioning tone. Sigh. We did indeed. The beasts suddenly went crazy and started rushing in towards our direction, as if they were scared by something. Only a little while later did we hear the faint roar that followed their arrival, and we understood that they were forced by another beast to escape. Teng Xiaolian spoke. We were able to avoid fighting a majority of them, but some spirit beasts directly chose to attack us, but we were able to either kill or scare them away in the end, Hai Bao added. Still, it's not even close to what your team went through, Hong Luo said while looking at the tent where Hai Yingji was resting. The 5 people became silent after that and simply ate their meal when it arrived. Teng Xiaolian stood up and went to talk to his men while Hai Bao did the same. They both returned 5 minutes later with their respective companions. Hai Bao had 10 people with him, and all of them were the members of the High Corps, while Teng Xiaolian returned with 5 people, which included his personal team and Hong Luo. Zai Bohai had also decided to come with them and had brought along 2 men with him too. Lin Mu looked at the new 20-person team that had just been formed. So is everyone ready? Lin Mu asked. Yes, Senior. Zai Bohai and his companions spoke. We are ready, Brother Lin Mu, Teng Xiaolian and his teammates replied. Hai Bao nodded and spoke. We can leave now. Please show us the way. Out of the nearly 90 people, 20 would be going further while the rest will be staying at the camp. They understood that with the increased amount of beasts right now, it would be better to stay where they are. Otherwise, they would have taken Hai Yingji and left for the town. Lin Mu then led the team out of the camp and into the forest. They were going towards the northwestern direction, the same way that Lin Mu had gone before. It didn't take them long for them to encounter the first beasts. Because of their large numbers, the beasts were startled and attacked them straight away. It was not like when Lin Mu was alone and had walked away from the beasts without a problem. To the beasts, their large numbers meant a threat, and that's how they acted. but their attack was for naught as this was a team made of cultivators, and even if they encountered spirit beasts, they would be able to deal with them. The beasts were quickly killed, and the team continued on forward, though Lin Mu did store them in his ring. The snow was still falling and cold winds were blowing, making their journey tougher. Although all of them were cultivators, not all of them were at the same stage and were thus susceptible to cold. Another thing that made a difference that Lin Mu noticed was the body-tempering realm cultivation of others. While traveling, he had asked Hai Bao and some others about their body-tempering realm cultivation and received some surprising answers. Nearly all of them had only reached the 9th stage of the body-tempering realm before becoming a cultivator. None of them had actually progressed their body-tempering realm cultivation after that, and neither had they tried. According to Teng Xiaolian, the only people who would even attempt to go below the 9th level would be the ones that had no chance of becoming a cultivator, or the ones who had used some unique alchemical pills. Lin Mu had witnessed 2 such people back at the mercenaries' camp at the northern town. They were the 2 guards who were guarding the tent of Hong Luo. He had heard from Hong Luo that they had taken a pill called as the Vital Spring Pill. Lin Mu had asked Senior Zukong about them whether he could take pills such as those, but he had denied him. Senior Zukong had told him that unless it was an alchemical pill that was made especially for body-refining experts, it would only harm him and burn his potential. From what information Lin Mu had collected, most people would become cultivators when they reached the 8th stage of the body-tempering realm, and very rarely would there be anyone that did it at the 10th stage. Lin Mu was a little surprised by this, and so was Zukong. This world is strange. It's almost as if someone intentionally skewed their understanding of cultivation. Lin Mu heard Senior Zukong's mutterings in his mind but did not react. Although they were a little shocking to him, there were far too many people around him, thus he did not want to arouse unnecessary attention. "What do you mean, Senior? How can someone do that?" Lin Mu questioned. "I am not 100% sure. It could be something else. But there are far too many flaws in the understanding of the people in this world. Even if it is a low-level world, they should have at least figured out the basics such as these. This world most likely has a history of at least 10,000 years or more. This much time is enough for many generations of cultivators to be born, such that they would know most things about the body-tempering realm at least," Zukong answered. Lin Mu thought over Senior Zukong's words and found them to be correct. Now even he started to think that there was something wrong with this world of his. Suddenly a thought came to his mind. It was something that he had heard about a long time ago. "Senior, could it be because of the sects? When I was younger, I had heard of stories from people about the top sects and how they were the most powerful and had a great amount of knowledge." Lin Mu asked. "Top sects, huh? We'll see. For now, you should focus on the current task. We can think of this later at a more opportune time," Zukong replied. Lin Mu nodded and returned his focus onto the path. Within the time that Lin Mu and Senior Zukong had their conversation, another hour had passed by. He could now see the first mountain within which the great slumber bear was sleeping. Lin Mu estimated the distance and guessed that it would take them another hour to get close to it. They would have to go around the mountain, as they could definitely not take the same path that Lin Mu had taken before. Once they got even more close, Lin Mu could finally see the rest of the northern mountains in the distance. They came to a halt in front of the cave that Lin Mu had previously rested. They took a short rest there before deciding to discuss a little before continuing their journey. "How much farther is it, Brother Lin Mu?" Hai Bao questioned. "You can see the mountain behind this one, actually. We only have to go around this mountain first, and then the route is rather straightforward from there," Lin Mu answered. Everyone had seen the mountains before, thus they felt a little relieved with how close their target was from here. Some of them were looking around in the cave, and they had not failed to notice the ashes and charcoal that was left behind by Lin Mu. "Did you stay here as well before?" Teng Xiaolian questioned. "Ah yes, I took a rest here the night before when I heard the loud roar. I then went to investigate from here," Lin Mu answered. "I see," Teng Xiaolian replied before looking around the cave. He eventually reached the back of the cave and noticed the deep fissure that existed at the end of the cave. Teng Xiaolian seemed a bit interested in this part of the cave, but then noticed the water at the bottom of the fissure. The water was staining his shoes, but he did not mind and bent down to take a closer look at it. He even went so far as to smell and taste the water. He did not find anything peculiar about the smell of the water, but the taste of the water was a little unique. Teng Xiaolian had been a mercenary for about 20 years now and had seen many caves. Thus he was able to tell instantly that it was fresh water that had flown down from the mountains. This cave would have been the perfect abode for some beasts, if not for the size of it. Perhaps some smaller beasts would live here, but it is surprisingly empty for some reason. Teng Xiaolian spoke. Lin Mu felt a little surprised at Teng Xiaolian's judgment, as he was actually right about it. Except the beast in question was on the other end of the cave, and this was just a small external part of it. "Where did you see the broken trees, Senior? Were they somewhere nearby?" Zai Bohai questioned. Lin Mu, who had been focused on Teng Xiaolian all this while, turned to look at the person who had just called him. Ah yes, the trees are right behind this mountain. We should see them as soon as we cross this. Lin Mu answered. Zai Bohai nodded while Hai Bao stood up. We should continue now. Is everyone ready now? Hai Bao spoke. Yes, Captain, the High Corps replied. We are ready. The mercenaries replied. Let's go then, Lin Mu spoke before standing up as well. Under the guidance of Lin Mu, everyone left the cave and soon crossed the mountain. It took them a little over an hour before they reached the site of the broken trees. The trees were broken rather randomly in this area, and if one did not know the location of the Great Slumber Bear's cave, they would not be able to find it. Upon seeing the broken trees, the people could tell that the beast must have been incredibly strong to do something like this. Will we even be able to fight against a beast like this if we encounter it? One of the mercenaries questioned in a shocked tone. We have the advantage in numbers. Even if it is a core condensation realm beast, I'm sure we would be able to restrain it. Another one commented, while their people were discussing about the beast. Lin Mu knew how far from the truth they were. It was in fact their fortune that the Great Slumber Bear was currently sleeping and would most likely not be awakening for at least another. Lin Mu could not even begin to imagine what kind of a disaster it would become if they were to encounter the beast right now. Even Hai Yingji had a tough time against the alpha steelback wolf, and the beast in question right now was definitely many times stronger than that. Lin Mu hurriedly led them towards their mission target and brought them to the hidden cave which was used by the culprits before. This is a rather unique location. If it were not for Brother Lin Mu's luck, perhaps we would have had an incredibly hard time finding this place. One of Teng Xiaolian's teammates spoke. Some of them then went closer and looked at the cut that had been made to the edge of the large boulder. They could see the size of the boulder and knew that it would have been impossible to get in without doing that. They thus placed their hands against the boulder and built up their strength. They strengthened their muscles with qi and focused on it. Now, push. One of the men shouted, and the people then started moving the large boulder. Grrr. The sound of small rocks and stones grating against each other appeared as the large boulder blocking the entrance was moved. Phew. Everyone took a collective gasp of relief and looked inside the cave, which was partially being illuminated by the fading sunlight. It was the time for sunset, and the bare minimum of sunlight was still present in the sky. But the others were already prepared for something like this, as they all brought out the torches they had prepared beforehand. We can go inside now. I've already checked the entire cave before, and we can go in safely. Lin Mu spoke, trying to assure the people a little bit. They all walked in and could finally see the cages that were placed everywhere and also the other stuff that seemed to have been abandoned here. While the mercenaries had more free expressions compared to the High Corps, they were still a little shocked by this. They also noticed the moldy and rotten food that was left behind in the cave. How many cages are here? Zai Bohai asked, feeling a little amazed and unsure at the same time. I didn't check them all clearly, but there should be at least 100 cages here. Lin Mu answered, sigh. Seems like we got a ton of clues to look forward to. Xing'an spoke, feeling a bit tired. The members soon noticed that some of the cages were bloody and had bald spots on them. This is rather peculiar. Only the shackles and the restraints have blood on them. Hong Luo suddenly spoke up. There are no signs of torture here. Rather, it seems like the prisoners that were the mercenaries tried to escape on their own but could not. Hai Bao spoke in a grim tone. The others were a little confused after hearing Hai Bao's words and wanted a better explanation. Hai Bao too noticed their expression and knew what they were thinking. The blood splatter here is only concentrated around the shackles. Look around, there is none outside and neither is in any other rooms. It seems like the prisoners were treated rather well and were not unnecessarily harmed. Hai Bao explained. The people looked around and indeed found Hai Bao's assumption to be correct. There was no blood in any other rooms either. Even in the cages, only 10 out of the nearly 100 cages even had any blood in them, and it did not look like it had been cleaned either. There is another thing. Hai Bao spoke and pointed at the furniture and items in the hall. These seem like they have been moved around in a rush. Some of these things are randomly strewn about, and even the food was left unattended. Hai Bao stated. That means, a member of High Corps spoke. Yes, they were taken away in a rush. My guess is that the beast attack probably made them scared. From what we saw before and what Brother Lin Mu showed us, they even cleaned the traces of the attack and removed the wreckage of the broken carriage. They were trying to hide their tracks because they realized they were discovered. Hai Bao explained. But this should be good for us. Teng Xiaolian added. How so, leader? One of his subordinates asked. Teng Xiaolian is right. Since the culprits left in a hurry, they should have definitely left some clues behind. From what we know, there were at least 50 or more mercenaries captured here. It would be a Herculean task to transport them all to a different location in a short period of time and also erase all their traces. Hai Bao answered while looking closer at the blood splatter. Hai Bao also felt a little impressed by Teng Xiaolian's intellect and was now feeling good that he had allowed him to come with them. All right, everyone spread around and look carefully. This is extremely important for us, Hai Bao ordered. Yes, Captain, his subordinates replied. The others also went to look for any clues. Lin Mu did the same and extended his spirit sense in the cave. He was a little intrigued by the design of the cave. While it looked natural mostly, he could tell that the rooms that were in the cave were specifically made by carving in the rocks of the mountain. Lin Mu's spirit sense probed the surroundings while he walked and looked around. Even though he had come here yesterday, he had not spent much time here and didn't get to see it clearly, thus he wanted to see what he could find. Their search turned out to be successful as soon. One of the members of the High Court shouted, "I found something." The man shouted. Lin Mu and the others soon gathered around the man after hearing him call everyone. Hai Bao was the first to walk forward and stood in front of the man. "What did you find? Show me," Hai Bao asked while extending his hand to him. The man was holding a piece of cloth that was folded up. He handed it to Hai Bao, who quickly took it from his hands. "I found this here beside the cage. I saw the strange blood drops which were spared in a linear manner and saw that they went in one direction. I looked at its end and saw this wedged at the edge of a box that was kept behind the cage." That man explained while pointing at the cage and the box that was behind it. "Looks like the mercenary who hid this piece of cloth injured his wrists while trying to hide it. Let's see what it was that he tried to hide." Hai Bao spoke and unfolded the piece of cloth. The piece of cloth was rather damaged and looked to have been torn from the sleeve of a robe. Hai Bao carefully opened it and saw lines of text written on it with blood. The handwriting was rather bad, and it was barely legible. It took Hai Bao nearly 10 minutes before he was able to make out what was written in there. But once he read it, his face fell and a grim expression filled his eyes. The others were not able to see it as he was facing way diagonally and the light was flickering under the torches, but Lin Mu and Teng Xiaolian, who were standing close by, could see it clearly. "What does it say?" Lin Mu questioned with a straight face. "This," Hai Bao muttered. He couldn't continue speaking and simply handed the piece of cloth to Lin Mu while he clutched his forehead in stress. Lin Mu looked at the piece of cloth and tried to make out what was written on it. 5 minutes later, even he had a grim expression on his face. The others were now getting tense, and a strange feeling of dread was rising from the bottom of their stomach. Hong Luo perked up a bit of courage and spoke up. "What does it say, Brother Lin Mu?" "The culprits. They're capturing the mercenaries for a sacrifice. They need their blood for something." The mercenary who wrote this was able to hear some things from the culprits' conversations and was able to secretly make this. Apparently they had found out that they had been attacked by the beast and had decided to escape from here. The mercenary was barely able to mention that in here, and the writing seems to have trailed off from there. Lin Mu answered with a heavy heart. Gulp. A collective gulp was heard in the hall as the tense expression were now changed to dread. "Why do they need the mercenaries' blood though, does it say that?" Teng Xiaolian questioned. Lin Mu shook his head in response before speaking. "It only says that their master had ordered them to do so, and they have been doing it for a few months now. Hundreds of mercenaries have already been captured and sent to their secret location. Apparently this is not the only place they're capturing mercenaries from, and it has been happening in the eastern, western, and southern regions as well." Lin Mu answered. "We need to do something. There should be something more here." Hong Luo spoke with frustration. "We've already looked enough. There doesn't seem to be anything else here." Hai Bao finally spoke after getting a hold of himself. The faces of his subordinates and the other mercenaries dropped upon hearing his words, but then he spoke again. "Fear not, we will eventually figure out something. In fact, we do know of one such location that we had previously found before." Everyone looked up at him with questioning faces. "The abandoned warehouse." Lin Mu suddenly spoke. "But didn't we already investigate that before?" A member of High Court spoke up. "Yes, of course we did. But before we didn't know why they were gathering the mercenaries and had thought whether if they were just hiding corpses. But now we know that they have a proper use for them. They need their blood. That means they have to keep them alive and fed to keep their blood fresh. But for doing this, they will need another location that is as large as this to keep them. Also, after the beast attack, I doubt they will take the risk of setting up a place like that here." Hai Bao explained. "Then that means they will hide in the town or the areas around it," one of the men asked. "That is one of the possibilities, but we at least know that whatever their final destination is, the northern town is probably close to it. We don't know about the other locations, but do know that we know the mercenaries are being captured from there too. We will be able to expand our scope of investigation. This is far too big of a conspiracy to keep hidden. There is bound to be a leak of some kind. We just need to look out for it and wait for the right time." Hai Bao answered. The people nodded in understanding and realized that there was no use obsessing over what had already happened. All they could do for now was to wait and see. "We should rest for now. We leave at first light," Hai Bao ordered. Everyone decidedly agreed, as the sun had already set by now. Even the snow had started falling heavily. In fact, now that the large boulder that was blocking the entrance of the cave was removed, the wind was blowing in swathes of snow. The floor of the front part of the cave was already covered in snow. The men thus gathered around and sat near the braziers. The braziers were there in the cave already and were used to heat up the cave. But since the cave had been abandoned and no one was keeping them lit, all that was left in them was ash and charcoal. A few of the members of the High Court decisively went out and gathered a sufficient amount of wood for them to burn. Lin Mu took out the carcasses of the beasts that they had killed on their way here and let the others prepare it. Lin Mu didn't have the mood to do it himself right now, and his mind was not in the right place. While he was reading from the piece of cloth, Senior Zukong was also watching it. After he had finished reading it, he had asked him what it could have meant, and Zukong had told him to wait for them to be done first. "What did you think, Senior?" Lin Mu questioned in his mind. "There are far too many things that they could have been doing with the blood of the mercenaries. But the most likely thing that I can think of that would require so many of people's blood would be what you humans call an evil cultivation technique." Zukong answered. "An evil cultivation technique?" Lin Mu asked in a confused tone. While he could understand the meaning behind the words themselves, he could not understand the context. Senior Zukong had just told him that it was something that humans called it. Cultivation techniques themselves are rather neutral. It is only the humans and other intelligent beings that give them a bias. It all depends on the perspective. While here we can see that this master of the culprits is gathering blood for himself, it is only bad because the humans are the ones being hurt. If it was beasts in question here, not many would mind it, but such is the truth of the universe. Zukong replied. Lin Mu thought over it, but still felt a bit lost. "Then, Senior, you mean that it is right even if humans are getting killed and I should not mind it?" Lin Mu questioned, feeling uneasy. "No, rather, as long as it is something that bothers you, you should mind it. It does not matter if it's humans, beasts, demons, or immortals. These things that you hear, good and evil, are but a matter of perspective. But in the end, all that is right in the world is the might of the strong. If you're strong, you can decide what to do and you won't have to mind what others think of it. Such is the way of the strong. A strong will comes from a firm mind, and a firm mind comes from an unyielding heart. And finally, the fastest way to gain an unyielding heart is to be ruthless. Be ruthless to your foes and be even more ruthless to yourself. Only then would you survive and flourish in the cultivation world," Zukong explained. Lin Mu went silent after hearing the words of Senior Zukong. At first, he felt that the words of Senior Zukong seemed to be wrong. Lin Mu had always been taught by his parents to be kind and righteous. He didn't understand how it would be correct to equate the killings of humans to that of the beasts. Lin Mu also didn't understand why Senior Zukong had told him about this right now, and had related it to the sacrifice of the mercenaries. He was feeling frustrated, but knew that being hasty would not do him any good. Instead, he decided to calmly think over it. Lin Mu did not speak anything, even when he was given food to eat, and simply ate it before returning to cultivate again. Even while cultivating, Lin Mu could only focus on it because he was chanting the Severing Heart Sutra, which was suppressing his thoughts and emotions. Perhaps without it, he would have never had the will to cultivate and would have only kept on thinking about Senior Zukong's words. The morning soon came, and the team of 20 people began their journey back to the camp. Their journey this time was rather uneventful, and the only difference that they observed was that the number of beasts in the area had increased again. Seems like the effect of the great slumber beast's roar has finally worn off. At least we won't have to unnecessarily fight the beasts when we get closer to camp, Lin Mu thought to himself during the journey. 10 hours later, they had reached the camp and were greeted by the rest of their companions. Looking at them, Lin Mu could tell that everything was normal while they were gone and nothing untoward had happened. It was evening now, and all of them decided that they would be returning to the northern town tomorrow morning. The people who had stayed back at the camp wanted to know what they had found out at the culprit's cave, but Hai Bao had suggested that they wait till reaching the town before informing the rest. He didn't want them to lose their morale or worse, become agitated. They could not afford to make any mistakes now, and the situation had become even more serious. While the members of the High Court were fine with this decision and were willing to obey the orders, it was not the same for the mercenaries. It took the combined effort of Teng Xiaolian and his team in order to placate the mercenaries. Even Teng Xiaolian was in agreement with Hai Bao and knew that it could be devastating for the mercenaries to hear that their comrades were being sacrificed for their blood. During the night, Lin Mu and Hai Bao went to check up on Hai Yingji's condition but did not find much difference. He was still unconscious, and when Lin Mu observed him using his spirit sense, he could see that his internal injuries were the same as well. It's as if his recovery has halted. Lin Mu spoke. It does seem like that, but we can't be sure. Once we get to the town, I'll get a physician to take a look at him. The Lord should send a good physician from the Wu Lim city at the first message. Hai Bao replied. Yes, that would be good. Lin Mu spoke in a straight tone and stayed silent. His expression was rather cold as well, and Hai Bao was feeling strange upon looking at Lin Mu like this. But he did not question him as he did not want to bother him, and he too had a lot of things that needed to be dealt with for now. Hai Bao walked out of the tent and came to stand in front of his subordinates. We shall leave tomorrow morning. Some of you shall carry Hai Yingji and stay in the center of the party. The rest should guard and keep an eye out for any dangers. We don't want any more misfortunes, Hai Bao ordered. Yes, Captain, the members of High Corps replied in unison. Hai Bao then went and informed Teng Xiaolian about their departure tomorrow as well. Lin Mu too walked out of the tent and looked at the people that were sitting around the bonfires. Sigh. What is right, what is wrong? I hope time will show me, Lin Mu muttered to himself. Lin Mu returned to the tent and decided to sleep for now. He did not enter sleepscape either and just went into a deep sleep. He felt like he had heard too many things to deal with and simply wanted to get a rest for the journey tomorrow. It would after all take them 3 more days to reach the northern town if they were lucky, as this time many of the people were injured and could not continue on at the same pace as before. The biggest thing of all, they had to take care of Hai Yingji, who was still injured. At the first light of dawn, the entire camp was awake and ready to go. The tents had been rolled up and stored away for the journey. Hai Yingji was being carried in a makeshift stretcher that was made by attaching some branches and bedrolls. Lin Mu too had woken up early and was similarly ready, although he was still feeling a little tired mentally. The entourage of 80 people began their journey and continued on for 3 days. During their journey, they encountered beasts multiple times but were easily able to deal with them. Lin Mu didn't leave this chance behind as well and fought too. He wanted to take every chance there was at getting some training in. Not only that, but he was also practicing the 1,000 armament blade scripture and was using the 2 slim swords that he had got from Haiwan. Lin Mu could observe that he was improving at a much greater speed by directly fighting beasts than he did while in the sleepscape. Another thing that Lin Mu did was to store the corpse of every beast that they encountered. Teng Xiaolian and Hai Bao had an agreement that they would be selling the beast corpses to the mayor in order to compensate the mercenaries. It would have been an impossibility for them to carry the corpses by themselves, thus Hai Bao had asked Lin Mu for assistance. Lin Mu was fine with it, on the condition that they would give him some of the meat from the beasts. They did not deny him that, and were rather just happy that they were gonna get some compensation at least. Back at the camp as well, Lin Mu had stored the remainder of the steel-back wolf corpses in his ring. They had already eaten nearly half of the meat anyway, and the rest was for Lin Mu to take. Hai Yingji's condition did not improve during the journey either. 3 days passed by, and on the afternoon of the 4th day, they had finally reached the northern town. Finally, Lin Mu muttered in an exhausted tone. The large group quickly separated after reaching the town, with the mercenaries going to their camp at the western entrance and the members of the High Corps going to 2 places. A majority of them went to the town center, while a small number of them went to the safe house instead. Lin Mu first dropped off the beast corpses in a warehouse for the mercenaries. Hai Bao had shown them this warehouse and had told the mercenaries to use it for the time being. It's fine. But what are you going to do with the corpses now? Are you going to take them to Wu Lim City? Lin Mu questioned. Yes, we will be seating a caravan that will be transporting the beast corpses to the northern town. This is a rather large amount, so we should be fine for a while. Hong Luo answered and took a pause. Besides, we need to contact our companions in the other parts as well. If what we learned about the culprits is true, then we need to know what's happening to the other mercenaries as well. We had already sent a messenger to the headquarters, but Leader Teng has decided to head there personally. Hong Luo continued. How long would it take for him to reach the headquarters? It's in Xiangwei City, right? Lin Mu questioned. Yes, the headquarters of most of the mercenary companies are in that city. Leader Teng is going to rush there, so he should be there in about 4 days at the very least. He's also going to inform the other companies as well and gather some information from them as well. Hong Luo answered. I see, Lin Mu muttered while nodding. He then turned around and left the warehouse. His next destination was the town center. He was told to come there after dropping off the beast corpses and meet up with Hai Wan. 15 minutes later, he reached there and stood in front of the large building. Lin Mu could see the rest of the guards standing around along with the reinforcements of the High Corps. He took a look around before walking in through the entrance of the town center. This time he was not stopped by the guards as they recognized him and had already been informed of his status. Lin Mu went up directly to the 3rd floor, where the town head's office was. He opened the door and found Hai Bao sitting there along with Hai Wan. Hai Wen was reading a letter and had a pile of scrolls kept to the side on the desk. Even though her face was covered with the veil, Lin Mu could still sense the fatigue that she had. He could tell that she had been working hard for a while and was possibly quite tired. He came to the desk and pulled the chair to take a seat. Lin Mu did not interrupt her and simply waited along with Hai Bao, who soon poured him a cup of tea from the teapot that was kept on a warmer at the side. Lin Mu took a sip from the cup and closed his eyes to wait. 5 minutes passed by and Hai Wan finally put down the letter she was reading from. Seems like our troubles are only getting worse. First Hai Yingji and now this. Hai Wan spoke in a frustrated tone. Sigh. What's the new problem now? Hai Bao asked, while Lin Mu listened intently as well. Some of the disciples of the Tri-Cauldron Peony sect have arrived in the region. They have been stirring up trouble as well, Hai Wan answered. Hai Bao narrowed his eyes upon hearing Hai Wan's words and thought to himself for a bit. Why are they here and what kind of trouble are they causing? Hai Bao questioned. We don't know the exact reason for their arrival, but they are apparently going to be staying in Wu Lim City for a while. My best guess is that they have been appointed posts here. As for trouble, it's the usual things that they've done before. Hai Wan spoke and rubbed her forehead. Lin Mu had listened to her words and was wondering what kind of trouble was usual for the disciples of the Tri-Cauldron Peony sect. From what he had known, most disciples of the cultivation sects were aloof and did not bother with commoners. They've caused trouble before, Lin Mu asked. Yes, the disciples of the Tri-Cauldron Peony sect like to throw their status and power around. They will take things forcefully, and some of them even take women. Most people can't handle them, or rather they can't. Even the mayor ignores their misdemeanors as long as his business is not affected. Especially after the plague last year, he had to go into a debt with the Tri-Cauldron Peony sect. That is also the reason why they have been assigned here, I think. So that the sect can have their disciples watching over the mayor at all times, Hai Wan explained. It was rather surprising to Lin Mu that the behavior of the disciples of a cultivation sect was so vile. This is rather common and you will see it a lot in the future. It is like I said before, only the will of the strong is obeyed in this world. Zukong suddenly spoke. Lin Mu was lost in thought after hearing this and was actually able to clear some of his doubts from before. He now understood Senior Zukong's words that he had said in the culprit's cave better and knew that he was right. If I want to do anything, I need to be stronger, much stronger. Lin Mu thought with determination. Unknown to him when he thought that, his eyes had glowed for a brief instant, and not only that but the two people that were sitting with him, Hai Wan and Hai Bao too, felt a sense of danger. Their eyes went wide and they became alert. Hai Bao and Hai Wan were already tense from the assassination attempt and were expecting another attack, and this is what they thought it was. But even after a couple of seconds, nothing happened and that feeling faded away. Hai Bao looked at Hai Wan with eyes filled with confusion. It was as if he was asking what had just happened. Hai Wan did not speak and simply shook her head in response, showing that she did not know either. Hai Wan then looked at Lin Mu and spoke. Also, I investigated more about the things that you had given me from the town head office. It is confirmed that the town head and the vice captain of the town's guards were involved in the matter. Whoever the culprits are, they were paying them off, apparently. Another interesting thing we found was the first mercenary you had found in the abandoned warehouse. Lin Mu looked up at Hai Wan upon hearing her speak. What about that mercenary? Lin Mu asked. You found the beast inciting powder on that mercenary, right? Well, we were able to find one of his companions. One of the mercenaries finally recognized him and gave us some information. Apparently, the beast inciting powder was found by him in the northern forest. Hai Wan replied. It was found in the forest. How is that possible? Lin Mu further questioned. The mercenary who recognized him said that they were together when they found it. The vial was lying on the ground, nestled in some grass. Luckily, while the two mercenaries did find it, they were not stupid enough to open and check a vial filled with an unknown substance, or we would have had a much bigger disaster on our hands. They thus stored it and wanted to get it appraised later on. And guess what? That was not the only thing they found with the vial. They also found a rather special item. Hai Wan answered and then opened the drawer of the desk. Out from the drawer, she pulled out a wooden plate that had some metallic parts fixed in it. The plate was flat and was seven-sided. The metal plates protruded from the plate and formed a rather unique pattern on it. The overall size of the plate was slightly less than that of a palm. The pattern was composed of a bird's wing, a tiger's claw, and a serpent's tail. The three parts crossed and formed a triangle, at the center of which was an eye. The eye was in the form of a plus, and seemed as if was formed by two eyes intersecting at a perpendicular angle. Lin Mu looked at the plate closely and found it to be very peculiar. Hai Bao too looked at it with great interest. This is rather different. What material is this? I don't think I've ever seen it before, Hai Bao questioned. He touched the plate and tried to get a feel of its wooden and metallic parts. The wooden parts were light brown, but the pattern on its grain seemed to be rather dense. The metallic parts were black-colored and were made from a metal that Hai Bao had not seen before. I don't know what the materials are either. I don't think I've seen this kind of craftsmanship before either. And this pattern of a wing, claw, and tail, I do not know what it means either. Overall, this thing is a mystery, Hai Wan explained. Lin Mu and Hai Bao heard her words and started to think about the plate. How would something like this turn up in the forest? First, the beast inciting powder, and now this, Hai Bao wondered. Whatever it may be, but we know that whoever originally had the beast inciting powder also owns this plate. Perhaps it is related to the culprits as well, we don't know. I have already sent a sketch of this plate along with a report to the Lord. With his knowledge and expertise, maybe he can find it for us, Hai Wan answered. Lin Mu too wanted to see what kind of thing this plate was, thus he went ahead and touched it. But as soon as his fingers touched the surface of the plate, the mysterious ring on his hand lightly hummed. Lin Mu's eyes went wide as he hurriedly pulled his hand back. Hai Bao and Hai Wan noticed the strange behaviors of Lin Mu and wondered what that was about. Are you okay? Hai Bao questioned. Yes, I'm fine. Lin Mu casually tried to brush off his strange behaviors. The two didn't mind this and went back to discuss a few other matters. Haiwan unrolled a few more letters and continued her discussion about other matters with Hai Bao. But while this was happening, Lin Mu was having a different conversation of his own in his mind. Senior, that plate, I could feel it. There is space inside that plate. Lin Mu spoke. I know, I felt that too. There were spatial fluctuations from the plate, albeit faint ones. Zukong replied, is that a spatial storage treasure, perhaps? Lin Mu questioned. Yes, it is indeed a spatial treasure. But it is not a normal spatial storage treasure, but rather one that's used to store beasts. Zukong spoke. Lin Mu had heard about beast storage treasures before and knew that they were rather rare and unknown. They could be used to store tamed beasts and were very useful, as they could pretty much double the fighting strength of a cultivator. But Senior, is there even anyone that can make a treasure like this in this world? Lin Mu questioned, feeling uneasy. There should be some that are able to make a low-tier beast storage treasure, but not one like this. This is no normal beast storage treasure. Do you see those 3 markings of the feather, tiger claw, and serpent tail? Those denote the rank of the treasure. Zukong spoke and took a pause. A wing is for beast storage treasures that can store common fierce beasts that are in the body-tempering realm. Such a kind of beast storage treasure should relatively common in this world. At least as common spatial treasures can be. The tiger claw denotes that it can store spirit beasts that are in the chi refining realm and above. Zukong spoke and trailed off. Lin Mu could not bear the suspense and questioned again, what does the serpent tail denote then? Lin Mu was eagerly waiting for Senior Zukong's answer, but it still didn't come. He wondered why he had suddenly gone silent and was getting uneasy. Senior, Lin Mu called out. Senior Zukong, he called out again. Senior. Just as he was about to call him for the 3rd time, Senior Zukong finally spoke again. It should be fine now, Zukong spoke. Huh, what should be fine now? Lin Mu questioned. I just had to check the world's restrictions before I could speak further. It would do no good if you were not able to hear or understand it even if I said it. Zukong answered. So what does the serpent tail denote? Lin Mu questioned, having understood Zukong's rationale. The serpent tail denotes that the beast storage treasure can store beasts that are above the immortal ascension realm. Zukong finally revealed. Lin Mu had his guesses about what the serpent tail would have meant, but after hearing it and confirming it from Senior Zukong's own mouth, he still felt shocked. But how would a beast storage treasure that could store such an immensely strong beasts even be found in this world? Lin Mu asked. Remember when the beast inciting powder had an effect on those stray dogs, and they were able to sense the ward that was placed on you, even though they should have been absolutely incapable of doing so. That was when I doubted whether it was normal beast inciting powder or not. But now that we've seen this beast storage treasure, I can say for sure that both of those items are not from this world. Zukong explained. Is it possible that they are unrelated, perhaps? I mean, how would something like this even appear here? Lin Mu asked with a confused tone. The beast inciting powder is likely a higher grade one, which is used as a weapon. The powder is made so that they not only make beasts attack others randomly, but the powder also sharpens and enhances the senses of the beasts, making them more deadly. While it could be possible that it was made in this world, but that has a negligible chance of happening. Another thing is the markings on the beast storage treasure. Those 3 markings are the standard markings that are used across the myriad of worlds and realms, but the people of this world should definitely not know of that. This is an additional reason why I can say for sure that both of the items are from another higher level world. Zukong elaborated. After hearing Senior Zukong's explanations, Lin Mu felt a bit better and understood well, but then his curiosity made him wonder about more things related to it. Senior, can I use this beast storage treasure? Lin Mu questioned with a slightly expectant tone. Sadly, no. It would indeed have been an excellent addition to your strength, but this beast storage treasure is damaged. The formation array on it has been broken, thus it cannot store the beasts anymore. Although it still has a spatial storage in it right now, it is rather unstable and will collapse in a short period of time. Zukong answered. How would the beast storage treasure break, though? It didn't look damaged from the outside, at least. Where are the formations array of it? Lin Mu questioned further. The formation arrays are too high-leveled for you to be able to sense them, but from the faint spatial fluctuations, you sensed I was able to tell their condition. As for why it broke, there is only one reason for it. The beast that was kept in the beast storage treasure broke through its confines and escaped it. Zukong answered. Wait, Senior, doesn't that mean that the beast that had escaped the beast storage treasure is now roaming in the area? Lin Mu asked with a shocked tone. Yes, that is quite likely. But the thing is, we don't know if it's one beast or more. Zukong replied. More beasts? Lin Mu wondered. Yes, a beast storage treasure can store more than one beast depending on its grade and the cultivator's strength. It can either store a single beast at the very peak of its maximum capacity, which would be dependent on the cultivation base of the cultivator. A cultivator can only tame and store beasts of a cultivation base that is equal to or less than theirs. This means that, for example, A cultivated at the immortal ascension realm can store one beast that is at the same stage as him in a beast storage treasure that has a tiger claw marking on it. If he were to store a beast of, say, one realm lower than him that is at the Dao treading realm, he would be able to store two such beasts of the Dao treading realm. For the Dao shell realm, it would be four beasts and so on and so forth. This number only doubles as the realms go lower, Zukong fully explained. Lin Mu was absolutely astounded by this information and had another realization. The beast storage treasure has three markings, with the highest one being that of the serpent tail. Then this means, no, Lin Mu inferred. Senior, then isn't it possible that there are more than one beast of high cultivations reaming around? Lin Mu questioned with a slightly fearful tone. No, luckily it's not the case this time, don't worry. If there were more than one spirit beasts of even Dao Shell realm stored in the treasure, and were then released by it, then there would have been a massive commotion. The strength of such beasts would have been too much for a world such as this. Another thing we need to factor in is the strength of the cultivator itself. If the cultivator did have a beast storage treasure with three markings, if he did not have a high enough cultivation base of himself, he would not be able to tame and store stronger beasts. Besides, I already have an idea of what beast was stored in the beast storage treasure. Zukong answered in a calm tone. What beast is it? We've seen the beast before, it's none other than the great slumber bear. Zukong finally answered. That does seem likely now that I think about it. Lin Mu replied. Indeed, it would work since a great slumber bear cannot be found in a low-leveled world like this. Also, the three markings on the beast storage treasure prove that it's from a higher-level world. It would make sense that the beast came from there. Though this gives rise to another question, whether the beast was brought by the same person that brought the invader, or perhaps it was the invader that is behind this. Zukong said in an unsure tone. Lin Mu pondered on it for a bit and found it to be too much of a coincidence for it to not be related. We will just have to wait and see, I guess. The clues should turn up soon. Lin Mu stated. Suddenly Lin Mu remembered another thing. Senior, should I tell them about the beast storage treasure? Lin Mu questioned. You can tell them that it's a beast storage treasure, but I don't think they will believe you if you tell them its rank. I think it's better that you just tell them that it's one and not its capabilities. Zukong suggested. Yes, Senior, I'll do that. Lin Mu replied respectfully before opening his eyes. During the entire conversation that Lin Mu had with Senior Zukong, 15 minutes had passed. Upon opening his eyes, he saw that Hai Wan and Hai Bao were still talking, but the topics they were talking about were unknown to Lin Mu. Lin Mu did not speak up abruptly, but rather chose to wait for them to finish their conversation, as the current topic of their conversation was a little interesting to Lin Mu. The celebratory tournament went well, apparently. A lot of hidden talents and black horses were discovered dating that. Hai Wan spoke. Oh, are there any that we knew of? Hai Bao asked. Just the usual ones from the top sects. All the others were a surprise to us. But that was expected too. Our network is not that strong beyond the upper three countries of the northern lands. Hai Wan replied in a dismissive tone. Who won it this time? I mean, which top sect won it? The Sky Precept sect, the Rainbow Pill sect, or the Centennial Sword sect? Hai Bao questioned in an interested tone. Surprisingly, it was not a disciple from any of the three top sects. Hai Wan spoke but was then interrupted by a shocked Hai Bao. What? How is that possible? There's no way any of the top three sects would let go of a chance such as this to raise their prestige. They always like to flourish their strength. Hai Bao spoke. Yes, I was surprised by that too. Even the Lord had not expected such an outcome. For some reason, all of the disciples of the top three sects chose to not fight in the finals. The one who won in the end was a disciple from the fourth-ranked top sect, Unity Wind sect. Hai Wan replied. Hai Bao was lost in thought after hearing about this and wondered what could have caused them to do such a thing. While Hai Bao was thinking this, Lin Mu was curious about the top sects. This was the first time he was actually hearing the names of any of the top sects. In the past, they were so beyond him that he had never bothered to know more about them. But now that he had heard, he wanted to know more. But just as he was about to speak, he was interrupted by Senior Zukong. Are you forgetting that they are still mistaken that you are a disciple of a sect? If you ask them about the name straight away, they will be suspicious. Zukong advised. He thought about how to frame the question for a moment before asking, what were the rankings of the other sects in the competition? Hai Wan and Hai Bao turned to look at Lin Mu, who had just spoken. All this while when they were talking, they had forgotten that there even was a third person in the room with them. They were that engrossed in their work. Both of them felt a little awkward about forgetting Lin Mu. Hai Wan forcefully suppressed her embarrassment, which was easy since her face was hidden behind a veil anyway. The rankings were as follows. The Unity Wind sect came first, Ivory Sable sect came second, Sky Precept sect came third, Centennial Sword sect came fourth, Rainbow Pill sect came fifth, Cloud Mountain sect came sixth, and the 8th position was taken by Starry Jasper Court. As for the 7th, 9th, and 10th positions, they were taken by cultivators that did not belong to the sects. The 7th position was taken by a lieutenant from the Vermilion Legion, while the 9th position was taken by a prince of the Eastern Ming dynasty. We do not know who took the 10th position, though they were a nameless cultivator, and they left soon after the competition. They did not even take their prize. Haiwan explained. While Lin Mu was not able to find out about all of the top 10 sects, he was still fine with being able to find out about 7 of the top 10 sects. Before this, he had never heard of any of them. Though still out of the 10 winners, he recognized one name, the Vermilion Legion. Lin Mu muttered with a little surprise. Oh, what the problem? Hai Bao asked after seeing the hint of surprise in Lin Mu's voice. Nothing, it's just that I didn't expect to hear that name. Lin Mu replied. Why's that? Hai Bao questioned, and even Haiwan looked on in curiosity. I thought the Vermilion Legion never moved from the frontier. Isn't a lieutenant a very high position in the Vermilion Legion? Lin Mu replied. Zukong was also a little surprised upon hearing that Lin Mu actually knew about one of the winners. He had fully executed for him to be in the blind about such things. That is indeed true. The Vermilion Legion never moves from the frontier, but there are a few exceptions. One of them being the summons from the Emperor of the Great Zhou Empire. Some people from the Vermilion Legion were invited by the Emperor for the Grand Festival. As a request, the emperors asked for them to give a demonstration of strength in order to show the sects that they were no less from them either. Haiwan answered. Lin Mu had heard about the festival from the mouth of Tengzai Olian and his team before, so knew that there was one organized in celebration for the crown prince reaching the core formation realm, but it was still interesting for him to know more about the details of such. Seeing that Lin Mu was satisfied with the answer, Haiwan was about to open another scroll to discuss the next matter when Lin Mu spoke up. I have something to say. Lin Mu spoke. Oh, please do tell, Haiwan replied. I thought over it and I think I have an idea of what this wooden plate is. Lin Mu replied while pointing to the wooden plate on the desk. You know, Hai Bao explained. Haiwan was equally not expecting this, but did not react as such and kept her composure. So what is it? Haiwan questioned in a calm voice. From what I can tell, it's a beast storage treasure, Lin Mu answered. Haiwan and Hai Bao went silent after hearing this and took a few seconds to digest this information. But once that was done, a mixture of emotions appeared in their eyes. How do you know this? Haiwan asked in a nervous tone. I can feel the spatial fluctuation coming from it. They were faint at first, thus I was not able to grasp them, but after a while I was able to determine what it was. Lin Mu replied. Gulp. Hai Bao gulped in astonishment and started to think about all implications of this information. He knew that spatial storage treasures were incredibly rare and only a few people owned them, but beast storage treasures were a rarity amongst the spatial storage treasure. Every single one of the beast storage treasures was known to most informed and influential people, and he knew for sure that none of them would be so carelessly be abandoned. Their value was far too high, and it wouldn't be uncommon for a cultivation sect to start a small war in order to get their hands on one. If his apprehension were true, and this was indeed lost or worse stolen from a cultivation sect, it could potentially spell a disaster for them. He turned to look at Haiwan and could see a similar apprehension in her eyes. Leader, the beast storage treasure. Hai Bao spoke and was interrupted. But the beast storage treasure is currently damaged, and the formation arrays within it would soon dissipate. It can't store any beasts in it currently. Lin Mu continued. Hai Bao's face visibly relaxed as he let out a breath of relief. Phew. You should have started with that. You nearly scared us out of our wits. Hai Bao complained. Oh, I'm sorry, I should have framed it better. Lin Mu apologized. It's fine, there was no harm done. But now this revelation puts forth more questions. Haiwan replied. Hai Bao too nodded in acknowledgement. That is true. We still need to find out and verify who is the owner of this beast storage treasure. We do not want to be caught off guard if someone comes looking for it and suspects that we broke it. Hai Bao spoke. I guess I'll have to leave that up to you people. I believe you will be more capable of investigating that. Lin Mu said in a calm tone, trying to pretend as if he didn't know that the High Corps would not be going on a blind goose chase. Although Lin Mu knew that he would be wasting the time of the High Corps in hiding the full truth, it was still better than exposing his own reality and lifting their misunderstanding. It was that very misunderstanding that was proving to be quite advantageous to him right now. Lin Mu definitely did not want to do anything that would compromise his current status quo. Of course, we will do that, brother Lin Mu. You can leave that to us. Haiwan answered with confidence. Lin Mu nodded in acceptance and then thought about what he should do next. What should I do for the time being? I mean, we've seen the culprits' hideout and know that they are hiding the prisoners somewhere near the town, but when would we be doing more? Lin Mu questioned after thinking for a bit. Haiwan was a little impressed by Lin Mu's detailed question because she thought that he was worried about the investigation and wanted to fully help them. But in reality, Lin Mu wanted nothing more than to know a time period so that he could go cultivate peacefully till then. He did not want any more interruptions and wanted to finally begin learning the nameless technique created by the lost immortal. After knowing that he had less than a year to reach the peak stage of the body tempering realm, as well as learning the technique of the lost immortal, Lin Mu was impatient. This impatience was seen in Lin Mu's eyes, and was once again mistaken by Hai Wan as an eagerness to help. Lin Mu is indeed an exceptional and righteous youngster. His future is very promising. I need to talk with the Lord about investing more into him, perhaps, Hai Wan thought. Unknown to Lin Mu, his image in the eyes of Hai Wan was raised once again. Hai Wan composed herself again and thought for a bit before speaking. You need not worry, brother Lin Mu. We will inform you when the time comes, but considering the current situation, I think we will need to stay in the town for a while, at least until Hai Yingji recovers. Yes, unless Hai Yingji recovers, we will be in danger. Considering the efficiency with which the culprits were able to transport and hide the prisoners, I wouldn't be shocked if they have a core condensation realm expert of their own helping them. If by any chance we were to have a conflict, it would be absolutely necessary that we have a core contesting realm expert on our side. Hai Bao said, without one, it would just be a lost battle, even if we have many more chi refining realm experts. All right then, I'll take my leave then. Lin Mu replied and then stood up. Oh, and if you need anything you can ask Hai Ping. He is still assigned to guard duty near your house, so you should be able to inform him, and any news that we send will be given through him as well. Unless it is too sensitive, then one of us will come to inform you, Hai Wan added. Lin Mu simply nodded before leaving the office and heading down the building. Once he was out of the town center, the guards that were standing there bid him farewell with respect in their eyes. Lin Mu felt a little strange upon seeing this change, but did not think much of it. A little while later, he was at his house and had decided to get a much well-deserved bath. For the past week, he had not had the chance to take one, and heavens knew that he had gone through a lot in this time. Lin Mu thus heated up some water and took a comfortable bath. Once he was done with it, he randomly chose one of the sets of clothes from the hundreds he had bought and went to the kitchen, for he needed to cook the beast meat. Lin Mu's current focus was to reach the peak stage of the body tempering realm, and there was no easier way than to consume beast meat for that. Lin Mu quickly finished his meal and sat down to chant the calming heart sutra to assimilate the vital energy that was being released in his stomach. It didn't take much long for him to assimilate all of the vital energy from the meat, but he did not see any difference in his body. Unlike back when he had eaten the meat of the core condensation realm alpha steelback wolf, Lin Mu did not have any major progress in his body tempering realm cultivation, but he had already known of this and did not lose hope. He then started chanting the Severing Heart Sutra and started refining the spirit chi wisps within his dantian into liquefied spirit chi. Once afternoon arrived, he ate his lunch and assimilated the vital energy again. The same thing was repeated in the evening at dinner time, and he finally stopped when it was midnight. During his entire cultivation session of today, Lin Mu had refined 2 more drops of liquid spirit chi. That was a bit more tiring than I thought. At least I get to sleep now. Lin Mu spoke to himself. He then took out the soft white bolster to use as a pillow and laid his head upon it while lying down. It didn't take Lin Mu much time from closing his eyes to fall asleep. Soon he appeared in the sleepscape and was standing in front of the spirit apple tree. Lin Mu looked at it and saw nearly 15 ripened spirit apples on it. He went ahead and plucked them before storing them in his ring. He took a look inside the ring and saw that his stockpile of spirit apples had reached a little more than 100 now. Oh, I kind of forgot about them. I should eat them while I train, I guess. It should provide me with additional spirit chi, even though it would not be much, but it should still help me a little bit. Lin Mu thought out loud. He then sat down below the sprite apple tree and withdrew the wooden slip within which the lost immortal's legacy was contained. Lin Mu opened it and got to reading it. Although he had already read it before, he still wanted to take another look before formally starting to practice it. Lin Mu slowly read it, ensuring that he understood every small character before beginning. He already knew the complexities of the Dao script, and thus knew how important it was to know every aspect of a character before reading it, as its meaning could change depending on its position in the text. There were even times when the same character meant different things depending on the context, thus he did not want to make a mistake and hurt himself with that. Phew. Now let's begin, Lin Mu said before putting the wooden slip away. He closed his eyes and recalled the nameless technique in his mind. He then followed the methods that were prescribed in the technique and moved the spirit chi according to that. The spirit chi was following a strange path that he had not known about. Although Lin Mu had leered about his meridian circuit on his own, he had not known that he could have circulated it in that manner as well. While there were many steps in the nameless technique, Lin Mu was only starting up and was thus at the very beginning of the first step. This step involved guiding the spirit chi to the meridians in the stomach and bathing the tissues of it with the spirit chi in a certain pattern. Lin Mu had to ensure that only a specific amount of spirit chi flowed to the stomach at once and at the right place. He had read the warnings and knew that if he increased the volume of spirit chi by too much or too less, The entire effort would be wasted in the best case, or he would harm himself in the worst. Lin Mu sat there for hours following the technique, yet could feel no difference, except for his spirit chi being consumed. He only stopped when it had been nearly empty, and only had about 100 wisps left, along with, of course, the liquid spirit chi drops. Sigh. This is much more difficult than I thought, Lin Mu muttered. Pop. Well, cultivation techniques usually take a while to learn, and for auxiliary ones like this one, the time frame is even vast. It's a technique that has never been cultivated, thus we cannot put an estimate on it, Zukong said, after suddenly appearing in front of Lin Mu. Ever since Lin Mu had progressed in his cultivation, Zukong had been able to freely appear and disappear from the sleepscape as long as he himself was there. Zukong did not tell Lin Mu this, but he himself was starting to enjoy his time there. While he was beyond habituated to cultivating in seclusion in the void, having a break like this felt refreshing to him, and he even felt a slight improvement in his cultivation speed. I will have to wait and see then. Hopefully, I learn it before the great slumber bear awakens from its sleep. Lin Mu replied. He then stood up and withdrew a long spear from the ring. Lin Mu had practiced a sufficient amount with the two slim swords and now wanted to try out the other weapons. His next choice of weapon was the spear, as it had the farthest reach for him. Lin Mu started his practice with the spear and followed the stances and maneuvers mentioned in the 1,000 armament blade scripture. He practiced until he felt mentally tired and then stopped. Lin Mu noticed that he had tired much faster than before. Is it due to my depleted spirit chi? Lin Mu questioned himself. Well, it could be that. Perhaps you need a certain amount of spirit chi in order to maintain your connection with the Garden of Karma. If that is true, then having a low amount of spirit chi may be reducing your capability to practice further here. Though this is all that I could deduce, we still don't know how exactly a Garden of Karma works. Zukong replied from behind Lin Mu. Lin Mu nodded and spoke. I see. Well then, time to sleep again. Lin Mu then willed it, and his body disappeared from the sleepscape, and he entered deep sleep. Waking up in the morning, the first thing Lin Mu did was to clutch his stomach. Groan. Arg, he screamed in pain. Is this pain? Lin Mu uttered between breaths. He could barely breathe right now and was slumped up against his bed. Lin Mu was unable to think clearly right now and did not know what was happening to him. He did not even hear Senior Zukong, who was calling out to him. Lin Mu stayed like that for about a minute before he was able to get used to the pain. Why is this happening? This is worse than the time when I ate that purple spirit fruit, or even when I used the boulder collapsing fist at its full potential, Lin Mu thought. But just as Lin Mu was thinking this, it suddenly hit him. It's the effect of the technique. Did I make a mistake? No, if it was like that, then I would have known it then and there. This is something different. Lin Mu realized it. Lin Mu suddenly heard a faint voice in the back of his head. It didn't take him long to realize that it was Senior Zukong that was calling out to him. He attempted to chant the Calming Heart Sutra to be able to hear better, but the pain was making it incredibly difficult. To Lin Mu, it felt as if his guts were being twisted into a mush. With great effort, he was able to focus enough to chant the Calming Heart Sutra. With the activation of the effects of the Calming Heart Sutra, Lin Mu was finally able to hear Senior Zukong's words. It's hunger. Eat, Zukong shouted out in Lin Mu's mind. It actually was not just Lin Mu that was having a problem in hearing Zukong, but rather Zukong too was having a hard time trying to communicate with Lin Mu. The mental connection that they had was fading in and out, making it nearly impossible for him to talk. Zukong was very shocked by this, as the last time this had happened was back when Lin Mu had gone through the awakening of one of the 9 Divine Heart Sutras, or when he was having an epiphany. What kind of technique is this that it's even able to disturb my link with Lin Mu? For it to be able to do that, is it on the same level as the 9 Divine Heart Sutras, or is this something different? Zukong thought to himself with confusion. Lin Mu heard Senior Zukong's words in his mind, loud and clear, making him stumble to get something to eat. In his delirium caused by the pain, he had nearly forgotten that he could just summon the food that was stored in his ring. Lin Mu instinctively pulled out some of the cooked meat that was left in the ring. He started eating and quickly finished it in mere seconds. The food stored was barely enough for a few bites. Not enough, I need more, he spoke in a hoarse voice. A faint wisp of vital energy was released from the roast meat that he had just eaten, and it was absorbed from his stomach. Still, it did not even come close to providing him relief. It was the same as throwing a cup of water into a wildfire. Lin Mu then withdrew the spirit apples that he had stockpiled in the ring and swallowed an entire apple in 3 bites. He had thought that these would show some effect, but alas, the spirit apples had no vital energy in them. M.O.R. Lin Mu yelled again. Pushing all semblance of sanity away, Lin Mu withdrew a beast carcass that he had stored in the ring and started tearing into it. In a house in the northern town, a gruesome scene could be seen. There was blood splattered all around in a room, and the scent of the same was spreading around. The pungent and slightly disgusting smell of the mixture of flesh and blood would assault one's sense if they entered the room. At the center of the room was what could only be called as a remnant carcass of a beast of some kind, having only its bones left behind with small pieces of flesh on it. Even the bones seemed to have bite marks on them, and at some places seemed to have been shattered and cracked. At the side of this carcass was a person who seemed to have been drenched in blood. His face, hair, and clothes were stained in blood, and his eyes seemed to be bloodshot as well. This person was none other than Lin Mu. He was taking deep and tired breaths, making it seem as if he had gone through a great battle, but such was not the reality. For it was none other than Lin Mu who had eaten the beast carcass in such a gruesome manner, no different from any other predator beast. If such a corpse was found out in the forest or the wild, no one would bat an eye. But when such a corpse was found in a house with a person drenched in blood no less, people would be shocked and astonished, to say the least, and no doubt would call the person that was drenched in blood insane. Home, 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 home. That is too much, Lin Mu muttered between his breaths. Lin Mu could not help but turn up his head to look at his handiwork that was in front of him. Even he himself could not bring himself to believe what had just happened and what he had done. Still, that very thing in front of him and the blood on his body was proof that he had done it. Lin Mu could no longer hold back and laid down on the ground in fatigue, not having any energy to function well. What in heaven's name was that? Lin Mu questioned himself. It seems like the Lost Immortals technique is far more dangerous than we thought. I had not expected for there to be such a severe side effect. I don't know how you should proceed from this. Zukong suddenly spoke in Lin Mu's mind. Lin Mu did not respond, but rather just stayed there on the ground contemplating about his situation. There were now far too many things that he needed to consider. Firstly, the effect of the Lost Immortals technique had made him disappointed and frankly a bit scared. No normal human would like to eat raw flesh like he just did, and this thought made him nauseous and would have nearly made him vomit if it were not for the fact that there was surprisingly nothing in his stomach. Lin Mu realized that and touched his stomach. If it were normal, his stomach should have been bulging out. Even if he was used to having a large appetite and eating a lot of food, his stomach would still bulge for a while before going back to being flat. But right now it had not even been 5 minutes, and he had eaten the entirety of a beast except for the bones, which was nearly twice his own weight. There was no way that this should have been possible, yet here he was having witnessed it. Wanting to know more, Lin Mu extended his spirit sense and checked his own body. He directly observed his insides and found no change in them, at least from what he knew about his body and what he had seen before. His organs seemed to look the same as before to him, and he could find no fault with them. This nameless technique, I can't comprehend its effect. It's supposed to stop hunger, right? So why is it giving me a hunger that makes me want to die? Lin Mu questioned himself in frustration. Try checking the vital energy in your body. I can't feel it, Zukong spoke. What, senior? But it seems to be normal to me. Lin Mu replied before chanting the calming heart sutra and sensing the vital energy within his body. That was when he discovered a difference. While he still had his vital energy that was saturated in his skin, flesh, blood, and bones, he could not sense their faint fluctuations. It was as if they had been sealed into his body, and not even an iota of it was leaking out of his body. Normally, vital energy in a person's or a beast's body creates faint waves that are naturally emitted by their body. While this results in a loss of vital energy, this is fairly negligible and has no overall effect on the creature involved. But for some reason, the vital energy in Lin Mu's body was being fully contained within. Usually, when Lin Mu sensed his vital energy, it would be pulsating, as if it were resonating with his heartbeats, but right now, it was not. Instead, it was calmly flowing in a loop. Such a peculiarity made Lin Mu curious and wonder why it was happening. Wanting to rest something out, he flexed his fist to see how the vital energy would react. Usually, by doing this, his vital energy should have got agitated, but no such thing was happening. An idea appeared in Lin Mu's mind, and he punched out at the air. While no effect could be seen with the naked eyes, Lin Mu could tell that the punch he had just thrown had the same power as before in it. The change in the vital energy had caused no change in his strength itself. What is the cause of this? Lin Mu wondered. Whatever it may be, at least it is not harmful. Let me think for a while. I'll try to find something in my bloodline memories and see if I have any information about your peculiar condition, Zukong replied. Lin Mu turned his head from side to side and looked at the mess that was his room right now. Groan. Damn, this will take a while to clean. Those bedsheets and my clothes are as good as useless now, Lin Mu muttered to himself in frustration. Sniff. Sniff. Finally, Lin Mu could feel the stench assault his nose. I need to take a bath too now, Lin Mu thought. He then laid there for another hour, after which he could finally feel the strange fatigue fading away. He then stood up and stretched. Pop, pop, pop. Popping and cracking sounds were heard as Lin Mu stretched. The stiffness in his joints was being relieved with each moment. Lin Mu clenched and unclenched his fist, finding that the movement seemed to be slightly better. Lin Mu did not think much of it and started cleaning up the mess in his room. After he was done with it, he gathered up the bedsheets and his clothes in a ball to be thrown away. Finally, he went to and took a bath to clean himself of the blood and bits of flesh. Lin Mu didn't even bother heating the water and took the bath with ice-cold water, not wanting to bear the disgusting feeling anymore. Thankfully, his body-tempering realm cultivation was very high, allowing him to bear the cold without shivering or with his teeth chattering. Steam could be seen rising from his body after he was done with his bath due to the difference between his body temperature and the surrounding temperature. It was still snowing right now, and the snowflakes would melt away as soon as they touched his bare body. Lin Mu quickly switched to a new and clean set of clothes before checking out the area around his house. He knew he had yelled out in pain and was wondering if it was loud enough to escape the confines of his house. He had expected for at least Hai Ping to have heard it as he was standing outside his house. Fortunately, it seemed like he had not yelled out as loud as he had thought. No one else seemed to have heard him, or they would have definitely been wondering what was happening in there, and the guards would have been gathered outside his house by now. Phew. At least I escaped that. It would have been far too bothersome and difficult to explain to them what had happened. Lin Mu muttered to himself as he took a breath of relief. Lin Mu decided to return to his house to continue his cultivation. He did check his danshan and saw that he only had half of his spirit chi for now, as only that much was replenished while he had slept. He thus sat down cross-legged and chanted the Severing Heart Sutra to replenish his spirit chi. 2 hours later, the snow had stopped falling, and even the sun had come out from behind the clouds as they had finally scattered away. Lin Mu opened his eyes as he could feel his stomach rumble with hunger. What? I ate an entire spirit beast earlier. How am I still hungry? Lin Mu exclaimed with astonishment. Sigh, this just keeps on getting more confusing. Lin Mu thought before standing up and going towards the kitchen. He quickly cooked some beast meat and ate it. But unlike before, this time his stomach was bulging like it should have been. It seems like your earlier hunger and this is different. The previous one seemed to be completely due to the Lost Immortals technique, and this one seems to be the normal one that your body feels. Zukong spoke inferred. Lin Mu could feel the vital energy being absorbed by his body and could feel the concentration of it increasing by a minute amount, unlike before when it had stayed the same. You are right, senior. This time I can feel an increase in the vital energy within my body as well. Lin Mu replied. He quickly assimilated the vital energy, and just as he finished, an idea popped up in his mind. He went to the kitchen and set up some meat to cook and then went to his backyard and started taking out wood from his ring before lighting it on fire. Lin Mu prepared some meat to cook on that fire as well. Zukong noticed what he was doing and felt a little confused. What are doing? Zukong questioned. I'm guessing that since practicing the Lost Immortals technique had that effect, I may as well prepare a large amount of cooked meat beforehand. At least I would not have to eat raw meat again, and even if it does not happen, I can still eat it later. Lin Mu explained. That is actually smart. Zukong praised. Lin Mu nodded and watched over the cooking meat. After it was done, he stored it in his ring for easy access. He had cooked the meat of 2 entire steel-back wolves and estimated that it should be enough considering the amount he had eaten before. It had taken him about 2 more hours to cook it, and he quickly returned to his room to cultivate. The room still had a faint scent of the blood, but it was no longer strong enough to bother Lin Mu. Soon he was engrossed in his cultivation, and the time started passing by quickly. While Lin Mu was busy cultivating, something else was happening in Wu Lim City. In a large manor that was situated beside a small lake, a man was sitting in a room that looked like an office. There were multiple bookshelves to the sides and a large desk at the other end of the room. A scholarly-looking man was sitting at the desk who seemed to have an erudite aura. The man was reading a letter and had a calm expression on his face. The contents of the letter seemed to be interesting to him, and a peculiar sketch was drawn on the letter. The most unique part being the 3 patterns of a wing, a tiger claw, and a serpent tail in a triangular formation present on it. Just as the scholarly man was about to reach the end of the letter, the door of the office opened, and a middle-aged man dressed in luxurious clothes walked in. The man walked up to the desk where the scholarly man was sitting and cleared his throat. Ahem. The scholarly man put down the letter and seemed to be caught a little off guard. He looked up at the man standing in front of him and forcibly composed himself before speaking. What are you doing here, father? Chuckle. Does a father need a reason to come visit his son? Tell me, am I wrong, Wu Hai? The scholarly-looking man named Wu Hai stared at the person in front of him for a few seconds in silence. Fine, what is it that you need? And don't repeat the same thing, I know you have an excuse for coming here. Wu Hai spoke in a dismissive tone. Ah, look at you talking to your father like that. Your mother would be so disappointed in you. Wu Er's father spoke in the same teasing tone as before. HMPH. As if mother hates you no less than me. If it were up to her, she would have left just as elder brother did. Wu Hai spoke in a condescending tone. Upon hearing the harsh words of Wu Hai, his father's expression changed. It was no longer the teasing and playful one, but rather one of seriousness. The man's entire aura had changed. If it was mellow before, now it exuded power and authority. All right, as you wish. I'll just tell you what I am here for. Wu Er's father spoke. That would be for the best. Wu Hai said with a straight face without moving his eyes from his father. The disciples of the Tri-Cauldron Peony sect have been posted here. They will be living at a property here in the eastern district of the city. Wu Hai's father spoke. Chuckle. Oh, that's rather surprising. I thought nothing went past your eyes and ears, Mayor. Wu Hai said with a sarcastic tone. Looks like your influence has fallen, such that even outsiders from a sect can go behind you and buy property here. An irritated expression appeared on Wu Hai's father upon hearing his words. I've been busy lately. There are far too many things to handle lately. You would know this if you ever came and saw, but here you are spending your life in reading and more reading. At least your brother went and joined the kingdom's army. That is a thing of prestige. If you want to be a scholar, go and join the royal court. At least that way you would make use of your worthless life. Wu Zun said, trying to insult, but elicited no reaction out of Wu Hai. Wu Hai kept the same straight expression and did not mind his father's words. This was not the first time he had something like this, and over the years he had become far too used to them, that at this point he was just numb. And what is it that you need with these disciples of the Tri-Cauldron Peony sect? Wu Hai questioned, completely ignoring the earlier words of Wu Zun. Sigh. I want you to keep an eye on them. Make sure they don't try anything too much. I don't want a repeat of last year again. Wu Zun answered. And why would I do this? Wu Hai asked in a sarcastic tone again. Because if you don't, then I will nominate your name as the next annual gathering of the young aristocrats of the kingdom. You will be the person representing this county, and before you tell me that you will not mind my reputation, know this, that the king will be there this time. Your tricks won't work there. Wu Zun spoke in a slightly triumphant tone. Wu Hai's expression finally changed upon hearing that, but he soon recomposed himself, not wanting to give his father this victory. I'll see to it, Wu Hai curtly replied. Wu Zun responded and looked around the room before speaking. Seems like your collection of books has only increased. Ah, if only you were better at cultivation and spent more of your effort in it than this. While Wu Zun was looking away, a slight hint of a smirk appeared on Wu Hai's face but quickly disappeared as soon as Wu Zun turned around. Wu Zun's attention was then pulled towards the letter that was kept on the desk, more accurately on the unique pattern that was drawn onto it. He unceremoniously picked up the letter from the desk, not minding any manners or privacy. Wu Hai's expression became tense for a moment, and he quickly snatched the letter from his hands before he could see the next page. You do not touch my things, Wu Hai responded in a cold tone that almost bordered on violent. For a moment his scholarly and erudite aura faded and was replaced by that of power. It was almost the same as Wu Zun's, yet was different in some aspects. It was as if there was a hint of rebelliousness within it. Humph. What is this? Another one of your random musings. Are you still looking into the old myths and lores? Grow up and give up on them. That's all they are, myths. Wu Zun spoke in a dismissive tone before leaving the office. He soon left the manor and entered a luxurious carriage that had the crest of Wu Lim on it. The carriage swiftly left the manor, leaving a cloud of dust behind. A serious and grim expression appeared on Wu Hai's face as a wave of spirit qi was emanated from his body. The wave of spirit qi spread out of the manor and scanned all over the area. This was none other than spirit sense, and if one were to see the range of the spirit sense they would be shocked, for the area of the manor was more than 300 meters. A few seconds later the spirit sense returned to Wu Hai's body and he opened his eyes. The second door of the office opened, and in walked a man that was dressed in a dark blue robe and had a mask on his face. The masked man seemed to be tense as he came and kneeled on his left knee in front of Wu Hai. Wu Hai did not speak anything and silently stared at the masked man. The masked man only kept on getting more and more nervous, such that his back was covered in a cold sweat. An entire minute passed by, and only then did Wu Hai speak. Why was I not informed of the mayor's arrival? Wu Hai questioned in a cold tone. My lord, we could not. We sensed the spirit qi scanning over the manor before the mayor's carriage entered the manor. As per your previous orders, we chose to hide and did not expose ourselves to the mayor. The masked man spoke in a nervous tone. A confused expression appeared on Wu Hai's face for a moment before he spoke again. The mayor used spirit sense, but I did not detect it. Are you sure of this? Wu Hai questioned. Yes, my lord, I swear on my life. The masked man answered as he tapped his chest with his fist to show his determination. Wu Hai hummed as he rubbed his chin. Father is getting sneakier. He never did this before. Has he started to suspect something, perhaps? Wu Hai thought to himself. All right, it's fine then, but keep a closer eye next time. I want to know if he even gets close to the eastern district next time. Wu Hai ordered. Yes, my lord, the masked man replied. Wu Hai then continued thinking for about 5 minutes, during which the masked man stayed silent and waited. There will be some new guests in our district soon, the disciples of Tri-Cauldron Peony sect. I want every single movement of theirs reported to me when they arrive. Wu Hai ordered. As you command, my lord. The masked man responded with his head lowered. You can go now. Wu Hai dismissed the man. The man thus stood up and was just about to leave the office when Wu Hai called out to him again. Wait, inform Haiwan about this as well. Tell her that we may need the assistance of our ally if something gets problematic. He should be useful if our assumptions about him are correct. So far, he's only lived up to it. Wu Hai said in a calm tone that changed to a more expectant one at the end. As you wish, my lord. The masked man replied before swiftly leaving to complete his assigned orders. Wu Hai went to sit at his desk again and slouched slightly as he rubbed his forehead in fatigue. Sigh. What is father planning now? First, he turns a blind eye to the northern town head's actions, and now this. There is certainly something bothering him I need to find out. Wu Hai thought to himself. And these culprits, I wonder if they found out anything new about them yet. In the sleepscape, Lin Mu was sitting down below the spirit apple tree and had his eyes closed. Lin Mu was currently on his second attempt at practicing the nameless technique created by the lost immortal. He was channeling his spirit chi according to the instructions in the wooden slip and did not find a difference this time either. Lin Mu had exhausted nearly all of his spirit chi wisps and was barely left with 100 wisps now, along with 6 drops of liquid spirit chi. He had successfully refined 2 more drops of them during the entire day. He had thought that his speed of refining liquid spirit chi would improve, but no such thing could be seen for now. Still, he did not lose hope and knew that he should improve some time later. Senior Zukong told him the same thing as well. Who? Lin Mu let out a breath as he opened his eyes. Sigh. No difference even now. I wonder if I'm doing something wrong, Lin Mu muttered to himself. He thought for a bit and stood up to practice with his weapons. He took out the spear and practiced the routine demonstrated in the 1,000 armament blade scripture. While practicing, Lin Mu noticed a new thing. The spear seemed to feel comfortable to him now. Although it was not at the level of his short sword, it was still better than any of his other weapons. Looks like I have a second preference now. Lin Mu thought to himself. He continued practicing the moves of the 1,000 armament blade scripture and continued thinking about it. Perhaps I should try visiting old man Jing again. Maybe he has a spear that is a spirit weapon as well, Lin Mu muttered to himself. Pub. Zukong suddenly appeared in front of Lin Mu and was almost at the sharp tip of the spear, being barely a millimeter away. Still, he showed no reaction and simply kept on floating there. Oh, your control is getting better, Zukong said in a slightly praising tone. Ah yes, I think that too, senior. For some reason, my progress with the spear is much faster than the other weapons, except for, of course, my short sword, Lin Mu replied. Seems like you have some affinity with spears as well, Zukong spoke in acknowledgement. Senior, should I try visiting the Jingwei's emporium again? Lin Mu asked. Chuckle. Zukong stayed silent for a bit before he let out a slight laugh. You could try, of course, though I do not know if you will even be able to find the shop again, Zukong replied. Lin Mu had a slightly embarrassed expression but soon calmed himself again. You're right, senior. Still, I'll try and see if I can sense it. If not, there is no harm. My enhanced spirit sense should help now, I think. Lin Mu spoke. Senior Zukong did not respond and simply floated around. He had been appearing at random times, testing out Lin Mu's response time. Unknown to Lin Mu, he had been secretly enjoying this too. Lin Mu soon returned to his practice and thought of his plans. While he was doing so, he suddenly had an idea as his eyes went wide. Lin Mu abruptly stopped and stored the spear away in the ring before sitting down. He then closed his eyes and tried to do what he had thought of. Lin Mu chanted the Severing Heart Sutra and focused on a place at the very bottom of his danshin. This was the place where the 6 drops of liquefied spirit chi were floating. Lin Mu willed it and guided a single drop of it into his meridians. He then repeated the method mentioned in the nameless technique, but this time with the drop of liquid spirit chi. The drop of liquefied spirit chi traveled through the meridians and reached the meridians in the stomach. Upon reaching there, it merged with the tissues of his stomach. Feeling similar to that of goosebumps spread in Lin Mu's body for a moment and quickly faded away. Unknown to him, the obscure pattern that had appeared on Lin Mu's abdomen when he first bound the wooden slip to him appeared again. It glowed for a brief moment before disappearing again. A few seconds passed and Lin Mu stayed still. He had successfully used the drop of liquefied spirit chi in practicing the nameless technique of the lost immortal, yet he could feel no difference. Lin Mu had expected something new to happen, but alas, nothing of such kind happened. Sigh. Am I doing something wrong, or I just need a lot more time? Lin Mu muttered to himself. Lin Mu thought about how to proceed for a bit and eventually came upon a decision. I'll cultivate and pour all my spirit chi wisps into practicing the lost immortal's technique, and of the 2 drops of liquefied spirit chi that I refine, I'll invest 1 into it as well. That way I'll be able to balance the both, hopefully. Having planned for the upcoming days, Lin Mu threw himself into cultivation. He repeated the same routine every day, assimilating vital energy, cultivating, refining liquefied spirit chi, practicing the lost immortal's technique, and finally practicing the 1,000 armament blade scripture. While the routine seems hectic to him at the start, soon he became habituated with it. He continued it for 10 days, after which on the 11th day he witnessed his progress. Lin Mu was now able to refine 3 drops of liquefied spirit qi instead of just 2 in a single day. Finally, it increased. Lin Mu said to himself in joy. It was bound to happen eventually, though your pace should only keep on growing from now. Zukong replied, yes, senior. Lin Mu replied before returning to his cultivation. While Lin Mu was engrossed in his cultivation, something else had happened in Wu Lim City. A few days ago, in a large manor beside a lake, Wu Hai was standing in a large room that looked like a library. He was facing towards a bookshelf and had a book in his hand. Behind him, 3 men in dark blue robes and masks were kneeling on one leg. While Wu Hai was reading, the 3 masked men stayed silent and waited for him patiently. Gleb. The sound of a book closing resounded in the room, and the 3 masked men became tense upon hearing it. What do you have to report? Wu Hai questioned. One of the masked men that were kneeling in the middle took out a scroll and held it out in his hand. Leader Haiwan has sent her report, my lord. The masked man answered. Said Wu Hai as he took the scroll from the man's hands. He opened the scroll and started reading it. It took him 5 minutes to read the entire thing, during which his expression went through a variety of changes. Wu Hai felt more emotions now than he had felt in the entire past month. He felt happy, excited, fearful, relieved, angry, and perplexed. He was happy that the mission had been completed, and excited that they had found out more about the culprits. He was fearful about the beast's storage treasure that had been found, as knew what kind of a situation that they could lead to, and was then relieved to find out that the beast's storage treasure was damaged and unusable. Also, he was angry that one of his higher core members, and one of the only 3 core condensation realm experts, was injured in this mission, and that too not because of culprits, but rather because of the beast attack. Finally, Wu Hai was confused after he found out the truth that the link behind all these happenings was none other than Lin Mu. If it were not for him, then perhaps the entire series of events would have become a biff tragedy for the High Core. Still, he could not understand how and why Lin Mu was able to uncover so many things. He wondered if he had still underestimated Lin Mu's capabilities, and if he should do something more. This thought was soon affirmed once Haiwan confirmed it and wanted to invest more into their new ally. His strength had already been proven before, and him being able to fight an entire pack of steel-back wolves and coming out alive along with killing the alpha steel-back wolf that was at the core condensation realm made it sure in Wu Hai's mind that he should not let him go. Even the fact that Lin Mu knew healing techniques was quite shocking to him, especially one that had been able to save a cultivator that was at the core condensation realm, like Hai Yingji from Qi Deviation. From all that he had learned about the healing techniques, Wu Hai knew that there were only a handful of sects outside of the top sects that had one of such a high grade. Sigh. Wu Hai silently sighed to himself after he finished reading the entire scroll. What else do you have to report? Wu Hai questioned. The masked man that was kneeling to the left lifted his head and looked up at Wu Hai. My lord, as you ordered, we have been keeping an eye on movements of the disciples of the Tri-Cauldron Peony sect. We asked our comrades to follow their path, and finally today they have arrived in Wu Lim City. As we speak, the disciples are moving towards the eastern district and are going towards their property. The masked man spoke. Wu Hai kept on listening silently and did not respond straight away. He thought for a bit and contemplated before speaking. Oh, so they're finally here. They were a little late than expected, though. Why is that? Wu Hai questioned. My lord, we do not know either. The truth is, we lost track of them for a few hours in between, and we do not know what they did in that time period. But from what we saw, they seemed to be tense after that time and chose to take a halt in another town. The masked man answered. That is strange. How did you lose track of them? Wu Hai asked in a calm voice. But upon hearing his calm tone, the masked men only became more tense. They knew they had made a mistake before and were wondering if they were going to be punished for it soon. They entered a pleasure pavilion and didn't come out for 6 hours. We thought something was wrong and went to check. From there, they had somehow disappeared, and we don't know where they went. We wanted to investigate the pleasure pavilion, but we couldn't. 6 more hours later, one of our scouts reported to us that they had seen them in the next town in the path. The masked man replied in a hurried manner. Wu Hai went silent and thought again about it. He was not starting to get more interested in the matter, along with being a bit perplexed. This pleasure pavilion, what town is it in and who is it owned by? Wu Hai questioned. The pleasure pavilion is in Cliff Rain Town and is owned by the Xiangwei Jin Armaments. Masked man answered as a bead of sweat dripped from the side of the mask. Xiangwei Jin Armaments, what are they doing in this kind of business? And that too in Cliff Rain Town, which is a small town. From my knowledge, there was no pleasure pavilion in Cliff Rain Town before. Wu Hai spoke, feeling a little confused. That is the reason we were astounded too, my lord. Somehow we had missed this intelligence that a new pleasure pavilion was opened in Cliff Rain Town, and that too one owned by Xiangwei Jin Armaments. But from what little news we gathered, the pleasure pavilion was opened with the orders from the new backers of the Xiangwei Armaments. The masked man replied, the disciples of the top sect, Are they the same ones that bought the Xiangwei Jin armaments or someone else? It would be too uncouth for a disciple of any of the top sects to start an establishment like that. There must be something else we're missing, Wu Hai thought to himself. Wu Hai turned his gaze back onto the masked men and asked, the town that the disciples of the Tri-Cauldron Peony sect appeared in after disappearing, it's Blue Mill Town, right? Where exactly did you see them there? We discovered the disciples at the entrance of the town. Apparently, they had a small scuffle with the guards and injured a few of them. From what we could tell, the disciples seemed to be bothered by something, as even though they could have very easily crippled the guards, they did not, and only hurt them enough to give them pain by breaking some bones. The masked man replied. Wu Hai was once again surprised by these words as the gears in his mind started turning. So they are restraining themselves. That means they have been ordered to do so, or perhaps been scared to do so as well. Seems like whatever power is behind the Xiangwei Jin armaments is doing this. We'll have to look into it further. I don't want any more surprises, Wu Hai thought to himself. All right then, how many of them are here right now? Wu Hai questioned. My lord, there are 4 disciples currently here, and all of them are at the peak of the Qi refining realm, though we suspect that one of them may be hiding their cultivation base. We did not dare to check it ourselves, thus cannot confirm our suspicions. The masked man answered, that's good. Stay low for a while, I have a bad feeling about this. Meanwhile, just observe them from far and tell me when they are completely settled, and I'll go pay them a visit then, Wu Hai ordered. In the present day, Lin Mu had just finished up cultivating for the day and was thinking of taking a short break as he had sensed something. The mysterious ring had hummed for a bit, and Lin Mu instantly knew the reason for it. He was cultivating before and instantly opened his eyes upon feeling it. A spatial rift will be opening, Lin Mu muttered to himself. Ever since gaining better control over the ring, there had been no incidents of the uncontrolled appearance of the spatial rift. Instead, Lin Mu could not see and feel when one of them was going to appear, or he could just choose to open one wherever he wanted. But Senior Zukong had told him that doing so would be a waste of time, and his previous attempts were likely only because there were some items in the Lesser Void parallel to this world. At least in this area, Zukong doubted that he would find more items. Let's see what is it this time, Lin Mu thought to himself before standing up. He followed the mysterious ring's beckoning, which took him to the outskirts of the town. But this time it was talking him towards the southern exit instead of the northern one. Lin Mu exited the town and went a little distance to the southeast, where he finally felt it. Lin Mu could see a small black dot traveling across from the distance a rather fast speed, and understanding the peculiarity of the situation. Oh, so it's a teleportation channel, and not just a normal spatial rift. Lin Mu muttered before going after it. Ever since getting better control over the ring, Lin Mu had not used it to open any more spatial rift, and neither had he encountered any more teleportation channels either. He knew that while he could open a spatial rift anywhere he wanted, that would be useless, as it was likely that he had already taken all the items he could that were lost in the lesser void of this region. He was now excited to see what he could find this time, and was looking forward to it. Lin Mu ran along with the black dot and extended his right hand towards it. As soon as he got close enough, he willed it and the black dot stopped moving. Soon the black dot started expanding and reached the diameter of a meter. Let's see what I can find this time, Lin Mu muttered before plunging his hand into it. The familiar feeling of flowing water appeared on his hand as he roamed it around to catch whatever that was coming through the teleportation channel. Senior Zukong had explained to Lin Mu about the workings of a teleportation channel, thus he knew what to expect this time. Whenever an item is to be transported through a teleportation channel, the formation is activated. What the formation does is that it makes a safe and stable path in the lesser void through which the item can be transported through. The change that happens is such that the spatial energy starts moving in a particular direction, talking the path of least resistance. Thus it is often hard to estimate how, or where a teleportation channel may appear if one does not have a good understanding of spatial energy. The spatial channels are often so random that even if you are transporting an item just 1 meter from its original position, it is likely that the teleportation channel it passed through was long and winding and could have extended for hundreds if not thousands of kilometers. Still, even if this does seem like it is counterproductive and would take more time instead, it was not as such, because the speed of transportation is rather instantaneous over short distances in a single world. Only when something is being teleported over different worlds and passes through multiple layers of the void does it take longer. Senior Zukong even told Lin Mu that teleportation between different realms could take years, if not tens of years, to complete. The distance between each could not be imagined. Lin Mu thought of trying something different this time. He extended his spirit sense and let it enter the spatial rift. As soon as his spirit sense entered the spatial rift, he felt a strong tug on it. The short tendril of spirit sense was quickly pulled to its maximum length and was flown along with the spatial energy. Ow! Lin Mai groaned in pain as he tried to control the spirit sense. It was hard for him to control his spirit sense under the flow of the spatial energy and decided to just reel it back in. You won't be able to navigate a teleportation channel with your current spirit sense. It is too strong for you. You will have to either reach the core condensation realm to strengthen it further, or you will need to gain an understanding of spatial Tao. Zukong spoke upon seeing Lin Mu's failed attempt. Spatial Tao, Lin Mu muttered in confusion. Yes, spatial Tao. I've told you about it. Spatial Tao is the higher level understanding of the spatial elemental qi. Once you learn more about the spatial elemental qi, you can start comprehending the spatial Tao. Zukong explained. Lin Mu nodded in response, but was still a little confused. He wanted to ask more, but thought it would be best left after he gets whatever is coming from the partial rift. And just as Lin Mu thought that, something hit his palm. Knowing what it was, he immediately grabbed it and pulled out his hand. Lin Mu looked down to see what he had obtained and saw that it was a scroll. The scroll was about 10 inches long and seemed to be made of good quality paper. The cylindrical wooden handles of the scroll were finely polished and had additional tassels at their ends. Lin Mu could even smell the fragrant smell coming from the wood and could tell that it was made from the same wood the box within which the 4 vessels restoration pills were stored in was made of. Finally, there was a wax seal placed on its opening, and it also had a short tassel hanging from it. The wax seal had the imprint of 3 cauldrons with a peony flower above it. As soon as Lin Mu saw it, he knew where it had come from. The Tri-Cauldron Peony Sect. Lin Mu spoke out loud. He wondered if he should open it or not, but after remembering the current situation, he thought that it would be the best to open it. If there was any problem, he could still drop it back into the spatial channel as it was still open and would stay open for a while and could be open for even longer if Lin Mu poured in his spirit qi. But looking at the wax seal, Lin Mu was a bit bothered and thought that if he opened it and the formation triggered, the other party may find out about it. Go ahead, place it in the ring. I'll open it for you so that the formation does not trigger, Zukong suggested. All right, Lin Mu spoke before he stored the scroll in the ring. A few seconds later, he withdrew it and saw that the wax seal had broken in half and the scroll came undone. The first thing Lin Mu could see was the crest of the Tri-Cauldron Peony Sect at the very top of the scroll. Below it, he could see the text, and from the format of it, he could tell that it was another letter. Having understood this, he started reading the letter. Mayor Wu Zun, as you may have noticed by now, a few of our disciples have been dispatched to your city, and they will be posted there for the time being. The time period for which they have been assigned there is undecided, and they will be there until they have been ordered to return. During this period, you are to assist them in whatever task they may need assistance with, and will ensure that they are not hampered in their work. If you do so, your previous transgressions will be forgiven, and our previous cooperative relationship will be reinitiated. You can choose to reject this, but know that the consequences of such will be yours to bear. The letter this time was much shorter than the one that Lin Mu had seen before, and seemed to be more of a threat than an actual letter. What is this? It's strange. Could it be because of what I did before? Lin Mu muttered in confusion. I'll tell you the same thing I said before, don't bother. Zukong simply said. This time Lin Mu did not think much. He had learned a lot more and knew that if he's getting some benefits, it's best not to think much and just take them as it is. Unless, of course, there is some absurd reason behind it. Now then, what are we to do with this information? Lin Mu questioned himself. Just keep it to yourself for now and wait for the right moment. See how it plays out and use it according to your judgment. Zukong suggested. I understand, senior. Lin Mu responded before rolling the letter and storing it into the ring. Currently it was evening, so Lin Mu had no problem in staying away from the eyes of the people. Even since the few incidents that happened before, people had been avoiding going out at night. This helped him as he couldn't really explain chasing after air, could he? Still, Lin Mu did not know if others could see the spatial rifts. That is a little difficult to answer. Zukong intercepted his thought. What senior? Lin Mu questioned as feeling confused. I can't tell if the spatial rifts are only visible to you because of the ring or if they would be visible to others too once they are open, but it's most likely the latter. Still, the cultivators who have spirit sense should be able to sense it even if normal people can't. Zukong explained. This was new information to Lin Mu, as he had not asked Senior Zukong this before. He simply nodded and continued on to his way. He checked the gate and saw that the guards were still standing there. He didn't avoid them and simply walked towards the gate. Halt, who goes there? One of the guards shouted upon seeing Lin Mu. The guard lifted a torch and brought it closer to see Lin Mu's face. Lin Mu too waked closer to show the guard that he was fine and there was no problem. Upon seeing his face, the guard felt relieved and let him enter the town. Haiwan and the others had done a thorough check of the town's guards and had ensured that there were no suspicious people in it. Unsurprisingly, a few of the guards had secretly disappeared, confirming their suspicion that there were a few of the people from the culprits mixed in. Upon doing a deeper check, Haiwan and the rest discovered that all the information about them in the registers was fake and seemed to have been forged. The absence of them was the reason why Lin Mu felt safe enough to directly walk in and did not go over the wall. While returning to his house, Lin Mu passed by the alley where Jing Wei's emporium was located. He looked around and he still could not see the alley there, but upon using his spirit sense, he felt something different this time. Far up in the sky, he could feel something. It was as if there was a solid object of some kind floating there. "What is that?" Lin Mu muttered in wonder. "Looks like you found one of the nodes of the illusory formation array," Zhukang answered. "A node? What's that?" Lin Mu questioned. A node is basically the point where the multiple formations continued within a formation array intersect. They are the points which are quite important to the stability and functioning of the formation arrays, and any damage or modification to it can lead to its deactivation or getting destroyed. Zhukang answered. "But how can I feel it, senior? Isn't it supposed to be immaterial?" Lin Mu asked. "Yes, but your spirit sense is different. There's a reason why it is one of the requirements to make formations, because without it, sensing formations after they have been created is difficult." Zhukang replied. "Is that so?" Lin Mu muttered and started tracing over the invisible formation with his spirit sense. He followed along with it and discovered that there were faint lines that extended from it. The place that he had sensed the node at was the only place that was a little broad. All the branches that arose from it were thin, like threads. Lin Mu tried to follow them with his spirit sense and found it to be difficult. He soon lost focus and the branch of the formation that he was following disappeared. Even if he used his spirit sense to observe the place that he had last felt the branch at, he still could not find it. "This is strange. Why did it disappear?" Lin Mu questioned in confusion. Chuckle. It was to be expected, of course. If it was this easy to find formations, they would have never been used. Formations are much more complex than you think they are. Zhukang answered in a slightly humored tone. Lin Mu felt a little embarrassed upon hearing that and tried to look for it again. "I'll give you a hint. Follow it back from the node again. Know that nodes are often the weak points of formations, and if you can find them, you can trace the rest of the formation. Though this is valid only for formations of a low level such as this," Zhukang explained. Following Senior Zhukang's advice, Lin Mu tried it again. He extended his spirit sense all the way to the place where he had observed the node and started tracing it from there again. Alas, he made a mistake again and lost track of it again. "Sigh, I need to think of a better method," Lin Mu thought. Lin Mu didn't know why he was doing this. He just felt like this was something new and interesting, thus he wanted to know more about it. He had seen the beast's storage treasure and knew that it had formations on it too, but their level was too high for him to be able to sense them. Now that he had this opportunity to observe and study formation here, he didn't want to stop. Luckily, it was night time, and the place Lin Mu was in was a rather desolate part of the town, where people rarely went past in daytime, not to say at night. After a few more attempts, Lin Mu decided to chant the Severing Heart Sutra while tracing the formation. He had already tried the Calming Heart Sutra, but it was not suitable for this situation where he needed to be completely still. This time Lin Mu had better success and was able to go much further than before. "Yes, this is it," Lin Mu shouted inwardly in excitement. But just as he thought this, he had accidentally stopped chanting the Severing Heart Sutra and had faltered in his concentration. Swearing to himself that he'll focus better this time, Lin Mu tried again. He had been here for about an hour now and the snow had started falling again. In his latest attempt, Lin Mu was able to trace the branch of the formation to the next node and found it to be present on the wall of one of the old shops. He walked closer and touched it with his hand. "Nothing, just as Senior said," Lin Mu muttered to himself. When Lin Mu touched the wall, he could not feel it to be any different from a normal wall. But when he touched it with his spirit sense, he could see the difference in the texture. It was as if there were countless patterns made on the wall that could only be felt by him. "That should be the second node," Zhukang informed upon seeing Lin Mu feeling a little lost. Lin Mu's eyes lit up at this, and he kept on exploring further. He must have spent nearly 2 hours there at this point and had forgotten about time. Because he was standing still for most of the time, a layer of snow had settled on his head and shoulders by now. The sky above him was thickly covered by clouds, and all the stars and moon were hidden. The only source of light in the area was from faraway lamps that were lit up. It was even more dark in the street Lin Mu was in, and there was only a single torch burning at the entrance of it. Because people rarely entered it, there wasn't anyone keeping an eye on this place either, and thus had no one to light up torches here. Most of the torch holders were empty and had no torches placed in them, while those that did have torches in them had snuffed out a long time ago. Because it was not a main street, it did not have any street lamps either. In the rest of the town, at least in the main areas, tall poles had been erected along the roads from which lamps hung. These lamps were maintained by some people assigned by the town center and had to be refilled with oil every day. Because maintaining the upkeep of so many lamps was difficult due to oil being expensive, the street lamps were only lit alternatively. One could also attribute this to the former town had not been taking care of the town and rather embezzling the funds assigned to it. If the town head could steal the funds that were for the welfare of the people, then embezzling funds for the maintaining of the town was nothing compared to that. While Lin Mu was a lot bothered by this fact in the past, Right now, this situation was coming to his benefit, because if anyone were to see him, there would be likely to ask questions. Questions that Lin Mu would prefer to not be asked and did not want to explain. Over the past few days, as he engrossed himself in cultivation, Lin Mu realized that he was now getting used to it and was preferred to be alone. Well, as alone as he could be since Senior Zukong was with him always. Another hour passed by and Lin Mu was still standing there. He had barely moved and the snow around him had gotten thicker. The snow layer had now reached a little above his ankles, and frost had settled on his eyebrows. Every time he took a breath, a small cloud of steam was expelled from his nose and mouth. If there was anyone else standing out in the snow for such a while, they would have been incredibly cold and would have been shivering. But Lin Mu was not bothered by it and stood still. He felt no stiffness or soreness in his legs, nor did he mind the layer of snow on his head. Strong winds would blow from time to time, removing the snow from his head, yet a few minutes later more would settle down there. Even Lin Mu did not realize this, but he had entered a strange sense of mind. For him, the only things that existed right now were his spirit sense and the formation array in front of him. He had even forgotten why he was doing this, and his only aim right now was to reveal more and more of the illusory formation. Just by doing this, he was unknowingly increasing his understanding and control of the spirit sense. Although he could not comprehend the runes from which the formations were made out of, he was still starting to get a rudimentary level of understanding of them. While Lin Mu was engrossed in this, Zukong was thinking about something else. This kid, his talent in formations is monstrous. Zukong was currently floating around in the mysterious ring, and a small distance away from him was the ethereal altar. During the time Zukong had spent in the ring, he had tried to approach the altar many times, but he never could unless Lin Mu himself was present here. Every time he would get close to the ethereal altar, a mysterious barrier would appear and would block him. This prevented him from going any further, and the closest he could reach was within 100 meters of the altar. The barrier that blocked Zukong was an enigma to him. He could not recognize any of the runes that were present on it, and neither could he recognize the script. It wasn't written in the Dao scripts, and neither was it written in any of the other common scripts that numbered in the millions. From the countless years of experience that Zukong had, he had seen many incomprehensible things, yet this was one of the times where he was the most confused he had ever been. He could swear on his bloodline that this was perhaps the most complex array of runes he had seen. Even though Zukong did not understand the runes, he could still tell that the formations that made up the barrier were beyond any grade that existed. While he was floating near the ethereal barrier, Zukong was thinking of Lin Mu. He had been seeing what he was doing and could read some of his surface thoughts. From his memories, he could see that he had revealed around 7 of the nodes of the illusory formation array that was hiding the Jingwei's emporium. How did I not notice this before? It just took him 2 hints before he was able to reveal an illusory formation on his own. Even high-grade spirit formation masters will take a day before they would be able to do the same. Zukong muttered to himself, is it just formations, or is his talent in other professions similar too? No. I need to make sure of this. Just his talent in formations is good enough to open up a lot of opportunities for him. If he has even 10% of the same in any of the other professions, his potential would be endless. Zukong thought while swaying in the empty space. He was not floating around the barrier, the same ways a person would pace while they were thinking about something deeply. Along with Zukong's every movement, the spatial energy in the surroundings would stir while being attracted to him. Ever so often a streak of spatial energy would be absorbed by his body and disappear into it. Even while thinking, Zukong was unconsciously cultivating. He then suddenly came to a halt as more thoughts appeared in his mind. While his talent in formation seems evident, testing for the others would be difficult at this point. He still needs to reach the peak stage of the Qi refining realm before he would be able to ignite Qi flame. No, wait, his Danshan's capacity is much higher than others. It should be possible for him to do it much earlier. I'll tell him about it when the time is right. As for weapons forging and spirit tool refinement, we'll need to wait till he gets the proper equipment. Though if he can have a good understanding of formations, he would simply be to place formations on weapons and tools. He can take that route as well, although it may be much long-winded. Beast taming. That is a complex one. At his current cultivation base, it would depend on the beast itself rather than his talent. Perhaps I can ask him to try to tame a few smaller spirit beasts. Zukong thought to himself and was interrupted. Zukong suddenly felt a wave of every in the ring and looked towards the ethereal altar. The altar was now faintly glowing, or rather more accurately, a few of the runes of the altar were glowing. Unlike before when Lin Mu received the skills or the 9 divine sutras, the altar was less active. There was no blinding glow of light, but a rather more somber tone. Zukong could feel the change in the spatial energy as the streaks of it were moving in a uniform manner now. The silvery gray streaks of spatial energy in the mysterious ring were now circulating around the altar. What is happening? Zukong exclaimed, feeling confused. Zukong realized that in his thoughts he had forgotten to keep an eye on Lin Mu. He hurriedly used his connection with Lin Mu and saw what was happening. And when he saw it, he was surprised once again. How did he? Out in the real world, the snow was still falling, and Lin Mu had his eyes closed. His eyelids suddenly trembled, and he opened his eyes. The space that was in front of him stirred, and a storage distortion appeared. The space turned blurry, as if there was a foggy mirror there. While the things behind it were still visible, it looked as if one was looking at them through a fogged-up glass. The snow that had settled on Lin Mu's head and shoulders fell down as he moved. A hint of confusion appeared in his eye before turning to a look of understanding in the next moment. So this is the full extent of the formation, Lin Mu muttered to himself as he walked closer. He extended his hands towards the space in front of him, and the ring on his middle finger hummed in response. The distortion in the space that looked like a foggy mirror at first soon changed to a twisting appearance. The twisting appearance lasted for a few seconds before it settled, and the fabric of space in front of him unraveled. A circular opening had now appeared in front of Lin Mu that was about 2 meters in diameter, but unlike the spatial rifts that he had opened before, this was not black. Pleasant fragrance entranced Lin Mu's senses as soon as the opening appeared. An elaborate and luxuriant courtyard appeared, with flowers and trees everywhere planted in an auspicious pattern. Although it was night here as well, no snow was falling. A crescent moon could be seen high up in the sky and had as a slight tint of blue. A blanket of stars covered the night sky. There were small rivers and streams along with fake mountains in the courtyard, giving one a feel of aesthetic luxury. At the end of the courtyard, there was a large mansion that looked more like a palace instead. Statues of auspicious beasts were placed in the surroundings and gave the place a strange yet calming aura. Lin Mu subconsciously took a step forward and entered the courtyard. As soon as he was fully in the courtyard, the opening behind him closed up and disappeared. He snapped out of his daze and his eyes went wide. A sense of alarm washed over him as he turned around to look at the place where the opening was. Looking back, he could see nothing but more trees and plants in the distance, and at the very end of it, he could see a tall wall that was at least 10 meters tall. But even on that wall, he could see paintings of mountains and rivers that looked realistic. If he did not look at the very top of the wall and see its edge, he would have thought that's what was actually what existed. What is this place? Lin Mu muttered in shock. Still unable to believe it, he did a 360-degree turn, taking in all the sights of the place. In the opposite direction of the mansion, there was a small building. Compared to the size of the mansion, it was comically small and looked out of place for a courtyard such as this. It seemed to be old and weathered, whereas the mansion was the epitome of luxury. Lin Mu thought that even the houses and courtyards in Wu Lim City would not compare to it. Seems like you have entered a minor plane. Zhukang suddenly spoke up. Zhukang himself had been reeling in shock about what Lin Mu had done. How did he open a stable portal to a minor plane like this? Wasn't he just studying the formations? How did it lead to this? Zhukang internally thought. A minor plane, the ones that you talked about, senior? Lin Mu questioned, feeling curious. No, what I told you was minor worlds, not minor planes. Minor worlds are entirely self-sustaining, while minor planes need to depend on an actual world to anchor themselves to. Minor planes are also much smaller than minor worlds, so small that this place you see, it only exists within the confines of the four walls. Zhukang answered. Lin Mu felt fascinated by this and had twinkling in his eyes. Also, another big difference is that while a minor world is part of the Great Void, a minor plane exists in the Lesser Void. Although the way a minor plane exists is a bit unique in that, they can either be artificially created or naturally as well. Zhukang added. A string of questions popped up in Lin Mu's mind as he started walking around. Looking around, he could tell for sure that there was someone living here, and he was sure that it was the pair of grandfather and granddaughter Jing Wei and Duan Qi. Still, Lin Mu wanted to ensure that it was safe before approaching the mansion. It didn't take him much longer to walk around the 3 sides of the courtyard, leaving the side with the mansion to the last. He wanted to take a closer look at the boundaries of this place, thus went to the walls. While the walls were 10 meters tall, it was nothing to Lin Mu. He simply blinked to the top of a tree nearby and then blinked again to the top of the wall. While the wall looked sturdy from the inside, when he was at the top, he could see that it was actually very thin and narrow. In fact, the area that he had to stand in was only about a foot wide. If he had not judged properly and was careless, there was a chance that he would fall into the other side, which he certainly did not want after seeing what existed there. A vast black expanse came in the view of Lin Mu that expanded from one edge of the horizon to the other. When he was standing inside the courtyard, he could see a completely different scenery, with there even being a sky above him. But as soon as he was at the top of the wall, the scenery changed and all he could see was darkness. It was a darkness he was familiar with, the Lesser Void. But how? Lin Mu wondered. From the information he had received from Senior Zhukang, Lin Mu learned that Lesser Void exited in parallel to the real world and enveloped it simultaneously. Although it seemed hard to understand and comprehend, it was just how it was. Think of this place like a bubble. There are multiple formations placed on this courtyard that isolate it from the rest of the lesser void, Zhukang explained. Seems like the ring can open portals to minor planes as well, despite there being the isolation and barrier formation arrays. Did he actually manage to find a flaw in the formation array? That would be very impressive if it's true. Or is it the work of the ring, perhaps? Zhukang thought. While Zhukang was thinking to himself, Lin Mu was walking along the wall, trying to get a sense of this place. While from the inside it looked large, from the top of the wall Lin Mu could see its actual size, which was of about a square kilometer. He then jumped down and walked towards the small building that was to the opposite of the mansion. This is rather peculiar, I wonder how it works. Lin Mu was thinking to himself when he got interrupted. Who are you? Lin Mu immediately turned around after hearing the voice and recognized it. Duan Qi, Lin Mu muttered to himself. The person who had called him was none other than Duan Qi. She was standing there a short distance away from him and had a sword floating above her. The sword's tip was pointed towards Lin Mu, and Duan Qi herself seemed to be standing in an offensive stance. The day had been normal for Duan Qi, and she had spent it the same as she had spent these past 2 months. Especially after getting injured, most of her time was spent in rest and recovery. The rest of it was spent in either cultivating or staying in the library. She and her grandfather had been trying to find the clues to all the incidents that had been happening until now, and were also looking into the identity of the hidden expert that had ascended along with the sword intent of the other. While they were secretive, Duan Qi's grandfather was sure that the experts must have left some traces somewhere. Thus they were checking their records, which were perhaps the most extensive in the entirety of the empire. Still, even after spending weeks on it, they had little progress. Today was a similar day, and Duan Qi had just finished reading another record. She was feeling spent after the repeated failures and felt like taking a walk. In the past, she would secretly go out to fly around the county. But ever since the incident with Lin Mu, they had sealed the courtyard completely. Now all she could do was take a walk around the courtyard itself. Although she had become used to the courtyard over the years, it still felt refreshing to her. But she had never expected that she would end up finding someone here that was not her grandfather. Duan Qi was 100% sure that the formation arrays were still intact and had not been tampered with. Her mind quickly started to think of all the possibilities. She wondered who could be able to enter a place as secure as this without them ever noticing or with the formation array breaking. With every possibility that came to her mind, her face only fell more, for each of those possibilities were bad. There were far too few people who could enter this courtyard, and she could count them on one hand, with 2 of them being her and her grandfather. The other 3 she did not think would ever enter here as they had long been dead. The only other way she could think of was if there was a formation master who could enter through a flaw in the formation array, and the other being even more dangerous. A cultivator that was in the immortal ascension realm. She could not think of anything else than those 2 possibilities. After a little thinking, she discarded the possibility of it being a formation master, as according to her knowledge there was no one that would match the age of the person in front of her. Although she did not see the face of the person, she could still guess it from his back. The person in front of her was about 170 centimeters tall and had a slim frame with hair that was about 3 inches long and free-flowing. All the signs only pointed to her that the person in front of her was young, and she knew that there were no formation masters of a grade that high in the empire. Her mind then went towards the second possibility. At first, she doubted it because of the same reason as the first. The person was way too young, but then a story that she had heard from her grandfather came to her mind. There were certain exceptions where a cultivator would return to a youthful appearance. This combined with the existences of the hidden expert with the sword intent, Duan Qi only became more fearful. Still, she did not back down and cower. Instead, she stood her place and decided to face it. If it really is an expert that strong, they were doomed either way, she thought to herself. Taking a deep breath, she finally called out. But as soon as she saw the face of the person in front of her, she was shocked even more, for this was a possibility she had never expected. What? Was all she could mutter before she saw him move. Lin Mu walked forward casually with a calm demeanor and came to stand in front of her. A gentle smile appeared on his lips as he spoke. It's been a while, Duan Qi. Lin Mu spoke in a genial tone. Duan Qi's brain almost shut down after hearing him speak, and for a moment she felt like she was about to faint. The memories of that day came rushing back, the being that she had witnessed. She clearly remembered it, for it was etched into her heart. That day she had known what true terror felt like. She realized the reality of her existence and how minute she or her grandfather were compared to that being. And behind that encounter was none other than Lin Mu. While she had suppressed this deep in her mind, it all broke free upon seeing him. What are you doing here? Duan Qi let out, struggling to speak still. Unknown to Duan Qi, her hands were trembling as she stood there staring at Lin Mu with a pale face. Lin Mu noticed all this and could sense a storage feeling coming from Duan Qi. What happened to her? Lin Mu thought to himself. It seems like this may be my fault, Zhukang replied in an unnerved tone. Why? Lin Mu questioned and then remembered what had previously happened. You mean to say she's still affected because of it? Lin Mu questioned. It does seem like it, but I didn't expect this either. Zukong replied, sigh. Lin Mu let out a breath and looked at the still trembling Duan Qi before an idea popped into his mind and he opened his lips. Looking at Lin Mu act like that made Duan Qi only feel more uncomfortable, especially when his lips gently opened and he lightly came forwards. A myriad of thoughts popped into her mind, thoughts which she had never thought of before. Feeling scared at these thoughts, she closed her eyes in acceptance, but just as she was awaiting the thing that she had imagined, it never happened. Instead, a wave of calmness washed over her body and relived her worries. Duan Qi could hear some esoteric chants in her ears and could tell that they were coming from the front. She did not understand what the chants meant, but they were helping her. It was as if the chants were lifting a hidden weight that was placed upon her heart. Duan Qi couldn't tell how much time had passed as when she opened her eyes after the chants had stopped. She no longer felt the terror she had felt before, and a feeling of serenity and peace had replaced it. She had not felt like this in a long time and was cherishing every moment of it. What is this? Did he do it? But how? Wondered Duan Qi as she basked in the peaceful feeling. Her eyes lifted from the ground and looked back at the person standing in front of him. For the first time ever, she was taking such a close look at him. Lin Mu had changed from what she used to remember he looked like. Duan Qi couldn't almost believe her eyes as she saw the changes in him. Lin Mu's height had increased by a little bit and his hair had grown as well. His physique had also changed slightly, but it wasn't as apparent. Strangely enough, she felt as if his shoulders had become broad like a shield. She felt as if they would be good for protecting her for some reason. As she thought of this, her face was tinged with a slight shade of pink. What am I thinking? Why do I feel like this? Duan Qi questioned herself. Forcibly suppressing her thoughts, she focused her attention again. This time on more important things, such as why Lin Mu was here and how he was able to enter this place. Lin Mu saw the strange look on her face that lasted for a couple of minutes before he actually stopped chanting the Calming Heart Sutra. He was feeling a little guilty at Duan Qi's condition, thus thought of this solution. He reckoned that it should help her to a certain extent, but had never expected for there to be a reaction such as this. For some reason, her face had turned a shade of pink, and he didn't know what to think of. Perhaps it's just the effect of the Calming Heart Sutra reliving her fear. Yes, that's probably it, Lin Mu thought to himself. He then saw Duan Qi open her eyes and struggling with something before finally speaking. How did you enter here? Duan Qi questioned. Lin Mu was at a loss of what to answer. He couldn't just tell her that he appeared here because of sheer curiosity, could he? It was now that the voice of Senior Zukong rang in his mind. Actually, that's what you should do. Did you forget they already suspect your capabilities? Take advantage of this the same as you did with the High Core, Zukong suggested. Lin Mu thought over it for a moment before deciding that it should be fine. Many people already believed that he had a strong background. Adding a couple more people didn't really matter at this point. Besides, even if he told them the truth, he didn't think they would believe it. Taking a deep breath, Lin Mu finally opened his mouth. I sensed a formation outside and wanted to know what it was doing here in the middle of the town. And ever since your shop disappeared, I was wondering where you guys were. It eventually led me to this, and I ended up finding an opening in the formation. Lin Mu answered rather truthfully. Duan Qi heard Lin Mu's words but could not bring her to believe in them. They seemed far too good to be true. She knew the complexity of the formation that was placed on this courtyard and knew the difficulty one would have in finding a flaw in it. One could not just find an opening, as what Lin Mu had just said. There is definitely something more that he's hiding, Duan Qi thought to herself. But just as she did so, Duan Qi remembered the incident from the past again, and that combined with the peerless sword intent she had felt before, an idea formed in her mind. She could imagine Lin Mu standing there and a mysterious figure behind him, guiding him. Yes, that's it. He definitely has a hidden expert behind him. The only question is which one. Is it the expert who had the peerless sword intent, perhaps? Duan Qi thought to himself. A multitude of thoughts and ideas passed through her mind, but in the end, she realized that it would be best to leave it to her grandfather for now. Jingwei was much more experienced than her and would be able to understand the situation much better than her. With this temporary solution in her mind, she just decided to take Lin Mu to meet her grandfather. Let's go, we'll meet my grandfather and there you can tell him the rest. Duan Qi spoke in a cold tone. Lin Mu finally heard the familiar cold tone and felt a bit better. He was used to Duan Qi acting like that and was feeling uncomfortable with her previous behavior. Calmly nodding to show his acknowledgement, he spoke. All right, show me the way, Lin Mu replied. Duan Qi turned around immediately and the spirit sword that was floating above her floated down and came to hover in front of her. She lightly held the sword and it disappeared. Looking at this, Lin Mu immediately felt the spatial fluctuations. So she does have a spatial storage treasure as well, Lin Mu thought to himself as he continued walking behind Duan Qi. Along the way, Lin Mu kept on smelling the sweet fragrance of the flowers. It was the first thing that he had felt upon opening the portal to this courtyard and was still smelling it. The The fragrance was calming and helped him feel a bit relaxed. Lin Mu could only imagine how stressed Duan Qi must have been, considering she had access to a relaxing place such as this. Not only this, but Lin Mu could even feel the faint spirit qi in the air. While it was still faint, he could sense it very well. It was different from the other places. The concentration of the spirit qi was higher than the real world, and it was easy for him to sense it as well. Even without using his spirit sense or the Severing Heart Sutra, Lin Mu could sense it. In fact, he felt as if he could even absorb the spirit qi straight from the air. Feeling curious, he tried that very thing. Whirl. The sound of wind blowing was heard, and Duan Qi abruptly halted. She knew that wind never blew in the courtyard unless the formation array artificially did that. But looking at the status of the formation array, no such thing had been triggered, which made her think of only one thing. She immediately turned around and saw the wind swirling around Lin Mu. She could clearly sense the wisps of spirit qi in the wind as they were absorbed by Lin Mu. This was already surprising to her, but with the ease that Lin Mu was absorbing the spirit qi only made her more shocked. Duan Qi knew this courtyard inside out and knew of every formation array that was placed on it. There were in fact around 100 formation arrays placed in this courtyard, which were in turn composed of many more individual formations. One of those formation arrays was a qi-gathering formation array, which absorbed the qi from the atmosphere and ground of the real world and channeled it to this courtyard. There was another special function that was added to it with the virtue of another formation array. This formation array was a kind of identification array and helped verify the identity of persons. The way it did it was with the qi signature of a person. A qi signature was basically the unique traces that appeared in every person's qi due to the cultivation technique that they practiced. A cultivation technique not only gave a person's spirit qi a unique signature, but the person themselves would add small traces of their individuality to their spirit qi. While this was of little use most of the time, in situations such as these it was very important. When a qi-gathering formation array was layered with an identification array, they combined to give a completely new effect. The effect was such that the qi that was gathered by the qi-gathering array could only be utilized by the persons whose identity was registered in the identification array. If their identity was not registered, they would not be able to absorb the qi no matter what they did. But clearly, in front of Duan Qi, a big exception was present. Somehow Lin Mu was absorbing the spirit qi in the air, and that too without much effort. With the casual way he was walking, Duan Qi could tell that it was very easy for him. Even she herself could not do anything such as this, and would have to sit down to properly cultivate. But then more questions popped up in her mind. What kind of effect would it have on the formation array if the spirit qi was forcefully absorbed, even if the person was not registered in the formation? A lot of negative ideas pop up in Duan Qi's mind, and her face fell. Not wanting to take any chance, she hurriedly spoke up. "Stop, don't absorb the spirit qi," Duan Qi ordered. Lin Mu was astonished and snapped out of his own thoughts. He was engrossed in the feeling of spirit qi and had not noticed when Duan Qi turned around. Since this was the first time he had absorbed spirit qi with such an ease, he wanted to revel in the moment. In fact, in the few tens of seconds that Lin Mu had spent absorbing spirit qi, he had already gained over 100 wisps of spirit qi. The only time he had even gained spirit qi this fast was back when he absorbed the spirit qi from the spirit stones when he was helping Hai Yingji. Is there a problem?" Lin Mu questioned, feeling confused. "Yes, there is a problem. You can't just absorb the spirit qi here without our permission," Duan Qi answered, feeling slightly angered. "Oh, I'm sorry, I should have consulted you before." Lin Mu apologized immediately. "Humph." Duan Qi harumphed before speaking, "Don't do it again," and then turned around to continue walking. Lin Mu rubbed the back of his head in helplessness and followed behind her. Along the way, he got a closer look at the flowers that were planted in the gardens. He could now tell that the fragrance was actually coming from these flowers, and he could even sense something else. Lin Mu extended his spirit sense and observed the flowers with them. But when he did, he was surprised to find them filled with dense spirit qi. "These are spirit flowers," Lin Mu muttered to himself. "Yes, they are indeed spirit flowers, and looking at their numbers, it's an entire garden of them." Zukong spoke in agreement. Lin Mu was amazed at them, as this was the first time he had seen them. The only other thing that he had seen that was rich in spirit qi like this was the purple grape-sized fruit he had eaten in the past. Still, the density of spirit qi in that fruit was unknown to him, as he did not have spirit sense back then. He could only estimate that it was perhaps on the same level. Eventually, both of them reached the entrance of the large mansion, where an old man was standing. Jingwei was busy in cultivation the entire time, and when he woke up, he saw that his granddaughter was not there in hall. He checked the library where she usually spent her free time and did not find her there either, which was rather unexpected to him. Ever since the incidents, including the one with Lin Mu, Duan Qi had been obsessed with finding the clues to the identity of the hidden expert. Jingwei himself had been doing the same, but even his memory was betraying him. He could not recall if he had ever known of something like that before. He had scanned the old records of his clan, yet even after 2 entire months, he had barely been able to search in 30% of them. And this was when he had the help of his granddaughter as well. Still, after knowing that Duan Qi was not in the library, he checked the other parts of the mansions. It didn't take Jingwei much effort, as he just did a simple sweep of the entire mansion with his spirit sense. For a cultivator of his cultivation base, their spirit sense was massive. Even though his cultivation base was sealed by himself, and his full potential of spirit sense restricted, it was nothing for Jingwei to do such a task. Jingwei did not even wade through the rooms individually, but rather directly pierced through them with his spirit sense, the wall acting less than air. After learning that she wasn't in the mansion, he didn't worry as there wasn't anything that could harm them here. This courtyard was one of the heirloom treasures that had been refined by each head of the clan. It had hundreds of formation arrays inscribed into it, with many of them being defensive ones. Jingwei was confident that even with his sealed cultivation base, he would be able to hold off Dao-treading realm experts as long as he was in the courtyard. The entirety of the courtyard was actually a special spirit tool that was bordering on the level of an immortal tool. It was one of the few spirit tools in existence that were able to manipulate space and create a spatial dimension such as this. While it could not compare in size with the inheritance grounds of the top sex, which were similarly based in different spatial dimensions, there was one thing that put this courtyard above them all. While the top sex inheritance grounds were big, they were immobile. They could never be moved from the location they had been created at and would forever stay there. The only time they could be moved would be when it was the time for the destruction of that spatial dimension. Jingwei's clan had some information about the peculiarities of space and had learned from it that every space would one day collapse as it reaches its end. The biggest advantage of this courtyard was that it could be moved around. The courtyard was in a bubble-like space from where a connection could be formed to the real world. The secret to it was kept by Jingwei, and no one else knew about it, not even Duan Qi. Because of this very reason, he never doubted the safety of his granddaughter as long as she was in this courtyard. It wasn't like she had left the courtyard either, as he would have been alerted if the restrictions of the courtyard were lifted. Without his permission, no one could enter or leave the courtyard. Thus the shock that Jingwei felt after discovering that there was a third person in the courtyard was terrifying, to say the least. Jingwei knew even better than Duan Qi and knew the level of danger they may be facing right now. In the thousands of years he had lived, he had learned and seen many things that others could only come to imagine. He knew the cultivators that would be able to do such a thing would be immensely strong. So strong that perhaps even with his cultivation unsealed and the courtyard in his control, it would not be possible for him to resist. Such a person was none other than an immortal Ascension Realm cultivator. It was someone he definitely did not want to meet. He had the chance to experience their might before, and it was terrifying to say the least. He doubted he would be able to fight against one. But when he saw that Duan Qi and the other person were calmly walking without any sign of agitation, he was dumbstruck. Even more so when he recognized the person who was with his granddaughter. What? How? That was all Jingwei could say before he rushed out of the mansion and appeared at the entrance. There he finally confirmed with his own 2 eyes that it was Lin Mu who had appeared in the courtyard. Seeing that nothing bad was happening, Jingwei waited patiently till they reached him. He did not show a change of expression on his face, even though internally he was nervous. Lin Mu looked up at the old man, who looked the same as he was the last time he had seen him, except this time he was wearing much better quality clothes and looked to be a proper cultivator. Back when he had seen Jingwei at the shop, he had been dressed in a robe that, while it was clean, still looked old. The one thing Lin Mu noticed seemed different was that Jingwei was no longer wearing the black beaded bracelet in his left hand. He then remembered that Jingwei had forcefully pulled on it and broken it apart. Only after doing that had he been able to return to normal after being affected by Senior Zukong's ward. Looking at Jingwei's face, Lin Mu could tell nothing and could only feel calmness on it. He was unaware that Jingwei was perhaps much more nervous than back when he fought in the war 1,000 years ago. Lin Mu walked forward and came to stand beside Duan Qi. He lifted his hands and cupped them in greetings. "Hello, Owner Jingwei," Lin Mu greeted respectfully. Jingwei did not know how to respond at that moment and was at a loss. But to his fortune, Duan Qi was the next person to speak, and he did not have to respond first. Grandfather, he was able to somehow find an opening in the formation array and entered the courtyard. Duan Qi informed. Many thoughts appeared in Jingwei's mind upon hearing that, and he began thinking of all possibilities. His train of thought went in the same direction as Duan Qi and arrived at the same conclusion as well. Seems like the being supporting him helped him, Jingwei thought. Who? Jingwei took a deep breath before speaking. And why did you come here? I reckon you understood that we were intentionally not allowing anyone here, Jingwei questioned. Although Jingwei felt a little scared at asking him like this, but he surmised that since the expert behind Lin Mu hadn't attacked them till now, it should be safe for now. In the past 2 months, he had also come to an understanding. Jingwei understood that what the being behind Lin Mu had done at that time was a mere warning. A show of power, to say the least. It was not even a threat, but considering the being's standing, Jingwei reckoned that it was to be expected. Powerful cultivators had eccentric personalities and habits. He himself could attest to it. He had lived for over 2,000 years now and knew that he had picked up some strange habits himself. He just attributed it to a natural thing that happened to most cultivators once they lived long enough. Jingwei had seen others that were on a similar level as him and had witnessed the same kind of eccentricities. He could only imagine a being that was who knows how many times more powerful and long-lived than them would act like. Still, since Lin Mu was already here, there wasn't much that he could do. I may as well clarify all things, Jingwei thought to himself. While Jingwei was thinking all this, only a couple of seconds had gone by. Lin Mu thought during that time and then decided to speak. He gave him the same explanation that he had given Duan Qi, except this time he added a few more details. With Senior Zukong's suggestion, Lin Mu told them how he had discovered the formation with his spirit sense and had traced the entirety of it. He then told them that by doing that he found a way to make an opening and appeared here in the courtyard. Jingwei and Duan Qi couldn't help but think, the proverb stands true, a monster can only be created by a monster. They reckoned that with a powerful backing such as his, Lin Mu must have had a lot of time and guidance to be able to do such a thing. Jingwei and Duan Qi finally realized another thing. Wait, he said, spirit sense. Both of them exchanged a look and knew exactly what the other was thinking. Duan Qi tried to sense Lin Mu's cultivation and realized that while she could feel the faint waves of spirit qi from him showing that he was a cultivator, she could no longer sense any vital energy in his body. How is this possible? Did his body-tempering realm cultivation regress? No, his physical condition is too good for that to be true. What could it be? Duan Qi wondered. Jingwei too was having similar thoughts. He had a brief thought about probing Lin Mu with his spirit sense to get a better idea, but then quickly remembered his previous misfortune. No longer daring to even think of that, he decided to get more information. We'll talk more inside, that would be more appropriate. Jingwei suggested. That's fine with me, Lin Mu replied while nodding his head. Soon Jingwei and Duan Qi brought Lin Mu to a hall. Along the way, Lin Mu got to see all the luxuries that were in the mansion and was amazed by them. The paintings, calligraphy scrolls, and statues all emanated spirit qi. Even the wood from which the walls and floor were made from emanated faint spirit qi, making him wonder what they were made from. Lin Mu could not even begin to imagine what all these materials were and how much they must have cost. He had never seen such luxury before, and the only thing that he had to compare it with was the town head's office. But that and this were completely different. If that was an opulent luxury, this seemed to be more sober. Everything was tasteful and nothing seemed out of place or too much. All of this stuff, I can't even imagine. Lin Mu internally felt overwhelmed. Such is the world of cultivators, Lin Mu. From this, I can tell that these two have a powerful background in this world. I can actually identify some of the rare materials here. While they are common in the higher worlds, for a low-level world such as this, they are perhaps the epitome of luxury. Zukong spoke in Lin Mu's mind. Not just this, but have you sensed anything peculiar here? Zukong asked. Lin Mu tried to think over it, but could not understand what Senior Zukong was asking. He curiously extended his spirit sense and scanned over the place. It was then that he got a familiar feeling from multiple places in the mansion, and not just that. He tried to extend his spirit sense out from the windows and sensed it out in the middle of the air as well. There are formation nodes everywhere. Lin Mu internally exclaimed. That's good, you realize that at least. Now, what more can you tell me when you feel this place? Zukong further asked. Lin Mu tried hard but could not feel anything more. He probed all the items and even the walls, but all he could sense except for the formations was spirit qi. It was then that he realized it, and his eyes went wide. This place, the qi here is uniform, too uniform, Lin Mu answered. Lin Mu sensed the spirit qi and found it to be quite stable. In fact, it was moving in a strangely harmonic way. It would flow from different channels and then return to the beginning. Lin Mu had seen something like this before, and it was in something that he owned. It was his short sword, which was a spirit weapon. This surprised Lin Mu as he had never expected this. Senior, this entire place, Lin Mu muttered. Yes, this is not just a minor plane, but rather an entire spirit tool. That too a spirit tool that is bordering on the level of an immortal tool, and is at a grade called a pseudo-immortal tool. Zukong revealed. This was the first time Lin Mu had seen something that was this powerful. The closest item he had to this was his own spirit sword, but the difference was great between those two. Lin Mu had heard about pseudo-immortal tools from Senior Zukong before, and knew that they were one-peak grade spirit tools that were half a step in turning into an immortal tool. Though Lin Mu still did not know what was it that they lacked in order to become an immortal tool, and this was what made him curious. Senior, what is it that makes a spirit tool pseudo-immortal, and what is that will turn it into an immortal tool? Lin Mu questioned. In order for a spirit tool to evolve into an immortal tool, what it needs is. Sentience, Zukang answered. Sentience, but isn't a spirit tool or spirit weapon already sentient? Like that time when my short sword responded to me and formed the link. Lin Mu asked, feeling slightly confused. No, while your sword did react to you, that was but a basic instinct. The sentience I'm talking about is different. At that level, the spirit tool will become conscious of itself and will be able to think for itself, Zukang explained. After hearing Zukang's words, Lin Mu was amazed and wondered if he would ever get to see something like that. His mind then went back to the place they were in, as they had reached a hall while he was thinking about the courtyard. Jingwei reached in front of two large doors that were about 5 meters tall along with Duan Qi and Lin Mu. The doors automatically opened as he approached them, allowing the three of them to walk in without any hindrance. Lin Mu was fascinated by it and continued following them silently. After entering the hall, he could see the decorations in it. They were the same as the rest of the mansion, except for the large throne-like chair that was placed at the head of the hall. The chair was as if made from marble and had delicate carvings on it. At the front of the throne-like chair, there was a large table that was empty. On the sides of the table, one could see 4 more chairs. These chairs were smaller than the throne-like chair and were at a lower level than it. The hall was almost 50 meters long, Lin Mu guessed. But now that he had taken a look at it, he for some reason thought that it looked incomplete. It was as if there was something missing in it, but he couldn't place his finger on it. This is a royal hall. Looking at its design and the large throne-like chair, I would say this is where the head of organizations would have a meeting. Zukang informed Lin Mu after sensing his thoughts. Lin Mu had never seen anything like this, not to mention that there was not a single house as big as this anywhere in his knowledge. Even back when he went to the Wu Lim city, the biggest building there was 10 times as small as this. Lin Mu could only guess that perhaps the royal palace would compare to this, but even then there was a doubt in his heart that it would still not compare. He looked around in the hall and then realized what was missing from it. He had also heard Senior Zukang's words and knew that it was used for meetings, and looking at the lack of chairs, it was evident that it was no longer used for that specific purpose. Lin Mu then realized there seemed to be only 2 people in the entire mansion that was as big as this, so that is why it feels strange. There are simply no people to fill it, Lin Mu thought to himself, and as he thought this, the 3 of them reached the large table. Jingwei went to sit at the large throne-like chair while Duan Qi went to sit on another smaller chair near it. Lin Mu understood what they were going to do and selected a chair to sit opposite to them. Sigh. Jingwei sat down comfortably and let out a sigh that was reminiscent of fatigue. He then looked up at Lin Mu and thought for a moment before speaking. Now you can tell us why you are here. Properly, Jingwei spoke. Lin Mu looked over at Duan Qi and saw that she was looking at him with a curious look as well. As I said, I was just looking passing by and noticed a few strange things. I observed them with my spirit sense and found them to be formation nodes. I was confused at first, but then realized that it must be you people. At first, I was just curious and wanted to explore more on the formation, but I just ended up finding a way to open it up. Lin Mu spoke frankly. Upon hearing his answer, the corner of Duan Qi's lip could be seen twitching. What finding a way to open it up, it's clear that someone helped him. Duan Qi inwardly cursed. Jingwei listened to his words but did not speak straight away. Instead, his attention was actually palled towards what Lin Mu had said. He used his spirit sense to observe the formation arrays of the courtyard. What level is his spirit sense that he can even attempt that? Even Duan Qi shouldn't be able to do it. Jingwei thought to himself with astonishment. Jingwei thought it over and decided that it would be better if he didn't ask further, as if it really was someone else that helped him. Then perhaps they preferred to stay in the dark and did not want to be revealed. He had also come to the same conclusion as Duan Qi, as he could not believe that it would be possible for someone that was in the Qi refining realm. Small cap N letter 1D07 letter 1D21. Small cap N letter 1D0F letter 1D20 letter 1D07 small cap L. Letter 1D0 for small cap H letter 1D00 letter 1D18 letter 1D1B letter 1D07 small cap RS. Letter 1D00 small cap R letter 1D07. Letter 1D18 letter 1D1C small cap B small cap L small cap IS small cap H letter 1D07 letter 1D05. Letter 1D0F small cap N. Letter 1D55F letter 1D560 letter 1D567 letter 1D556 letter 1D55D letter 1D557. Even someone that was at the nascent soul stage and was a formation master would take a long time to analyze a single formation, not to mention an entire array. It was even more difficult in the case of the courtyard, as there was not one, but rather hundreds of formation arrays layered together. Lin Mu was simply looking at Jingwei as he stayed silent. Seeing that he was not speaking anything, Lin Mu was now feeling awkward. Wanting to break the awkward silence, he decided to ask something. This is a nice courtyard and the mansion is even better. I would have never guessed that something like this would ever be in a small town such as the northern town. A pseudo-immortal tool is indeed amazing. Lin Mu spoke. Jingwei and Duan Qi's eyes went wide as they heard Lin Mu guess the truth about the courtyard. What? How do you know about this? Duan Qi questioned with shock. I just sensed its uniform spirit chi, and considering the hundreds of formations arrays on it, I guessed that it must be a pseudo-immortal tool, not to mention that it is also able to manipulate space. Lin Mu truthfully answered. Lin Mu would not have said something like this usually, but he had been suggested this by Senior Zukong. He said to him that this will show his capabilities to the duo of granddaughter and grandfather. Besides, they had always helped him until now and hadn't actually harmed him, thus he thought that it would be good to develop a relationship with them. Even Zukong was in approval of this, as he too was at a loss about this world. While he had endless knowledge about many worlds, it was still impossible for him to know about everything. This world also had too many mysteries which made him confused, and he reckoned that it would be better to ask someone that would be more knowledgeable. The first candidates in his mind were actually the High Core, but he later rejected seeing their dedication to their Lord. For an unknown person like that, he did not want to leave it up to luck, thus decided that Jingwei would be a better choice. One, they had already had a few interactions before, granted that the last one may have been a bad one, but it was nothing that they could not fix. The second, that they had been surprisingly accommodation of Lin Mu for some reason. The third reason was that Zukong was confident that after the little scare he gave them back then, they would never think of doing anything even close to threatening Lin Mu. Zukong was also suspicious of Jing Wei's cultivation base and could estimate that he was at the Dao Shell realm at the very least. A cultivator that was at a stage as high as that in a low-leaved world should be knowledgeable about many things that common cultivators didn't know. Sigh. Jing Wei let out another sigh as he heard Lin Mu reveal the truth about the courtyard. So you know about pseudo-immortal tools as well, that is impressive. Jing Wei praised in a helpless tone. Lin Mu was still looking at him with the same casual look as before and did not react to his words. Does this place have a name? I mean, it should, right? It is after all a pseudo-immortal tool. Lin Mu asked. It does indeed. It is called as the Myriad Armament Canopy Abode, Jing Wei answered. Hearing the name, Lin Mu felt a little impressed. He thought that the name did suit a pseudo-immortal tool. He wanted to ask what it could actually do but decided against that, as it would not be good to ask that straight away. Was that all? Is that why you came here? Duan Qi asked, feeling a little underwhelmed. She had been having so many thoughts about how things could go bad and she was nervous about them. But now that she saw Lin Mu sitting here calmly and interacting with them, she didn't know what to do. She couldn't believe that he had no hidden intentions. Ah, I actually do. Lin Mu replied. See, I knew it. Duan Qi thought to herself. I wanted to ask you if you have a spear that is a spirit weapon. Lin Mu asked. Huh? Duan Qi responded, feeling a little dumbfounded. Ha ha ha. Jing Wei let out a laugh. Lin Mu heard it and was a little surprised at his laughter and wondered what it was about. So you broke in through the defenses of a pseudo-immortal tool to ask us for something like this. If those old elders of the sects were ever to listen to this, they would spit blood. Good, good, very good. Jing Wei spoke in a jovial tone. Even Duan Qi was astonished at her grandfather's reaction and wondered if he was fine. So you say you want a new spirit weapon, eh? Why do you want it? Is the spirit sword I gave you not up to your expectations? Jing Wei asked. Jing Wei placed his hand on his chin and stroked his unruly beard as if he was thinking. All right. If you want a new spirit weapon, I'll give you one. But first you have to pass my test. I won't give you one easily. Jing Wei spoke in a teasing tone. Lin Mu looked at Jing Wei with the same resolve he had and did not feel strange about this. He had already experienced the way that Jing Wei tested him before and was confident that he would easily pass it, but had never expected that he would be suggesting something else. But the test will be you fighting, my granddaughter Duan Qi, Jing Wei declared. Lin Mu felt surprised at this and didn't know what to think of this. He had a little idea that this could be a choice but had little expectations about it. In fact, even Senior Zukong had not expected this and had told him that he would be testing him the same way he had done before that. What is he thinking? I thought he wanted to hide their identities and capabilities. Seems like it doesn't matter to him anymore. Zukong spoke in Lin Mu's mind. Not only were Lin Mu and Zukong surprised by this, but Duan Qi herself was too. She had not expected for her grandfather to suggest this. In her mind, her grandfather had always been calculative and careful and never the one to take the risks. But what he had just suggested had overturned that idea that she had in her mind. Though she could understand his perspective on this, they had already known that Lin Mu had a certain kind of protection on him, and the previous method was likely to be useless. Thus Jing Wei decided to use this method. It was a rather straightforward method and would ensure that they actually got the proper results. This way they would not be the only losing party, and Lin Mu would have to reveal his fighting strength as well. Let's see how good is the kid that a being such as that will take him under his wing, Jing Wei thought to himself. All right, I accept. But how do we go about this? Lin Mu finally replied. It will be straightforward. I know you are not in the core condensation realm and thus will be mismatched against Duan Qi. Hence, all you need to do is last for 5 minutes against her and I will declare you a winner, Jing Wei explained. Lin Mu could not find any doubts about it and neither did Duan Qi have any apprehensions with it. In fact, she had not fought properly in a while and was now looking forward to it. I wonder if he will be able to make me use my full strength, Doon-ki thought to herself. At first, she thought she would be overestimating Lin Mu, but then remembered what kind of person she was against. But still, to get a more accurate idea and ensure that it was fair, she decided to ask Lin Mu about it. What is your cultivation base, though? I don't want to be unfair. Doon-ki spoke up. Lin Mu felt a little good in his heart that Doon-ki actually thought of this and did not start right away, though he would have not minded it either way. He had lasted against a wave of spirit beasts and a core condensation beast for about an hour. Lin Mu thought that it would be easy for him to last mere 5 minutes against Doon-ki. Don't be overconfident. Remember, this is not a beast you're fighting, and neither is she a half-baked cultivators like the ones you've been fighting. She has a proper foundation and would be a tough match. If you don't focus, you will no doubt lose. Zukong chided immediately as soon as he sensed Lin Mu's thoughts. Lin Mu was a little taken aback by Senior Zukong's harsh tone, but then realized the meaning behind it. I'm sorry, Senior. I will keep your advice in my mind. Lin Mu apologized. That's good. Now focus on your opponent. I won't help you this time. I want to see how you fare against a well-trained cultivator as well, Zukong declared. Lin Mu's eyes brightened with determination, and he wanted to make Senior Zukong proud. He had taken it upon his heart to defeat Doon-ki now and would try to defeat her at any price that he could. In fact, Lin Mu was wondering if he should use his skills that were bestowed by the ring. No, you shall not use them. This will be a fight of pure prowess. I can guess what that man Jing Wei is thinking. He wants to assess your skill level and wants to see if you're worthy of a spirit weapon, perhaps. Zukong spoke. Lin Mu heard his words and was surprised by some parts. Senior, you mean? Lin Mu muttered. Yes, he may be thinking of giving you a spear at the same level as your short sword. Zukong interrupted. Lin Mu had never expected that this would be the case. He would be happy with a normal low-grade spirit spear for now, and did not mind if he would be getting one. But now that he had the hope that he would be getting one on the same level as his spirit sword, he was motivated even more. Lin Mu had learned from Senior Zukong about the grades of spirit weapons and knew how much of a difference they can make in the long run. Although Lin Mu could not use the full potential of his short sword right now with his current cultivation level, he knew that it will be much more useful later on. Senior Zukong had told him that according to his estimation, low-grade spirit weapons should be the most common in this world and should be the basic level weapon that a cultivator used. The mid-grade spirit weapon was something that rich core condensation and nascent soul cultivators would use, while high-grade weapons would be used by cultivators that were either rich nascent soul cultivators or Dao Shell Realm cultivators. As for the peak-grade weapons, it was likely that only Dao Treading Realm cultivators had access to them. The hierarchy was the same for Spirit Tool as well, and would be the same for a lot of other things such as pills and formations. Of course, there were exceptions to it, but those were only up to a certain extent. One of them was the 4 Vessels Restoration pill that Lin Mu had. It was a mid-grade healing alchemical pill that was effective on everyone from mere mortals to core condensation realm cultivators. That was also the reason why it was so expensive and rare, as it would take a mid-grade spirit alchemist to manufacture those. Even for a low-grade alchemist, the basic requirement was that they needed to be able to ignite their chi flame. Doing so was a difficult task that would require huge stores of spirit chi and would only be possible for peak chi refining realm cultivators at the very least. And that was not all, as becoming an alchemist also involved a ton of learning. One had to learn a mountain of texts to gain an understanding about herbs and pills. Their knowledge revolved around the efficacy of the herbs, their medicinal properties, their dosages, and their refinement process. A similar picture came into the view when one considered the other professions of the cultivators, such as the formation masters, weapon forgers, and spirit tool refiners. The difficulty only increased as one became more involved, though don't get your hopes all the way up. There is still a chance that he may not give you a weapon of that grade. We do not know Jing Wei's true identity, but I can guess that he is either a weapon forger or a spirit tool refiner. There is no other way he would be so knowledgeable about weapons otherwise, and his control on a pseudo-immortal tool like the myriad armament canopy abode only affirms my belief. Zukong advised Lin Mu. Lin Mu silently nodded and showed that he fully understood Zukong's words. While this entire conversation had happened between Lin Mu and Senior Zukong, mere 5 seconds had actually passed in real time. When Doon-ki saw Lin Mu nod his head, she thought that he was responding to her about her previous inquiry. Lin Mu knew that he should not stall anymore and replied quick. I am currently in the late stage of the chi refining realm. Lin Mu answered truthfully. Doon-ki was inwardly expecting something like this and was thus not shocked. Lin Mu's previous revelations had already tested her wits, and she had simply increased her expectations by a few levels. But these very few levels in the eyes of common cultivators would be a mountain to compare to. Jing Wei, meanwhile, had not changed his expression and was looking as if he had already expected this outcome. He knew for sure that Lin Mu was not in the core condensation realm, which left him with two viable options, the late stage of Qi refining realm or the peak stage. Knowing that Lin Mu could use the spirit sense beforehand helped him in devising this conclusion. Even Jing Wei himself in his thousands of years of life had not seen a single cultivator that could refine their spirit sense before the late stage of the Qi refining realm. According to their belief, having dense and saturate spirit Qi was one of the basic requirements of refining spirit Qi. It was a pity that they did not know Lin Mu was not doing it in the conventional way. He did not even have a true cultivation technique, to be honest. If Jing Wei was to know this fact, he would rather doubt his ancestors that believed this. Duan Qi and Lin Mu followed behind him as he took them to a different hall that was much wider than the previous one. While the previous one was longer than this, it did not have the same area as this. Lin Mu looked around and could see the solid stone floor underneath him. This was completely different than the rest of the mansion, which only had wooden floors. Even the walls of this room seemed to be reinforced with metal in places. Lin Mu's curiosity was ignited, and he extended his spirit sense to observe the hall. His findings were amazing to him. The hall was covered in tens of formations, the design of which Lin Mu found to be different. This is a reinforcement formation whose function is to contain all the forces that are inflicted on it. The walls are specifically made as well. Do you see those metal parts on the walls? Zukong spoke up. Yes, senior, I do. Lin Mu replied hurriedly. Guess what metal they are made of? You have already seen it before, Zukong questioned in a mentoring tone. Lin Mu thought for a bit before he linked the defensive features of the hall with what Senior Zukong had just said. It is the heavy depths iron ore, Lin Mu answered. Correct, the heavy depths iron ore has been refined and combined with the wooden wall to contain spirit Qi attacks. This means that while you can't use the skill bestowed upon you by the ring, you can use the skills Tai you learned yourself, including the basic strength amplification by your spirit sword. Zukong spoke in a suggestive tone. Lin Mu immediately grasped what he meant, and ideas started forming in his mind. Lin Mu had not used the full potential of his spirit swords as it was too strong, and he would simply split apart all enemies that he had encountered until now. He had even tested the short sword on the heavy depths iron ore chunk that he himself had and had cut it apart. But according to Senior Zukong, he did not have to worry about it right now as it should be properly refined. Lin Mu and Duan Qi stood on the opposite sides of the hall and entered an offensive stance before Jing Wei spoke. Start! Lin Mu unsheathed the short sword that was hanging from his waist and entered an attacking stance. Duan Qi similarly extended her hand, and her spirit sword appeared in her hand. She let go of the sword and it kept floating in the air. Duan Qi then extended her index finger and middle finger together, as if it were a sword, and pointed forward. Her spirit sword that was floating in front of her changed direction, and the point of the sword was now pointing towards Lin Mu. The spirit sword Duan Qi was using was longer than Lin Mu's and was a normal-sized sword. It was about 60 centimeters long and was decorated with a tassel at its handle. Its hilt was made in the shape of two leaves curling around the base of the blade, while there was the pattern of a lily on its handle. Compared to Duan Qi's sword, Lin Mu's was shorter, and its design was also rather mundane. If not for the visible good craftsmanship that could be felt from the aura that the blade exuded, one would think that it was any common short sword that could be found at a blacksmith. Lin Mu looked at Duan Qi and saw that she was using her spirit sense to control the spirit sword instead of using it to fight directly. Lin Mu had also learned how to do it by now, but barely had any opportunities to do so. In most of the fights he had been in, he had finished it rather quickly using his skills in tandem with his sword. Senior Zukong had taught him that the best way to fight was to end it as quickly as possible. No matter who the opponent was, it was better to use your full potential. Even a lion used all his strength to hunt a rabbit. Lin Mu had taken this to heart, and thus had finished all fights quickly and efficiently. The only fight that had lasted long was when he was battling the pack of the steel-back wolves, but even then, that was only due to there being too many opponents. Otherwise, Lin Mu was still killing the individual steel-back wolves at a quick pace. Duan Qi stared at Lin Mu and their eyes met. She decided to make the first move and gestured in a slashing manner, putting her fingers to her chest and then slashing outward. Her spirit sword followed the same gesture and went flying forward. Lin Mu kept his eyes trained on the sword's path and skillfully dodged it while moving forward. Duan Qi gestured again and the sword turned back, going towards Lin Mu's back now. Lin Mu himself was running towards Duan Qi and knew that if he defeated her first, the fight would end. Still, he was able to sense that the sword was coming towards his back with his spirit sense and used his short sword to block it. Clang. Metal clashed against metal as a sharp sound spread in the hall. Lin Mu felt the impact of the swords and was pushed back. That was strong. It's better if I just dodge her strikes, otherwise the impact will knock me off the path. Lin Mu muttered to himself. Maneuvering under the spirit sword that was still trying to pierce him, Lin Mu deflected it to the opposite direction. Duan Qi gestured upwards, and the sword turned to face Lin Mu again, but he was ready this time. Channeling spirit qi into the short sword, he slashed at the very moment that it was about to clash with him. Deng. Zwedge. A different sound was heard this time as the force contained within Lin Mu's short sword was greater. Duan Qi's spirit sword was knocked back and got slammed into the back of the wall. Duan Qi's eyes went wide as she saw this. What? How much spirit qi did he amplify the short sword with? Nearly half of the spirit qi I stored in my spirit sword is already depleted from this. Seems like I'll need to take this more seriously. Duan Qi thought to herself with shock. Jingwei was looking at this and nodded his head. Seems like my old sword has accepted him and is now attenuated with him. Jingwei thought. After knocking the sword away, Lin Mu kept on running towards Duan Qi. Before he was halted midway and even had to take a few steps back, but now he was gaining on her again. This time though, Duan Qi moved herself. She started moving towards Lin Mu and gestured in a calling manner. Her spirit sword that had fallen onto the ground shot back and returned to her hand at a blinding speed. The speed was even fast for Lin Mu to see clearly, and he only observed it due to his spirit sense. Although Lin Mu's spirit sense was about 80 meters long now, it still couldn't cover the entirety of the hall that was about 100 meters in length and breadth. Still, with his spirit sense, a majority of the area of the hall was covered, and he was able to observe most things within it. Lin Mu's eyes went back to Duan Qi, and he found that she was at a mere hand's distance from him and was about to slash at him. What the? Lin Mu uttered as he quickly brought his short sword forward to block the blow. Clang. The force this time was even more great as Lin Mu nearly lost hold of his short sword. You need to do better than that. I won't hold back anymore, Duan Qi declared with a sharp gaze. Who? Lin Mu took a deep breath as he tightened the grip on his short sword. A smile appeared on his face as his eyes light up with fervor. All right, this will be my first time fighting like this as well. I never get the opportunity before. Lin Mu spoke in a calm tone before quickly taking a back step while strengthening his legs with spirit qi and vital energy. This amplified the force generated by his leg muscles, and he shot backward 5 meters away. Duan Qi withdrew her stance and was now pointing the spirit sword diagonally towards the ground. Lin Mu closed his eyes for a brief moment before opening them. His lips started to move, and strange chants started to come out of his mouth. Duan Qi looked on at Lin Mu with slight apprehension in her eyes. For a moment there she had thought that it was her grandfather standing in front of her and not Lin Mu. The aura that had appeared on Lin Mu was now completely different from before. It was as if she was seeing her grandfather back in his peak, ready to fight against 1,000 enemies. What is he doing? Duan Qi whispered to herself. Lin Mu looked at Duan Qi with a sharp gaze, and it felt as if hundreds of blades were dancing at this moment within it. Duan Qi finally felt the effect. Her gaze went dull. The severing heart sutra was working. Now, Lin Mu shouted in his heart as he threw his short sword forward. Jingwei too was astounded by this change and wondered what had just happened to Lin Mu. This change in demeanor. Is he starting to develop sword intent? Jingwei muttered to himself as he kept on looking, not wanting to miss a single moment. Lin Mu's short sword kept flying toward Duan Qi and was now very close. Duan Qi felt as if she was in a daze and could not respond for a moment. She could see the short sword flying towards her but could not respond. That's it, just a little more, Lin Mu thought. Just when the short sword was about to pierce Duan Qi's shoulder, clang. Sparks flew as her spirit sword came forward to block it. Duan Qi returned to her normal self at that moment and looked at the short sword in front of her with fear in her eyes. How did he, or what did he do? She muttered to herself. But this only lasted an instant as she quickly regained her poise. Anger appeared on her face as flames danced within her eyes. Duan Qi was finally angry that she was close to being defeated by someone that was an entire cultivation realm below her. Damn it, she cursed internally while gritting her teeth. A wave of air spread out from her as spirit qi in the hall swirled around her. Duan Qi took hold of her spirit sword that was still blocking Lin Mu's short sword and forcefully hurled it away. She moved at a lightning speed, and her legs could only be seen as a blur. She appeared next to Lin Mu in the next second and slashed at him. Lin Mu was currently unarmed and did not have his short sword as it had been hurled to the other side of the hall. He was surpassed at Duan Qi's speed but did not lose his composure. Just as her spirit sword was about to cut him, he withdrew the large tower shield he had in his ring. Lin Mu had not used it for a while, and the last time was back when he defended Hai Wan and Hai Bao against the assassin's bolts. Dang. An even louder sound was heard as sparks flew. Crack, crack, crack. The large tower shield that Lin Mu had just used to defend against Duan Qi's sword cracked. While the cut itself was blocked by the shield, the force of it still traveled through his arm and he felt pain in it. Oh heavens, she is angry, Lin Mu internally spoke. Duan Qi was unfaded at the appearance of the tower shield and swung her sword again, but this time the shield could not bear it. Crumble. The tower shield broke into multiple pieces as they were spread all around the ground. This time, though, Lin Mu had not borne the brunt of the impact, as at the very last moment he had let go of the shield and moved to the side. The pieces of the tower shield were now scattered all around the hall, and Lin Mu was unarmed again. Duan Qi gripped her sword harder and lunged forward to strike, but suddenly her spirit sense discovered the short sword that was flying towards her from her blind spot. Lin Mu had been controlling the short sword this entire time, and was only wanting to get close enough so that his spirit sense could connect with it. Duan Qi twirled and dodged the incoming blade and refocused her attention on Lin Mu. They trained their eyes on each other as Lin Mu's short sword came to float above him. Duan Qi thought that he was going to attack straightway, but was a little surprised as a spear appeared in his hands. It was the very spear that he had bought from her along with the tower shield back then. What is he doing? Duan Qi thought, and was then interrupted by the flying short sword. By now Lin Mu's spirit chi had been depleted by more than half, and he did not want to take any more chances. Let's get this over with, Lin Mu muttered and lunged forward with the spear in his hand. Duan Qi deflected the short sword and blocked the spear tip. But just as she blocked it, the spear disappeared, making her lose her balance due to the change in momentum. Replacing the spear now was an axe. Lin Mu spun around as the axe came creasing towards Duan Qi's waist. She blocked the axe forcefully, making its blade break and the handle snap. She then raised her spirit sword upwards, blocking the short sword that slashed from another direction. Lin Mu threw the remnant of the axe away and pulled out a long sword instead, using that to fight Duan Qi. Their battle continued in this manner as countless hits were exchanged. Lin Mu would keep on switching the weapons, while the short sword would continue to attack Duan Qi. His motive was to distract her with his normal weapons while getting an opening with the short sword. Jing Wei was looking at the entire exchange with amusement in his eyes. By now he had realized what Lin Mu was doing, and that he was using the 1,000 armament blade scripture. He has indeed grown a lot during these few months. Even the 1,000 armament blade scripture that a lot of the geniuses of my clan could not learn after years is being used by him efficiently. Although there are still many flaws in his technique, there is no doubt that he is a hidden talent. Jing Wei spoke to himself in a content tone. Stop, Jing Wei shouted. The time is up. Lin Mu is the winner, he declared.